Chapter 841, Going Deep Underground. It was not difficult for Duanmu to deal with Shirtongjingi. It was just a matter of one hammer. To be honest, I originally thought that this guy was the final boss behind the scenes. But I didn't expect that he was just a small character who accidentally learned about the existence of the subspace and tried to use it. Duanmu naturally also interrogated the spiritual projection of Shirtongjingi, and the information he obtained was similar to that of Akechi Goro. In the final analysis, he was just a small villain of this level. So after getting the information, Duanmu smashed the spiritual projection of Shirtongjingi to pieces without hesitation, and then turned around and left. Her next target is what Goro Akechi mentioned, the collective unconsciousness under the subway station. But this thing looks really weird. Standing in the subway station, Duanmu looked around. The entire subway station looked just like the world above, dilapidated and covered in blood. But that was not important. What was important was the people standing on the platform at that moment. Duanmu was curious before. Where did the soul projections of the hundreds of thousands of people in this city go? Well, now that question has been answered. They are all staying in this subway station. However, the spiritual projections here were not as energetic as the ones Duanmu had seen in the palace before. On the contrary, each of them was dejected, as if they had worked overtime until the early morning and were dragging their tired bodies to go home. Everyone kept their heads down and said nothing. And even when Duanmu spoke to them, they only replied weakly. The mental state of the people in this city seems to be very bad. After several fruitless attempts to strike up a conversation, Duanmu gave up. It was obvious that the spiritual projections here looked like they were about to die from overwork. I don't know what they encountered. After all, most people in reality should look normal, right? And there shouldn't be anything happening in this city recently that would make most people feel tired and uneasy. But the spiritual projection here feels like a walking dead. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, under the dim red light, a subway car drove out from the darkness, stopped in front of the platform, and then opened the door. Then, these people staggered up and entered the subway. Why does it feel like the dead are queuing up to cross the Naiha Bridge? Could it be that this is a modern version of the King of Hell's palace? After silently complaining, Duanmu followed the crowd into the subway. Soon, the doors closed and the subway went down through the tunnel. The entire subway gives people an extremely strange and terrifying atmosphere. In the narrow carriage, under the dark red light, the passengers are sitting or standing silently like zombies. Everyone lowers their heads and does not speak a word. If this were put in a movie, it would be the image of a ghost train. People can't help but suspect that all the people sitting on this subway are dead, and the subway will take them to the underground Hades Palace. Passengers who accidentally enter it will also be taken to H.L. Well, this is still very interesting as an urban ghost story. Duanmu sat in the chair, yawned, and then closed her eyes to rest. She was not worried that these soul projections would dare to do anything to her. If they dared to do anything, she would be dead. However, it seemed that those soul projections did not seem to pay attention to Duanmu. The subway kept moving forward. After an unknown amount of time, the speeding subway slowed down and slowly stopped. Then the door opened, and the passengers in the car slowly walked out of the tram. And Duanmu also mixed in and walked out. Obviously, this is the end of the subway. In front of them is a huge platform and a smooth, strange-looking stone gate. The spiritual projections walked down the subway and headed forward in 2s and 3s. Then Duanmu saw the huge stone gate open, revealing a bright red glow inside. This is becoming more and more like a horror story. Is there really H.L. in there? However, when Duanmu walked in, she found that this was not H.L., but a prison. That's right. On both sides of the passage, you can see the prison blocked by fences, and many people are sitting or standing inside. However, they look very strange. Logically, most people locked up in prison will either try to escape, or yell in anger, or sit down in despair. However, these people in prison are different. They look very relaxed and at ease, as if they are quite comfortable. Hello. At this moment, a man suddenly talked to Duanmu. What are you doing there? You don't need to stay in a place like that. Come in. It's very comfortable here. Very comfortable? Hearing the man's words, Duanmu frowned and looked carefully at the prison in front of him. There was nothing in it except people. To be honest, it was not comfortable at all as a prison. Of course, What appeared here was a spiritual projection. And there was no need to eat, drink, defecate, or urinate. But why was it comfortable to be locked up? Yes. Just then, another woman spoke up. If you want to come in, please come in quickly. I don't want to go out at all. Yes. It's best to stay here. Deep inside here, there is a system that can fulfill wishes. Just stay here and leave everything to it. Then you don't have to worry about anything. You are full of troubles because you stay outside. When you are alive, it's better not to know some things. Oh. Hearing this, Duanmu AI narrowed her eyes. It's very comfortable in there. Right? You don't have to think about anything. Right? Yeah. I don't have any worries. I just want to stay here quietly. Ah. I just want to stay here forever. I don't want to go anywhere. It's so hard to live without having to think about anything. So, what the L is here? In response to Duanmu AI's question, the male prisoner inside spoke up. It is said that this is called the beginning of the prison at the beginning of the beginning. The prison of the original? Yes. You think this place is not free at all. But that's not the case. In fact, here, everyone can get the best freedom. They can be free from their own worries and thoughts. Yes. They don't have to make any choices. They can just go with the flow. Yes. This is created by everyone together. The most beautiful world. Well, then you guys just continue to enjoy yourself. You won't have many comfortable days left. Duanmu AI complained, then raised her head. Soon, she saw something like blood vessels spreading forward above the prison. If she continued forward, she could see these blood vessels that appeared from all directions intertwined and stretched all the way down, disappearing into the dark cave. Just in there, looking at the dark and bottomless cave in front of her, Duanmu AI's face was gloomy. She could understand what those people meant. According to them, the prison here is the people themselves. This is not surprising. The mainstream thinking of the masses is a prison to some extent. Most people will accept all this without hesitation. This is the collective unconsciousness. In fact, as a judge, Duanmu AI has seen too many similar things. Most people tend to follow the crowd. Just like in the story of the emperor's new clothes. It doesn't matter whether the king himself knows that he is wearing new clothes. What matters is whether other people think the king is wearing new clothes. If everyone thinks so, then a group unconsciousness effect will occur. Only children who are not led by group consciousness will tell the truth. The reason for this situation is very simple. In fact, it is the same whether in schools, units, or companies. Every place has different rules, and everyone follows them and feels comfortable doing so. But on the other hand, if someone doesn't follow the rules, then they will naturally be seen as different and excluded. Most people give up thinking, hand over the decision-making power to others, and just go with the flow. In fact, this world is nothing more than the embodiment of the human world. This kind of thing is also very common in reality. For example, in the past, everyone turned a blind eye to corporal punishment in schools, because it was natural for teachers to educate students. What the L is corporal punishment. When Duanmu AI was in elementary school, if he didn't finish his homework or was late for class, he would be hit on the palm with a ruler, and the palm would be hit red. Is this corporal punishment? Or education? The same is true for domestic violence. In the past, everyone thought it was natural for a man to beat his wife, and there was nothing wrong with that. What the I was domestic violence. They had always done that. So was it wrong? Because it has always been like this and everyone does it. So there is nothing wrong with me doing it. This is group consciousness and thinking. However, it does not mean that this will not change. Nor does it mean that no one will stand up to resist. There will be students who stand up and denounce teachers for beating students like animals. And there will be wives who stand up to resist their husband's domestic violence. Under the influence of these leaders, others will gradually change their minds. And there will be a trend of opposing domestic violence and corporal punishment. This is another kind of group thinking. But, is that all? Of course not. Even if the general public believes that corporal punishment is wrong, there will still be people who stand up to protest, claiming that this practice turns students into little emperors who cannot be touched, greatly reduces the dignity and prestige of teachers, and reduces the effectiveness and quality of education. And in the end, it is the children who suffer. Some people also denounce that treating only women as targets of domestic violence is obviously gender discrimination. Obviously, There are many men who are tortured by women to the point where they are unable to live or die. But society only pays attention to female victims. It would be better not to do this. So, will this become the new mainstream trend again? No one can tell. As for which side is right, it is even more difficult to say. Therefore, it can be seen that mainstream thinking is not static. On the contrary, it may turn 180 degrees and change at any time, like schizophrenia. In the past, same-sex relationships were illegal. But now it is illegal to discriminate against same-sex relationships. Isn't that strange? Of course, if it were just that, I wouldn't care. This is how human beings are. Group thinking and homogeneity are one of the forces for human survival. The premise is that this is a choice made by humans themselves, not some messed up thing behind the scenes. I jumped. The whistling wind blew past his ears, and for a while, I even felt like he was swallowed by darkness. After an unknown amount of time, a bright red light appeared under his feet. Looking around, there were cells flashing with dark red light everywhere, and the spiritual projections of individuals were locked up in them. However, they did not cry or shout, but sat inside like zombies, motionless. Boom! The next moment, I fell from the sky like a stone and hit the ground heavily. She raised her head and looked in front of her, only to see a huge, dark, black holy grail in the middle of the open space surrounded by countless cages. The blood vessels flowing out of those cages went deep into the holy grail. Hee. At the same time, a deep voice sounded. I never thought that someone could find this place. Are you surprised? I said this as he took out his war hammer. I don't know what you are, but prepare to die. Chapter 842 Showdown. Drink ale. I jumped up and hit the huge, black holy grail with the hammer in his hand. Under I's blow, even the huge holy grail began to shake, and cracks appeared on the surface. But soon these cracks were quickly repaired and returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a voice sounded. How foolish. You are a human being, but you want to eradicate human desires. I am the object that makes all the dreams of those who obtain it come true. And it is called the Holy Grail. So what? I stepped back and clenched the hammer again. At the same time, Alice and Huang Long emerged from her side, manipulating the power of death and lightning to bombard the Holy Grail. However, even though it was attacked by two powerful electronic demons, the Holy Grail remained unshakable. What you saw, the scene in the prison of return, is the form of human desire. They are equally bound, giving up thinking, and have no care for the world. They have turned everything into nothing, and are extremely stupid. Their souls have long been corrupted by lazy desires, and turned into a prison. Boom! The war hammer was swung out from I's hand again, and hit the Holy Grail. But its speech did not stop. This is the choice made by the people themselves. So why do you want to save them? Isn't it a suitable ending for them to completely perish in the cage they created? Why? Hearing the other party's boring words, I sighed silently. Why does every stupid idiot boss use this statement to justify his actions? Indeed, I admit that humans have a blind, credulous, and stupid side. But, as he spoke, I raised his head and looked at the huge holy grail in front of him. So what? It's none of your business. When is it your turn to interfere in our human affairs? What choices humans make and what fate they face are their own business. What does a broken cup like you have to do with it? Hee. Me? Do you want to know my identity? I am the Holy Grail that can fulfill wishes. No. I rule by fulfilling wishes. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call me God. God? Yes. Freedom from having to think. Freedom from having to choose. But if everyone thinks that someone will take responsibility when the sky falls, then it is only natural that no one will take responsibility. Then, when the sky really falls, who will take responsibility? The bystander effect? I had also heard some knowledge about psychology from Lumiere, so she naturally knew what the Holy Grail wanted to say. Previously, those who gave up thinking in prison were the embodiment of the herd effect. And now, this Holy Grail is talking about the bystander effect. Just like the Holy Grail said, if a single individual is asked to complete a task alone, the sense of responsibility will be strong. But on the other hand, if a group is asked to complete the task together, the sense of responsibility of the individuals in the group will be weakened, and they will often choose to retreat in the face of difficulties or responsibilities. You mean it's your responsibility to protect humans? That's right. Humans long for the Holy Grail to become the god that rules over them. So I'm here. The sound of the Holy Grail became louder and louder. And then the originally black Holy Grail suddenly burst into a dazzling golden flash, illuminating everything around it. Submit to me, and stop resisting my existence. If you continue to resist, there will be no place for you in this world. You will be completely expelled from this world. I will merge with the human consciousness of this world. They are me, and I am them. Boom. However, the Holy Grail's passionate speech ended here, because at this moment, the golden hammer roared and tore through the darkness, and slammed heavily on its surface. Under Duanmu AI's full-strength attack, the huge and heavy Holy Grail began to break and then recover. It's useless. As long as there are still humans in this world who long for me, I won't lose. And I won't die. Your words are just like the protagonist, and they are so touching that they make me cry. Duanmu AI landed again and turned the hammer in his hand. But unfortunately, that's where it ends. What? Boom. As Duanmu AI finished her words, the next moment, a dilapidated statue not far behind her emitted a dazzling light. A shining, pure white beam of light shot up into the sky, and an armored angel raised the sharp blade in his hand and aimed at the Holy Grail in front of him. Since you've been talking so much nonsense, don't blame me for being rude. Get rid of it. Lapis. That's right. Just like when he fought against the 10 disasters. After realizing that the Holy Grail was indestructible no matter how hard he tried, Duanmu AI secretly summoned the sealed seraph again. Fortunately, the Holy Grail talked a lot of nonsense, so Duanmu AI didn't even use other soul cards to speed up, and he easily awakened the sealed seraph again. This shows that the boss really cannot talk nonsense during the final battle. Otherwise, he will easily be killed by the plot. Following Duanmu AI's order, the seraphim raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at the Holy Grail in front of him. A torrent of light roared down. The waterfall-like beam of light completely enveloped the Holy Grail that was shining with golden light. And under the impact of this light, the Holy Grail gradually began to break, tear, and decompose. That is, why were you able to summon her? At this moment, the voice of the Holy Grail also lost its previous calmness and stability, and became terrified. No, this is impossible. That person is dead. She should be dead. No, you can't do this. Those humans are still connected to me. Once you destroy the Holy Grail, their spirits will be shattered. They will become zombies. That's a real shame. However, facing the roar of the Holy Grail, there was no expression on Duanmu AI's face. But no sacrifice is too great to bear, and no betrayal is too small to tolerate. What are you saying? The next moment, the Holy Grail was completely shattered and disappeared in the face of the holy flames. However, this is not the end. Call. At the moment, the Holy Grail was completely broken. The ground began to crack, and then countless dark, huge tentacles stretched out from it, sweeping across everything like angry blades. Whether it was Alice or Huan Long, even the seraphim in the sky were completely shattered by the blow of these tentacles. Then, these tentacles surrounded Duanmu AI, and then ruby-like eyes emerged from their limbs, staring at the girl in front of them. Then, a sturdy, huge figure appeared in front of Duanmu AI. Are you still alive? That's right. Duanmu AI snapped her fingers, and the next moment, the tall girl with long black hair and blue eyes disappeared, and was replaced by a petite girl with long silver white hair and wings. Finally, I found you. Who are you? The one who tried to destroy humanity? You can't be Tiger Power Immortal, right? As he spoke, Duanmu AI looked at the person in front of him. Well, strictly speaking, this person can't even be considered a human. At least in Duanmu AI's opinion. This person is like a tiger that has become a spirit and can walk on 2 legs. The patterns on its body are not much different from those of a tiger. And there is a ruby inlaid on its chest like Ultraman. I just don't know if it will make a beep. I never thought that in this era. There are still people like you protecting humanity. The tiger's spirit stared coldly at Duanmu AI, and the latter also stared at the tiger's spirit. So, you are the one behind all this? That's right. I will merge with the spirit of mankind and completely become their god. In fact, before this, I also tried to find a few stupid guys and give them power so that they can help me complete my plan. But it seems that humans are really fragile. Even if I give them power, They can't do even the slightest thing. That power call persona. Is that what you gave them? That's right. Hearing this, Duanmu AI's face darkened slightly. And the tiger spirit nodded. Who are you? Since you have finally come to me, I don't mind answering your questions. You ask who I am? I am a person who exists as the Magic King Solomon. I am an organization created by the Magic King. I rule the country together with Solomon. I am also the original curse that was abandoned due to Solomon's death. I use Solomon's remains as a nest and obtain the summoning formula of the flesh inside. I am the person who obtains true wisdom, the person who is expected for this. And I will use human history as fuel to sail to the pole and create a new star. Having said this, the tiger spirit raised his head proudly. I am the one who controls the 72 curses and burns all history. I am the humanity-burning demon king Goetia. Well, let's just call him Tiger Spirit. Anyway, Duanmu AI didn't know what Goetia was. But at least one thing was clear to her. Are you the one who is trying to destroy humanity? That's right. The tiger spirit opened his hands. On this planet, even gods can only face extinction. This planet itself is a mistake. I will burn away human principles and use all of this as fuel to go to the pole. Go back 4.6 billion years. Go to the moment when celestial bodies in this area were born. Recreate this planet. Start over. And build a planet without the concept of death. This is the great cause we are waiting for. As he spoke, the tiger demon looked at Duanmu AI with a smug look. But the latter also dropped his jaw with a look of shock and disbelief. Seeing Duanmu AI's expression, the tiger spirit became even more proud. To us, humans are nothing more than fuel for our journey to the primordial universe. Do you understand? Since you are an angel, you should also understand how unreasonable the existence of death is. Join us, and together with us. That's it. However, Duanmu AI's reaction was beyond the tiger spirit's expectations. She did not panic, nor did she scream in fear. Instead, she stared at him with an indescribable look, as if she was looking at a mentally retarded person. You destroyed human history just to go back in time and reshape this planet? That's right. Looking at Duanmu AI's expression as if he was looking at a fool. The tiger spirit snorted coldly, and the latter simply shook his head. My goodness. This is the first time I've actually seen the Emperor's golden shoulder pole. Illiteracy is so terrible. So I wasted all this time. And ended up wasting it on this idiot? Duanmu AI was really shocked and speechless at the moment. He originally thought that this time the boss would destroy humanity. At least there would be some other explanation. But he didn't expect that he actually wanted to reshape the planet? My goodness. The universe is so big. Can't you just find a place to build a planet? Why do you have to go to such an outrageous length? If you don't have a way, I can introduce it to you. Duanmu AI felt like he was watching a mastermind summoning the devil to destroy the world. And his only wish was to be the mayor. TSK, TSK, TSK. This shows how terrible it is to be uneducated. The world is so big. Why don't you go out and travel around? Forget it. This is not the first time I have seen such an idiot. Duanmu AI let out a long breath, suppressing the silence in his heart. In the Inquisitor era, he had seen people from an entire planet being sacrificed to the evil god, just for the evil magician to go to space. Alas, this shows that if civilization does not develop, it will be a mess. What a mess. It's really like the Emperor using a golden shoulder pole to farm. Right? Why? Duanmu AI sighed silently. Forget it. Forget it. Let's just leave it at that. Let's finish it as soon as possible. I'm not interested in playing games with an illiterate person. Oh! Hearing Duanmu AI's mumbling, the tiger spirit chuckled. Do you think you can defeat me? Angel? Of course I can't. Duanmu AI was also very calm. She was just a simple maximum level player. And the opponent was a demigod or even quasi-god. It was like the duel between true gods and mortals in the world of Faerun. No matter how powerful you, a mortal, could be killed instantly by a true god. Both sides were not on the same level. And it was meaningless to talk about levels. But I can't. I can shake people. For example, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Since you've already introduced yourself, I'll do the same. As she spoke, Duanmu AI raised her right hand. And then a card appeared out of thin air and fell into her hand. Persona. As Duanmu AI clenched his right fist, the card shattered. Then, a huge figure even bigger than the tiger demon, wearing black armor and with blood-red eyes, appeared behind the angel. When the tiger demon saw this figure, his expression suddenly changed. "Oh, it's you. That's it. Idiot." At this moment, the tentacles began to wriggle and wave towards the iron giant in front of him. At the same time, the tiger demon raised his hands, and powerful forces condensed and gathered in his hands, emitting a shining brilliance. At the same time, the iron giant roared and suddenly rushed forward. He broke free and tore apart the army of tentacles that swarmed from all directions to try to stop him. Then, the iron giant collided heavily with the tiger demon like a mud truck out of control. Chapter 843 Human Restoration. For Duanmu, he had waited for this moment long enough. And it was obvious that the other party knew of his existence, which could be seen from his attitude alone. "Why are you here?" At this moment, the tiger's eyes were bloodshot, and its roar was full of resentment and anger. Everything it had done before was destroyed by Duanmu, whether it was trying to use the evil of this world in the Fourth Holy Grail War, or even preparing Tiamat to try to end the world in the Fifth Holy Grail War. But Duanmu easily defeated its attempts. In desperation, the tiger demon could only choose to go to the distant future and take the risk of giving up everything he once had in order to complete his plan. At the beginning, Tiger selected Saburo Arasaka, and the old man's desire for immortality and greed for power gave it an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. However, unexpectedly, an angel suddenly appeared halfway and completely defeated the plan at that time. This also frightened the tiger demon. It had thought that Duanmu would appear in front of it again. So after that, it disappeared and began to hide in the dark, fearing that the angel was a messenger of that terrifying existence. But gradually, it found that the angel was not as powerful as the man, especially in the Battle of Redemption. When it learned that the angel and the first of the 10 disasters died together, it made the tiger demon feel relieved. Now that the only threat has disappeared, it's time to do things on your own. During these 60 years, it was not only hiding here and there, but it also used the old network and human consciousness to perform new rituals and experiments. In the end, Goetia decided to use the dark side of human history to induce them to completely degenerate and perish. For this reason, it even abandoned its original body and merged with the Holy Grail to control the collective consciousness of mankind. Originally, Goetia thought that this time it would succeed, but it didn't expect that while it was hiding itself, there were people who were even more hiding than it. "Go to HL, you bastard!" Duanmu roared, clenched his fist, and punched the tiger demon in front of him, directly colliding with the opponent's fist. Then the tiger demon's entire right arm swelled and then exploded, accompanied by screams. The tiger demon wailed and retreated. It was no match for Duanmu before, and it is certainly not a match for it now. Must get out of here. After just one strike, the tiger demon knew that it was no match for Duanmu. Soon, the tentacles around it rushed towards Duanmu again, trying to stop his actions, but the tiger demon quickly jumped back, turned around and ran, then fell to the ground. What? What happened? The tiger demon turned his head in surprise and looked at his legs, only to find that sticky and dark tentacles that appeared from nowhere were tightly wrapped around his ankles, completely restricting his movements. Rip! At the same time, the 72 demon tentacles that originally served as walls were torn into pieces by Duanmu. Then his huge, terrifying, shadowy body broke through the restraints and came in front of the tiger demon. No! The tiger demon desperately raised his only remaining arm to block in front of him. But it was useless, because the next moment, Duanmu clenched his fist, raised it high, and then smashed it down with force. The clenched iron fist directly broke the tiger demon's arm and smashed the ruby-like eyeball on the tiger demon's chest into pieces. Then it went straight forward and completely pierced through Goetia's chest. No! It shouldn't be like this. Along with Goetia's wailing, pitch-black flames suddenly erupted, instantly destroying the entire space. Then everything began to flicker and flow. Return again. Call. Duanmu opened his eyes and let out a long breath. It's finally over. Standing up, Duanmu stretched. To be honest, this mission was not difficult at all. The main problem was that it took a long time. Duanmu did not expect that the other party could survive for 60 years. However, once his true body appeared, it would be a very simple matter for Duanmu, because that idiot merged himself with the spirit of the humans in that world in order to stabilize the future timeline. He lost his original power. And for Duanmu, the god of destruction, A demon pillar of this level could be torn apart by him in a few seconds. There was no point in fighting at all. After the tiger demon was torn into pieces by Duanmu Huai's bare hands, the future world that lost its anchor also disappeared. And it changed from a fixed future back to being one of countless futures. I don't know if their situation will be better this time. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai looked out the window. Indeed, as the future disappeared, all the people he had contacted disappeared. However, they did not die, but returned to another vague state. In other words, when time reaches that future again, they will be born and grow up. But everything they have experienced will change. For example, Lucy might not become a hacker, and Kajiko Arisa might not become an idol anymore. Of course, this is just an unknown future after all, and we will know the details only when the time comes. Although a lot of time was wasted this time, Duanmu Huai gained a lot. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai opened the system, and soon, the system information appeared in front of him. The second stage of the mission Humanity Restoration is completed. Rating, S. Quest Reward, Special Soul World Fragment Hall of Valor. Task Reward, Special Ability Get Persona. Very good. Seeing the mission completed, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists excitedly. This was a rare mission that received an S-level evaluation. After all, whether in the game or in this world, Duanmu Huai rarely received S-level evaluations for completing missions. After all, he was not one of those obsessive-compulsive players who had to take care of every place. For Duanmu Huai, as long as he could pass the mission, the evaluation itself was not important. But this time, I have been living in that lish place for 60 years. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. So, what is Chaldea like now? Duanmu Huai raised his head and looked around. This seemed to be a bedroom. Outside the window was still the howling blizzard and snow-capped mountains. It seemed that nothing had changed from before. But, boom boom boom. Just then, there was a knock on the door and Duanmu Huai looked towards the door. Come in, Master. As the door opened, Mashu, wearing a Chaldean uniform, hurried in. You are back. I'm back. How are things going here? Everything is normal here. Just now, Chaldea has detected external signals, and the director and Dr. Romani have already contacted the clock tower. Oh! Hearing Mashu's answer, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Take me to see it. Under Mashu's lead, Duanmu Huai came to the command room, where only Chaldea's staff were calculating communication information. Looking quite busy, in the command seat, a silver-haired girl was standing there, saying something to the staff with a serious expression. When she saw Duanmu Huai coming, she was stunned for a moment, then turned around and came to Duanmu Huai's side. Hey, you're still alive. Looking at Olga Marie in front of him, Duanmu Huai waved at her with a smile, while the latter rolled her eyes in annoyance. Yes, thanks to you. I never thought that you are the investor behind Chaldea's and the judge of the Inquisition. What's the situation now? Now, the crisis of burning human principles has ended. I have just contacted the clock tower, and they will send someone to check the situation immediately. I never thought that Professor Leaf would be the one who attempted to burn human principles and destroy human history, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. After that, Duanmu Huai asked Olga Marie some more questions, and then she understood what was going on with the current Chaldea timeline. It was different from the original historical timeline. The current Chaldea was ultimately built jointly by Animusphia and the El Malloy family. Animusphia was responsible for providing the draft plan, and El Malloy and the Inquisition were responsible for funding. Therefore, Chaldea's is no longer a subordinate organization of the United Nations, but has become an organization under the clock tower. Olga Marie, as the next monarch of Animusphia, served as the director of the Chaldea Research Institute. The next thing was the same as when Duanmu Huai first came here. After Chaldea was completed, it recruited 50 qualified people to try to stop the burning of human principles and restore history. The only difference was that during the first transfer, Olga Marie was called away by Lannis and thus escaped. But in the original world line, did she survive? Duanmu Huai actually didn't remember it. He just remembered that at that time, there were only himself and Mashu in the entire control room, and everyone else seemed to be doomed? What happened next was just like in Duanmu Huai's memory. Professor Leaf blew up the transporter room, and then Duanmu Huai went back to the past and repaired the human timeline. The only difference was that in Olga Marie's memory, she and Dr. Romani were in the rear to support Duanmu Huai. while in Duanmu Huai's memory, there was only Dr. Romani, and Olga Marie never appeared. So that's how the timeline is repaired. After listening to Olga Marie's story, Duanmu Huai finally understood how the timeline was repaired this time. Just like the tiger demon distorted human history from ancient history and tried to burn away human principles, Duanmu Huai's action to save human principles also started more than 10 years ago and has continued to affect modern Chaldea. Looking closely, there was indeed the Inquisition skull and hammer logo hanging on the wall of the Chaldea command room. Duanmu Huai remembered that there was no such logo in the previous Chaldea command room. After contacting the outside world, according to Olga Marie, it was the outside world that could not contact Chaldea and caused chaos. It seems that Chaldea and the future were isolated from each other and had not yet fully integrated. As soon as they received the news, they said they would send someone over immediately. It looks like they should be arriving soon. Who is it? Of course it's me, my dear brother. Just as Duanmu Huai finished speaking, a figure was heard coming from the door. Duanmu Huai turned around and saw Lannis standing there with a smile, waving at him. Beside her, Xiaoying and Fiori were also standing there and bowed to Duanmu Huai. The three girls had grown up a little since Duanmu Huai had seen them before. But according to Olga Marie's timeline, only 1 or 2 years had passed. Of course, for Duanmu Huai, the biggest feature is that the hair of the three girls has grown longer. I remember that in this world, a magician's hair is the medium of magic. So both male and female magicians like to have long hair? After learning that Chaldea had lost contact, Sakura was very worried and wanted to rush over immediately. As she spoke, Lannis patted Sakura's shoulder with a smile, and the latter immediately blushed and lowered her head. No way. I'm just worried that Big Brother might encounter some accidents. Anyway, you did a good job. Duanmu Huai also smiled at the few people, although Lannis and the others did not help Duanmu Huai on the front battlefield. As the maintainers of history, they did a very good job. If they had not always acted according to their orders, the future and the past would not be able to be smoothly connected, and the restoration of humanity would fail. I don't have a real feeling. But Onyai-sama, has human nature been restored? So far, human order has been successfully restored. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he glanced at the planet hologram in the command room. In the past, the planet hologram was entirely red and purple. But now it has turned light blue, without a trace of bright red mark on it. So, what should we do next? What's next? Hearing Lannis's question, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. Next, let's focus on researching spaceflight and extraterrestrial colonization. Why? Chapter 844 To be honest, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, most of the problems encountered by mankind can ultimately be solved by improving technology. In other words, once humans master the power to leave their home planet and colonize other planets, it will be difficult for humans to become extinct again, according to the civilizations of the planets that Duanmu Huai had visited. Basically, as long as they had mastered interstellar travel, they would not be too bad. But for those who had not mastered interstellar travel, no matter whether they were scientists or magicians, no matter how advanced they were internally, basically a disaster was enough to completely destroy them and uproot them. Of course, this doesn't mean they don't have useful techniques. For example, Valhalla. For Duanmu Huai, Hall of Heroes is a very suitable world for replenishing the soul fragments of the tribunal. As long as he pays his magic power, he can summon heroes to appear in the world. And since most of these heroes were famous heroes in their lifetime, they must have abilities. Of course, their knowledge reserves may not keep up with the technological level of the tribunal. But these heroes are not fools. As long as they are given enough time, they can learn how to act with the tribunal. This also allowed Duanmu Huai to release more manpower. After all, before, he could only summon some people through soul cards, and there was a limit on the number. And their own combat power was also average. However, the combat strength of the heroes was basically online, and they had enough combat power to face most enemies. Well, the only problem is that heroic spirits are also spirits after all, and are essentially the same as undead creatures. They are the kind that will be sent back to their hometown by a Kajiro explosion. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai has enough magic power, so if it doesn't work, he can just summon it again. Persona is the ability that Duanmu Huai desires most. As long as he has this ability, he can open a channel to the subspace anytime and anywhere. Of course, this ability can only be used in the gathering place of intelligent life. After all, Persona is to enter the collective subconscious world of others. So Duanmu Huai cannot carry out it in those uninhabited areas. But for Duanmu Huai, this is enough. If any evil god dares to distort or pollute someone's inner world in the future, he can just get in and confront the opponent head-on. By then, it won't just be you, the Chaos Demon, who can mess up other people's inner worlds. I can do it too. This is much better than the ordinary methods of removing brainwashing or pollution. Let's get back to the topic. With the restoration of humanity, the planet's external blockade has been lifted. Duanmu Huai naturally brought everyone on board the Inquisition's mothership. When Lannis and others saw the huge, magnificent warship in front of them, they were naturally shocked beyond words. However, for Duanmu Huai, the most headache for him was introducing Ilya to his little girl. Hey! Is this child Mr. Knight's daughter? Mary looked at Ilya in surprise, while the others gathered around her curiously. No. She is Irisveel's daughter. I don't mind if you have other lovers, Mr. Knight, but it's not good for a married woman. Right? And was also poking quietly at the side at this moment. No. Although she is indeed Irisveel's daughter, she is Irisveel from another timeline. Never mind. Just treat her as my daughter. After explaining for a long time, Duanmu Huai felt that it was becoming more and more complicated. So he simply raised his hands in surrender. But is it really okay not to explain it clearly? However, at this moment, Lingnu also came to add fuel to the fire. If Queen Leah and the others knew about this, the situation would be very bad. We'll talk about it later. It's not a big deal anyway. Duanmu Huai was also desperate at this moment. Let's just leave it at that for now. It was obviously not his daughter. But the more you talk about the timeline, the more complicated it becomes. Right? Forget it. Let's get back to the topic. Let me see how the tribunal has been operating during this period. So Duanmu Huai decisively put this matter behind him and began to devote his energy to work. Although Duanmu Huai traveled around in the timeline, he had actually been away for less than a month when he returned to the real world. After all, when he participated in the 4th and 5th wars, although he stayed there for nearly a year or two, that was the past. And the 60 years with Lemuel were in the future, which means that these times were not counted in the present timeline. Oh, time is really troublesome. Fortunately, I don't have the priesthood of time. Otherwise my brain would explode just by converting time. Over at the Tower Council, the mercenaries composed of guardians gradually gained fame among the stars. Under the mediation of that unlucky businessman, they had formally reached a cooperative alliance with the planet that had been invaded by the Martian demons before, as well as the war planet. Although the unlucky merchant Dardanelle had always had bad luck, the human civilization under his management was still developing well. Especially after obtaining the planet Pandora, the human civilization began to expand the road of alien colonization. However, under the management of the wandering merchants, their manufacturing industry was still developing rapidly. It just so happened that the other 3 civilized planets, the Tower Council, was bombed to pieces by the Cabal. The Ark had not yet recovered from the invasion by the Martian demons, and the war planet was devastated by the war with the orcs and lacked sufficient resources. To put it bluntly, they now had nothing except soldiers. As it happens, the Dardanelles do not have enough military strength now. So the parties hit it off, with the Tower Council, Ark and the war planet providing Dardanelles with soldiers and weapons respectively, while Dardanelles was responsible for helping them rebuild the 3 planets. According to the report from Dardanelles, the reconstruction of the planets is currently progressing smoothly. But Dardanelles is still considering whether to migrate part of the population on the human civilization planet it controls to these 3 planets. After all, these 3 planets are currently sparsely populated, and the indigenous inhabitants were either blown to death by the Cabal, killed by the Martian demons, or almost all died in the Orc War. It just so happened that the population on the planet Dardanelles had indeed exploded. After all, Duanmu Huai had also seen that planet, and it was almost as crowded as a beehive. Pandora would have been a good choice. But unfortunately, the atmospheric environment there was not suitable for human habitation. They had finally found a planet to transform. But the colony was attacked by local alien creatures. How should I put it? This unlucky businessman is really unlucky. However, all parties have doubts about this. On the one hand, it is a question of who will have jurisdiction over these people going to their planet. On the other hand, they are also worried that it is easier to invite the gods than to send them away. If the cuckoo takes over the magpie's nest, it will be even more unacceptable. Even if everyone is human. When there are too many outsiders, the locals will obviously not accept it. Therefore, several parties submitted a report to the trial court, hoping to deal with this issue. Duanmu Huai certainly didn't care about this. The court didn't have time to deal with such trivial matters. You guys should discuss it among yourselves. He sent the report back without saying anything. He also knew that this report was just a formality. After all, even if the court made a decision, they would not accept it. But he had to say something, so that at least the court's attitude would be confirmed and there would be no more problems in the future. Next came the report from Feirun. Fortunately, everything was peaceful in Feirun during this period, and no abnormalities were found in Arkham City and its surrounding areas. However, Duanmu Huai did not relax his vigilance. Those fallen guys and chaos demons would never let go of such a world, and would cause trouble sooner or later. Therefore, the alert status of Arkham City would not be lifted, but would be improved. Of course, the most important thing was to shoot defense towers all over the world. It would be great if I could take pictures all the way to the entrance of their nest. Next is the news from the Star Alliance, reported by Jinji Ling, which is finally good news. The space station planned by Duanmu Huai for watching the Ma Museum competition has been built and put into use. According to Jinji Ling, the Flash series is currently well received in the Star Alliance. Of course, she also mentioned that there are reports from the Star Alliance that due to the high popularity of the Ma Museum competition, underground casinos have appeared. Jinji Ling believes that it is better to open it than to block it. Since this kind of thing cannot be banned, it is better to let the official tribunal open it, at least to avoid some bad things from happening. Duanmu Huai thought about it and agreed. There was nothing he could do. If you think about it carefully, gambling is in human DNA. Even the Nobel Prize has underground casinos open every year. It is better to hand it over to the trial court directly, which is better than letting those unidentified people mess around. Finally, there was a report from the colony fleet. Their luck wasn't very good either. They were still looking for a new planet suitable for them to live on, although they encountered some troubles. Fortunately, the danger level was not high. However, what made Duanmu Huai feel sorry was that the colony fleet encountered only some ordinary cosmic monsters or native monsters from local planets, and did not encounter a sufficiently powerful interstellar civilization. Alas, if I don't exterminate a few alien races, when will this natural disaster be able to ascend? Duanmu Huai also wanted to improve his natural disaster level as soon as possible. But now he was unlucky. And there seemed to be few alien races. At least there seemed to be few of them in the places he could see. This is a bit of a problem. The Milky Way is so big. There should be a lot of alien races. Why can't I meet him myself? For Duanmu Huai, this was just an ordinary day after returning to the court. However, at this moment a small problem occurred. While Duanmu Huai was looking through the documents and thinking, he subconsciously reached out his hand, wanting to drink something. Seeing Duanmu Huai's action, Lumiel skillfully took out a cup of coffee and handed it to him, while Duanmu Huai didn't even look at Lumiel, and took a sip of coffee. Seeing this scene, and showed a puzzled expression. Ojas tilted her head slightly and frowned. Odell also widened her eyes in surprise, and stood there speechless. Mary looked at Duanmu Huai, then at Lumiere, with a puzzled look on her face. Medea also looked at Lumiere curiously at this moment, with a meaningful expression on her face. What happened to you guys? Hearing the voices of the people around him, Duanmu Huai raised his head and glanced at the people in front of him. No, Mr. Knight. When did you become so close to Miss Lumiere? And was the first to raise her hand to ask a question. And Odell nodded vigorously. That's right. It seems like you two have a very good understanding with each other. Have it? Duanmu Huai looked at Lumiere in confusion, and the latter was also stunned. At this time, Ojas also spoke. Master is very skilled. Duanmu Huai was even more confused after hearing what Ojas said. Skilled? What am I skilled in? Just like an old married couple. At this moment, Mary seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly clapped her hands. The couple in the store I often go to is like this. Sometimes they don't say anything. And they don't even need to look at each other. The wife knows what her husband is doing, etc. Eclair also showed a surprised expression at this moment. You actually attacked my Lumiel? I remember that your relationship wasn't this good before? That's right. The other girls also nodded. They all knew that Duan Muhui and Lumiere's relationship was just average before. At least they were not very close. But Duan Muhui only took Lumiere on a mission. How come they became so familiar with each other? Hearing this, Duan Muhui was also stunned. Only then did he realize what the girls meant. Thinking about it carefully, he had been with Lumiere in that future for 60 years. So of course, they must have known each other very well. But the problem is, how should I put it? Should I say that I transformed into a beautiful girl and played in that world? Thinking of this, Duan Muhui broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 845 Dark Race. In the end, Duan Muhui couldn't resist and explained part of the situation. Of course, he concealed the fact that his incarnation in that world was a girl. As for the part that he couldn't explain, fortunately, Lumiere's brain worked better. After her explanation, the girls finally understood the situation more or less. We actually spent 60 years together in the future world. And Shin nodded in agreement. That's great. There's a way to use time this way. I want to try it. 2. Don't try it. It will be troublesome if you fail to come back. Duan Muhui does not have the ability to control time. His ability to travel through the past and the future is all due to the system's active travel. He himself does not have the ability to travel through time. But didn't you say, Mr. Knight, that Chaldea has a technology called soul particle transfer? That's a tool used to transfer to anomalies, not time travel. To put it bluntly, Chaldea's spirit particle transfer is a technology that uses anomalies as anchor points, then throws out spirit particle beams to connect them, and then teleports people there. It's just that because the anomalies themselves are on the timeline, it feels like traveling through the past and the future. But in fact it's not the case at all. Without anomalies, you can't go back anywhere. I see. How boring. After listening to Duan Muhui's explanation, and was somewhat speechless, I thought I could go back in time and play with you, Mr. Knight, for 100 years. I want to do that too. There is no such good thing. Duan Muhui rolled his eyes silently. If he really had this ability, wouldn't it be better for him to find a corner and hide there for a few hundred years? Okay. If you have nothing else to do, go back and do what you need to do. Good. After hearing what Duan Muhui said, everyone else naturally went back to their own homes to do what they were supposed to do. However, just as Duan Muhui took another sip of coffee and was about to continue looking at the document report, he heard a knock on the door. And then Mary walked in again. What is it? Mary? It's like this, Mr. Duan Mu. Faced with Duan Muhui's question, Mary hesitated. I would like to ask, within the scope of the Inquisition, are vampires and werewolves considered aliens? What's going on? Actually, when I was carrying out a commission before, under Duan Muhui's puzzled gaze, Mary also told what happened to her. As mentioned before, Mary's world is a world full of evil spirits, with Cthulhu evil gods and cosmic races running around everywhere. When Duan Muhui was an investigator in that world, he encountered similar things. When he returned to the tribunal, the office in that world was handed over to the maid Monster and Mary. After all, Mary has golden eyes, and she has learned a lot of skills in Faerun. With the blessing of the tribunal, it is basically no problem for her to deal with some ordinary monsters. What troubled Mary was that not long ago, the agency had received a commission from a special department. As she had said before, there was an official investigation department in that world, but they seldom appeared. They were mainly responsible for cleaning up the mess for investigators. Or if some cases were found to be supernatural phenomena, they would ask investigators to assist in the investigation. At that time, a special department in Europe found the firm and commissioned Mary to help deal with vampire and werewolf incidents. The problem is that the vampires and werewolves they encountered were not individuals. According to the report submitted by the special departments, both vampires and werewolves were highly organized, and their number was at least several hundred and possibly thousands at most. Of course, the problem is not the number, but the fact that the vampires and werewolves in that world are mortal enemies. When they meet, they will fight in a group, regardless of time and place. Whether in a subway station, hotel, or park, they will fight as long as they meet. You can fight all you want. But the problem is that these monsters are quite modern. When they meet, they just use grenades, shotguns and machine guns to shoot at you. Just like in World War I. Can this government tolerate this? Of course not. The problem is that I can't beat him. Vampires move around in the dark, and are almost impossible to find in people. And werewolves are highly contagious. More importantly, these things cannot be seen in the light. You can't put an announcement on TV saying that vampires and werewolves are fighting, and we are going to encircle and suppress them. So ordinary citizens, please stay at home and rest assured. In fact, the previous conflicts between vampires and werewolves were covered up by the authorities under the guise of gang fights. But you can't have gang fights everywhere. How bad is the security in this country? And Mary was invited. As a result, she was beaten and ran away in fear. They had no moral ethics at all, and just shot at her with submachine guns. How could Mary withstand the siege of so many vampires and werewolves alone? She would have died if she hadn't run away. But Mary is not stupid. If I can't defeat them alone, can't I call for reinforcements? So Mary came back to shake people. The only problem was that she was not sure whether vampires and werewolves were considered aliens in the Inquisition. That was why she came to Duan Mu Huai for advice. Because Mary remembers that Pabi is also a vampire. But she was running around on the trial court. Vampire and werewolf. After listening to Mary's description, Duan Mu Huai thought for a while. Will you transform? Ah. Yes. As she spoke, Mary opened her personal terminal and displayed a video. In the video, two groups of people were seen confronting each other. Soon, the man leading one of the groups opened his mouth and roared. Then his mouth quickly stretched out, and his whole body was covered with hair. His body also swelled up, and in a moment, he turned into a giant werewolf. The blond man on the other side also twisted his body, and then a pair of wings emerged from behind him. At the same time, his head began to extend and distort it, turning into a strange monster. Well, at least this is not like humans. It's not just these. Mary hesitated, then continued. We also received a commission from the Far East, saying that a group of man-eating creatures that have transformed into human form and are similar to ghouls are wreaking havoc in the city and need to be eliminated. This is Mary's problem. These humanoid monsters look similar to humans, so she is not sure whether it is correct to regard them as aliens. Certainly, however, compared to Mary's doubts, Duan Mu Huai's answer was very calm. Their existence poses a threat to humanity itself, and may even endanger the survival of humanity. In fact, compared to those alien creatures, these internal mutants are more dangerous, so they must be completely eliminated, leaving no one alive. But isn't Miss Bibi the vampire? She is not contagious and her skull won't mutate, so she's safe. Duan Mu Huai shrugged. Remember, whether the skull will cause mutation will always be the only criterion for the trial court to judge whether it is the only standard for human beings. If the Bibi will be turned into a long face like these vampires, I have killed her early. As he spoke, Duan Mu Huai thought for a while. Well, this time, I will lead a fleet to your place and wipe out these freaks once and for all. Does it require a fleet to be dispatched? It has to be said that Mary was shocked when she heard Duan Mu Huai's decision. She knew how powerful the Inquisition's fleet was. Actually, this existence is actually the most difficult to deal with compared to alien and demons, Duan Mu Huai said, and the information in his hand was thrown aside. On the one hand, they have a strong one, far beyond the power of ordinary people. On the other hand, they will endanger the story of human vampires and werewolves. I don't think you listened to it. Mary nodded. These were household legends. Horse girls don't suck human blood, nor do they turn others into horse girls. The same goes for girl monsters. Their existence itself does not cause any pollution to human genes. They are a dangerous and controllable subhuman race. But vampires and werewolves are different. They can secretly transform humans through various means, pollute the pure genes of humans, and transform them into inferior alien creatures. This is a heresy that will never be allowed and must be stopped and eliminated. In fact, according to the standards of the Inquisition, horse girls and girl monsters are safe subhuman races. On the contrary, elves, like devils and demons, are subhuman races that will pollute human genes. Because after testing horse girl monsters, it was found that if horse girls and humans mate, the male children born will be human and the female children will be horse girls. And there will be no hybrids. Similarly, other girl monsters can only give birth to girl monsters, and not hybrids. From this level, these races can at least ensure pure genes. But elves are different. The hybrid of elves and humans will produce half-elves, just like the hybrid of humans and demons and devils will produce tieflings. According to the standards of the Inquisition, Both half-elves and tieflings are inferior subspecies, whose human genes are contaminated. Of course, in the strict sense, tiefling is more serious. It belongs to the kind of seeing that it is not a problem with purification. And the semi-elf is still acceptable to be accepted. And at least it will not be purified at least. For example, the Inquisition's territory in the world of Faerun, Arkham City, strictly follows this procedure. Humans are allowed to enter. Elves and half-elves are allowed to enter at their discretion. And dwarves can enter depending on the situation. But tieflings or dark elves will be shot on sight. What? You said there might be good tieflings and dark elves in the world? This is my fart? Do you understand what human supremacy is gold? Of course. The most troublesome thing is that they will use human language, human expressions, and communicate with humans. Duan Mu Huai snorted coldly and looked at Mary. If a Gauncian girl who is so big, she is full of sore in front of you, crying and saying that she doesn't want to die, will you let her be softly let her go? Well, Mary couldn't speak immediately. In all fairness, she was definitely impossible to start with the child. But we must root out the weeds. To the Inquisition, these are nothing more than monsters in disguise. Whether they are vampires, werewolves, ghouls, or any other monsters. No matter how much they look like humans, they are essentially monsters that kill and eat people. Remember, this is very important. This is their nature. Just like no matter how cute a little lion is, you can't convince it to eat grass instead of meat. Having said that, Duan Mu Huai clenched his fists. Therefore, even if it is a baby, the Inquisition will kill it without hesitation. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's words, Mary's face turned pale, and she couldn't help swallowing. Any question? Then, when will we go? Mary put her hand on her chest and took a deep breath, feeling her heart beating. As an educated girl, Duan Mu Huai's words were too exciting. Even though Mary already knew the situation in the courtroom, when she saw it all nakedly, she still felt nervous and uneasy. The sooner the better. Let's do it now. I want to exercise my body anyway. Duan Mu Huai stood up and stretched. He returned to the courtroom and found that he had been sitting at his desk reviewing documents for the past few days and was tired of it. It's time to blow off some steam by smashing some heads. Chapter 846. Although many people wanted to follow Duan Mu Huai to Mary's world, Duan Mu Huai still refused their request. After all, that world was too special, and he generally didn't dare to take anyone there casually. To be honest, he was afraid that someone would be bored and buy a handicraft on the street stall, which might turn out to be a statue of some evil god. So he rejected other people's requests to go to Mary's world, and only brought a warship of the Inquisition and came to Mary's world again. Since Mary had communicated with the other party before, Duan Mu Huai did not waste any more time this time and quickly arrived at the city where the commissioning unit was located. But the situation here was still somewhat beyond Duan Mu Huai's expectations. Before entering the city, Duan Mu Huai and Mary were required to stand under an ultraviolet lamp, followed by some blood tests. It felt as if the entire city had been put into a state of complete blockade due to some kind of plague. It was not until all this was over that Duan Mu Huai saw a bearded man appear in front of him. Welcome. I'm sorry to have to welcome you in this way. It looks like your situation is really bad. Duan Mu Huai looked around as he spoke. This building was located outside the city, at the entrance and exit of the highway. From the outside, it looked like a toll booth. But inside, it was full of armed guards, who were even wearing heavy riot gear and holding heavy firepower weapons. If the whole city was not still relatively quiet, Duan Mu Huai would even think that the city had entered a state of war. In fact, it's pretty bad. The bearded man looked serious. He nodded to Duan Mu Huai and Mary, then let out a long breath. But I'm still very grateful for your coming. After all, you are the experts in dealing with this situation. Can you tell us the specific situation? No problem at all. The beard also agreed very quickly, and then introduced the situation here to Duan Mu Huai. According to the bearded man, there have always been two non-human races in this city. One is vampires, and the other is werewolves. They are mortal enemies, and always kill each other. This is what Mary said before. These guys fight whenever they meet, and they don't care about the surrounding situation at all, which has led to a surge in shootings in the entire city. In order to avoid letting the public know about the existence of vampires and werewolves and cause panic, they have to treat these as gang fights in exchange for the understanding of the citizens. Of course, the citizens understand, but they don't accept it. Whether it's a fight between vampires and werewolves or a gang fight. Aren't we the ones who get shot? What do your government eat? Citizens are complaining and higher-ups are also unhappy. This is a completely unprovoked disaster. It's basically a scapegoat sent from the sky. So they took the initiative and sent a number of investigators to investigate. Although there were heavy casualties, they finally obtained some clues. According to the informant and the intelligence they obtained, the power of vampires had been rising and suppressing the werewolves some time ago. However, for some unknown reason, there was a civil strife among the vampires, and several elders who led the vampire clan died, and several leaders of the werewolves also died. All of a sudden, both sides were in chaos. Of course, if that were all, then it would have nothing to do with humans. But how did humans get involved? It's very simple. Whether in the vampire or werewolf forces, there have always been forces that attempt to conquer humans. It's just that the bosses of both sides used to be focused on fighting each other, and they believed that it would be very dangerous to provoke humans. So they always suppressed their subordinates. But now that the bosses of both sides are dead, the factions below are naturally starting to stir like wild horses. The first to act were the vampires. After all, vampires are immortal, and they used these excuses to win over many people in the police, political and military circles to stand with them. But the werewolves were not vegetarians either. After being attacked several times by the human forces controlled by vampires, they also began to attack citizens in the city at night. After all, anyone scratched by a werewolf will be infected and become a werewolf. In this way, the werewolf's power will also expand, enough to fight against vampires. Of course, humans cannot tolerate this. You guys are all making trouble here. It seems like you don't take us humans seriously. Right? When humans get angry, they are more ruthless than vampires and werewolves. They first dealt with the traitors who colluded with both sides, and then began to think of ways to deal with these damn bastards. For this reason, the mayor even issued a curfew on the pretext of the recent decline in public security, and ordered the police's special response team to block every entrance and exit of the city. All those trying to enter and leave the city must be exposed to ultraviolet light and undergo biochemical testing to identify whether they are humans, vampires, or werewolves. But unfortunately, this alone is obviously not enough. The power of vampires and werewolves is really strong. Whether it is speed or strength, it is far superior to humans. Even experienced and battle-hardened soldiers cannot keep up with these monsters. The only way is to use large-scale range killing. But it is difficult to cover up the problem. Fortunately, the Inquisition is here to fix things. It's great to have the assistance of the tribunal. After getting Duanmu Huai's promise, the bearded man also breathed a sigh of relief. However, please understand that although we allow you to move around in this city, we still hope that you will try not to disturb normal citizens. Of course, we will continue to enforce the curfew to provide convenience for you. But, I see. Duanmu Huai nodded. He certainly knew what the bearded man meant. This was actually the tacit agreement between the players and the authorities when they were causing trouble in this world. You can do whatever you want with the rest, as long as you can explain it in the end. Of course, the official knows nothing about this. We did not instigate anything, and we were not aware of it. So it has nothing to do with us. Don't worry. It'll be okay. Then, I'll leave it to you. The only thing to be thankful for is that this city is not an international metropolis like Fog City. Otherwise it would be really difficult to deal with. Of course, if it were an international metropolis, there would be no way to issue a curfew. Although I've heard about it, the situation here is worse than I thought. It was already evening when we passed the checkpoint and entered the city. Under the dim sunset glow, apart from the cold street lights, there were only a few people on the street, although it was a curfew. In fact, even patrolling policemen could not be seen. And there were no police cars, because werewolves would attack other people at any time and anywhere. Even the police and the army could only hide in their own garrisons and camps at night to avoid attacks on the other side. After all, there are a large number of weapons and military equipment there. If the vampires and werewolves succeed in attacking them, war might really break out in this city. Mr. Duanmu, how do we find those hidden vampires and werewolves in this city? Looking at the city in front of her, Mary also had a look of uneasiness on her face. Although this place was not an international metropolis, it was also a second-tier city with a large population, many high-rise buildings, and a large area. To be honest, Mary had no idea how to find her target in such a city. Vampires are easy to deal with, but werewolves are a bit more troublesome. Duanmu White glanced around as he spoke. Come on. Let's walk around first. As he spoke, Duanmu White walked forward, and Mary followed him, holding down the hat on her head. The two walked one in front and one behind, and with Duanmu White carrying a suitcase and Mary's outfit, they looked like tourists from other places. The local residents walking on the street occasionally cast doubtful glances at the two, but soon they quickened their pace and continued to move forward. Not long after, as the last ray of sunlight disappeared, the whole city fell into silence and darkness. On both sides of the ancient cobblestone road, only the cold street lamps illuminated the ground, and even the lights of the surrounding residential apartments could not be seen. This was not because no one turned on the lights, but because almost all the windows of the houses were covered with window panels, blinds, and curtains. It feels like the surroundings are deserted. Mary sighed softly while looking at the streets around her. Even if the authorities block the news, citizens are not stupid. Even if they don't know the specific situation, they will understand that the city is not safe at night right now. Duanmu Huai snorted softly. How long are we going to go on like this? Until someone takes the bait. Mr. Duanmu, with all due respect, do you really think anyone will take the bait? Mary looked at Duanmu Huai, who was walking in front of her like a burly man with a black tower, with a complicated expression, and was completely speechless. Ordinary people certainly won't do that. But it's hard to say about werewolves. If they treat me as an ordinary person, they will definitely come to trouble me. Aren't werewolves famous for being savage and stupid? It's normal for them to want to challenge such strong muscles in front of them. Is that so? Mary was confused when she heard Duanmu Huai's answer. Of course. You see, this is delivered to your door. Why? It was then that Mary was surprised to find that in front and behind them, 4 or 5 men dressed like gangsters, with colorful hair, wearing t-shirts and leather jackets, appeared out of nowhere. They did not look like good people at first glance. Hey. Lo. The leading thug was playing with a switchblade in his hand and looking at Duanmu Huai with a smile. Are you here for a trip? TSK. You have really bad luck. You picked an unlucky place. I don't think so. The scenery here looks pretty good. Duanmu Huai put down the suitcase in his hand, then looked coldly at the man in front of him and clenched his fists. Get out of here now, or I'll punish you. Yo, it seems like this brother isn't too afraid of us. Facing Duanmu Huai's threat, the leading man chuckled. Then he suddenly widened his eyes and stared at Duanmu Huai fiercely. Well, how about this? Roar! As the man finished speaking, the next moment, his body suddenly began to swell, quickly tearing the t-shirt he was wearing. His thick body hair began to grow wildly, and his lower jaw stretched forward. In just a blink of an eye, a huge werewolf almost as tall as Duanmu Huai appeared in front of him. Ha. How about it? What do you think now? The werewolf stared at Duanmu Huai triumphantly and spoke again, and Mary was stunned. It was not because of the other party's werewolf transformation, but because this werewolf would actually be fooled by muscles? Why? Staring at Duanmu Huai, the werewolf opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. It was already imagining that the strong man in front of it would tremble in fear, scream, and even kneel down and beg for mercy in front of it. That's right. This is real power, and it is not comparable to your weak bodies. However, what the werewolf saw on Duanmu Huai's face was a cold smile. I never thought that the aliens would be so arrogant and bold. It seems that the situation in this city is indeed not good. Mary! Do it! Chapter 847 Dark Night Killing. Mary! Do it! This was the last sentence Duanmu Huai said. The next moment, the surroundings fell into deathly silence. It's not that there was no sound, because you could see the gangsters opening their mouths and roaring, and transforming into werewolves one by one. But they didn't make any sound, even when they roared. Even when they rushed forward and were grabbed by Duanmu Huai and smashed on the ground by the head, there was still silence. It was as if there was a movie playing on TV and someone pressed the mute button. Silence? That's right. This is exactly what Duanmu Huai and Mary had discussed before coming here. The investigators' actions must not alert the public, so the best way is naturally to keep silent. Fortunately, as a bard, Mary has learned a lot of useful auxiliary spells, and silence is naturally one of the most useful spells. Therefore, even if a fight breaks out on the street like this now, it won't cause the slightest commotion. The werewolves were obviously filled with surprise and fear. They opened their mouths and shouted loudly. But no sound came out. But before the werewolves could figure out what was happening, Duan Mu Huai had already rushed forward. He stretched out his hands and grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the werewolf who had provoked him before, and then suddenly broke the other's twisted and deformed wolf head in half. Seeing their companions being killed, the other werewolves also jumped up and rushed towards Duan Mu Huai. They raised their sharp claws like blades and tore at Duan Mu Huai's body. These claws could even penetrate the heavy explosion-proof suits. Once scratched by a werewolf, the injured person would also become a werewolf in a short time. But this time, they hit a wall. Literally. The sharp claws hit Duan Mu Huai's body, but did not easily tear open the swollen muscles and skin. On the contrary, flames splashed out from it, and the wolves only felt that their claws seemed to hit solid rocks, and could not even leave the slightest scar. At the same time, Duan Mu Huai suddenly spread his arms and grabbed the heads of the two werewolves. The captured werewolves opened their mouths desperately and tried to bite Duan Mu Huai's arms hard, but their teeth could not penetrate the skin and muscles that looked ordinary. On the contrary, the moment they opened their mouths and bit down hard, the sharp teeth of these werewolves broke and flew away. If there had been no silencing spell, the two werewolves would have cried out loudly. They opened their mouths wide and let out silent cries. However, the next moment, as Duan Mu Huai clasped his hands together as if slapping a fly, the two werewolves' heads smashed together and merged into one, becoming indistinguishable from each other. The other werewolf hurriedly braked, but unfortunately Duan Mu Huai had already clenched his fist and punched it, and then the unlucky guy was knocked to the ground. At the same time Duan Mu Huai made his move, the three werewolves behind him revealed their true forms and pounced towards Mary. In their eyes, this girl who looked no different from a rich lady was simply the easiest prey, and was not worth mentioning at all. Then, they immediately realized their stupidity and mistake. Faced with the werewolf that was pouncing on her, Mary did not scream and run away or collapse to the ground like other victims. Instead, she raised the cane in her hand and shook it gently. Then, a light spot like a meteor burst out from it, flew into the sky, and then whistled towards the enemy in front of her. Faced with this attack that seemed like magic or was actually magic, the werewolves were terrified. They hurriedly tried to dodge, but the rain of stars falling from the sky covered the streets on all sides of them. The shining meteors fell like bullets and pierced through their bodies in an instant. Although they suffered unimaginable injuries, the werewolves did not retreat. To them, this was no different from being shot through. The werewolves' tenacity and regeneration ability were not fake. It was not a silver bullet. It was not enough to kill me with just this. Kill her. Enduring the severe pain, the werewolves raised their heads again and looked forward. At the same time, a moonlight sword mixed with coldness flashed by. The invisible sword of light swept across the street, cutting through the werewolves' bodies. Endless ice froze their muscles and blood. Then the werewolves turned into ice and fell to the ground, turning into fragments. Seeing this scene, the last werewolf was terrified. Instead of choosing to fight, it turned around and jumped up, rushed onto the roof along the tiles, then turned around and ran, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. The entire ground was in a mess, with corpses everywhere. Duan Mu Huai walked over to the werewolf that he had knocked down before. Its spine had been completely broken, and now it was lying on the ground, trembling like a dog with a broken spine. Duan Mu Huai spared its life not out of kindness, nor for the purpose of torture. On the contrary, he had a better way. Walking up to the trembling werewolf that couldn't make a sound, Duan Mu Huai reached out and took out the divination instrument, fiddled with it for a while, then stabbed the werewolf in front of him hard, directly into its head. The intense pain made the werewolf open its mouth and want to scream, but it couldn't make any sound. Only its instinctive trembling body and distorted expression proved how much pain it was in at the moment. Duan Mu Huai just stared at the data on the auspicious instrument. After all the data was collected, he pulled out the auspicious instrument and stepped on the trembling werewolf. The world is quiet. Is that enough, Mr. Duan Mu? At this time, Mary also walked to Duan Mu Huai and asked, "It's going well so far. All we need to do next is to conduct a few more tests to ensure the integrity of the data. But I don't need to do that. If you want to find all the werewolves and vampires in a city like this, the first and biggest problem is how to distinguish them from the crowd. Vampires are easy to deal with because they are strictly speaking undead creatures. So Duanmu Huai can lock onto the location of those vampires by simply using spells to detect undead creatures. But werewolves are a bit troublesome. But fortunately, the Inquisition is not without means to deal with these guys. They use the auspicious instrument to collect the vital signs and fluctuations of the werewolves, and then scan and compare them to separate them from humans, thereby locking the location of these guys. Of course, vital signs information is much more troublesome than that of undead creatures. But as long as you collect it a few more times and improve the data, it will be enough to accurately distinguish between humans and werewolves. This kind of thing certainly can't be done by Duanmu Huai alone, which is why he brought a warship and the Night Guard Corps here. The warship will scan the entire planet to locate every vampire and werewolf, and the Night Guard will set off quietly to ensure that these corrupted alien bastards are completely eliminated. The Inquisition will first eliminate those scattered individuals and force them to gather together. Once these guys gather together, they can then completely uproot them and catch them all in one fell swoop. In fact, as early as when Duanmu Huai entered the city, hundreds of night guards had already quietly entered the city on the Inquisition's transport planes and hid themselves. And now, it's time for them to take action. Very good. Looking at the information uploaded from the battleship, Duanmu Huai nodded with satisfaction. Judging from the battleship's scanning results, the influence of werewolves and vampires was limited to this area and had not spread to the entire planet as Duanmu Huai had imagined. Well, considering the Snake Man before, this is understandable. After all, this planet is not very peaceful. There are evil gods and alien life everywhere. Even vampires and werewolves will die if they rashly run to other monsters' territories. But it's better this way. At least it's easier to clean up. First, we'll take care of the werewolves. And then the vampires. We'll try to kill them all within a few days. Duanmu Huai gave the order directly and decisively. Following Duanmu Huai's order, the night guards also began to act. And the nightmare of vampires and werewolves has completely begun. For vampires and werewolves, the night should be their refuge, their world. When the sun sets and night falls, it belongs to these species that live in darkness. But now, everything has changed. What the H, I was that. Everyone was running desperately in the sewer. Their speed was much faster than that of ordinary people. Even the 100-meter champion was not as fast as them. However, behind them, several dark, huge figures were following closely, biting the tails of the group tightly. Could it be that this was created by humans to deal with us? No matter who we are, we have to get out of here. The men running in the front looked pale, and they were running with all their might. They didn't know what the terrifying figure chasing them was. But, just as the group turned the corner, the leading man suddenly stopped, because he saw that at the exit of the passage in front of him, several dark, huge figures completely blocked their way. These damn guys were wearing strange steel armor, with skull patterns inlaid on their chests, and their helmets exuded a cold, scarlet glow, staring at him and others indifferently, without a trace of emotion. I'll fight you. At this moment, the man was also furious. He roared and tore off his clothes. Then, his body began to swell rapidly and turned into a mutated beast, rushing towards the enemy in front of him. He grabbed the opponent's body and tore it desperately. However, the next moment, with a flash of cold light, the mutated monster was completely split in half and fell to the ground. At the same time, the Iron Warriors rushed forward, and the roar lasted only a moment in the sewer, and then it became completely quiet. However, this is only part of the story. Some were killed in their sleep, and some disguised themselves as humans. But they could not escape the pursuit of these night guards. They would smash down the doors, rush in directly, and kill them and their families, whether they were old or young. All werewolves and vampires must die. This was the death order given by Duanmu Huai. There have been several home invasions, robberies and murders in the past 2 days. The bearded man sat across the table, staring at Duanmu Huai and spoke, while the latter shrugged his shoulders. Law and order have deteriorated. Gang shootings have occurred on the streets, and home invasions and murders don't seem to be a big deal. That's right. The bearded man nodded silently. Then he looked at Duanmu Huai. But we cannot allow this to continue for long. Don't worry. I think in a few days, you'll be able to go to the bar and pick up girls leisurely again. That's good. The bearded man was silent for a moment. Due to the deterioration of public security during this period, the city government has decided to declare martial law for the entire city, and intends to launch a capture operation against the gangs that caused all this. We will order everyone to stay at home and wait for the operation to end. That's great. Duanmu Huai certainly understood what Big Beard meant. They must have been to the scene and knew that all those killed were vampires or werewolves. So he came to secretly ask himself how long this situation would last. When Duanmu Huai told Big Beard that the cleanup would be completed soon, Big Beard breathed a sigh of relief and gave a deadline. In fact, Duanmu Huai could also understand it. After all, this situation could not continue for a long time. Although the bearded man did not say it, he knew very well what the other party meant. After the martial law was lifted, the purge must be completely ended. As for what the tribunal did, Big Beard didn't know, nor did he want to know. And Duanmu Huai also acted as if it had nothing to do with it all. As long as the gang war in this city ends after this martial law, it will be enough for ordinary people. And for the special departments, this is the result they want. After all, in this world, the more you know, the faster you die. So sometimes, you don't need to know too much about certain things. And it's okay to guess a little bit. Keeping a distance from each other is the tacit understanding between players and special departments. The bearded man didn't need to ask Duanmu Huai how they locked and killed so many werewolves and vampires in such a short time. He only wanted the result. And nothing else mattered. Don't worry, and have a good sleep. Duanmu Huai stood up and looked at the bearded man. Tomorrow morning, you can go back to work with peace of mind. Chapter 848. The sun began to gradually fall. Melodious piano music echoed in the coffee shop. Mary sat at the table, sipping her coffee and looking out. Through the window, she could enjoy the scenery of the city outside. Looking out, under the setting sun, this ancient city had a charming atmosphere. Of course, if we don't consider the monsters that were ready to move in the dark. It seems the food here is pretty good. Duanmu Huai's voice rang in Mary's ears. She turned around helplessly and saw Duanmu Huai, who was sitting opposite her, picking up a fork and stuffing a piece of cake into his mouth. He did not sit on a wooden chair like Mary, but sat on a large sofa. Duanmu Huai dragged the sofa directly from the lobby of the coffee shop. After all, an ordinary four-cornered chair could not support his weight. The store manager and the waiter pretended not to notice this. After all, they were the only group of customers today, so it didn't matter. I often come to this kind of store in Fog City, Mary said with emotion while stirring the coffee with a spoon. Every day after school, I would come to Madame's shop with Charlie and Angelica, drinking tea, eating snacks and chatting. The shop was always full of couples and families, and everyone would enjoy the leisurely atmosphere and have fun together. But, having said this, Mary glanced at the empty coffee shop lobby. It feels very deserted here. There's nothing we can do. After all, in this situation, the fact that the boss can continue to open the business already shows that he has a conscience. Judging from his craftsmanship, he is indeed conscientious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stay open for so long. Duanmu Huai also commented casually that although he was not a gourmet, he could still tell whether something was delicious or not. At least the cakes and desserts in this store were really good. And the coffee was also quite flavorful. Plus, the fact that the store is still open at this time of year. The boss is pretty persistent. Oh, speaking of this, another one, please. Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and shouted towards the counter. The boss nodded and continued working silently. Mr. Duanmu, this is not the way to enjoy a coffee shop. Seeing Duanmu Huai finish the pastries in front of him in no time, Mary was speechless. It's all the same. Eating is about mood. And how can you fight if you don't have a full stomach? Duanmu Huai naturally didn't care about Mary's complaints. Perhaps because she was born as a young lady. The little girl always had a bit of petty bourgeois sentiment. But for Duanmu Huai, whether it was a coffee shop or a beef noodle restaurant, it was the same. As long as it could fill my stomach. Girls all like this. And also likes to drink tea and chat with Gulia. It seems that the two of them don't eat much. I don't understand what's the point of just drinking tea and chatting. It's just like us men bragging while drinking beer. Right? I don't think it's the same thing. Thinking of those rude men she saw in the pub, laughing and waving their wine glasses, Mary broke out in a cold sweat. How could this be compared to the afternoon tea time she had with Charlie and the others? I think so. Duanmu Huai curled his lips. Men like to brag. Women like to gossip. And drinking something to moisten your throat will make the conversation more enjoyable. Isn't it? Why? Mary knew that it was impossible for her to convince Duanmu Huai. So she sighed silently and looked at the scenery outside again. Mr. Duanmu, is it really right for us to do this? What do you want to say? Those werewolves and vampires. Maybe we can not only kill them, but also capture them and find a way to rescue them. It is indeed possible. But this is not the way the Inquisition does it. Duanmu Huai stuffed the last piece of cake into his mouth, then took a sip of coffee and swallowed it in one gulp. The Inquisition is not a charity. Mary, we are not the police, let alone the court. We will not consider the motives or reasons of these guys. We only recognize the results, no matter whether they were transformed into alien monsters voluntarily or forced. No matter how pitiful their life stories are, their existence itself poses a threat to mankind, so they must be purified and eliminated. For us, the Inquisition, the facts are that simple. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. I know this too. But every time I see people begging for mercy from us, I can't bear to do it. This is normal. Eh? Is this normal? Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Mary looked at him in surprise with wide eyes. I thought you would say I was weak or something. Mr. Duanmu, isn't that the case for all people? Everyone has different ideas and opinions. As long as you know the priorities, there won't be a big problem. I've killed a lot of people along the way, but I know exactly why I'm fighting. And aliens are absolutely not allowed to exist. I can't be as strong as you, Mr. Duanmu. Mary lowered her eyes and sighed, while Duanmu Huai chuckled and reached out to pat her on the head. You are strong enough. Is that so? Yes. You know you were soft-hearted, but you didn't give up. It's a good thing to recognize your own weaknesses. It's better than some egomaniacs. If you cry and tell me that it's terrible, and you can't stand it, and don't want to do it anymore, then you are a real coward. Then, Mr. Duanmu. Mary looked at Duanmu Huai curiously, and this ferocious face seemed to be full of emotion at this moment. Why are you able to continue? I mean all of this, destroy the evil gods, destroy the aliens, fight for the Inquisition. Sorry, I don't know how to put this, but I want to know, why did you start doing this? Hearing Mary's question, Duanmu Huai fell silent. At this moment, the waiter came over with a brand new meal, placed it in front of Duanmu Huai, and then left carefully. Technically, I don't want to die. Why? I have to say, this answer really went beyond Mary's expectations. She had thought she would hear a more profound answer like for the survival of mankind. Don't you think it's incredible? Looking at Mary's slightly surprised expression, Duanmu Huai laughed. Yes, to be honest, I think you have taken a lot of risks, Mr. Duanmu. In my opinion, you have even put yourself in danger several times. What am I afraid of? I've traveled through time and space, and I have the aura of a protagonist. Why would I be afraid of dying? Why? Okay, just kidding. Duanmu Huai picked up the fork, picked up another piece of cake, and put it into his mouth. To be honest, at the beginning, I really just wanted to survive. After all, so many things threatened my life. If I didn't work hard, I would be finished sooner or later. It's still the same now. The power of the Inquisition is not enough to fight the ultimate enemy. Once they recover completely, the entire galaxy will be finished. By then, I will have nowhere to hide. I can only accept the fate of either fighting them to the death or surrendering and waiting to die. So I need strength. I need to strengthen the Inquisition. I need more power to fight them. Having said that, Duanmu Huai took another sip of coffee. The second point is simpler. Maybe. I think I am good at doing this. Hearing this, Mary was somewhat confused, while Duanmu Huai smiled self-deprecatingly. Can you imagine me wearing a white shirt, sitting in an office as a salaryman? Well, looking at Duanmu Huai, Mary thought for a moment, then shook her head dejectedly. Even if she is the imagination of her as a blooming poet and writer, it is impossible to imagine such a man with a fierce man with 8 abdominal muscles. And he will sit at the desk honestly. To be honest, Mary felt that if the boss touched the fish to scold him because of Duanmu Huai at work, Duanmu Huai would directly pick up the keyboard on the table to smash the opponent's face. On the contrary, the image of him wearing iron armor and wielding a hammer charging on the battlefield has been deeply rooted in people's minds. And this is the first thing Mary thought of. So you see, maybe I'm good at this. Duanmu Huai spread his hands. In his original world, he couldn't even find a job and could only do fake orders. Perhaps Duanmu Huai had thought about doing a similar job at that time. But unfortunately, the environment in that world didn't give him this opportunity. And now, he feels that he may be born to do this. He rushed to the battlefield, waved the warhammer, and smashed everything blocked in front of him. Perhaps he is indeed suitable to be a judge. Alright. Duanmu Huai finished the last piece of cake, put the money on the table, and then stood up. The time has come, and we should take action. Hearing Duanmu Huai's speech, Mary turned her head. Under her gaze, I saw that the sky that was still clear is already dark clouds, and the cold wind whistled. Immediately afterwards, heavy rain came down. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of lightning coming through the wall seemed unusually dull, and the luxurious hall was dead silent. This was originally a place of luxury and enjoyment. Every night, countless handsome men and beautiful women would appear here, enjoying the supreme pleasure from the senses. But now, there was only a cold and stiff atmosphere here. Dark figures were sitting or standing, their eyes fixed on the TV in the room. On the TV, a news anchor was reporting the news. In view of the chaotic situation, the government will launch a crackdown on gangster forces. From now on, the entire city will be under martial law. No one is allowed to go out without permission. Otherwise, they will be regarded as suspects and arrested. Humanity's actions are becoming more and more obvious. An old man with gray hair stood up and glared at his compatriots around him. This is all due to your stupid behavior. They will never allow us to exist. Once we are exposed, we will only face catastrophic disaster. So many years have passed. Don't you understand this? It is impossible for us to build a city that belongs only to us. And we can't rule everything. But we have nowhere to turn back now. At this moment, another young man stood up. Humanity obviously wants to wipe us out completely. We must fight back. No. We should retreat and leave here. Leave here? How do we leave? Use a secret passage? Humans have blocked the entire city. They won't give us a chance. I'm more curious about how they found us. At this time, another woman spoke. Many of our compatriots have lost contact. Not only them. I also heard that many werewolves have been eliminated. And even their bases have been completely destroyed. How do humans identify us? If they can lock our location and find us easily, then we can't escape pursuit no matter where we hide. Right? Hearing the woman's question, the others fell silent. As the woman said, every day these days, vampires have lost contact with the secret caves they used to hide in. I don't know if they left or were eliminated. Of course, I hope it's the former. If it's the latter, then their situation will be quite bad. Maybe we should. Boom. However, before the words were finished, there was a heavy noise outside, which made everyone stunned. And then I saw the man who had just quarreled with the old man hurriedly picked up the walkie-talkie. What's wrong? What happened outside? Answer me? However, on the other side of the intercom, there was dead silence. At the same time, heavy footsteps were heard from outside the door. Boom, boom, boom. The footsteps are not loud and not fast, but it seems to have some kind of magic, restraining the actions of everyone present. They seem to have become sculptures even, and they can only turn their heads and stare at the door, waiting for that almost unavoidable moment to arrive. Boom! Under the gaze of everyone, the heavy and luxurious door was smashed open, and then a tall man wearing steel armor and holding a war hammer walked in. Hey, good evening, everyone. Duanmu Huai took off his helmet and looked at the vampires in front of him fiercely, revealing a hideous smile. Just seeing this devilishly terrifying face, even the vampires were terrified. Their bodies began to tremble, and all their strength disappeared, although they had died long ago. Now, they seemed to once again clearly feel that death and destruction were like a flood, appearing in front of them with unmatched momentum. At this moment, they could only hear Duanmu Huai's cold, low voice. I'm sorry, but it's time for your party to end. Chapter 849. It's hard to fly even if you have wings. The two sides met for only a moment, and the next moment, gunshots rang out. Duh. The vampires raised their guns and pulled the triggers, madly pouring their bullets at Duanmu Huai in front of them. However, their bullets only hit Duanmu Huai's armor, causing a little fire, and then disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Duanmu Huai clenched the war hammer. It's really disappointing. As vampires, your fighting style is neither elegant nor beautiful, and you even forego such an extremely glorious method as close combat. Then, your existence has no value at all. With an angry roar, Duanmu Huai rushed forward suddenly, and the warhammer in his hand drew an arc and smashed directly into the chest of a vampire. Then he continued to swing forward with the vampire, raised it high, and then smashed it hard at the enemy in front of him. Boom! The vampire's corpse smashed into the corpse, smashing the enemy in front of him into a bloody paste. Duanmu Huai continued to stride forward without stopping. The rain of bullets hit him, but it did not stop him at all. Madness! A vampire turned around and tried to run, but Duanmu Huai swung the hammer in his hand and crushed it directly against the wall. At the same time, he raised his hands, and the next moment, 2 vampires on the terrace were sucked over, and then their heads were easily smashed by Duanmu Huai's clenched iron fist. At the same time, other night guards rushed in from all directions, holding power swords, and chopped all the vampires, who were still struggling and resisting, into pieces. You're not worthy of being called a vampire? Your existence is really worthless. Looking at the body around, Duanmu Huai shook his head speechlessly. When he heard Mary said, he also fantasized that a war with the vampire came to a war. After all, the vampire could turn into a fog, can become a bat, and manipulated blood and black magic. At least it was quite handsome. Well, Duanmu Huai admitted that he wanted to have a battle experience similar to that of Dracula, the final boss in Castlevania. What a turn it is! These guys can't do anything except suck blood and turn into disgusting monsters. This is not as good as the dependence of the lower-level evil gods. It's about the same level as those murlocs in Innsmouth. Really boring. Duanmu Huai silently leaned his lips, then pressed the terminal in his hand. Mary, how are you doing? Most of the werewolves have been wiped out. Mr. Duanmu? Currently, the night guards are clearing out the remaining resistance. As if to verify Mary's words, there were still beasts like Roar over there. Hey, the 2 of us should really change. Just come and clean up the vampire. What's the problem? These birdmen can't fight in close combat. They can only shoot with guns. What kind of vampires are they? If this kind of thing were made into a vampire movie, I'm afraid no one would watch it. At least the werewolves can transform and fight you to their heart's content. What kind of vampires are they? Mary was speechless when she heard Duanmu Huai's complaint. But she had long known about Duanmu Huai's fanatical attitude towards close combat. According to Duanmu Huai's words, it would not feel right if he didn't chop it down with his own hands. Of course, as an elegant lady, Mary said that she was still not interested in this kind of flesh-and-flesh combat. Also, I found a clue. Clue? Yes. According to what is written here, it seems that a united force has emerged among the werewolves and vampires. They have gathered and are preparing to flee the city. The only ones left here are the conservative factions that are unwilling to unite. Where is the location? Pier 12. I have passed now. And you also go to Wharf 12 to meet me. This time, I will completely kill the bastard. Yes. After giving the order, Duanmu Huai picked up the war hammer again and strode out. No wonder he said that this place, as the lair of vampires, seemed to have fewer people. Now it seems that more than half of them have run away. But, you want to run? It depends on whether we give you a chance. The rain keeps falling. The whole city was shrouded in heavy rain, and even the lights on the roadside became extremely dim. The black-haired woman in a windbreaker rushed across the rooftops, like a ghost, and moved forward. Something is not right. The black-haired woman looked around, tightly gripping her weapon. As a death walker of the vampire clan, she had participated in battles more than once, and even confronted the vampire elders. But none of the battles were as dangerous as the one tonight. The humans were obviously well prepared. They raided the dens of werewolves and vampires at the same time, ruthlessly killing all the aliens. No secret den escaped the search of humans, and they had completely uprooted all the vampires and werewolves. The current situation is very clear. The only way out is to unite. But most vampires are still stubborn and have a hatred with werewolves for hundreds of years, and are unwilling to join forces to fight even when facing a powerful enemy. Now only a small number of people, who see the situation clearly, are willing to join forces to escape from here. But can you really escape? She is not sure. But maybe humans are unwilling to make trouble. So even if she has undergone martial laws, she can't see a few people on the street. Or, it is convenient to do it. This idea flickered in the woman's mind. She shook her head, and continued to fly forward. Thunder and lightning flashed, and heavy rain poured down. At the same time, the woman had already arrived at an alley not far from the dock. She could see a somewhat shabby fishing boat parked at the dock, drifting with the roaring sea, and around it, dozens of people were carrying supplies to the boat. Among them, she saw a face that she was familiar with and loved. Just a few more steps, and she would be able to meet her lover. However, at this moment, the woman suddenly stopped and stared ahead vigilantly. As she watched, she saw a girl holding an umbrella slowly walking out of the shadow beside the alley, blocking her way. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder and lightning flashed, and pale lightning flashed, illuminating the alley, and the woman saw the iconic face and long golden hair of the girl opposite her, as well as the strange gold and blue eyes. "Let me get through." The woman stretched out her hand to hold her handle, staring at the girl in front of her, while the latter shook her head. "Sorry, I'm human, and you are a vampire." "Really?" Although the answer of the girl seems a bit uncomfortable, the woman also understands that this is between humans and vampires. You die and I live alive. No party will retreat. The war of races is a matter of life and death, not victory or defeat. At this moment, the woman picked up the gun and aimed at the human girl in front of her, and then deducted the trigger. Boom! The sound of gunfire sounded and disappeared in the pouring rain. However, the girl still supported the umbrella and stood there. What happened? Seeing this scene, the woman frowned. As a vampire, her senses were naturally very sensitive. She could see very clearly that at the same time she fired the gun, the opponent just moved slightly and avoided her attack. But how is this possible? If the other party is also a vampire, with the same speed and reaction as himself, it is not unreasonable. But the problem is that from the girl's actions, she is indeed just an ordinary person. Her reaction just now is not like the super fast reaction of a vampire. Instead, it is more like foresight, as if she knew from the beginning that he would aim at her chest and shoot at that time. Although a little surprised, the woman did not hesitate. She just took out two guns with her left hand, aimed at the girl and attacked again. Bang, 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 bang. Bullets were fired one after another. With the speed and reaction of the woman as a vampire, it should be easy for her to kill a mortal. However, facing the woman shooting, the girl on the opposite side just took a few steps, and all the woman's attacks were in vain. What the hell is this girl? Soon, the magazines of the woman's double guns were all empty, but the girl still stood firmly in place, staring at her. The woman gritted her teeth, threw away the double guns in her hands, and then suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the other party. Now is not the time to get entangled with this strange human girl. As long as you leave here, you can reunite with your lover. Thinking of this, the woman stepped on the ground and leaped up, swinging her hands forward at the same time. Two things that looked like flying knives flew out from her hands and flew directly towards the girl. The girl seemed to be attracted by the woman's attack and changed direction for a moment. Fell into a trap. Seeing this scene, the woman was delighted. She had no intention of getting entangled with the other party. Instead, she kicked the wall again, stood up instantly, passed the girl and rushed towards the dock. If only I could reach that place. The bitter chill flashed instantly. It was completely an instinct from hundreds of years of fighting that made the woman subconsciously turn around. And then she saw a blade of light almost brushing past her. Even she, a vampire, could feel the surrounding coldness. The raindrops around her turned directly into ice cubes and hit the woman, causing her to scream and fall to the ground. What? The woman fell to the ground heavy. At this moment, even the rainwater on the ground had condensed into ice cubes, firmly frozen her body in it, and the woman raised her head. Then she saw the sword of light that looked huge than her in the hands of the girl in front of her. Sorry. That's it. As she spoke, the girl raised the lightsaber in her hand. Seeing this scene, the woman smiled bitterly and closed her eyes. I'm sorry, Michael. I'm afraid I can't go on with you. Then, the blade of light fell, and the alley returned to peace again. Boom, boom, boom. The rainstorm was getting heavier, and the waves were rising. The blond man standing on the dock kept looking at the street in the distance, ignoring his wet face. He hoped that the person he loved would emerge from the pouring rain and come into his arms in the next moment. However, in his eyes, there was still only darkness. Saralyn, where on earth have you been? The man called again, but still no one answered. Michael, what are you waiting for? It's time for us to set off. If we don't leave now, when the weather gets better, Those humans will come looking for us, and we won't be able to leave. At this time, the people on the fishing boat also stuck their heads out and shouted loudly. Hearing this, the man hesitated. You guys go ahead. I'm going to find Sarilyn. What the hell are you talking about? I'm not leaving. You guys go. Quickly. Damn it. Seeing that the man had made up his mind, the people on the boat stopped talking and turned their heads back. Then the man saw the fishing boat slowly start to move, preparing to leave the dock. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A dazzling beam of light broke through the thick clouds and roared down, hitting the fishing boat that was about to leave. Boom! The next moment, accompanied by a deafening explosion, a stream of air whizzed past, directly swept the man up, and then fell heavily to the ground. Aah! The man was thrown unconscious before he could even react to what was happening. If he were a human, he would have died long ago. But fortunately, he was not human. Here, what's going on? When the man stood up while enduring the pain, he was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. He saw that the original dock had completely disappeared, leaving only a large round pit. White steam was spreading under the extremely high temperature. Even he could feel the heat burning his skin. The seawater inside was rolling non-stop, like boiling water. What on earth is? Just as the man was stunned, not knowing how to react, a cold voice appeared behind him. What a shame! If you had just gotten on board, I wouldn't have to waste any more time. The man turned his head and saw an extremely tall warrior wearing black steel armor standing behind him. His helmet was emitting a scarlet glow, and he was staring at him coldly. Did you do this? That's right. Almost all the monsters in this city are dead. You're the only one left. You lowly alien bastard. Really? But I can't die here. As he spoke, the man took off his leather jacket and roared loudly. Then his body began to twist, deform, and stretch, turning into a strange and distorted creature that looked like a combination of a bat and a wolf. A low-shaped hybrid. Looking at the dirty mixed-blood monster in front of him, Duanmu Huai clenched his fists. Go to H.L. Chapter 850 Far East. The plane crossed the sea and flew into the distance. Duanmu Huai leaned back in his chair, looked at the scenery outside the porthole, and then stretched. How boring. I have to travel so far this time. Never mind. It's all the same. Mary, tell me what's going on over there. Ah. Yes. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Mary nodded, then took out a document and opened it. This is an invitation from the Far East Special Countermeasures Bureau. They are currently tracking down and eliminating the monsters called ghouls in the country. The letter said that the Inquisition performed well in the battle against vampires and werewolves in Western Europe, so they hope to get our assistance. Are the ghouls they're talking about the same kind we encountered? Duanmu Huai and Mary had seen zombies several times in the American continent and the Fog City. They were basically skinny creatures that looked like walking human spiders. They were quite strange, but not very threatening. It seems a little different. Mary turned the page. They also sent a report on the ghouls along with the letter. Here it is. Oh! Duanmu Huai reached out, took the report that Mary handed over and started flipping through it. From this investigation report, the ghouls encountered in the Far East are obviously completely different from those encountered by Duanmu Huai and Mary. According to the report, the ghouls in the Far East are almost the same as humans on weekdays, and there is no problem at all. They are not sensitive to sunlight and ultraviolet rays like vampires. They have physical fitness far beyond that of humans, and when they eat or activate their abilities, their eyes will turn red, which is called red eyes. These ghouls have organs called kagoon in their bodies, which appear when they hunt or fight, and are considered their unique offensive and defensive weapons. According to the classification of the Countermeasures Bureau, they are divided into 4 categories: Feather Kagoon, Armor Kagoon, Scale Kagoon, and Tail Kagoon. But no matter what, the special abilities of these ghouls are very strange. But they are not at the level of magic. Strictly speaking, they are more like superpowers. Well, it looks like this thing should be more fun than that vampire. Duanmu Huai flipped through the report and casually threw it to Mary. Mary took the document, put it away again, and then looked at Duanmu Huai in confusion. Mr. Duanmu, although it's not nice to say this, but for something of this magnitude, you shouldn't have to personally take action. Right? Mary has been fighting with Duanmu Huai for some time, and knows that Duanmu Huai will leave some small problems to other people to solve. In fact, Mary came to ask for help this time, just hoping to get some assistance. She didn't expect Duanmu Huai to come in person. Of course, if Duanmu Huai took action, these guys would be vulnerable. But Mary always felt that this was a bit like using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. Obviously, I could just send some night guards to help me. Other worlds can. But not yours. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. Why? You should know that the Inquisition's greatest enemy is the evil god. Yes, I listened to Mr. Duanmu. You said, frankly speaking, there are more tricky things in your world than them. Why? Hearing this, Mary was shocked and looked at Duanmu Huai in surprise. Is that true? Of course. Those evil gods can only cause trouble in the Milky Way at best. But those who have set their sights on your world use the entire universe as their territory to roam around. Otherwise, why do you think I don't allow others to come to this world? It's actually like this. Mary was quite surprised to hear Duanmu Huai's answer. Indeed, Duanmu Huai had once specifically ordered that no one could go to Mary's world without his permission. Mary was quite confused at the time. After all, other worlds could be entered and exited at will. So why did only her own world need special care? Now Mary finally understood. You have done a lot of commissions in this world. And you must have seen some stupid idiots buy some weird-shaped statues from some weird stalls. Take them home. And then be mentally contaminated and become some kind of believer. Yes. That's correct. I'm afraid of this. 2. If someone accidentally brings something related to those guys to the Inquisition, then we will all be exposed to the other side. The Inquisition does not have the ability to deal with two forces at the same time. Having said that, Duanmu Huai yawned. So, I have to come here in person. At least with your and my strength. We still have a chance of winning against those guys. But others may fall into their trap without knowing it. So direct physical isolation is the best way. Therefore, it is best for me to solve all the problems in this world in person. You may think it is just a primary task of running errands. But you may encounter a troublesome hidden boss. Hearing Duanmu Huai's complaints, Mary also swallowed her saliva. Is this really okay? Most of the time. Your golden eyes can solve most problems. So I feel comfortable letting you come and go. If there is anything unusual, you will definitely find it immediately. Then, what if I don't have golden eyes? Well, just to be on the safe side, I will definitely not interact with this world again. I see. Facing Duanmu Huai's answer, Mary only felt relieved deeply in her heart. But soon, she was stunned. Why do I feel so relaxed? Is it because Mr. Duanmu will stay by my side? No way. Thinking of this, Mary couldn't help but secretly glance at Duanmu Huai. Although Mr. Duanmu looks fierce, if you think about it carefully, he has always been very good to me and has helped me a lot. I feel very safe with him. No matter what kind of danger I encounter, I don't seem to be afraid. But what exactly is this feeling? Could it be? No. 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 That shouldn't be the case. After all, the type I like is that kind of. What kind of men do I like? Mary found that she had never thought about this question before. Well, it looks like we're here. As Duanmu Huai spoke, Mary came to her senses and realized that they had crossed the sea and arrived at the land on the other side. When Duanmu Huai and Mary got off the plane, the people who greeted them were already waiting there. First meet. The person who appeared in front of the two men was a man with a sturdy build. Although not as strong as Duanmu Huai, he also looked very strong. I am Kotaro Amon, the first-class investigator of the Special Measures Bureau. Are you Mr. Duanmu Huai and Miss Mary Clarissa Christie from the Court of Inquisition? That's right. Duanmu Huai nodded, and Yaman Kotaro also respectfully bowed to the two of them. Please follow me. Perhaps taking Duanmu Huai's body size into consideration, a van was prepared for them. Although it was a bit compact for Duanmu Huai, at least he could sit in it. Besides them, there was another person inside. Hey, Lo. You little guys from the Inquisition. A thin-looking man with white hair and wearing a coat sat in the back seat with a smile on his face. He waved at the two of them, then narrowed his eyes and looked at Duanmu Huai. TSK. 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 Seeing you like this, I thought you might be one of those damn monsters. From what you said, you have a way to distinguish between humans and ghouls? Duanmu Huai didn't care about the other party's tone. Although there was no welcome party, and it looked like they were going to start work right away. This was more to Duanmu Huai's liking. After sitting on the plane for more than 10 hours, people were already tired. It would be nice to hit their heads a few times to wake them up. This is Senior Investigator Mato Curio. My partner. Yaman Kotaro also introduced himself to Duanmu Huai and others. Then sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, and drove forward. I'm sorry. I should have given you two a proper welcome. But we in the Special Countermeasures Bureau have our own way. Investigator Mato chuckled and looked at Duanmu Huai and Mary. I heard that you two are very good at this job. Of course. That's why we're here. Very good. Investigator Mato nodded and opened the laptop at hand. Since we are going hunting, let's show you how our Special Countermeasures Bureau works. Then, he spoke. Chapter 851 Investigation. According to Inspector Mato, the movements of these ghouls have become increasingly unstable recently. With District 11 as the center, their activities of hunting humans have become more frequent and rampant. And even several investigators have been killed by them. Although it is unknown what these ghouls are planning, it is clear that a large-scale conflict between ghouls and humans is about to come. This is why the Special Countermeasures Bureau invited the Inquisition to assist them. At the moment, Inspectors Mato and Amon are tracking down the S-Class ghouls. According to reports, a few months ago, Jason, the S-Class ghoul from District 13, had contact with Daiku, the S-Class ghoul from District 20, and they found some strange items left by Jason. As the ghoul activities in the city are becoming more active, they believe this may be a precursor to some kind of event. Therefore, the Special Countermeasures Bureau began to search for those powerful high-level ghouls and tried to get clues from them. That's why Amon and Mato went to Area 20 to search for information about Oku and Jason. Of course, since most ghouls were masked to hide their true faces, it is actually difficult for investigators to identify ghouls even face to face. But it doesn't matter. They have their own ways. Just like now. Accompanied by a scream, a man in a pullover suddenly emerged from the shadows, opened his mouth, and pounced towards the hunched figure in front of him. It's like a wild beast in the jungle, or a greedy hyena. He, however, facing the enemy who jumped up from behind and pounced on him like a wild beast. The hunched man just sneered. Then he turned around and suddenly raised his hand and waved it. The next moment, the man fell headfirst to the ground. I see. Lure the snake out of its hole. It was not until then that Duanmu Huai, Mary and Inspector Yaman appeared from the other side of the alley and walked up to the man. From the outside, this guy is almost the same as a human, except that the whites of his eyes are black and the pupils are red. The previous blow tore his body cleanly and fragmentarily. If Inspector Mato had not shown mercy, he would have become a corpse long ago. Yes, these guys are like hungry wild dogs. Investigator Mato raised his head with a cold smile and looked at the trembling ghoul on the ground. For them, human flesh has a sweet taste like hamburger flesh. So as long as there is a chance, they will never let go of the opportunity to enjoy free meals. At this point, Investigator Mato raised his head and winked at Amon, who stepped forward and took out an evidence bag from his arms, which contained something similar to a vice. Do you know what this is? Well, what? The corpse in front of him seemed to be completely scared by the two, looking at them dumbly, not knowing what to say. I'll just ask again. Have you seen anything similar to this? I don't know. What is that? Hearing the ghoul's answer, Investigator Mato sighed. Did it fail? But that's normal. So, as he spoke, Investigator Mato raised his hand, and at this moment, Duanmu Huai spoke, etc. Oh, what's the matter? Is this guy no longer useful to you? That's right. Then, if you don't mind, let me use it. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai took out the divination instrument from his arms. This is, as long as our Inquisition's gadget can read the physical characteristics and fluctuations of ghouls, it will search for similar things. Although it's good to lure them out, I think it would be more interesting if we could pull them out directly. Right? This is really... Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Investigator Jinhu widened his eyes in surprise and looked at the divination instrument in Duanmu Huai's hand with interest. I didn't expect you guys to have something as good as this. Well, I'll leave it to you. As he spoke, Inspector Jinhu stepped back, while Duanmu Huai took a step forward and looked coldly at the ghoul lying on the ground. At this moment, the latter was already trembling all over and terrified. Wait. What do you want to do? No. However, before the corpse's words were finished, Duanmu Huai raised the bird bite and inserted it directly into his brain. Woo! At this moment, the ghoul's eyes suddenly widened. His eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. His whole body twisted uncontrollably. Fishy-smelling liquid and dark yellow color emerged from between his thighs, and a whimpering scream came from his throat. Then, he shook his legs like a dying frog. And then, he was completely dead. It was not until then that Duanmu Huai pulled out the divination instrument that was covered with brain matter and checked the parameters on it. How? The basic parameters have been collected. Duanmu Huai raised his head and pressed the button of the divination instrument. The next moment, a radar-like image appeared on it, and then a light spot was flashing not far away. It looks like, according to the scans, there should be another ghoul near us. Oh! This is really a good thing. Seeing this scene, Investigator Mato's eyes lit up. And then he opened his mouth and revealed a hideous smile. Let's go! It looks like this evening will be very busy. It must be said that for Duanmu Huai, working with the investigators was also a very new thing. Because in the West, most members of the special departments are more responsible for the backstage, and the really difficult work is left to the investigators. But it is obviously different here. The investigators will also face the battle of the ghouls. Of course, relying solely on human weapons is not enough to defeat these monsters, whose bodies are far stronger than humans. But for humans, the most important thing is never the body but the mind. These ghouls have something called Hezid in their bodies. Simply put, this thing is the source of the ghouls' power. These investigators take out the Hezid from the bodies of the killed ghouls and make them into weapons with special powers. And such weapons can naturally break through the physical defenses of the zombies. This proves once again that humans are the top predators in the world. Not only that, they are also excellent as investigators. Is this the place? Looking at the tin house not far away, Duanmu Huai asked, and Investigator Jinhu beside him nodded. That's right. According to the information provided by those rubbish, this thing can only be made by the doctors here. Hee. I never thought that ghouls actually need doctors. It's quite interesting, isn't it? So we are waiting now. This thing was found at the place where Jason and Okiro met. Investigator Mato shook the plastic bag in his hand. That is to say, as long as we keep our eyes on this place, we will definitely be able to find one of them. Is this the S-rank ghoul you mentioned? It sounds like it's in a bit of trouble. Do you need our help? Duanmu Huai moved his hands as he spoke. No. Please just stand aside and watch with this young lady. Although I'm sorry, I don't intend to give up the prey I have obtained to others. I understand. If you can't handle it, I'll take action. Hearing Investigator Mato's answer, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders and stepped back with Mary. Boom! At this moment, suddenly, the wall of the tin house in front of them suddenly broke. And then a man flew out wailing and landed at the feet of the two investigators. He was a man wearing a white coat and a stethoscope. No matter how you looked at him, he was just an ordinary doctor. If you passed by him on the street, no one would think he was a man-eating monster. However, he was not the target that Mato and Amon were waiting for. It seems that we really don't wait for nothing. Yaman Jun. Investigator Mato raised his head and stared at the hole in front of him, only to see a tall man with blonde hair, a strong build, and wearing a white suit walking out of it. Jason. Investigator Mato stared at the man in front of him and whispered to himself. Then the box next to him opened, revealing a strange, sword-like object. That was Mato's weapon, made by the Kagoon, a weapon specifically used against ghouls. Let's see what the big shot in District 13 is capable of. The next moment, Mato and Amon raised their weapons and rushed towards the man in front of them. True households in Yamen are quite excellent search officers. Duanmu Huai and Mary had already discovered this in the process of getting along with them. At least when facing ordinary ghouls, they could easily defeat them. Although their bodies and reactions were not as good as those of ghouls, they could still compete with them with the help of their special weapons and experience. But the big guy in front of him was obviously of a different level. Under the joint attack of Mato and Amon, he was still able to put his hands in his pockets and dodge with ease. Looking like I don't know what an opponent is. After all, Amon was still inexperienced and was kicked away by the opponent after a short fight. Mato continued to fight with the man in front of him, but soon his sword missed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the ghoul sneered and pounced towards Mato. However, just as the ghoul pounced on Mato, the sword in Mato's hand suddenly split, and then it bounded as if to attack, and then suddenly closed. Success? Seeing this scene, the Real House search officer was also secretly happy. But things were completely out of his expectations. Just as the split blades closed again and were about to tear the man in front of him into pieces, strange wings suddenly appeared behind the man. They turned into shields, blocking the blades that were trying to lock, and then completely shattered them. Wha! The next moment, the search officer of the Real household also flew away and fell on the ground heavily. That's all. The time has come. So, as he spoke, the ghoul glanced around. However, when he saw Mary standing not far away, his eyes suddenly widened. What is this? This smell? Why does it smell so tempting? As he spoke, the ghoul opened his mouth, and he looked as if he had seen a delicious meal, and he couldn't help but drool. Alas! When Mary noticed the other person's gaze that seemed to want to lick her clean all over, she couldn't help but shudder and hurriedly took a step back, while Duanmu Huai whistled. Oh! By the way, I forgot. To the monsters in this world, you are no different from Tang Monk's flesh. You are mine. Before he finished his words, the zombie suddenly flashed and pounced in front of Mary. He opened his arms, and the 4 tentacle-like wings behind him spread out. Let me enjoy your taste. Woman! However, at the moment the corpse opened his mouth, the moment he tried to bite at Mary, Duanmu Huai punched out and flew out directly. Your opponent is me, lowly bastard. Looking at the big ghoul lying on the ground, Duanmu Huai waved his hands and clenched his fists, and Mary quickly retreated behind him. It was not that Mary could not beat the big guy in front of her, but his eyes were too disgusting. Just being stared at by him, it felt like his eyes had turned into a tongue that kept licking her skin. No girl could stand this feeling. Not to mention that the other party really wants to eat her. Well, literally. That's even less acceptable. Who are you? At this moment, the big zombie also stood up and glared at Duanmu Huai fiercely. I'm not interested in a disgusting and unpalatable guy like you. Get out of here! As the ghoul roared, the 4 tentacles behind him, like wings, extended again and pierced directly into Duanmu Huai's body. Seeing this scene, even Inspectors Jinhu and Yaman looked solemn. They knew how powerful this thing was. Even if they were not wearing special armor, a blow from an S-level ghoul would be enough to completely penetrate their bodies and even be torn into pieces. However, what happened next was an unimaginable scene. The powerful tentacle that stretched out from the back of the zombie, which was strong enough to split concrete in 2, stopped in front of Duanmu Huai's clothes, as if it had hit a thick city wall and could not move forward at all. At the same time, a voice sounded. Who do you say disgusting and unpalatable? Duanmu Huai raised his head with a cold expression. He stretched out his hand and directly grasped the 4 tentacles that were stabbing at him. The sharp edges didn't even scratch the skin on Duanmu Huai's hands, and he just held them tightly in his hands. Do you think you are so good to see? You are low and ugly. The next moment, Duanmu Huai roared. His muscles suddenly pulled back with force, pulling the ghoul in front of him directly into the air. Duanmu Huai grabbed the tentacles tightly and threw them hard. The ghoul flew towards Duanmu Huai like a yo-yo that was caught and thrown. Obviously, this scene was completely beyond the ghoul's expectations. He had never imagined that this man without a Kagun weapon, who looked like an ordinary human being, would actually possess a power far greater than his own. Go to death. Low species. Duanmu Huai clenched his right fist and punched the ghoul in the face. With a crisp sound of fracture, the entire skull of the ghoul was smashed into pieces by Duanmu Huai's blow. His face quickly twisted and deformed, his skin and flesh torn, and in the blink of an eye his head became like a rotten, sunken watermelon. But this is clearly not the end. Just you? Duanmu Huai punched out again, knocking the ghoul to the ground. Then he stepped on the opponent and lifted him up with both hands. You are a man-eating monster? How dare you speak nonsense to me? Duanmu Huai roared and raised his hands with force. He then pulled the 4 tentacles behind the zombie out from his spine, just like pulling a leaf out from the ground with its roots. Aha! For ghouls, their Kagun and tentacles are their roots, and Duanmu Huai's attack was like tearing out their hearts. Even the terrible S-level ghoul screamed uncontrollably. However, Duanmu Huai turned a deaf ear to it. He threw away the soft tentacles in his hand, then stretched out his right hand and stretched it directly towards the ghoul's back. His fingers, like iron pliers, tore through the ghoul's skin and muscles that even bullets could not penetrate. penetrated deep inside, and grabbed his spine. Then, Duanmu Huai pulled hard. The white spine was directly pulled out of the ghoul's body. Go to HL. You lowly bastard. Then, Duanmu Huai lifted up the spine that still had flesh and blood on it, looked coldly at the piece of flesh wailing at his feet, and stabbed hard at its head. Boom! The spine directly penetrated the head of the gongs, penetrated into the ground, and nailed it to the ground. At this moment, the sorrow of the ghouls also interrupted, turning into a silent body. Seeing this scene, everyone swallowed involuntarily. At this moment, they dared not say anything. Chapter 852 Heavy Rain. To be honest, this is the first time I've seen the corpse of a ghoul that died so miserably. Looking at the broken and twisted body in front of him, Investigator Motto also gasped. They often see similar human corpses because ghouls have an overwhelming advantage over humans, so they can manipulate humans as they please, tearing them apart, twisting them, and killing them. However, it is difficult for humans to do similar things to ghosts. In the final analysis, weapons are just weapons. Humans themselves have no power to confront the corpse. Should it? Not to mention, the one who appeared before them was a super powerful ghoul that was identified as S-Class. Motto and Amon had already experienced his power firsthand, and even if they used all their strength, they were still played around by the other party. However, in the hands of that man, Jason, the S-Class ghoul from the 13th area, was so fragile and helpless. Oh! I really didn't expect that I would have witnessed the scenes of human bare hands and empty-handed puppets to make the ghouls into such a scene. Investigator Motto narrowed his eyes and spoke with an excited smile, while Investigator Amon looked solemn. Is that really something a human can do? To be honest, I think he's more like a powerful ghoul. You know that's impossible, right? Shinhu laughed and interrupted Yaman, who was speechless, because before that, Duanmu Huai had ordered a dozen hamburgers at a nearby fast food restaurant and swallowed them in one bite. If he was a ghoul, he would never do such a thing. For ghouls, everything except human flesh is unpalatable, and if swallowed and digested, it will be poisonous. Duanmu Huai was wolfing down the food in front of him, and it was clear that he was not afraid of being poisoned at all. So it was obvious that he was not a zombie. By the way, Duanmu Huai and Mary have already returned to the hotel, because Duanmu Huai beat the monster too hard. His clothes were covered with blood and brains. According to him, he planned to go back for a big meal, take a shower, change clothes and rest. Considering that the two of them had been accompanying him in the investigation for nearly a day since they got off the plane yesterday, Investigator Motto would not stop them from going back to rest. But our work is not over yet. As he spoke, Investigator Motto reached out and took a picture from the dead doctor. According to the results of the search by the Countermeasures Bureau, it was confirmed that a family of 3 lived here. In addition to the doctor himself, there should be his wife and daughter, but they are not here, which means the battle is not over yet. Looking at the children's graffiti in front of him, the real household sneered, then grasped the paper group, and then threw it to the ground. Let's go. Amon-kun. I wonder what kind of prey this garbage will attract. When Duanmu Huai opened his eyes and woke up from his sleep, it was already night. Ah, this damn jet lag. I just arrived and I stayed up all night without any jet lag. I feel like I can't adjust to it anymore. Duanmu yawned, stood up to get dressed, and then walked out of the room. He saw it in the lounge outside the room. Mary was drinking coffee and wondering what. Yo, what are you doing? Duanmu Huai raised his hand and greeted Mary, while Mary raised his head and looked back at Duanmu Huai. Ah, Mr. Duanmu, I am recording the material. Material? Yes. I think the ghoul thing is very suitable for the next novel. They are the same as humans, but they can only survive by eating humans. Why do they become like this? I mean, they are not humans, right? But why do they look like humans? What's so strange about this? There are many similar animals in nature. Duanmu Huai sat on the sofa next to Mary, and the shocking Mary's petite body jumped. Insects and animals are good at mimicking to hunt, right? For example, some insects will mimic dead leaves or leaves, on the one hand to avoid natural enemies, on the other hand to paralyze prey. In fact, the only creature I can think of like a ghoul is a cuckoo. Hey! Cuckoo? Yes. You know that cuckoos will lay their eggs in other birds' nests and let others incubate them. In fact, cuckoo eggs are generally the same as other bird eggs, and most birds can't tell the difference. So they will foolishly incubate the cuckoo eggs, and after the cuckoo's chicks hatch, they will push the other eggs and chicks out of the nest to ensure that they can enjoy them all to themselves. Speaking of this, Duanmu Huai chuckled. Look! Don't they look alike? Ghouls are like cuckoo eggs. They usually pretend to be exactly the same as humans. But when their true nature is exposed, they will eat other prey to ensure their own survival. Maybe the ghouls here were not exactly the same as humans a long time ago. But gradually, in order to hunt humans more conveniently, they became what they are now. For the convenience of hunting humans. Mary shuddered as she repeated these words. I have to say, this is a very scary thought. This is normal for nature. If we judge by human morality, then most animals in nature have no morality at all, and can even be said to be extremely evil. Every species will do its best to reproduce and continue its bloodline. This is not just a human privilege. Judging other species as cruel or evil from a human perspective is meaningless and has no value. Duanmu Huai said this and looked around. It's quite boring. Can't you sleep? Yes. I was just a time difference. I'll call Mono and see if he can recommend some fun places for us. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai took out his phone. I can't sleep at night. Let's let the local people introduce us a few restaurants. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai dialed the phone. Hey, Mono? You're still awake. What are you doing, fishing? Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. It seems quite fun. Let's count us in. We have nothing to do anyway. Okay. Let's go now. Duanmu Huai stood up and hung up the phone. Let's go. What's wrong? It seems that Mono is planning to lure a few ghouls up there. So why don't we go join in the fun? We can't sleep anyway. So why not find you some material to write about? Okay. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Mary nodded obediently, then put away her notebook and stood up. Duanmu Huai looked at her and snapped his fingers. Let's go! The rain came down in torrents. In the pitch-black night, along the riverbank, Inspector Amon held his weapon in his hand, watching the enemy in front of him vigilantly. Inspector Moto's strategy was very effective, and using the remains of the Dr. Ghoul they had killed before, they successfully found his family. Although the daughter escaped during the attack, the mother was killed in order to protect her daughter. So Investigator Moto resorted to the same old trick again, using the mother's remains to lure the daughter into the trap. As for the result, it went very smoothly. The daughter has taken the bait. And not only that, she has lured in an unexpected prey. The ghoul rabbit, which is very famous in Area 20. The problem now is that in addition to the rabbit, there is also a zombie standing in front of him. Woo! His shoulder was burning with pain. He had underestimated the ghoul before, which resulted in him being bitten. Not only that, even his weapon was destroyed by the ghoul. Is this the only way it can end? No. Investigator Yaman clenched the remaining weapon in his hand and looked at the ghoul in front of him again. From the outside, he was thin and wore a mask. Like a teenager. A pair of bright red, tentacle-like cocoons spread out from his waist behind him. This is a powerful enemy, no less powerful than the rabbit. Maybe he will die here. But, as long as the enemy is in front of you, you must never give up the fight. Even if your hands and feet are cut off. That's right. I can't fall down here. I'm an investigator. Please run away. However, the ghoul in front of him said something beyond Inspector Yaman's imagination. He was seen holding down his right hand tightly, as if he was suppressing something. If you continue like this, I will kill you. So, please run away quickly. Stop kidding me. There's no way I can run away with my back turned to the ghouls. Hearing the other party's words, Yaman felt a surge of anger in his heart. Could it be that in the eyes of the ghoul, he was so vulnerable? To the point that he even wanted to escape? Go! At this moment, the ghoul roared again. And at the same time, the tentacles behind him quickly entangled together and swung towards Yaman. Silver light flashed. The icy cold froze the raindrops and the ground around. The big sword gleaming with moonlight drew an arc and slashed at the whistling tentacle, instantly cutting the tentacle in two. Yaman looked up in surprise and saw a blonde girl wearing an elegant dress and holding an umbrella in her left hand appeared beside him. She held a cane in her right hand, and her gold and blue eyes were exceptionally eye-catching. I remember you were Mary Clarissa Christie. Yes, Mr. Duanmu just called Inspector Jinhu and learned that the two of you were hunting here. I shouldn't have been a hindrance to you. Right? No. It's been a great help. Investigator Amon stood up shakily and looked at the zombie opposite him. Then, please give it to me here. No problem? Hearing what Mary said, Yaman was stunned for a moment. Although he also wanted to believe that the girl in front of him had the power to fight against the zombies. He had to admit that the girl in front of him gave Yaman the feeling of a delicate rich lady rather than a warrior. Yes. Please don't worry about me. I can still handle enemies of this level. While Mary was talking to Inspector Amon, the ghoul opposite was already trembling all over. It was not only because of his instinct, but also because of the alluring scent of the girl in front of him. It's like a person who has been hungry for 10 days and 10 nights and suddenly smells the tempting scent of food. He wanted to eat her, tear open her skin, tear apart her flesh, and completely devour everything about her. At this moment, the suppressed instinct completely burst out. The young zombie jumped up, and the tentacles behind his waist suddenly stretched out and shot towards Mary. Chapter 853, Kill the Enemy on Seek. The young ghoul jumped up and rushed towards Mary. Seeing this, Yaman was also shocked. Be careful, Miss Mary. This guy is tricky. I know. Please leave it to me. Hearing Yaman's speech, Mary just whispered back, and then saw her body slightly on the side, and easily avoided the tentacles of the juvenile Gongxians flying. The teenager who did not hit the tone again tried to force back Mary. But the next moment I saw that the girl used the pace like a dancing and elegant, and then passed the tentacles with the flying shot. At the same time, the young man roared loudly in anger. Ghouls are distorting the world. Is that really the case? Is there a reason for Miss Ryoko to be killed? And Hanami? The lives of her important family members were also taken away. They are no different from humans. Why can't humans understand? Hearing the boys roar, Yaman's expression was a little complicated. But Mari just stared at him. How can there be no difference? Aren't they a monster that eats people? Why? The crisp voice of the girl seemed to be a sharp blade, tearing the anger of the teenager ghost. And he widened his eyes in surprise and looked at the girl in front of him. You want to eat me, don't you? Then, what do you want humans to understand about you? Understand you? And then be eaten by you? If that's the case, then what is there for both sides to understand? No. I'm not. In response to Mary's words, the young ghoul held his head in his hands and trembled. I'm not. Eat the monster. Really? It seems like you have a lot of difficulties too. I'm sorry. Mary stopped and raised the staff in her right hand. The Inquisition is an organization that exists to protect humanity. Any existence that threatens humanity must be eliminated. Without exception. The tentacles behind the boy spread out again. And then he shot out like a bullet and pounced on Mary in front of him. Then, a cold light flashed. The blade of light mixed with enough chill to freeze the soul easily pierced through the boy's body, splitting him in half. The boy's body spun in the air, solidified into ice, and then fell heavily to the ground, shattering like an ice cube. I'm really sorry. Mary lowered her head and remained silent for a moment, looking at the shattered wreckage in front of her. But the Inquisition will protect humanity at all costs. Then she spoke. A shrill scream came from far away, echoing in the dark sewer. Hearing this sound, the girl was suddenly startled and subconsciously looked towards the exit. Kaneki. For a moment, the girl wanted to leave immediately and go to check on Kaneki. But now, she couldn't even move. The reason, of course, lies in the tall, fierce-looking man who appears in front of her. Oh, I'm so sorry, Mr. Duanmu. Investigator Mato stood up with difficulty, stared at the girl with a cold smile, and then spoke. You too, Mr. Jinhu. I really did not expect that you actually turned the boat in the perineal groove and said that it was really a gap. Duanmu White chuckled. Just now, when he arrived, Inspector Mato was being attacked by the two zombies in front of him. If Duanmu Huai had not acted in time, Inspector Mato would probably have died. Leave it to me from now on. I'm afraid you won't be able to fight in this state. Then I'll leave it to you. Investigator Mato looked at his severed right hand, sneered, and stepped aside. Duanmu Huai clenched his fists and looked at the two ghouls in front of him. One of them looked to be only about 10 years old, about the same age as Bambi. She also had black eyes and bright red pupils like a ghoul. And behind her, there were butterfly-like cocoon and tentacles. Next to her was a blue-haired girl of 15 or 16, who was clenching her fists and staring at Duan Muhuai. What a terrifying aura! The blue-haired girl gritted her teeth when she was fighting with the investigator just now. Even though she was almost killed by him, she didn't feel such fear. This man not only had a ferocious face, but on the contrary, just standing there, he gave her a sense of intimidation, as if he was a beast with a bloody mouth. Why? At this moment, anger and grievance filled the blue-haired girl's heart. While protecting the girl behind her, she glared at Duan Muhuai like a mouse protecting its cub, while glaring at its natural enemy in front of it. Why do we have to be treated like this? We are hunted down for unknown reasons, and important people are killed like ants. What's wrong with us wanting to survive? Since we can only eat humans, there is no other way. How can we survive properly with this kind of body? What should we do? I just want to survive like you. Huh? What does that have to do with me? Monster? However, the blue-haired girl's angry cry only received a contemptuous and indifferent response from Duan Muhuai. He narrowed his eyes and stared coldly at the blue-haired girl in front of him, without a trace of sympathy in his eyes. For humans, for the Inquisition, it is enough to know that you are monsters that threaten humanity. Speaking here, Duan Muhuai holds his fist tightly. What? As a man-eating monster, do you still want to coexist peacefully with humans? It's okay to deceive humans, but it's meaningless to deceive yourself. Face the reality, lowly bastard. No matter how you cry and lament, you can't change the fact that you are a man-eating monster, and there is only one end for you. Hearing Duan Muhuai's answer, the blue-haired girl's eyes became even redder. Go to HL. Go to HL. Die. 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 The next moment, a bright red wing, as if made of light, suddenly appeared behind the blue-haired girl. And then she rushed towards Duan Muhuai like lightning. Go to HL. All of you. As the blue-haired girl roared, dozens of spikes flew out from her wings and shot towards Duan Muhuai. But Duan Muhuai did not even dodge. Just stood there. The spikes bounced off his skin as if hitting a steel armor. And then Duan Muhuai roared, stretched out his hand, and directly grabbed the blue-haired girl's wings. This is my line. Go to death. Monster! While shouting, Duan Muhuai twisted his right hand hard and directly broke the blue-haired girl's light wings from her body. Ah! The intense pain made the blue-haired girl scream in agony. But the next moment, her head was grabbed by Duan Muhuai and pressed directly into the stinky ditch. So far, ghosts. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai raised his right hand and forcibly pulled the blue-haired girl's head off her neck. The headless body of the blue-haired girl fell into the ditch without a sound. Snort. Duan Muhuai stood up, threw a blue-haired girl with a cervical spine in his hand, and threw the head of a cervical spine to the side. And then he raised his head and walked towards the girl in front. Ah! Seeing Duan Muhuai coming towards her, the girl who was sitting on the ground turned pale and couldn't even say a word. She could only make continuous whimpering sounds like a baby. Then Duan Muhuai reached out his hand, grabbed the girl's neck, and lifted her up high. If Mary were here, I could tell her the difference between this cub and Bambi. Looking at the girl trembling in his hands, Duan Muhuai snorted coldly. At least Bambi doesn't eat people for a living. When the words fell, Duan Muhuai's fingers were slightly strong. Crack. The next moment, the girl's head was broken off and hung upside down on her chest. But her eyes were still wide open, as if she couldn't understand the reality of what she had encountered. However, for Duan Muhuai, it no longer matters. Oh my! Seeing Duan Muhuai throw away the corpse in his hand, Investigator Jin Hu also came over with a smile. To be honest, I thought you would hesitate. Don't be ridiculous. The Inquisition is professional in dealing with these monsters. Foolish people whose values are determined by their senses are not qualified to be members of the Inquisition. In response to Investigator Jin Hu's teasing, Duan Muhuai raised his eyebrows. That's good. Although I am a little embarrassed. Can you trouble you? What's up? I found an interesting gadget out of that thing. Investigator Motto pointed at the headless body lying beside him and took out a matchbox. This is a coffee shop called Safe Zone. It seems that this is the rabbit's lair. Logically, I should go there immediately. But, as he spoke, Investigator Motto shook his empty sleeves. So, excuse me, could you please trouble the court to make this trip? No problem. Duan Muhuai certainly understood what Inspector Jin Hu meant. If the coffee shop was the lair of these ghouls, then if they didn't go back, it would definitely alert others, and they might choose to evacuate immediately. So to be on the safe side, the best way was to catch them all in one fell swoop. The coffee shop is processed by me, so I will give it to you here. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai glanced at the body lying on the ground, then turned and walked towards the exit and then stopped. Oh, by the way, I called you before because I wanted you to introduce us to some fun places. No problem. Hearing what Duanmu Huai said, Investigator Jinhu chuckled. When this is over, I'll treat you to my favorite restaurant. Then I'll leave it to you. Chapter 854, Nobody. The heavy rain has stopped, but the chill that came with it has not gone away. The old man stood in front of the counter, looking at the snow falling outside the window, with a serious expression. Really? Where did Tuka and Hinami go? And that Kaneki kid too? A man dressed in a waiter's uniform, and with an outdated crew cut complained in a low voice, while the long-haired woman next to him quietly cleaned up the dishes in her hands. Maybe he went out to play somewhere. He is a little kid after all. Another blond man wearing glasses sitting at the bar snorted, and then stood up. I need to go home. I'm not interested in wasting time here waiting for those brats to come back. As he spoke, the blond man with glasses waved to everyone and walked towards the door. Seeing his action, the other three looked at each other and smiled knowingly. They knew very well that although the blond man with glasses said so, in fact, he was going to find Kaneki and the others. After all, this person is like this. Even if he is not forgiving in words, he is still very caring towards his juniors. Really? A bunch of little brats who never grow up. While mumbling, the blond man with glasses walked to the door and reached out to grasp the door handle. Puff! At the same time, the heavy door panel suddenly broke open, and an iron fist burst out from it, hitting the blond man's face. At this moment, the blond man's head exploded like a watermelon, and his brain and flesh were shattered everywhere. The headless body shook left and right twice, and then fell to the ground with a thud. Then, Duanmu Huai's tall figure came in from outside the door. He raised his head, glanced around, and then dumped the blood on his hand. What a dirty and ugly place. The stench of the bastards is unbearable. Just as Duanmu Huai walked into the door, the slightly overweight man, with a crew cut, and the long-haired woman jumped up from behind the counter, with movements that were almost impossible for humans. A tail emerged behind the man with the crew cut, and two pairs of strange wings emerged behind the long-haired woman, and they stabbed towards Duanmu Huai. The next moment, their heads were firmly grasped by Duanmu Huai's big hands. Before the two could struggle, Duanmu Huai squeezed their heads hard, and the heads turned into bloody residues like crushed oranges. Duanmu Huai then loosened his hands and let the two bodies fall to the ground. Then he slowly shifted his gaze to the old man with white hair and beard who had been standing behind the bar. You are the only one left. Old man, come out and die. The old man sighed, then slowly walked around the bar and came out. He looked at Duanmu Huai in front of him and was silent for a moment. How are Tuka and the others? Already dead? Duanmu Huai flexed his fingers, grinned, and looked at the old man in front of him with a hideous and ferocious smile. Don't worry. You will soon meet up with them in that world. Really? The old man looked around, and then looked back. We'll disturb the neighbors here. Let's go somewhere else. It doesn't matter. Duanmu Huai didn't care about the old man's suggestion. It's just a matter of time anyway. Come with me. As he spoke, the old man walked towards the door, and Duanmu Huai followed him. The two of them left the coffee shop one after the other, and came to the nearby street. At this moment, the street was empty. Snowflakes fell from the sky, covering the ground with a thin layer. Really? I heard this is the first snow of the year, but I'm here tangling with an old fool. Duanmu Huai complained and looked at the old man in front of him. Please finish it quickly. I'm still waiting to go to the restaurant and enjoy it with my sister. That's really sorry. Hearing Duanmu Huai's complaint, the old man chuckled, and then his body gradually began to swell. And then the old man's body grew to be almost as tall as Duanmu Huai, and on his two thick arms, there were bone spurs like a knight's lance. On his face, there was also a mask with only one eye. I want to end as soon as possible. Then, let's fight each other. As the words fell, countless spikes suddenly burst out of the huge ghoul's body and shot towards Duanmu Huai. Duanmu Huai clenched his fists, not caring about the spike shooting towards him, and strode towards the huge ghoul in front of him. Ding 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 ding. The sharp thorns that were strong enough to penetrate steel were directly deflected when they hit Duanmu Huai, without even causing any damage to him. Duanmu Huai rushed in front of the giant ghoul, and at the same time, the giant ghoul also clenched the bone spurs with both hands and stabbed Duanmu Huai with force. Call! Under the heavy wind pressure, even the snowflakes around were dancing, and Duanmu Huai's clenched right fist punched out carelessly, colliding with the oncoming bone spur. Boom! The conical bone spur pierced Duanmu Huai's fist directly. Logically, this blow was enough to make the bone spur pierce Duanmu Huai's palm and even tear his arm. However, the result was completely different. The bone spur spear with a huge force completely shattered the moment it came into contact with Duanmu Huai's fist. Just like a comet hitting the earth, the incomparable and irresistible force instantly pierced the giant ghoul's arm, causing its entire arm to explode like a balloon. However, this force, which was enough to paralyze an ordinary ghoul, did not completely destroy the tall and strong ghoul in front of him. Countless flesh and blood quickly gushed out of the wound, and in the blink of an eye, the arm that was blasted by Duanmu Huai was restored to its original state. But for Duanmu Huai, this is nothing. It's not over yet. Duanmu Huai roared, grabbed the arms of the ghoul in front of him with both hands, then tilted his head back, and then rushed forward, directly hit the other party's face. Boom! Duanmu Huai's forehead hit the one-eyed mask of the ghoul, and the next moment, the ghoul's head exploded as if it was hit by a cannonball, and at the same time, a crack appeared on his tall body. Duanmu Huai used both hands to grab the arms of the huge ghoul again, and his 10 fingers deeply embedded in the opponent's shoulder blades. Then, Duanmu Huai suddenly shouted angrily and opened his hands. Rip! The next moment, the giant ghoul was torn in half by Duanmu Huai like a heavy coat, and its hot internal organs rolled out from the cracks and scattered all over the ground. Then Duanmu Huai swung his arms and threw the giant ghoul's body, which was torn in half, aside. Very good. Do it. Duanmu Huai glanced at it and stopped squirming, completely turning into a fragmental body. And he had a finger. Until this time, Mary came out of the other side and looked at Duanmu Huai helplessly. Mr. Duanmu, you have soiled your clothes again. It's okay. Go back and change into another set. I suggest you take a bath. But can't you do it in a simpler way? Why do you always have to make it so? As she spoke, Mary looked at the blood and internal organs all over the floor, her face speechless. It's a habit that I can't change in a short time. Strictly speaking, I still like doing this. It feels really good to blow someone's head off. I can't understand. Anyway, please go back and take a shower and change your clothes. You don't have to be so anxious. Are you a germaphobe? Are you planning to go to the restaurant wearing this outfit covered with brains, blood, and mincemeat? Of course not. Okay. Duanmu Huai looked at his bloody hands and the debris on his body and curled his lips. I'm going to call Yemen right now and have them clean up the mess here. And then we'll go see if the store that Inspector Motto recommended is as good as he said. To Duanmu Huai, this was just a matter of casually killing a group of zombies. But when Investigator Yaman and the people from the Countermeasures Bureau who received the news arrived at the scene, they were shocked at what they saw. What did you say? After receiving the report from Investigator Yaman, Commander Haipan was extremely surprised. Are you sure? Inspector Yaman? Yes. I am sure that among the corpses of the ghouls present, there are Black Dog, Demon Ape and One-Eyed Owl. I have confirmed their identities. Yes, it is them. How can it be? Although he had heard the answer, the commander of the Black Plate still looked sluggish. The Black Dog and the Demon Ape were both leaders of the ghoul group who were once famous in District 20. And they were both dangerous ghouls classified as SS level. Not to mention the One-Eyed Owl, which was extremely rare and classified as SSS level. Logically speaking, to defeat a ghoul of this level, even the Countermeasures Bureau would need to block the entire block, send hundreds of excellent soldiers, and even sacrifice several elite investigators to be able to do it. However, how could the Inquisition kill 3 such powerful beings so easily? Not only that, according to Investigator Yaman's report, there were no signs of fierce fighting nearby, which meant that the Inquisition was much stronger than these 3 ghouls, because only in this way could it fight such a crushing battle. Where are the people from the Inquisition? They said they were going out for a midnight snack. Uh-huh. Hearing Yemen's answer, the commander of the Black Plate was speechless. But he had no choice. After all, although this was considered cooperation, it was strictly speaking just a commission. The Countermeasures Bureau commissioned the tribunal to eliminate the ghouls. And they had already eliminated the ghouls. And it could even be said that they had exceeded the expectations of the Countermeasures Bureau. Originally, Commander Blackplate only viewed the Inquisition as a mercenary-like existence. But now it seems that their strength has completely exceeded his expectations. Thinking of this, the Black Disc Commander's face also solemnly. Investigator Yaman. From now on, everything about the Inquisition is top secret and must not be disclosed to anyone. Do you understand? Ah. Yes. Investigator Yaman was a little surprised by the order from Commander Hapan. But he still obeyed the order and hung up the phone. Call. After hanging up the phone, the Black Disc Commander lit a cigarette and then looked at the computer screen in front of him. The reason why he gave this order to Investigator Yaman was very simple. After learning about the strength of the Inquisition, a bold idea suddenly emerged in the mind of Commander Blackplate. There was once a plan that was enough to completely destroy the ghouls. But that plan was only on paper. And the reason was simple. The Countermeasures Bureau did not have enough power to implement this opportunity. All along, it was even kept in the Countermeasures Bureau's safe as a whimsical fantasy. However, if it was the Inquisition that could easily destroy even SSS-level ghouls, maybe it could succeed. Thinking of this, the Black Plate Commander grabbed the cigarette and pressed it hard into the ashtray. However, to be on the safe side, in order to prevent the ghoul group from getting the information, he had to strictly block all news about the tribunal and use the tribunal as the ultimate trump card of this plan. Only in this way could he complete the plan to completely eliminate the ghouls. This means that they will not be honored, or even appear in the news or media, but will become unknown people. Well, I don't know if they are willing to accept such an arrangement. Thinking of this, the Black Disc Commander pondered for a moment. Perhaps it's time to have a talk with the Inquisition. Chapter 855 Ladies' Night. When Duanmu Huai and Mary returned to the hotel, it was already midnight. Woo! I didn't expect that you couldn't drink so much. Looking at Mary, who was staggering beside him, Duanmu Huai was speechless. It's just wine. If you can't drink, just drink less. But it's rare to have such an opportunity. Drinking alone. It's not fun. Hiccup. Ah. Looking at Mary like this, Duanmu Huai sighed helplessly. Anyway, let's go back and rest first. Well, walking up the elevator, Mary leaned against Duanmu Huai, nodding her head, like a sleepy child. Speaking of which, it's rare to see Mary's lovely side. In Duanmu Huai's impression, Mary behaved like an ordinary rich lady most of the time, with elegant manners, good manners, great responsibility, and courage. So it was quite interesting to see her childlike side. Ding. The elevator made a crisp prompt sound, and then opened the door. Mary, we're here. Faced with Duanmu Huai's words, Mary just responded in a daze, and Duanmu Huai reached out, grabbed her collar, lifted the girl in front of him like a kitten, and shook her a few times. Woo! To be honest, it's rare to drink red wine like this. Looking at Mary, who was still in a daze, Duanmu Huai shook his head helplessly. Then he picked up Mary, walked out of the elevator, and then put the unconscious girl back to her room. Mary lying on the bed looked like the sleeping beauty princess in the fairy tale. And she looked very beautiful and cute. Go to sleep slowly. You are tired all day today. Duanmu Huai reached out and touched Mary's head. And then he was about to leave. However, at this moment, he found that Mary's hand was grabbing the corner of his clothes. Don't leave me. Mom. Hearing Mary's whisper, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. At least you should talk about your father. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai sat down next to Mary, and the girl's originally tense expression seemed to relax a lot, and she fell into a deep sleep again. Speaking of which, it seems that Mary has never mentioned her family situation. Looking at Mary, who fell asleep, Duanmu Huai touched his chin. Of course, many people in the court have their own secrets, and Duanmu Huai did not intend to ask more. But Mary's situation seems to be more complicated. His understanding of Mary's family is limited to her inner world that he had seen when he was with Mary in Antarctica. I remember that Mary's mother left her alone in the foggy city and went to work abroad. Although Mary appeared to be very strong on the surface, she actually hoped that her mother could be with her. After that, Mary seemed to occasionally talk to her mother on the phone. But that was all. Although there are also two good friends, Xiaoli and Ashelika. And Mary said that the people she boarded in the foggy city also took good care of her. But after all, the situation is still different from that of her biological mother. Thinking back, in the tribunal, Mary seemed to be with me most of the time, and the rest of the time she was alone. It's not that other people excluded her. It's just that everyone has their own things to do. Of course, Otis doesn't seem to like her very much. Well, strictly speaking, Otis doesn't seem to like anyone who will monopolize her. I remember that after confessing that she and Lemuel had been together in the future world for 60 years, Otis seemed very unhappy with Lemuel. And Angulia are inseparable. Bambi spends most of his time playing with Kula. Lemuel and Eclair are always together. And Shizuka is also good friends with Maria. Although strictly speaking, Mary and Lonnie have a good relationship. But the two are a master-disciple relationship. And they are not ordinary friends. Think about it carefully. Why are there pairs under my tribunal? Now Otis and Jiwei seem to have become a pair. As for those who keep to themselves, there seem to be only a few people like Lorena and Jinjiling left. But Lorena spends more time exercising than spending time with friends, while Jinjiling is busy with live broadcasts every day. Is this normal? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Duanmu Huai shook his head helplessly. So should she call in her two friends as logistics personnel? Although to be honest, in Duanmu Huai's opinion, Xiaoli is of no use to the tribunal. But considering that she has a good relationship with Mary, maybe. Well, let's wait and see. Just like that, a night passed. When Mary opened her eyes, it was already early morning. She blinked and turned her head blankly, only to see Duanmu Huai leaning next to her, closing his eyes and resting. Hey, Mr. Duanmu? Seeing Duanmu Huai's face, Mary suddenly woke up and almost jumped out of bed. Why are you here? Wait, this is my room? As she spoke, Mary turned around and looked around. Well, from the outside, this is her guest room. Why? Are you still asleep? Duanmu Huai laughed at Mary's confused and flustered look. Didn't you ask me to stay last night? Hey, Mary was stunned when she heard Duanmu Huai's words. Then she suddenly remembered something and quickly shrank back into the quilt with a red face. Sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm awake. I'm fully awake. That's good. Duanmu Huai also stood up at this time. Take a shower and change clothes. Then we'll have breakfast and go to the Countermeasures Bureau. Yaman just called and said he has something important to discuss with us. Okay. I'll go right away. Mary wrapped herself in the quilt and heard Duanmu Huai's footsteps gradually leaving, followed by the sound of the door closing. Then she carefully poked her head out of the quilt, looked around, and then breathed a sigh of relief. After taking a long breath, Mary left the quilt and got off the bed. She remembered that she had drunk a lot of red wine last night and felt a little bit dizzy. When she leaned on Duanmu Huai, Mary felt at ease and unconsciously wanted to act like a spoiled child to Duanmu Huai. So she subconsciously said that. Woo! Thinking of this, Mary's face suddenly flushed, and she wanted to get back into the quilt again. Although she was drunk, she was a little too indecent. As a lady, she actually said that to a man. Fortunately, it was Mr. Duanmu. If it was someone else, it seems that I should drink less in the future. While reflecting on myself, Mary went to the bathroom. She was still wearing yesterday's dress, and it didn't look messy. Why do I always feel a little unwilling? After that, Duanmu Huai also returned to his room, took a shower and changed clothes. When he walked out of the room, Mary was already waiting for her outside the door. Good morning, Mr. Duanmu. Although Mary was greeting Duanmu Huai always felt that there seemed to be some resentment in her tone. Well, it was probably an illusion. After breakfast, the two left the hotel and came to a family restaurant near the Countermeasures Bureau, where they met investigator Yaman. Yo. Good morning. Duanmu Huai greeted Yaman and smiled as he looked at the man in front of him, who had dark circles under his eyes, and looked like he had stayed up late to work overtime. Look at you. You didn't sleep well last night? What do you mean I didn't sleep well? I didn't sleep at all last night. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Yaman was speechless. Duanmu Huai and Mary killed the ghouls and went home to eat and sleep. As a result, he was in big trouble, because there were even SSS-level ghouls among the killed ghouls. And his partner, Investigator Jinhu was injured and treated. Yaman was tortured by the high-level officials of the Countermeasures Bureau for a whole night. In fact, it is normal for the high-level officials to have such a reaction. You reported that you were going to deal with ordinary ghouls, but you came back to tell me that you killed someone else's boss. Can this be the same thing? At least give us some psychological preparation. This is not a surprise. It's already a shock. Okay. So Investigator Yaman had to describe everything from beginning to end in detail. Of course, since he and Investigator Jinhu acted separately, he was not very clear about most of the situations. He only knew the situation after listening to Investigator Jinhu's explanation later. In any case, after the Special Countermeasures Bureau figured out the cause and effect of the incident, it was also shocked. And at the same time, it also had a deeper understanding of the strength of the tribunal. Strictly speaking, similar things are not unfamiliar to the Countermeasures Bureau itself. For example, a case of a ghoul eating a person appeared somewhere on the street, and the investigator went to investigate, and accidentally discovered that the other party was actually a powerful ghoul of S level or even higher. In this case, those who are lucky can come back to report, and those who are unlucky will be eaten on the spot. Well, if this situation is placed on the tribunal, it is not luck, but strength. If it were the Countermeasures Bureau, facing the one-eyed owl, it would be completely wiped out without any preparation. But the tribunal directly killed it, and it didn't even make much noise. It was as easy as dealing with a soldier. After realizing this, the Countermeasures Bureau made a new decision. The headquarters hopes that you can help deal with a difficult case. As he spoke, Investigator Yaman handed 2 documents to the two. A difficult case? Yes, it's the underground auction. Underground auction? Yes, it's the underground auction organized by the ghouls. We have been investigating this all along. According to the intelligence and clues we have investigated, there will be ghouls who capture and arrest humans, and then take them to the auction for auction. The participants in the auction are all very powerful and famous ghouls. They will eat the humans they auctioned, or keep them as pets. Oh, how interesting. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. Although what he said was quite interesting, his tone was cold and full of chill. However, since the auction is very secretive and is likely to be related to SS-level ghouls, we have not yet grasped the specific situation of the auction, and even don't know the personnel and location. Therefore, the Countermeasures Bureau hopes to entrust the tribunal to investigate and handle this case. No problem. Leave it to us. Duanmu Huai read the documents at hand and nodded. And Investigator Yaman also breathed a sigh of relief. Then I'll leave it to you too. If there is anything, you can contact me at any time. After saying this, Inspector Yaman stood up, bowed to the two, and then left. I never thought that these ghouls would auction humans as commodities. Even Mary looked grim after listening to Inspector Yaman's explanation. Then, Mr. Duanmu, how should we act? This time it's much simpler. Simple? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Mary blinked in surprise. That's right. Looking at the girl next to him, Duanmu Huai laughed and reached out to pat her shoulder. It's just right. Don't we have a piece of Tang monk meat here? Chapter 856 Fishing Law Enforcement. For Mary, she actually doesn't like this attribute of hers that is called Tang monk's flesh. In fact, as Duanmu Huai said, any non-human creature in this world would attack her and eat her when they see her. A feast for the eyes in a realistic sense. Frankly speaking, being stared at by a bunch of monsters with the same drooling eyes as they would when looking at a burger or grilled chicken is not a good experience for anyone. As for why these monsters were so eager for Mary, Duanmu Huai couldn't explain it clearly. After all, judging from the results of the physical examination, she was no more special than others. So in the final analysis, it could only be said that it was the influence of the golden eyes. Duanmu Huai's plan was actually very simple. That is, to let Mary go to the area with a large number of missing people, pretending to be a tourist, and then lure the ghouls into the trap. After all, judging from the reactions of the ghouls before, in their eyes, Mary was simply a steaming, fragrant, walking large steak, the kind that they couldn't wait to pounce on and feast on. For Mary, this was obviously a very speechless task. After all, even if she wasn't a ghoul, from a human perspective, Mary was still an extremely beautiful girl. Of course, she was quite good-looking, but not super good-looking. However, her temperament as a young lady and her golden and blue eyes instantly brought her to another level. To be honest, even a girl with average looks can fight as long as she has the right temperament and posture. Not to mention a girl like Mary, who is very good looking, and has a strong fighting ability. So when Mary walked down the street, she not only had to watch out for the ghouls, but also had to be careful not to be approached by hooligans or something. It was also a headache. Walking on the street, Mary sighed silently. Frankly speaking, if she just followed Duan Muhuai's advice and treated it as a trip, it would be fine. Walking alone on the streets of a foreign country, admiring the scenery that she had never seen before. It was a different feeling. Only, hey, this younger sister. Soon, a few hooligans in leather jackets came over and blocked Mary's way. Hello. Are you here to travel? Hello. Can you understand what we are talking about? The yellow-haired man in the lead spoke to Mary with a grin, while his two followers surrounded Mary from the left and right, looking at her with smiles. Hee. You look like a really pretty girl. How about playing with us? TSK. 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 Look at her even holding an umbrella. She's just like a young lady. Why? Listening to the conversations of the people around her. Mary sighed silently. In fact, she had seen similar people when she was in the Fog City. Mary had a good relationship with some homeless orphans, but she also came into contact with many similar low-class people. If it were Charlie or Angelica, they might be at a loss when facing such a scene. But for Mary, it was nothing. Of course, she can't perform that now. So Mary pretended not to understand what they were saying, and tried to change direction and leave in a panic. Of course, these little hooligans would not let Mary go just like that, and they still blocked her way with a smile. Although this is not an alley, it is sparsely populated. Occasionally, a few people walked by nearby, and they hurriedly left when they saw this situation, looking like they didn't want to get into trouble. What to do next? Lure them into the alley and knock them out. While dodging, Mary thought in her heart. The reason why she did not do it immediately was that she followed Duan Muhuai's instructions to maintain her personality. Similar things had actually happened several times in the past few days. Basically, Mary pretended to run away, lure the other party into an empty alley, and then knock him out. After all, this was a frequent haunt of zombies, and she also had to avoid the possibility of being monitored by zombies. Hello. Just when Mary decided to take these people to the alley, a black-haired, seductively dressed woman suddenly appeared in front of the three thugs, stared at them coldly and spoke. Don't you think it's very rude of you to harass a lady like this? Huh? Who are you? The gangster who was disturbed naturally turned around and looked at the other person very unhappy. However, the woman reached out her hand and pressed the gangster's shoulder directly. Then the gangster began to wail. Hey. Apologize to this lady immediately and leave. But, damn it. After breaking free from the woman's restraints, the gangster looked at him indignantly, perhaps knowing that he could not get any benefits from this woman. He snorted coldly and turned away with his two brothers. After watching the three gangsters leave, the woman walked to Mary's side and bowed to her with an elegant smile. Hello, beautiful lady. You are not hurt, are you? Then the woman spoke in the language of Mary's country. Ah, I'm fine. Thank you for your help. Mary hastily returned the greeting, and the woman smiled when she heard her answer. I'm sorry to scare you, but I can assure you that most people in this country are kind. If you don't mind, how about I buy you a cup of coffee as an apology? Okay. Faced with the woman's invitation, Mary hesitated for a moment before agreeing. The reason why she agreed was very simple. When the other party appeared, Mary sensed that the augury device on her body had reacted, which meant that the woman was not a human being, but a zombie. It seems that the fish has finally taken the bait. After that, the woman took Mary to a nearby coffee shop and started chatting. During the conversation, Mary also told her that she was a novelist who came here to collect folk songs. Well, strictly speaking, yes. For Mary, writing this adventure into a novel was also part of her plan. The only surprising thing was that the other party had actually read Mary's novels and was her fan. I never thought that I would meet you here, teacher. It's really beyond my expectation. The woman named Mayu happily took Mary's autograph and seemed very excited. I've read your novels before, and I have to say that each one is very bold and creative. Although the author's introduction also explains your situation, This is the first time I've seen you in person. After all, there are no photos in the books. That's what I asked for. I don't like to be in the spotlight too much. Mary did not lie about this. In fact, when she first started to make a name for herself, the publishing house once suggested that Mary show her face and make a name for herself as a beautiful girl novel writer. But Mary firmly refused because she felt that doing so would make her feel like she was relying on herself to sell the books. Therefore, Mary never held any book signing events or the like. Of course, on the one hand, Mary doesn't like to show up in public. And on the other hand, she really can't spare the time after all. She is still busy with her work in the court. Oh, I know a writer too. She's probably a little older than you. And she's also a best-selling author. Next, the two sides talked about some other topics, mainly about books and the situation in the country. And then when leaving, Mayu invited Mari. If you still have time, can you go somewhere else with me? Other places? That's right. Teacher, you came to this country to collect materials, so I think you will benefit a lot from it. Faced with Mayu's invitation, Mary was silent for a moment. Then, I'll leave it to you. If her prediction was correct, then the place she was going to this time would indeed allow her to obtain a lot of materials. When the two walked out of the cafe, a car had already parked on the side of the street. Mary and Mayu got into the car, which then started and drove along the road. No one spoke along the way, and Mary leaned against the window and looked out. But soon she found that the car seemed to have left the city. Excuse me, where are we going? In response to Mary's question, neither Mayu nor the driver answered. Instead, Mary only felt a sweet breath coming, and the next moment, she lost consciousness. When Mary opened her eyes again, she found herself locked in a cage that looked like a container, with her hands handcuffed. Although she was in danger, Mary was relieved. Now it seems that everything is going according to plan. At this moment, Duanmu Huai's voice came to Mary's ears. Hey, Mary, how's it going? Mr. Duanmu? Mary was relieved to hear Duanmu Huai's call. She put her hand to her ear and activated her personal terminal. Everything went well. I should have been caught by them. I know. I've been following you. You're currently in the warehouse below the auction. They're holding an auction. From what the organizer said, they want to save you for last. I didn't expect this group of people to have good vision. Oh, I don't want that kind of look, Mary complained speechlessly. Then she changed the subject. The girl who brought me here? Mayu. Yes, she is one of the hunters. I am currently on standby at the auction site. I will wait for you to come on stage and heat up the atmosphere. Then it will be time to take action. Is that okay? Yes. But what a pity. She is also a fan of my books. You want all the man-eating books? Forget it. While chatting with Mary, Duanmu Huai leaned against the wall and looked at the auction room in front of him. This building looked like an art gallery or something. But the auction room was actually a drama hall. Hundreds of ghouls were sitting here, talking to each other from time to time, looking very excited. In fact, Duanmu Huai was also very excited, because these zombies in the auction house are either rich or noble. It is certain that they must have status in the human world. This also means that they are not like the zombies he hunted before. They are not alone. Maybe they are like radishes. And there are a lot of them. Duanmu Huai liked this kind of business of executing the entire family the most. Especially when it comes to killing aliens. He won't let any of them go. From the elderly to babies. At this moment, Duanmu Huai was just leaning against the wall, looking at the high-level zombies whispering to each other below, imagining their entire families lying dead on the ground and a river of blood. And he was already so excited that he couldn't go beyond it. After all, he is the god of destruction, and his desire to destroy aliens is very strong. This so-called auction is actually not much different from an ordinary auction. Basically, it is about introducing the goods, and then bidding, and the highest bidder wins. Of course, the goods here are all human beings, including out-of-date actors and ordinary people. But Duanmu Huai doesn't care about these trivial matters. He is just waiting for the auction to be most popular. After all, there are more people participating in the auction here. Duanmu Huai knows very well that those big shots have not made a move yet, because there are no products worth their while. But soon, this situation will change. Sorry to have kept you waiting. The masked host raised his hands high, his tone extremely excited. The next item to appear will be the most noteworthy item in this auction. As the host spoke, Music started to play rapidly. And then a searchlight suddenly lit up, shining on Mary, who was standing behind the host in handcuffs. When the guests saw Mary, there was a commotion, and the host bowed slightly. Everyone, I'm sure you've seen how beautiful this lady with the golden and blue eyes is. Not only that, her identity is also worthy of respect because she is none other than the famous novelist Miss Mary Clarissa Christie. After hearing the host's introduction, the guests below suddenly became agitated. It seems that Mary is really quite famous. So it's world famous. However, the host obviously did not intend to stop there. And he spoke again. Not only that, please smell her carefully. In response to the host's words, the zombies also twitched their noses. The sense of smell of zombies is much more sensitive than that of humans. Although it is not known how sensitive it is obvious that they can easily smell the scent of the girl standing on the stage from their seats. Immediately following, boom, a very fat wealthy woman suddenly stood up, staring at Mary with wide eyes. And on the other side, a well-dressed gentleman also stood up in a panic. At the same time, the others were also greatly surprised. What's this? This is the first time I've smelled such an alluring smell from a human. Hey, how much does it cost to buy her? Almost all the zombies present were crazy about Mary. And some were so impatient that they started asking for quotes on the spot. It seems that everyone has understood her value. Looking at the noisy audience below, the host smiled slightly. Well, let's start the auction now. The reserve price is 50 million. Chapter 857. Look at me, you bastard. Mary's appearance obviously made everything crazy for this auction. 150 million. 180 million. 200 million. 230 million. Almost any rich and powerful ghoul would not want to let go of such a cargo. They stared at the girl on the stage. Her beautiful appearance, the temperament of a noble lady, and her golden and blue eyes all fascinated these ghouls. Not to mention the sweet scent emanating from her that almost completely captured the ghouls and made them instinctively develop an uncontrollable desire for her. 300 million. Finally, the price reached 300 million. And those bidders with insufficient financial resources had to give up. But they still looked like they were ready to eat someone, staring fiercely ahead, as if waiting for the final winner to appear. In the VIP seats above, the price competition was still fierce. And now it was almost breaking through 500 million. Mary, how about we wait and see until these guys pay us before we take action? Mr. Duanmu. Hearing Duanmu Huai's sigh, Mary was speechless. That's 500 million. Don't you want it? Just because it's 500 million. You don't think they'll show up with gold? That's true. Never mind. We can still get money from house searches. After hearing Mary's answer, Duanmu Huai thought about it and decisively gave up the idea. So, let me go next. As Duanmu Huai spoke, the next moment he suddenly walked out from the shadow behind Mary, then stood in front of Mary, standing in the spotlight in her place. Duanmu Huai's sudden appearance naturally attracted the attention of the ghouls. Even the people who were fighting fiercely for the seats above stopped their actions and turned to look at Duanmu Huai. Under their gaze, Duanmu Huai sneered. Then he reached out and took off the mask he had worn on his face out of boredom. Then, Duanmu Huai raised his head and stared coldly at the ghouls in front of him. Look at me, cub, fear, wail, and perish. Duanmu Huai did not take action. For him, this sentence alone was enough. Therefore, at this moment, his figure had been completely reflected in the eyes of those zombies. The whole hall was in a dead silence. All the ghouls stared at Duanmu Huai blankly. In their eyes, the ferocious-looking, tall man gradually began to twist and deform. The dark shadow cast by the searchlight behind him seemed to have turned into a living flame that kept dancing. His eyes were burning with anger that could melt even the bone marrow and soul. Just by looking into those eyes, one could feel the fear flowing through every blood vessel. They opened their mouths to scream, but they were unable to utter the blasphemous and terrifying name. In the incredibly dark hall, low mutterings echoed like terrifying music. The ghouls could feel that they had seen something they should not have seen. They wanted to escape, to break free. Every cell in their bodies was trembling, screaming, trying to leave. The breath of destruction began to rage, advancing with irresistible force, passing through the hall like a growing tornado, covering the entire art gallery. All the ghouls opened their mouths wide at this moment, saliva flowing from the corners of their mouths. Their eyes trembled constantly, almost popping out of their eye sockets. and bulging blue veins extended from their temples all the way down to their necks. The murmuring sounds coming from the ears were unclear, and no one could hear clearly what was being said. A ghoul forced himself to move his eyes and look at his body. And then he saw it. He saw his skin peeling off like melted chocolate, and mouths full of sharp teeth emerged from them. They bit the ghoul's skin in big mouthfuls, and stretched out tongues longer than snakes to lick the melted skin. He saw those tiny tongues curling and shrinking, and then rolling up the torn skin and retracting it. At the same time, he saw his skin begin to peel off. His mouth opened, and his eyeballs bulged out. They seemed to have sensed the ghoul's gaze, and looked at him in unison, then smiled with appetite and greed. Ah! Shrill screams rang out, and the ghouls almost couldn't wait to reach out their hands. Their fingers deeply sunk into their eye sockets, and they directly dug out their eyes. But this was not the end. The ghouls with their eyes dug out began to fight each other. They seemed to have turned into irrational beasts, rushing towards other compatriots around them, biting their bodies tightly, and then devouring their flesh and blood. The entire theater has now completely turned into a bloody H.L. Duanmu Huai put his hands behind his back and stared at the scene in front of him with indifference, as if he was a viewer watching a boring B-grade zombie movie. In fact, to deal with so many zombies, Duanmu Huai doesn't need to do it himself. He just needs to unleash the divine power of the old ones, and these lowly beasts will suffer a mental breakdown. Do not look directly at God. It seems that the ghouls in this world have not received any relevant education. Mr. Duanmu, isn't this a bit barbaric? At this moment, Mary also uncuffed her handcuffs, then came to Duanmu Huai and asked in a low voice, I think this is a suitable punishment. They like to eat people, so it's not bad to let them have a taste of being eaten. Duanmu Huai didn't care and just snorted. After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Mary thought about it and didn't say anything. After all, what Duanmu Huai said made sense, and she had also witnessed how other humans were bought and sold as commodities. This meant that every ghoul present was an executioner with blood on his hands and had no right or room for sympathy. Soon, the weaker ghouls were killed one by one. But the ghouls that tasted their flesh and blood did not stop there. They stuck their heads directly into the torn abdomen of the other party, rubbing and licking the other party's internal organs, roaring like beasts, and biting the flesh and bones. Ha 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 ha. One of the ghouls raised his head with a laugh, with some intestines bitten off still on his mouth. And the woman in front of him had been ripped open, her hands and feet torn off, and her graceful body torn into pieces. The ghoul stretched out his hand and took out her internal organs, like a starving beggar, and stuffed them directly into his mouth. He didn't even chew, but just stuffed the organs into his throat and forced them into his stomach. It's not enough. It's not enough. I want more. As the zombie spoke, he looked around, and when he lowered his head and saw his belly, his eyes suddenly lit up. Ha 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 ha. The next moment, the ghoul laughed ecstatically again. He reached out his hand and tore open his bulging belly, then took out the viscera that were stuffed inside. It's not enough. I want to eat more. More. The ghoul opened his mouth and tried hard to stuff the entrails flowing out of his stomach into his mouth. Then he maintained this action and fell headfirst into the corpse and pool of blood of the woman in front of him. Wow. Seeing this scene, Mary showed obvious disgust. If I write this in a novel, readers will doubt whether I have a mental problem. As for the spring and autumn style of writing, it depends on the situation. Duanmu Huai didn't really care. In his opinion, letting these zombies suffer mental collapse from the fear of destruction and die in endless pain was a good punishment. Of course, the smell is not very pleasant, but this is just an appetizer. After all the zombies fell, Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers, and then the door opened, followed by dozens of night guards walking in, search their identities, and then go and kill all the families of these guys, leaving no one alive. Duanmu Huai pointed at the bloody corpses in front of him and gave an order. By the way, don't let go of anyone who lives in these people's homes, even humans. Why? Mary was stunned when she heard Duanmu Huai's order. Are we going to exterminate humans too? Of course. If you work for such a powerful person, you must have known their true colors and still chose to collude with them. Otherwise you would have been eaten long ago. Since they have become accomplices of the ghouls, they are enemies of mankind and must be killed without mercy. So to some extent, the number of people killed by the Inquisition is no less than that of aliens and heretics. In many cases, There are not many real aliens and heretics. However, they have many members who work for them. These people may choose to submit to the enemies of humanity and serve them out of fear or greed. Perhaps they will argue that they had no choice but to do so. But the Inquisition does not care about their motives. Only the results. Since you have chosen to betray humanity, there is only one outcome for you. Okay, let's go. After taking another look at the bloody theater hall, Duan Mu Huai snorted coldly and turned away with Mary. As it turned out, the Inquisition acted very quickly. Following Duan Mu Huai's orders, they completely wiped out these zombie families before dawn. But for the Special Countermeasures Bureau, this is a bit troublesome. The reason is simple and cannot be concealed. Boom! Investigator Yaman slapped the newspaper and stared at Duan Mu Huai seriously. What's going on, Mr. Duan Mu? I hope you can give us an explanation. Duan Mu Huai didn't care about Yaman's questioning, but picked up the newspaper. The headline on the front page was Mysterious Serial Family Extermination Cases. According to reporters, dozens of families were devastated last night, and no one survived, including a large number of celebrities, politicians, and even families of financial groups in the country. This naturally became the biggest news topic of the day. Explain? Duan Mu Huai finished reading the news and then threw the newspaper aside. I don't have anything to explain. I found the auction house, killed those guys, and then killed them all to prevent their families from finding out and accidentally leaking the news. Is there a problem? But this is too much. Seeing Duan Mu Huai in front of him with an unyielding look, Yaman also felt a toothache. Dozens of famous families were wiped out overnight, which also shocked the Special Countermeasures Bureau. In addition to being shocked that the ghouls had infiltrated every corner of the country's top level, they were even more shocked that the Inquisition had such a powerful force. You have to know that even the Special Countermeasures Bureau of this country needs long-term planning and action to eliminate one family. And there may be heavy casualties. However, the Inquisition directly destroyed dozens of ghoul families in one night, and killed them all without leaving a single one alive. But this is not justice. Justice? Hearing what Inspector Yaman said, Duan Mu Huai glanced at him. What is justice? Inspector Yaman? If a ghoul is a good person, you won't kill him? I think I remember telling you that for the Inquisition. We don't care about justice or not. The mission of the Inquisition is to eliminate all existences that threaten humanity. So I don't care whether those ghouls are good or bad. As long as they eat people, they deserve to die. It's that simple. Having said that, Duan Mu Huai crossed his arms and stared at Investigator Yaman. I think you, the Special Countermeasures Bureau, should also understand this. Then he sneered and spoke. Chapter 858, One Eye Reappears. Unexpectedly, we provoke such a powerful trouble. After listening to Investigator Aaron's report, the top officials of the Countermeasures Bureau also frowned. What does it matter? I don't think the Inquisition did anything wrong. But soon, someone spoke up. The ghouls and their servants deserve to die. If we get any clues, won't we destroy them? In my opinion, the Inquisition is doing the right thing. If they are really an organization that protects humanity as they say, then isn't it a good thing to let them deal with the ghouls? However, the tribunal's actions are too brutal and may lead to unimaginable consequences. We just need to use public opinion to block the information. To deal with an enemy like the One-Eyed Owl, we have to block the entire block, evacuate a large number of civilians, and even lose a lot of manpower to achieve our goal. However, the Inquisition can do this easily without any loss. Compared to this, what is a mere public opinion? You are not still holding on to that old-fashioned sense of territory, are you? For a time, the top leaders of the Countermeasures Bureau also started to debate. Some people thought that Duan Mu Huai and the tribunal's actions were too rude and even reckless. But another group of people thought that as long as the other party was dealing with ghouls, then it didn't matter at all. After all, the Special Countermeasures Bureau existed to eliminate ghouls, and the interests of both parties were the same. If the Countermeasures Bureau had the power of the Inquisition, they would have taken similar actions long ago. Moreover, although the Inquisition killed fiercely, due to their strong strength, the losses caused were very small. If it were the Countermeasures Bureau, they would not be able to uproot all the ghoul families just based on the action last night. It might even cost a lot of manpower to kill one of them. In contrast, the Inquisition could easily kill the other side. They only had to finish off the group. Isn't this a good thing? Of course. The final result of the discussion was to continue to maintain cooperation with the Inquisition for the time being, and at the same time require them to report to the Countermeasures Bureau before taking any action. After all, compared to some boring reasons such as disturbing social order, most investigators still hope to see all the zombies killed. They themselves do not have this ability, but the tribunal does, so they naturally have to support the tribunal. In comparison, any riots can be solved by blocking intelligence and controlling public opinion. It is better than having a lot of people die in the Countermeasures Bureau every time. So Aaron had to act as the messenger again. But fortunately Duanmu didn't mind it. Okay, if the Inquisition takes action, I will call you. But our actions are our own business. So even if the Countermeasures Bureau asks us to, we Inquisition will not obey. Well, this is at least a progress. Hearing Duanmu's answer, Investigator Yaman sighed helplessly, while Duanmu chuckled. By the way, Inspector Mato is in the hospital? Are you going to change your partner? They said they would find a new partner for me. But I'm still hesitant. After all, Mr. Mato, maybe he'll get up from his hospital bed and return to the front line tomorrow. That's true. He is indeed very strong. I heard that he seems to be recovering. Duanmu was chatting with Investigator Yaman in a casual manner, while Mary followed behind them. The three of them came to the first floor lobby of the Countermeasures Bureau. Just as they were about to pass through the security gate, suddenly, a petite woman with green hair and glasses came over. Wow. Hello. Are you investigators? If you don't mind, could you answer a few questions for me? Why? Faced with the sudden appearance of the green-haired woman, Investigator Yaman was stunned for a moment. At this time, a staff member hurried over and saw Investigator Yaman and hurriedly bowed to him. Ah. Hello. First-class Investigator Amon. This lady is here to collect materials. Source? Hearing the female staff's words, Investigator Amon frowned. But the basic policy of the Countermeasures Bureau does not allow the collection of materials. Why? Hearing Investigator Yaman's answer, Mary was stunned for a moment, but quickly closed her mouth and turned to look to the side. The female employee gave a wry smile. Having said that, she is very famous. Hearing this, Investigator Yaman looked at the latter again, only to see the green-haired woman waving at them with a smile. Okay, I get it. It'll just take a moment. In the end, Investigator Yaman could only nod helplessly. Although Inspector Yaman hoped to finish the interview as soon as possible, he did not expect that Duanmu and Mary did not intend to leave, but followed him to the reception room next door. This made Inspector Yaman very helpless. But he could not expose the existence of the tribunal to the outside world, so he had to pretend that he did not see it. Then, let's end it quickly. Sitting in front of the table and looking at the green-haired woman on the opposite side, Yaman coughed. Basically, we are not allowed to pick up materials, so... please don't worry. I just want to know a little thing. To take the material for the new work. So I plan to investigate the things about the ghoul. Hearing Yaman's answer, the green-haired woman smiled and waved her hand, while Mary's eyes flashed, and she stared at her seriously. Duanmu silently glanced at Mary beside him. It was rare to see the latter looking so aggressive. So that's it. The topics are similar. That is really going to fight for you to die. It's not a big deal actually. While talking, the green-haired woman turned the pen in her hand. I just want to know, what kind of existence do ghouls have for the investigators on the front lines? Of course it is dangerous, and it needs to be eliminated. Yaman's search officer gave an answer without hesitation. I see. A very standard answer. Personally, don't you think that ghouls and humans have something in common? They can speak human language, communicate with people, and have their own ideas. How would it feel to fight against such an object? Hearing this, Yaman thought carefully, but before he answered the question, he heard Duanmu laughing around him. Where is it? Even if they speak human language and have human emotions and ideas, those guys are still just monsters. But they can just talk about people. It's just a monster who can talk about. That's right. Looking at the green-haired woman in front of him, Duanmu sneered. Let's take a step back and say that even if ghouls can communicate with humans, what's the point? Ghouls can only survive by eating humans. Can communication make them stop eating humans? How is this different from letting them die? If that's the case, then why waste time communicating? The result will be the same. It's faster to just kill them. So that's it. The green-haired girl nodded vigorously, twirled her pen, and then wrote it down in the notebook in front of her, while Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and stared at her. Hey, do you mind if I ask you a question? Of course. What's your question? When I heard Duanmu Huai's inquiry, the green FA glass woman also smiled and looked at Duanmu Huai and asked. My problem is very simple. The words did not fall, and I saw Duanmu Huai's arm directly cross the desktop, grabbed the head of the green-hair woman, and raised it directly. Who gave you the courage to be so bold as a ghoul and come right under our noses to cause trouble? Do you really think we are blind? What? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Inspector Yaman was shocked, and Mary jumped up. Although Mary had never communicated with Duanmu Huai from beginning to end, she had already guessed that there was something wrong with this woman. After all, based on Mary's understanding of Duanmu Huai, she knew that Duanmu Huai hated boring things the most. According to Duanmu Huai's usual reaction, when this green-haired woman found Inspector Yaman, he should have turned around and left. But the fact that Duanmu Huai not only did not leave, but followed him spoke volumes. So compared to Amin, Mary was mentally prepared for this. As for whether Duanmu Huai will see this woman, I have to say that Mary feels unlikely. After all, the trial court is more beautiful and cute than this green-haired woman. It seems that Mary's judgment is correct. Duanmu Huai was fast, and the green-haired woman was not slow either. Just as Duanmu Huai grabbed her head and lifted her up, the green-haired woman's whole body expanded rapidly, and in a moment it turned into a zombie that was several meters long and almost as tall as Duanmu Huai. Not only that, what is even more striking is that there is only one eye in the center of this zombie's head. One-eyed owl? How is that possible? Upon seeing this scene, Investigator Yaman was shocked. The one-eyed owl had clearly died. So why would another one-eyed owl appear? What exactly is going on? Boom! I saw the bone spurs behind the ghost of ghosts unfolded in an instant, and broke the restraint of Duanmu Huai. And then the huge Gongxian wanted to escape the next moment. Of course Duanmu Huai would not give it this opportunity. Go to H.L. With a roar, Duanmu Huai clenched his fist again, and blasted towards the tall Gongxian in front of him. Chapter 859 The Thinking of the Girls. Mom, I'm back. Walking into the room, Ilya smiled happily and rushed towards Ai Li in front of her, while Ai Li hugged Ilya, who rushed to her and stroked her hair. Feeling Ai Li's touch, Ilya also narrowed her eyes and smiled happily. How was it, Ilya? Was it fun out there? Yeah, it was fun. And Angu Leah took me to many places to play. It was very interesting. Thank you. Oh, you're welcome. In response to Ai Li's thanks, and waved his hand with a smile. We have nothing to do anyway, and Ilya is cute. Then we'll take our leave first. Gu Leah answered in a low voice, then bowed to Ai Li and turned to leave. Oh my! Ilya is such a cute and smart kid. Leaving Ellie's room and coming to the corridor, and couldn't help but sigh. I also want to give birth to a lovely daughter. Hearing Anne sigh, Gu Leah just responded casually, but Anne seemed dissatisfied with Gu Leah's answer. She turned her head and stared at Gu Leah again. I also. Okay. Think. Born. One. Love. Female. Why? Hearing Anne repeated word for word, Gu Leah was stunned for a moment. Then she reacted. But we are all women. Of course it's not you. It's Mr. Knight. Mr. Knight. Looking at Gu Leah's red face, and sighed helplessly. We are Mr. Knight's fiancé. Shouldn't we be more aware of the situation? There are more and more women around Mr. Knight, so we should also have a sense of crisis. Crisis? Yeah. It's okay for Miss Leah and Miss Kanami. But Miss Mary, Miss Ellie, and Miss Medea are all strong enemies. What Anne said was not completely unreasonable. In their opinion, people like Leah and Kanami would only visit them when Duanmu Huai went to their world. They were like the lovers kept by nobles outside. So Anne didn't care much about it. It was like the border officials and the bureaucrats in the royal city. It was almost obvious who was more popular. However, as the number of girls around Duanmu Huai increased, Anne gradually developed a sense of crisis, especially since Ai Li and Medea were Duanmu Huai's servants. They would be with Duanmu Huai anytime and anywhere. And more importantly, the two sides also had a contract called Command Spell, which made Anne very jealous. In addition, Ai Li has a child named Ilya. which is a big killer in Anne's eyes. A beautiful mother and a lovely daughter will naturally make Duanmu Huai pay more attention to them. Although strictly speaking, Ilya is not Duanmu Huai's daughter. Who doesn't like such a cute child? She is smart, cute and lovable. Isn't it the same in the palace? The princess who gave birth to a child was more cared for by the king, while the princess who could not give birth to a child would be banished to the cold palace sooner or later. And Anne also felt that because of Ilya's existence, Alice also produced a charm of a maternal halo. This is something that little girls like these can't learn. This is something only women with children have. Of course, apart from that, in Anne's opinion, their biggest competitor is still Mary. It was obvious that Duanmu Huai treated the events in Mary's world as his top priority. This time, Mary was only seeking some reinforcements. If it were any other planet, Duanmu Huai would have sent a team of night guards to solve the problem. After all, it didn't seem like a particularly strong threat. But as soon as Mary asked for help, Duanmu Huai went there in person. In Anne's opinion, this was somewhat discriminatory. Besides, Duanmu Huai almost always brought Mary with him, no matter which world he went to. So it was normal for Ogus to be jealous. There were some worlds that Ogus couldn't go to, but Mary could go to. Well, it was natural for Ogus to be unhappy. Although Anne also knew that Mary's golden eyes were really powerful for Duanmu Huai. He would also wear them all the time if necessary. But for a long time, even if Mary didn't have such feelings for Duanmu Huai now, who could tell what would happen over time? Besides, Mary was well educated and well mannered, and her manners were very good. Even from Anne's perspective, she was no worse than the young ladies raised by the high-ranking noble families in Maalia. She herself didn't seem to dislike Duanmu Huai. The length of time spent together can develop deep feelings. Look at Miss Lumiere. Well, even if we take a step back and believe that she and Mr. Duanmu did nothing in that future, they have been together for 60 years. They are almost like an old married couple. Do you understand? Gulia? And stretched out his hands, pressed Gulia's shoulders, and spoke earnestly. As the princess of Maalia, although it is innocent, she has also learned a lot about imperial studies. Therefore, and knows very well that in many cases, the harem is actually no different from royal politics. You accompany the emperor all year round. So the relationship between the emperor and you is of course better than that of others. For a frontier official like Leah, even if her status is relatively important. But she is not in the royal city all year round. She is not considered an opponent at all. But people like Mary and Ellie are newly promoted important officials. They are also in the core of the royal city. So their influence and status are naturally incomparable. And herself has always worked very hard. For example, whenever Duanmu Huai wants to do something, she will take the initiative to help. But here's the thing. Do you understand what I mean? Gilia? Looking at her good friend, and felt a sense of disappointment. Originally, the two of them were Duanmu Huai's fiancés, and they were the most legitimate. But Gulia was introverted and not good at communicating with others. Secondly, she seemed to be a little afraid of Duanmu Huai, so she gradually became a little alienated from Duanmu Huai. This also made Anne anxious. She knew what Gulia was afraid of, because as a good friend, Gulia had talked to her about what Duanmu Huai had said to her. Indeed, Gulia was not very good at dealing with the human supremacist tribunal. Moreover, Gulia's original personality was somewhat passive, and she was not very good at taking the initiative. This may be okay in school, but work in the trial court is another matter. Listen carefully. Gulia, the more this happens, the more you need to be more proactive. I know. So I always do whatever Mr. Knight asks me to do. That does not work. And shook his head vigorously, interrupting Gulia's defense. Listen carefully. You don't have to wait for Mr. Knight to tell you to do it. You must be more proactive and take the initiative to show Mr. Knight that you are willing to help. Whether Mr. Knight agrees to your request is one thing, but you must show your attitude, so that Mr. Knight will know that you are willing to help him. Otherwise, if you do it every time he gives you an order, Mr. Knight may think that you don't like doing this, and will not take you with him in the future. But, to destroy other races for the sake of humanity. This is really why. After hearing Gulia's answer, and sighed silently, the human supremacy of the Inquisition is indeed a problem. Of course, in the eyes of Anne, who is also a human, this is not a big problem. But for Gulia, who is a mixed blood, it seems to be another matter. Haven't we read the rules of the Inquisition? Aliens refer to races other than humans. And we have seen along the way that no matter if it is the Star Alliance or any other race, as long as it is a race other than humans, it will eventually betray humans. So it is understandable that the Inquisition has such an attitude. I think you shouldn't think too much. Gulia. After all, aren't you also recognized by the Inquisition? Otherwise, Mr. Knight would not agree to you building a city of dragon people in the Dual City. After hearing Anne's answer, Gulia thought for a moment and finally nodded, which made him breathe a sigh of relief and smile again. Okay. Be more proactive when facing Mr. Knight next time. And I will help you. Okay. But? Facing Anne's curious gaze, Gulia's face turned red and her eyes wandered. Then she raised her head and looked at it uneasily. What if our child turns out to be as fierce as Mr. Knight? This is indeed a problem. At this moment, even Anne, who was optimistic by nature, couldn't help but feel troubled. Achoo! Duanmu Huai sneezed violently, and at the same time his punch missed the target, and the bone spur of the one-eyed zombie hit his head, and then broke into pieces like plaster hitting the wall. Hey! Mr. Duanmu, are you okay? Mary was also quite surprised to see this scene. Are you sick? No. I guess some guy is plotting against me behind my back. Duanmu Huai wiped his nose and looked at the huge ghoul in front of him again. Unlike the short stature of the green-haired woman, the ghoul she created was extremely tall. Fortunately, there were no secrets in front of the golden eyes. Mary saw through the huge body of the ghoul in front of her at a glance. It was just her SHL. In fact, the green-haired woman herself was hiding in this huge SHL, just like a driver controlling a biological robot. Now that you know what's going on, it's much simpler. Duanmu Huai sniffed, then reached out again and grabbed the ghoul in front of him. At this moment, the entire first-floor hall of the Countermeasures Bureau had been completely evacuated, and other investigators also rushed over after hearing the news. But they had no way to intervene in the battle in front of them. All they could see was Duanmu Huai and the one-eyed ghoul punching and kicking each other like Ultraman fighting a small monster. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai has one more helper than Ultraman. Drink. Duanmu Huai once again knocked away the bone spikes fired by the one-eyed ghoul with one punch. And seeing more and more investigators around him, the one-eyed ghoul tried to turn around and run away. However, Duanmu Huai took the opportunity to rush over, grabbed the one-eyed ghoul's body with both hands, and lifted it high. Mary! Yes, Mr. Duanmu. Hearing Duanmu Huai's voice, Mary hurriedly raised the staff in her hand, pointed it forward, and then pulled it back. As Mary moved, roaring magical energy began to condense at the tip of her staff. Then, Mary gripped the staff tightly, aimed forward, and pushed it forward. Torrent of souls! Boom! The shining magic beam directly penetrated the tall body of the one-eyed ghoul lifted up by Duanmu Huai, tore its head apart, and blasted a big hole in the middle of the one-eyed ghoul's body. And then, the one-eyed ghoul just struggled for a moment, and then completely scattered, turning into a pile of tattered flesh and blood. Huh? Do it. Duanmu Huai threw away the broken body, looked at the other investigators beside him, and then curled his lips. It seems that the security of your Countermeasures Bureau is not very good. Chapter 860 Bronze Tree. For the Special Countermeasures Bureau, the fact that a zombie would appear at the headquarters made them extremely angry and shocked. As mentioned before, the Countermeasures Bureau actually has something to identify ghouls. Of course, it is not as powerful as the Inquisition's auspicious device, but it is generally very useful. That is the RC detection gate. According to the Countermeasures Bureau's analysis of ghoul corpses, the content of a type of cell called RC cells in ghouls is far greater than that in humans. In fact, ghouls eat humans in order to absorb the RC cells in the human body. In response to this, the Countermeasures Bureau invented the RC detection gate, which will scan all those entering and leaving. Once the existence of RC cells exceeding human levels is detected, an alarm will naturally be sounded. The result was good. The green-haired woman walked back and forth in the detection door. But the detection door made no sound at all? This thing is useless. Is it broken? Is it of poor quality? Or is it simply a defective product? As a result, the entire Special Countermeasures Bureau headquarters was immediately sealed off, and everyone had to undergo further inspections. After all, no one knew if there would be more ghouls sneaking in. Of course, Duanmuai was also found to ask him how he knew that the other party was a Gongxian. And Duanmuai did not conceal it. And he took out the bird body directly. Is this it? Special Investigator Marta looked at the divination instrument in front of him with a serious expression. I never thought that the Inquisition had this ability to lock onto a ghoul with just such a small device. But I also understand why you were able to do it so easily and quickly. Never mind. There's no point in talking about this. Special Investigator Marta coughed and then looked at Duanmuai. Well, Mr. Duanmu, I have an unwelcome request. Could you please assist us in conducting a comprehensive search of all members of the headquarters? We suspect that in addition to that woman, there are likely other ghouls hiding here hiding their identities. No problem at all. Fortunately, after Duanmuai searched the entire Countermeasures Bureau headquarters, the other investigators and staff were cleared of suspicion. This also made the investigators feel relieved. It was obvious that it was not the RC detection door that had a problem, but that the green-haired woman had somehow avoided the RC detection door's scan. Of course, must not be tolerated. Soon, the body that was beaten to pieces by Mary was immediately sent for research, and the investigators rushed to the green-haired woman's home like hungry wolves. After all, she was not an ordinary person, but a well-known novelist in society. She had a great social influence and knew many people. So, how many of the people she knew were ghouls? This is the problem that the search officers need to investigate. Duanmuai was not interested in this, so he left the headquarters directly with Mary. As for the rest, they would wait for the investigators to find clues before making a decision. By the way, he also lent the auspicious instrument to the Countermeasures Bureau. One can imagine that at this moment, those investigators are scanning everywhere with the auspicious instrument. Once they discover those zombies with hidden identities, one can imagine that it will not be a good thing. Well, that is for the zombies. For humans, this is obviously not a bad thing. But for the ghouls, it is a nightmare. What the hell is going on? Why did it turn out like this? A blue-haired boy slammed his fist on the table, clenching his teeth, looking extremely angry. There are several groups of ghouls, and at the moment, this blue-haired boy is a member of one of the ghoul groups. The Bronze Tree. When the Bronze Tree was first established, its goal was to create an autonomous region for the ghouls. And the strength of the Bronze Tree is indeed quite strong. They have successfully conquered ghouls in several regions and brought them under their command. They even imitated the system of the Special Countermeasures Bureau and gathered members to organize a hunting team to specifically hunt down those investigators. Unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Just when the Bronze Tree was feeling proud, they were hit hard. In fact, Duanmuai didn't know that the auction he had destroyed before was actually the industry of Bronze Tree. After all, in order to maintain its huge organizational structure, Bronze Tree also needed to operate and obtain financial support. So they organized an auction and contacted many high-ranking ghouls to help cover it. However, overnight, everything was ruined. Not only was the auction destroyed by the Inquisition, but all the ghoul families were also killed. This naturally shocked other ghoul groups. And there were even rumors that those people were targeted by the Countermeasures Bureau and lost their lives because of the Bronze Tree. Therefore, everyone was in danger for a while. Although the expansion of the Bronze Tree was much smoother than before, it was not because of their huge power, but because other ghoul groups hurriedly slipped away when they heard that the Bronze Tree was coming, so as not to be associated with them and be executed like those ghoul nobles. Not only that, even within the Bronze Tree, many younger brothers chose to leave because they believed the rumors, although the upper echelons forcibly suppressed their dissatisfaction. But, damn it! The blue-haired boy slammed the table again, then sat down restlessly. The reason why he was so depressed was not because of the plight of the Bronze Tree, but because of his sister. His naive sister, who longed to coexist with humans, lived in a coffee shop called the Safe Zone in District 20. But she disappeared recently. He went to see it once, but found that the entire coffee shop had been closed down. And he also heard that the ghouls here had been eliminated. He didn't know what happened to his sister, but the discovery made him restless. We have to make a choice. At this moment, another masked man spoke in a cold voice. From the current situation, humans are gradually encircling us. Under the current circumstances, it is very dangerous for the Bronze Tree to continue to expand. So, from now on, I think the Bronze Tree should go to District 24 and hide for a while. What did you say? Hearing the masked man's words, The blue-haired boy rushed over and grabbed him by the collar. Are you kidding us to go to Area 24? No wonder the blue-haired boy was so angry. The so-called District 24 was not a formal district name, but a deep underground waterway network located under the city. It had long been a gathering place for many ghouls. Those ghouls who had nowhere to go would hide underground. Over time, this place became a new district, District 24. But this is where losers go. Are you saying that we bronze trees are going to flee into the cave in disgrace like those losers? Don't be so excited. The masked man patted the blue-haired boy's hand. Although his action did not seem big, the blue-haired boy's hand was still slapped away by the other party. You should know that the situation this time is completely different. It's not the first time that the Special Countermeasures Bureau has hunted ghouls, but it has never been as efficient as it is now. Dozens of ghoul families were wiped out overnight, and no one survived. We don't even know who did it. In this case, continuing to expand blindly will only bring more dangers to the bronze tree. And? Where do you think all the ghouls who left their sphere of influence went? Hearing the masked man's question, the blue-haired boy's anger subsided a little. You mean, they went to District 24 as well? This is the only possibility. We will not be safe anywhere if we continue to stay on the ground. Area 24 is the only territory that is completely controlled by the ghouls. There, we can control everything and continue our plan. We will not give up this opportunity. All we have to do now is to put our fists back for the time being. As he spoke, the masked man clenched his fist and pulled it back. Then, wait for the right moment to swing. Speaking of this, the masked man's tone was extremely cold. Just wait. The bronze tree will definitely come back. Dwanmu didn't care what the zombies thought. After all, it was not a big deal to him. How about that? Now you don't have to worry about your competitors. After leaving the Countermeasures Bureau, Dwanmu teased Mary with a smile. The latter blushed when she heard what Dwanmu said. I'm not worried. Even if you didn't kill her, Mr. Dwanmu, I won't lose to her. Alright. It was just a joke. She's a ghoul after all. So she's dead. Dwanmu waved his hand and then looked at the time. He had wasted a lot of time because of the green-haired woman. Later, he had to conduct an OK test on all the staff at the Countermeasures Bureau headquarters. It was already night time when everything was over. It was time to get off work and school. There were many people coming and going on the roads around. They obviously knew nothing about what happened in the Countermeasures Bureau and just lived in their own peaceful world. Well, there was nothing wrong with this. After all, some things were better never known to others. Anyway, are you hungry? How about we go find a place to eat? That's no problem. But I won't drink this time. Well, it's better to drink less. In response to Mary's solemn answer, Dwanmu shrugged his shoulders and nodded. It's better to drink less of this kind of thing that affects your judgment. Do you want to drink juice? I'll get fat. It's okay. If it doesn't say it, it means 0 card. Alright. Chapter 861 The Decisive Moment. In the next few days, Dwanmu and Mary relaxed a lot. They no longer fought any zombies, but traveled around. It was not that they did not want to cause trouble for the zombies, but most of the zombies had disappeared without a trace. Of course, they have not been killed yet. The warships of the Inquisition have been monitoring the actions of these ghouls, and found that they have almost all moved underground. Well, this is naturally good news for Dwanmu. So he is waiting now. Waiting for those ghouls to take the initiative to hide underground. And then, he will catch them all in one fell swoop. Before that, it's not a big problem to go shopping first. Right? But for the zombies deep underground, this is a disaster. Each block has its own group of ghouls. Over the years, they have divided their own areas. Just like gangs, each occupying a piece of territory to survive, and not interfering with each other. However, the recent actions have caused these ghouls to leave their original territory and pour into the underground Area 24, which has caused a very serious crisis. After all, the 24th area also has its own local ghoul group. At the same time, a large number of ghouls came from the ground to the underground. So it is obvious that the resources are of course not enough. So they had to start competing for resources and killing each other. After all, there are no humans underground, and zombies cannot survive without eating humans. In the past, the zombies underground would sneak up to the surface and capture a few people to eat. But now there are so many zombies that catching a few may not be enough. It may be necessary to capture hundreds, or even more. But will humans turn a blind eye to this? Of course not. Soon, even more terrifying things happened among the zombies. That is Kagoku. To put it simply, ghouls eat ghouls. From a scientific point of view, this is actually normal, because human research has proved that ghouls have a large number of RC cells in their bodies. And it is these cells that allow ghouls to transform, and have strength and physical fitness that exceed that of humans. And it is in order to supplement RC cells that they choose humans. Of course, the RC cells in humans are far fewer than those in ghouls. So from this perspective, eating compatriots, who also have abundant RC cells, is obviously a better choice. Of course, this is a taboo for ghouls. And the reason is simple. Although devouring their fellows can satisfy their hunger, consuming a large amount of RC cells is also harmful to ghouls. Well, this is normal. After all, no matter how beneficial a trace element is to the human body, it can still be fatal if consumed in excess. Similarly, consuming large amounts of RC cells will cause ghouls to mutate and turn them into monsters that even ghouls fear. So generally speaking, ghouls will not eat their own kind. But with no food to eat, they seem to have no other choice. From this point of view, the ghouls in Area 24 are currently living in dire straits. They huddle in the shadows in pain, and can only maintain their lives by killing and cannibalizing each other. And of course, Duanmu didn't care about it at all. To him, the importance of those zombies struggling in pain underground was far less than the tender and juicy steak in front of him. Well, the taste is really good. Duanmu picked up the fork, poked a piece of steak, and put it into his mouth. The rich aroma of beef and the overflowing gravy made him squint his eyes in satisfaction. Does it smell so good? Looking curiously, watching Duanmu's movement, Mary crooked his head in doubt, and opened his mouth, ate a piece of beef. I don't think it's as bad as you, Mr. Duanmu. Hey, eating meat and drinking wine with big mouthfuls is a man's romance. What's the point of you taking small mouthfuls like a chicken pecking at rice? Duanmu waved his hand. You have to know that in ancient times, I would come in and say, waiter, cut 2 or 3 pounds of cooked beef for us to drink with the wine, and then turn around and go and kill the tiger. Why should I bully the tiger? Mary was confused when she heard Duanmu's words. To be honest, if someone said this in front of her, Mary would just think he was bragging. But looking at Duanmu's muscles, physique, and height, Mary could only say this. No reason. It's just the rule. The rule of beating a tiger after eating beef? How strange. Just as the two were eating and chatting, the phone rang. Duanmu picked up the phone, hummed a few words, then ate the last bite of the beef in front of him and stood up. Okay, let's go. There are no tigers to fight today. But there are other things to deal with. Ghoul? That's right. In response to Mary's question, Duanmu nodded. Just now the Yamen search officer called, and the Countermeasure Bureau prepared all the dispatch. The calculation time was almost the same. Let's go. Let me see. The Countermeasure Bureau can come up with a few skills at the moment. When Duanmu and Mary arrived at the designated location, they saw that it had been completely blocked off. There were thousands of fully armed soldiers holding guns, and hundreds of investigators wearing white suits and holding weapons. It looked like a huge formation. Mr. Duanmu? Seeing Duanmu coming, Investigator Yamen hurried forward. But when he smelled the alcohol on him, his face changed. You've been drinking? We need to drink some wine to have a good fight. It's a pity that we can't eat cooked beef here. The red wine doesn't even taste good with the steak. It would be better if we could have a few bottles and 3 bowls. Duanmu moved his neck. Tell me, what's the situation? As you said before, according to the investigation of the Countermeasures Bureau, we have determined that almost most of the gongs have disappeared from the ground. It is certain that they are currently hiding in the sewer areas under the city. This is called the 24th area. The threat to eliminate corpse. Okay. It seems you are not stupid. What are you going to do next? Are you going to use poison gas? Poison gas is useless against ghouls. Their bodies are highly resistant to similar things. If we were to use poison gas that kills ghouls, I'm afraid we would be almost dead too. Investigator Yamen shook his head and took out a map. At present, the headquarters determines that we are divided into 10 groups in total, and each special search officer leader, from all directions to surround them, and then compress the ghost's action space step by step. The trial court, We'll just take care of this side. Duanmu Huai took a quick glance, and then stretched out his hand to point to a path. Investigator Yaman took a quick look, and then made a mark. Okay. I'll leave it to you guys. Speaking here? The Yaman search officer lowered his voice. We have just sent the investigating team. But they lost their messages. Obviously. The galleries below already knew our arrival. And be careful. Rest assured. Give us no problem. Duanmu Huai took the map and glanced at it again. So, let's go. Mary. These damn bugs are almost completely cleaned up. Yes, Mr. Duanmu. After saying this, the two of them walked into the dark underground passage in front of them, one after the other, while the human army on the ground was ready to go. The gongs under the ground also began to prepare for the battle. They all knew that this was a battle about the fate of the ghoul. Indeed, the investigators of the Countermeasures Bureau are very powerful. But what they have to face are thousands of hungry ghouls with green eyes. They are eager to tear the flesh of these humans alive and eat them all. Where are you going? The blue-haired boy angrily opened the door and looked at the masked ghoul in front of him. This is the most important battle for Bronze Tree. And as a leader, you actually want to retreat? Backing off at the last minute? Hearing the blue-haired boy's rebuttal, the masked man glanced at him. I'm not backing down. And I don't intend to flee from here. In fact, you may not know the real reason why the Bronze Tree came here. The real reason? The blue-haired boy was a little confused when he heard the masked man's answer. What do you want to say? You do not understand. The masked man suddenly reached out and grabbed the blue-haired boy's shoulder, glaring at him fiercely. How do you think we ghouls were born? How did we appear? How did the ghouls before us survive? Have you ever thought about this question? No. You have never thought about this question. You are just like a hot-blooded idiot. Not only you, but also the Bronze Tree. You are just dreaming. A dream that will never come true. Facing the masked man's sudden outburst, the blue-haired boy was also at a loss, not knowing what to say. He had never seen this man so angry before. And his performance at this moment made the blue-haired boy even feel a little uneasy. You will eventually know the truth. The truth of all this. We came here to awaken the existence that is sleeping inside. The existence that existed earlier than any other creature and earlier than the dinosaurs. It is our mother. The great God who gave birth to us. It will wake up again. And we will be its children and become the noblest rulers of this world. Humans will no longer be able to threaten us. They will become the mother's nourishment and become one again. Looking at the crazy masked man in front of him, the blue-haired boy felt his whole body trembling. He had never seen this side of him before. The madness in his tone even frightened himself as a ghoul. However, the masked man had lost interest in talking to the blue-haired boy at this moment. He pushed the blue-haired boy away, then turned around and walked deeper into the tunnel, muttering to himself, as if he was chanting some spell. From the source of darkness to the abyss of the starry sky. From the abyss of the starry sky to the source of darkness. There will always be praise for the great Cthulhu. Praise for Tsathoggua. Praise for the one whose name cannot be spoken. And praise for them forever. The black goat of the forest, yeah. Shub Nigurath. The goat that gave birth to millions of descendants. Yeah. Sab Nicholas. The black goat that gave birth to millions of descendants. The masked man's figure gradually disappeared into the dark tunnel. Only his voice still echoed in the darkness. Listening carefully, it seemed that he was not the only one chanting. But countless beings in the darkness on all sides were whispering to themselves, chanting, and praising this twisted prayer. Yeah. Sab Nicholas. The black goat that gave birth to millions of descendants. The blue-haired boy stood there blankly. He had never felt that the darkness around him was so active. He seemed to feel the heat of life from the shadows beside him. A fishy smell gushed out from it and hit his neck, as if there was a terrible beast hiding in the darkness, staring at him from behind. Grown-ups? A hand stretched out from behind and pressed on the blue-haired boy's shoulder. The latter trembled suddenly and quickly shook it off. Turning around, he saw a member of the Bronze Tree looking at him in surprise. What is the matter with you? My lord. I'm fine. The blue-haired boy shook his head vigorously, putting the strange emotion behind him. Get ready. We must kill all these humans. Yes. Chapter 862, Meeting on a Narrow Road. Christmas Eve. For people living on the ground, it was a peaceful and harmonious night. Couples came to the streets, listening to Christmas Eve songs and taking photos with the Christmas tree. In the brightly lit houses, Parents and children reunited and enjoyed happy family time. While people were enjoying peace and joy, a bloody and cruel war was unfolding deep underground. The ultimate battle between humans and corpses. For the ghouls, they have nowhere to retreat. Area 24 is the last refuge for the ghouls. Once they lose this place, they will be completely destroyed. This is also the purpose of the Countermeasures Bureau. That is to completely eliminate the zombies at all costs. If they were on the ground, the ghouls might be able to use the wide space to deal with humans. But in the narrow underground tunnels, they no longer have the ability to do so. So the means of fighting are very simple and direct. The bravest will win. Only the one who survives to the end is the winner. The sound of gunfire and screams echoed in the narrow tunnel. A ragged woman hid in a cave at the back of the tunnel, hugging her daughter tightly, listening to the roars and screams from outside. She clenched her teeth and her face flushed, while the girl in her arms was pale and trembling as she hugged her mother. Mom, Dad, However, before the girl's voice fell, a scream suddenly came from the tunnel. Hearing this sound, the girl immediately panicked. Daddy woo. But the moment the girl opened her mouth, the woman covered her mouth. She looked out at the dim tunnel, was silent for a moment, then lowered her head and looked at the child in her arms. Get out of here, kid. Mom. But Dad? Mom will save Dad. As the woman spoke, she stood up with a serious expression. She looked at the child in her arms, reached out her hand, and wiped her little face. Hurry. Listen to Mom and run into the tunnel. Don't let anyone find you. After Mom rescues Dad, she will meet up with you. Okay? Hearing the woman's words, the girl reached out her hand and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Then she nodded, and then she reached out and hugged her mother. Mom, you must come back. Well, Mom will definitely come back. Hearing the girl's whisper, the woman smiled and reached out to touch the girl's head. Go. The girl nodded. Then she loosened her hands, looked at her mother reluctantly, then turned around and quickly disappeared into the depths of the dark tunnel. The woman just stood there, silently watching her daughter's figure, until she completely disappeared into the darkness. Then she turned her head again and looked forward. Then her body began to twist and deform. The blood-red pupils in her dark eyes shone with crazy light. A long tail emerged from behind the woman. And then, the woman who turned into a ghoul jumped up like a creeper and ran to the wall. Then moved her limbs and rushed forward quickly, passing through the dark tunnel. The gunshots had become sporadic. The woman could see that in front of the tunnel, investigators and soldiers from the Countermeasures Bureau in white uniforms were moving forward with flashlights raised, while the ground in front of them was covered in blood and torn bodies were scattered everywhere. The most eye-catching thing was a sturdy zombie lying in front of the tunnel. Its body was like a hill, almost blocking half of the tunnel entrance. At this moment, the soldiers were trying hard to move the body away so that they could move on. Roar! Seeing the corpse, the woman's eyes flashed red again. She screamed and rushed over. At the same time, the woman's tail shot out like a spear, directly piercing through several Countermeasures Bureau soldiers who were decomposing the corpse. There's more here. Hurry up and shoot. Faced with the sudden attack, the soldiers of the Countermeasures Bureau were also shocked. They raised their weapons and aimed at the woman to attack. However, the woman dodged their attacks again and again at a very fast speed. But it was obvious that the soldiers of the Countermeasures Bureau were not completely unprepared for this. Throw the grenade. Following an order, several soldiers rushed forward, took out grenades, and threw them towards the woman. These were not ordinary grenades, but special white phosphorus bombs. Ordinary grenades and flames had no effect on ghouls. Only this kind of cruel weapon could cause enough damage to them. Snort. Looking at the grenade who was thrown by herself, the woman snoring coldly, and then her tail suddenly waved, hitting the grenades directly and flying back. The soldiers who had been shot back before dodging were hit. With the burst of the burst, the flames that burned the next moment completely swallowed those soldiers. And those soldiers were also hopeless, falling on the ground and screamed. The woman didn't care about this at all. She flashed again and attacked the investigator at the back of the team. However, what the woman did not expect was that when she passed through the soldiers who were struggling in pain, the soldiers whose bodies were covered in the flames of white phosphorus bombs rushed over and hugged her tightly. What the hell are you doing? Let me go! Being caught by these soldiers, the woman was also shocked. She swung her tail again, and then several soldiers' heads were randomly knocked off. However, the other soldiers still bravely moved forward and caught her fearlessly. Investigator, take action. Kill this ghoul. Don't worry about us. You. The woman was also greatly shocked when she heard the roars of the soldiers, who were holding her and lying on her, as they endured the flames of the white phosphorus bombs. Only then did she realize that there was no fear, terror or despair in the eyes of the soldiers, who were holding her when they looked at her. On the contrary, there was only a firm will and anger. Die, you man-eating monster! Call! A spear came forward and pierced through the woman's head, leaving a big hole in the back of her head. The woman's body shook for a moment, and then she slowly fell backwards. At the moment she fell, she was looking at the tunnel behind her. I hope you can survive, my daughter. Then, the woman's world was completely swallowed by darkness. The flames were blazing, and the investigator holding a spear looked at his colleagues, who were clinging to the ghoul and sacrificing their lives for it. He lowered his head and remained silent for a moment. Then he raised his head and looked forward. Keep going. This time we must completely destroy the ghouls. Yes. There was almost no light in the dark tunnel. The girl stumbled and ran. Her mind was blank. She had no idea where to go or who to look for. But the girl firmly believed that her mother would come back. She would bring her father back to her side, and they would live a happy life together again. Mom. Dad. Ah. Just as the girl turned the corner, she suddenly bumped into something extremely hard, causing her to fall backwards to the ground. At first, she thought she had hit a door or a pillar, but when she looked up, she saw that the person standing in front of her was a terrifying warrior wearing a pitch-black steel armor. He stared at the girl coldly, with a scarlet glow emanating from his helmet. Alas, although the girl didn't know what it was, her instinct made her jump up, turn around and try to escape. At the same time, a cold light flashed. The girl's head spun and flew out, then hit the wall and fell to the ground, while her body took half a step forward like a baby learning to walk and fell to the ground. The Iron Warrior withdrew his gaze, tightened his grip on the power sword in his hand, turned around and continued walking forward. This was just a corner of the battlefield, where both the ghouls and humans were killing each other. Humans would never allow any ghoul to survive. And in order to survive, the ghouls had to kill all the invading humans. Damn it. How could this happen? After repelling the humans' attack again, the blue-haired boy gritted his teeth. It was beyond their expectation that the Countermeasures Bureau would dispatch such a large force. But it was reasonable after careful consideration. However, what puzzled them the most was the will of these soldiers. Normally, facing the invincible ghouls, these lackeys of the Countermeasures Bureau would have fled long ago. But this time, no matter how many people they killed, there were still people who rushed towards them without fear of death. Damn it. The blue-haired boy looked at his right hand and spat. That was the injury he had just received. At that time, he grabbed a soldier and tried to force him to beg for mercy. But the soldier laughed and pulled the grenade, blowing off the blue-haired boy's arm. Although it healed quickly, the opponent's momentum still shocked the blue-haired boy. It seemed that he discovered for the first time that humans had such a terrifying side. And this is not just an isolated case. From every battlefield, the blue-haired boy could hear similar reports. Humans were not afraid of death at all. They were just like crazy, pouring human lives into this huge battlefield, and ruthlessly implementing the strategy of not giving up until the ghouls were eliminated. Although the ghouls were indeed powerful, they were outnumbered after all. Even if it was the ordinary cooperative soldiers who seemed to have no threat at ordinary times. If they risked their lives to entangle the ghouls would not be able to break free so easily. Why? At this moment, the blue-haired boy only felt extremely sad and angry in his heart. Why do you have to exterminate us? Why do you want to kill us and not let us go? Can we really not be allowed to live in this world? Is destruction really the only option for us? It was not until he smelled rust at the corner of his mouth that he realized he had bitten his lip completely. He withdrew his thoughts and prepared to fight again. However, at this moment, the blue-haired boy suddenly received a report from the front. Headquarters. We can't stop the Iron Demon, the damn Iron Demon. However, before he could finish his words, the communication was interrupted. Is it finally here? But the blue-haired boy who heard the communication did not feel fear or confusion. Instead, he stood up and looked forward. In fact, since the beginning of the battle, the blue-haired boy received news from all over the battlefield that a group of tall, unidentified warriors wearing black steel armor appeared on the battlefield and ruthlessly eliminated all the ghouls that stood in their way. The powerful strength of the ghouls was of no use to them. After hearing these reports, the blue-haired boy immediately remembered that he had a conversation with the masked man before going to Area 24. At that time, the masked man always thought that there was a new forces entered here, and they came to eliminate Gong Xian. At that time, the blue-haired boy was still very confused as to why the masked man could be so sure, and the latter also explained the reason. Recently, the ghouls have been hunted and killed by the investigators on a large scale, which means that the Countermeasures Bureau must have more advanced means to deal with ghouls. However, there has been no similar news. So if you think about it carefully, it is more likely that a new force will enter the scene. After all, they have been in love with the countermeasures for so many years. At the point of the countermeasures, they are still very clear. However, the blue-haired boy had some doubts about the masked man's speculation. If this is the case, why do we know nothing about this emerging force? At that time, facing the question of the blue-haired boy, the masked man just looked at him and said a word, because all the ghouls that encountered them died. Now it seems that it is true. But I want to see what's so powerful in this group of people. With his fists clenched, the blue-haired boy stared ahead. Soon, he saw two red dots appear in the dark tunnel. Then, he saw a tall and burly warrior wearing black steel armor, with a skull pattern inlaid on his chest striding towards him with a hammer in his hand. Bloodstains could be seen on the hammer. Behind him, a blonde girl in a dress was walking beside him. I didn't expect there are people who are faster than us. Duanmu Huai couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the bodies of the investigators and the soldiers from the Countermeasures Bureau lying on the ground in front of him. It seems they are quite lucky. Is this considered good luck, Mr. Duanmu? Mary complained silently. Indeed, she was surprised that a team from the Countermeasures Bureau could reach the core area of Area 24 before Duanmu Huai, who had activated the perspective map. However, looking at the other side's annihilation, it was hard to say whether they were lucky or unlucky. Are you the mysterious force that has come to destroy us? Looking at Duanmu Huai in front of him, the blue-haired boy glared at him fiercely. I want to see what you are capable of. As he spoke, the blue-haired boy jumped up, and then a pair of light wings emerged from behind him. Flying spikes emerged from them and hit Duanmu Huai directly. Naturally, this attack that was powerful enough to penetrate a human body would not even cause a scratch on Duanmu Huai's armor. Really interesting. However, looking at the attack of the blue-haired boy in front of him, Duanmu Huai couldn't help but sigh. I never expected to encounter the same attack again. I thought it was quite rare. What did you say? Hearing Duanmu Huai's sigh, the blue-haired boy's heart sank. Although the Kagun of each ghoul are different, when it comes to the same attack, the only person the blue-haired boy can think of is his twin sister. She also has the same Kagun as him, so naturally she can launch the same attack. Where have you seen attacks like mine before? Tell me. Thinking of this, the blue-haired boy distanced himself from Duanmu Huai and glared at him angrily. At the same time, his heart was trembling, because at this moment, the blue-haired boy had a bad premonition. Duanmu Huai didn't care about the blue-haired boy's question. I remember it was a blue-haired female ghoul. She fought very hard at the time. But of course she couldn't survive a single blow from me. But her wings of light were quite beautiful. Similar to yours. Could it be that you two are twins? You bastard. Hearing this, the blue-haired boy felt endless anger erupting from the depths of his heart in an instant. I will definitely kill you. Accompanied by a roar, the blue-haired boy rushed towards Duanmu Huai again. Chapter 863 Awakening. I am going to kill you. At this moment, the blue-haired boy could no longer suppress his inner anger, and he roared and rushed towards Duanmu Huai. The reason why he joined the bronze tree was to protect his only relative. And now, the only person he wanted to protect was dead. So, there was only one thing he could do. That's revenge. The blue-haired boy had never felt so angry before. His rage had exceeded the limit. He felt the power in his body surge like never before, bursting out as a raging flame. At this moment, the blue-haired boy swore that he would do his best to eliminate the enemy who killed his relatives. This is for his family, for himself, and for the Ghoul clan. For all this, he is fearless. Huh? The cold, huge steel palm passed through the flames erupting from the blue-haired boy, as if passing through the ethereal smoke, and then grabbed his head. Before the blue-haired boy could come to his senses, Duan Muhuai's palm grabbed hard, and the blue-haired boy's body suddenly jumped like a fish. And then, there was no sound. From this we can see that no matter how fierce the anger is, it is meaningless in the face of absolute power. Alright. Duan Muhuai threw away the corpse in his hand, looked at the pale zombies in front of him, and smiled coldly while holding the war hammer. Prepare to die. You lowly alien bastard. The battle continues. Deep in the dim underground, the masked man walked down the cold, damp stairs one step at a time. He could hear the screams of humans and ghouls from above. Countless lives were dying. Their blood was deep in the soil. Their souls were wailing. And all of this would become the nourishment to awaken that great being. Praise be to the great mother of the black goat. Mother of all life. Please hear my prayer. The further he went down, the more the masked man's body trembled. He stretched out his hand and tightly grasped the pendant on his chest. He didn't know if it was an illusion. But the further he went down, the more the masked man could feel that the originally cold stone slabs under his feet gradually warmed up. And even the soil on the ground became as soft as skin. There was a faint vibration like a heartbeat from the soles of his feet. And even the air began to become alive, filled with faint heat, as if something was breathing in front of him. Finally, the masked man reached the end of the stairs. He reached out, pulled off the pendant from his neck, and inserted it into the heavy stone door in front of him. Then the stone door slowly opened and he walked in. Mother of the black goat, the source of all life, you created us, and now we will return to your arms again. The masked man stumbled into the door and came to the altar. On the altar was a monster that was so ugly that it could not even be described in words. It looked like a combination of internal organs and tentacles. Even the craziest artist in the world could not create such a terrifying existence. It did not even look like a living creature, but a squirming mass of flesh. In fact, it's not even an adjective, because on the altar, the piece of meat was really wriggling. Its tentacles spread out in all directions like tree roots, deep into the earth, and its dark, hardened skin that looked like tree bark was constantly swelling, accompanied by a rhythmic beating sound. And green gas like a spore cloud spurted out from the gaps in the skin and fell on the masked man. Then the masked man let out a miserable cry. He fell to the ground. His arms began to twist and deform, and tumors like flower buds protruded from under his skin and then cracked. The stench and blood gushed out. But the masked man didn't care. He continued to crawl towards the altar in front of him, until he came to the side of the strange piece of meat. I am here to pray. Pray for your grace, great mother. While muttering to himself, the masked man leaned against the meat ball in front of him. Then, he was completely swallowed by the huge meat ball. Soon, the cave fell into darkness again. Boom, long, long, long. A sound like muffled thunder sounded. Duan Muhuai retracted the war hammer covered with blood and flesh, and looked around vigilantly. What sound? I heard it too, Mr. Duanmu. Mary held the staff and stood beside Duan Muhuai. She widened her eyes and looked around carefully. But there was nothing except the corpse of the gongs nearby. There's something, Mr. Duanmu. What? I don't know. It's heading towards us. It's coming out. Boom. Before Mary could finish her words, the ground in front of Duan Muhuai suddenly collapsed. And then an extremely thick, huge monster that looked like an earthworm suddenly crawled out from it. Depend on. Seeing this thing, Duan Muhuai also cursed and hurriedly took Mary back. Then, they saw that the skin of this earthworm-like monster was full of dense, swollen pustules like herpes. They exploded in front of Duan Muhuai, and spore clouds shining with dark green light sprayed out from them, scattering on the corpses of the surrounding ghouls. The next moment, the corpses of the zombies, which had been hammered into rotten meat by Duan Muhuai and had almost no chance of resurrecting, began to wriggle. They quickly condensed into one, and countless limbs and corpses twisted and stuck tightly to each other's bodies, emitting a fierce and ugly breath. From the outside, these things looked like walking tree stumps, with twisted tentacles spreading upward like vines wrapped around tree trunks. Between the tree trunks, mouths covered in saliva keep opening and closing. Under their bodies, huge hooves like sheep's hooves are firmly planted on the ground, leaving deep marks. Damn! Son of black goat! When Duan Muhuai saw this thing, his hair stood on end. He had never imagined that such a thing could be hidden in this damn place. Son of the black goat. One of the three pillars. A follower of Shub-Niggurath. Compared to Shub-Niggurath, the so-called stain of corruption can't even catch up with him. Even the great unclean ones are far less terrifying than the sons of the black goat. It can even be said that among the chaos gods, the stain of corruption is just a lower-level substitute for Shub-Niggurath. After all, according to the setting in the game, Shub-Niggurath gave birth to all the life in this universe. That is to say, whether it is the old saints, the star gods, or other messy things, they were all born from it. And the corruption produced by these things is nothing more than the existence of Shub-Niggurath's grandchildren. In fact, compared to the stain of corruption, Shub-Niggurath is more philanthropic. Even the stain of corruption can only make the lives of other worlds feel the grace from a loving father. But Shub-Niggurath is indifferent to life and death. She can combine with any race and any life, and then give birth to countless offspring. That's right. This is true fraternity. It doesn't matter who you are, what you look like, or what race you are. As long as you can reproduce, you can join the reproductive army of Shub-Niggurath, dance passionately with it, and give birth to one twisted and indescribable new creature after another. To be honest, there are many races that believe in Shub-Niggurath. After all, strictly speaking, Shub is only responsible for reproduction. So most races also regard her as the god of reproduction. For almost all life races, reproduction is the first element. So Shub-Niggurath is also deeply believed by many races. In this world, even among humans, there are many tribes and sects that believe in the mother of black goats. The prerequisite is that as long as you can accept mating and having children with this thing full of sticky tentacles and countless mouths, the sons of the black goat are like the messengers of Shub-Niggurath. They are spread all over the universe. And basically every race that believes in Shub-Niggurath regards them as the spokespersons of God. Damn it. I had overlooked this point before because these ghouls were so useless. Aren't most of the man-eating monsters in this world believing in this thing? In fact, many players have discussed this before and believe that the so-called four evil gods are nothing more than inferior substitutes for the outer gods. For example, the lower-level alternative of Shub-Niggurath is Stain of Corruption. The lower-level alternative of Yog-Sothoth is Deceit of Treacherous. The lower-level alternative of Nyarlathotep is Sin of Obsession. And the lower-level alternative of Azathoth is Wrath of Tyranny. Although the son of the Black Goat and the Great Unclean One are not on the same level in terms of strength. The problem is that the appearance of the son of the Black Goat represents the attention of Shub-Niggurath. If the time drags on too long, and Shub-Niggurath pays attention to this planet, then we will be doomed. Playtime is over. Mary. At this moment, Dwanmu Huai raised his warhammer again. At the same time, pitch-black flames burst out from his body and exploded in all directions, sweeping away the strange spore clouds and corpses around him. This thing is a follower of the evil god. We have to be serious. Yes. Hearing Dwanmu Huai's words, Mary's expression suddenly became much more serious. She held the staff vigilantly and stepped back again, while staring at the huge monster in front of her with wide eyes. Call. Dwanmu Huai leaned down and let out a long breath. The cold murderous intent turned into snow-white steam and spurted out from his mouth. At the same time, Dwanmu Huai's shadow began to twist, and scarlet eyes emerged from the shadows, staring at the son of the Black Goat in front of him. As the representative of Shub-Niggurath, the biggest feature of the son of the Black Goat is not fighting, but reproduction. It can spray out spore-like substances, infect all objects, and transform them all into beings similar to the son of the Black Goat. If it were someone else, they would probably be at a loss when facing this scene. But fortunately, Dwanmu Huai's priesthood happens to have something that can restrain this thing. God of Destruction. The black flame of destined death erupted again, quickly submerging the entire tunnel like a gushing flood. Dwanmu Huai no longer cared whether there were still investigators or soldiers in the tunnel, no matter whether they were alive or not. As long as they were infected by the spores spread by the son of the Black Goat, they would become carriers, infecting and reproducing again and again. So now, we must use death and destruction to eradicate this new life that is about to be born. Dwanmu Huai raised his warhammer high, and at the same time, the raging flames on his body became more and more fierce. Feeling the threat from death and destruction, the son of the Black Goat stopped and turned in the direction of Dwanmu Huai. Mary, follow my orders. Dwanmu Huai gripped the warhammer tightly and stared at the huge monster in front of him. I will be responsible for entanglement of this guy. You take this opportunity to find its core. Understand? Yes, Mr. Dwanmu. Mary also raised her staff and stared at the huge monster in front of her nervously. Very well. Then, let's do it. Chapter 864, A Fatal Blow. What Duanmu Huai is most thankful for is that they are still deep underground. If the other party were to do this on the ground, then we would have to use light spears to destroy the entire country. This is also the reason why Duanmu Huai brought a warship here. Even if he did not issue an extermination order, he had to consider the possibility of cleaning and disinfecting the floor for safety reasons. But the situation is not much better now. Drink. Duanmu Huai had already put away his warhammer and took out the chainsaw sword from behind. Black flames expanded and exploded around him, burning continuously and devouring everything they touched. The spores ejected from the son of the black goat were quickly entangled and destroyed by the flames. But the son of the black goat obviously did not intend to give up. Survival and reproduction are the greatest desires of all living things. So in turn, resisting death and destruction is naturally their first rank. Therefore, when Duanmu Huai launched the domain of the god of destruction, the son of the black goat immediately regarded him as the top priority target to be eliminated. At this moment, dozens of tentacles flew out from the body of the son of the black goat and pounced on Duanmu Huai like snakes. Duanmu Huai would naturally not sit and wait for death. Facing the tentacles attacking him, he gripped the chainsaw sword tightly and swung it down with force. The rotating and roaring chainsaw, burning with black fire, easily tore apart the tentacles that were rushing towards Duanmu Huai and burned them to ashes. The tentacles cut off by Duanmu Huai will be quickly retracted, but they will regenerate again not long after and continue to pounce forward. Mary, did you find it? Not yet, Mr. Duanmu. Not in this area. What a hassle. Keep going. Hearing Mary's answer, Duanmu Huai frowned and rushed forward again. Even though the tentacles hit Duanmu Huai's power armor heavily, they could not stop him. On the contrary, Duanmu Huai swung the chain sword again and cut off the tentacles that were hindering his movements in a moment. Mary's golden eyes are really powerful, but they are not completely without flaws. That is, as a human being, Mary's vision is limited. Just like human vision can only see within a 180-degree range. The same is true for Mary. Her golden eyes can see through everything. But other than that, Mary's eyes do not have abilities like perspective or farsightedness. And her field of vision is no different from that of ordinary people. It's like if a person stands in front of a skyscraper. Her field of vision can only see the section of the skyscraper in front of her, and she cannot fully capture the entire thing. Now, for Mary, the son of the black goat in front of her is like this. Even though she can look directly at the son of the black goat, she can only see a part of the son of the black goat's body in front of her, and cannot see its full appearance. If they were on the ground, Mary could have stood farther away to see it. But there was no such space underground, so they could only move forward. Only by getting close to the huge body in front of them could Mary capture and determine the core of this huge son of the black goat through her up and down vision. Fortunately, she could still see the flow of power in this disgusting and filthy body. Where exactly? Above. Above? It has to be said that Duanmu Huai was also surprised when he heard Mary's answer. Are you sure it's up there? Yes. The flow of power is upwards, not downwards. So I believe the core should be at the top. This is really strange. Generally speaking, most of the huge bosses will place their cores deep underground. I have never seen one with a core placed on its head. What does this mean? Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the ground began to tremble, and a large amount of dust and gravel fell down. Feeling the vibration, Duanmu Huai's face darkened. Oh no! This guy is planning to go out and bask in the sun. If possible, Duanmu Huai still hopes to solve it underground as much as possible. After all, once this guy runs to the surface and releases the spore cloud, the scope of damage will expand to the entire city and even the entire country. At that time, things will be difficult to deal with. There is no other choice but to do this. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai made up his mind. At the same time, in other places, the Countermeasures Bureau team began to retreat rapidly. What the hell is going on? Is this some new trick of the ghouls? Leading the remaining troops out of the underground. Inspector Yaman couldn't help but curse under his breath. At the beginning, the operation went very smoothly. Although they lost a lot of manpower, they also successfully advanced to the depths of Area 24. But at that moment, things changed. The ground began to tremble. At first, people thought it was just an earthquake. But soon, the ground cracked and strange tentacles like tree roots emerged from it, spraying strange spores into the air. This scene naturally aroused the vigilance of the investigators. But before they could come up with a countermeasure, something even more unimaginable happened. The ghouls shrouded in the spore cloud suddenly began to scream. And then, their flesh began to twist into form. Tumors like flower buds appeared on their bodies. And then, in a moment, the ghouls turned into disgusting and terrifying monsters. The zombies that have turned into monsters are more difficult to deal with than before. Not only that, their bodies are covered with those strange spores. Once you get close, even investigators and ordinary soldiers will be infected and turned into monsters that ordinary people can hardly imagine. In this case, it was impossible to continue moving forward. So Inspector Yaman had to lead the remaining men to evacuate quickly. At the same time, in order to prevent the leakage of the poisonous gas, he also blew up the passage to seal it. Of course, it was unknown how much use it would have. But at least, it should be able to hinder them for a while. How is it going? After exiting the tunnel, Inspector Yaman looked around and saw similar situations everywhere. Many soldiers were seriously injured, and some investigators were in as miserable a state as himself. But there was no particularly eye-catching figure among them. Where is Mr. Duanmu? What's the situation at the court? Thinking of this, Investigator Yaman hurriedly grabbed a Countermeasures Bureau staff member who was walking nearby and started questioning him. And the other party also hurriedly answered loudly. We have lost contact with Mr. Duanmu. Currently, 2/3 of the Countermeasures Bureau members are still in District 24 and cannot be contacted. Damn it. Hearing the report, Investigator Yaman gritted his teeth. He remembered that Duanmu Huai had drunk alcohol today, and generally speaking, he should not participate in the operation. But he did not stop him at that time. And Miss Mary was also by his side at that time. In Yaman's opinion, although Miss Mary was young, she was a very calm and smart girl. If something happened, she should be able to. It was completely out of instinct. Yaman suddenly felt a little flustered. Then he subconsciously raised his head and looked upwards. It was this one glance that saved his life. The ceiling collapsed in an instant. At that moment, Investigator Yaman almost instinctively dodged backwards in embarrassment. Then the next moment, a torrent of light fell from the sky, breaking through the thick crust and directly penetrating deep into the earth. The light spears launched outside the atmosphere turned into a waterfall of light falling from the sky, rushing down and completely engulfing all the land within the entire 24th district. The abandoned buildings above burst instantly under the bombardment of the high-temperature energy beams. And then, the solid ground could not hold on for too long before it completely collapsed. The same was naturally true for everyone in the Countermeasures Bureau below, except for a few people like Yaman who were far away. The others didn't even have time to scream before their figures were swallowed up by the dazzling torrent of energy. There was only one exception. Mary. Look carefully. Duanmu Huai hugged Mary tightly, and the black steel power armor was like a shield blocking the surging light spear bombardment. This was the only way Duanmu Huai could think of. It was not his style to tangle with the opponent here. So Duanmu Huai made a prompt decision and ordered the warship to launch a light spear attack on Area 24. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, this was the only way to minimize the scope of the victims. The light spear would destroy the entire 24th area. And in the process, the body of the Black Goat Sun would also be destroyed by the light spear's bombardment. As long as Mary locked the core with her golden eyes during this period, she could immediately attack and destroy it after the light spear's bombardment was over. Of course, if it were an ordinary person, even if they were not directly hit, they would have no choice but to die in such a high-intensity energy beam. However, Duanmu Huai was the god of destruction after all, so it was not a big problem for him to just use his body to resist the naval guns. Mary was also cast a protective spell by Duanmu Huai in advance, because she did not have Duanmu Huai's ability. Just think of it as a hot bath. The ground around them collapsed, and the shining light enveloped the entire field of vision. Even Duanmu Huai, who was wearing a helmet, could not see clearly what was hidden in the dazzling light beam. However, golden eyes are golden eyes. Found it. Mr. Duanmu. It's that one. The torrent of light spears disappeared. And Mary, ignoring the hot gas that was almost enough to burn everything, stretched out her hand and pointed forward. Duanmu Huai looked up and saw that not far in front of him, in the hot and scorching hole, a huge black vine that looked like it was burnt was falling down. And at the top of the vine, there was something that looked like a huge flower bud. And Mary's hand was pointing at that flower bud. Hold me tight. Duanmu Huai jumped up, holding the chainsaw sword high in his hand. and the jetpack behind him sprayed out a fierce airflow, even blowing away the surrounding flames and the rocks that had melted into magma. Then he and Mary fell from the sky like a meteorite and rushed towards the son of the black goat in front of him. The black goat's son that was falling downward seemed to have sensed the coming danger, and soon its burnt skin broke again, and several tentacles stretched out from it and attacked Duanmu Huai. But this time, before Duanmu Huai could make a move, Mary raised the staff in her hand, and shining meteor magic burst out from it, directly hitting the tentacles that pounced towards them, accompanied by continuous explosions. The tentacles that emerged from the son of the black goat were blown away, and even the flower bud was blown open. Soon, the two saw that in the depths of the flower bud, a man with almost half of his body dissolved and merged with the son of the black goat emerged from it. He was wearing a mask, and his body was covered with wriggling tentacles. At this moment, the masked man raised his head, stared at Duanmu Huai, and opened his mouth as if wanting to say something. But at this moment, the chainsaw sword in Duanmu Huai's hand had already pierced through the masked man's head and cut deeply into the body of the son of the black goat. Buzz! The chainsaw began to spin wildly, and surging black flames roared out from it, directly penetrating into the body of the son of the black goat. Soon, the body of the son of the black goat began to expand, and the flames that were powerful enough to destroy everything came out from the gaps, greedily devouring everything they touched. Boom! There was an explosion, and pitch-black flames surged out at that moment, covering the entire hole. Chapter 865 Plot Props. When Duanmu Huai returned to the trial court, he was also exhausted. It was not a big problem to deal with ghouls and vampires, but the son of the black goat that appeared at the end brought real losses to the Inquisition. Not only did the Countermeasures Bureau suffer heavy losses, but even the night guards brought by Duanmu Huai lost more than a dozen people. You have to know that the night guards are soul carriers and have no physical bodies at all. But even so, they were still parasitized by the son of the black goat, which shows how terrifying Shub Nicholas is. This once again reaffirmed Duanmu Huai's belief that he would never take anyone to that world again. Even the night guards can be infected, so he doesn't want to try and see if soul cards will be treated the same way. Of course, for the Countermeasures Bureau, this plan was ultimately a success. After all, Duanmu Huai simply used his light spear to sweep the ground without any martial ethics, completely destroying the entire District 24. Everything including the son of the black goat was burned to charcoal. However, the Countermeasures Bureau also suffered heavy losses. As for the final light beam, Duanmu Huai didn't say anything, so the Countermeasures Bureau could only assume that it was done by the zombies, who were desperate and wanted to die together. Fortunately, District 24 is located in a remote part of the city, and the Countermeasures Bureau also evacuated the surrounding people for safety reasons before the battle began, so there were not too many civilian casualties. However, for Duanmu Huai, he had a little trouble. Hey, what is this thing used for? While muttering, Duanmu Huai opened the system menu and called up the inventory. In the inventory, he could see a black, billiard ball-sized round bead. This was something that Duanmu Huai found in the ashes after he defeated the core of the son of the black goat and burned it. This is how the system explains this thing. Black goat species plot item. Gone. Duanmu Huai's first reaction was to burn or smash the thing. But no matter whether he smashed it with a warhammer or burned it with black flames, it didn't react at all. Mary looked at it with her golden eyes, and she also said that it looked like an ordinary bead, and there seemed to be nothing special about it. Well, according to the game settings, plot items cannot be sold or destroyed. Otherwise, if the player accidentally throws away an important plot item, it would be a tragedy. But Duanmu Huai really wanted to throw it away, but he couldn't. That's right. After sure that there was no way to destroy this stuff, Duanmu Huai even took the warship to throw this thing into the star. As a result, the thing popped out of the inventory by itself just after I threw it out. This is a game bug. Can I report? Unfortunately, Duanmu Huai pressed the report button so many times that it was useless. Of course, according to the game, this is definitely not a bug. But Duanmu Huai was worried, because this is a plot item. In what plot was I going to meet Shub Niggurath? I was so scared that I was stunned. Duanmu Huai felt that even if his loving father jumped out and hugged him and patted him, it would be better than this. After all, the legendary black goat mother really doesn't care about food or coldness, and she accepts anyone who comes, as long as it's a living being. What if she finds me and wants to have a baby with me? Just thinking about Duanmu Huai makes me feel cold all over. But what can I do if I can't throw it away? I had no choice but to take it with me. I hope nothing happens. Duanmu Huai silently locks the black beads in the item bar, and then dragged it into the corner and put it down. Really? I hope nothing happens. Why? Duanmu Huai closed the inventory, and then felt a pair of eyes staring at him. He turned his head, and saw a petite girl with silver hair and red eyes staring at him from behind a pillar. Seeing that Duanmu Huai had discovered her, the silver-haired girl made a face at him, then turned and ran away. Why? Duanmu Huai sighed again. The relationship between him and Ilya was not bad, but it was not good either. To be honest, Duanmu Huai felt awkward looking at Ilya, and Ilya probably felt awkward looking at Duanmu Huai as well. It was not because of their looks, but because being in their position was awkward in itself. For Duanmu Huai, Ilya is not the daughter of Irisville, but the daughter of Irisville and another man in another timeline. No matter how he thinks about it, it doesn't seem right. And for Ilya, her father is not Duanmu Huai, but a man in another timeline whose name he doesn't know. So when seeing her mother, the mother in another timeline, being intimate with Duanmu Huai, Ilya probably had the same complicated feelings as Duanmu Huai. Seriously? This is all a mess. Duanmu Huai felt numb. Of course, if we think of Irisville from another timeline as the younger sister of Irisville from this timeline, it is not impossible. After all, judging from what Ilya said, there does seem to be a difference between the two. For example, according to Irisville, she is the most perfect android created by the Einsburn family. So she became the Master of Saber and came to participate in the Holy Grail War. But according to Ilya, the Irisville in her world does not seem to be a perfect android. So that world chooses to marry a magician to cooperate with Irisville in participating in the Holy Grail War. As for where the flaws are, anyway, Irisville definitely can't tell. And as for Duanmu Huai, in his opinion, Irisville is indeed perfect as a woman, with a good figure, good skin, and a very lovable reaction. Ahem. I'm off topic. After all, she is a perfect android. So strictly speaking, the two are still different. Well, Duanmu Huai can let it go now. After letting out a long sigh, Duanmu Huai walked into the living room. When Alice, who was sitting there, saw Duanmu Huai, she also stood up hurriedly. You're back, Master. Well, I'm back. I just saw Miss Mary, and she said she was going to tidy up. Hearing Alice's report, Duanmu Huai also smiled bitterly. The tactics against the son of the Black Goat were perfect, but they did not cause no losses. In addition to the dozen or so dark night guards, the biggest problem was that a strand of Mary's hair was burnt. There was actually no other way. Being in the energy torrent that could melt even stone. Even with the protection of Duanmu Huai and the magic barrier, Mary could not be completely protected. Not to mention the scorching hot air. If an ordinary person without any protection went in, their entire body would be scorched. Relatively speaking, Mary only lost some hair, which was not a big deal in Duanmu Huai's opinion. But Mary was obviously somewhat resentful about this. She kept complaining on the way back. It seems that the saying that hair is a woman's life does make some sense. Although Duanmu Huai didn't think this was a big deal. But Mr. Duanmu, who has no hair, doesn't understand the importance of hair at all. It's rare for the usually gentle Mary to be so aggressive. Strictly speaking, Duanmu Huai is not hairless. He just doesn't like haircuts, so he shaves his head. Mr. Knight should also pay more attention to the hearts of girls. Hair is very important to girls. And, who was sitting on the other side, was also shaking his teacup and speaking with a smile. As more and more people joined the tribunal, several unwritten rules were formed. Basically, the current situation in the courtroom is as follows. Generally speaking, the girls, with Duanmu Huai as the center, would drink tea and chat in the reception room, which was a bit like the company's lounge. The first thing everyone would do when they came back was to come to the reception room to say hello to everyone, talk about recent developments, and share their own experiences. If Duanmu Huai had anything to notify, he would gather everyone to the combat command room. Other than that, the girls spend most of their time on their own, either in their own rooms, in the library, or jogging across the entire satellite orbit. Well, needless to say, everyone knows who it is. It's just a strand of hair. It will grow back. Duanmu didn't think this was important. In Alice's world, women's hair could be used as a medium for magic. So almost all female magicians there had long hair. But Mary's hair didn't need to be used as a medium. Why? Hearing Duanmu's answer, and was dumbfounded inside. Mr. Knight, places like this are really speechless sometimes. Okay. I'll just remember that you value hair more than gold. Duanmu didn't want to argue with a woman on a topic he had no idea about. Just like he didn't understand why women on the internet would argue about the color of lipstick. Isn't it just painting your mouth red? What's the difference? To put it another way, it's just pink and crimson. Why are these things so popular and so expensive? This is a system that men cannot understand at all. Well, just like women can't understand men's love for graphics cards. Aren't they both graphics cards? What's the difference between AMD and NVIDIA? Is there anything you need to report? If not, I'll go back first. Hearing Duanmu's words, Ojas, who was sitting next to him, climbed onto Duanmu's body like a monkey, sat on his shoulder, glanced at the other people around him, while others shook their heads. It's nothing serious. Then we'll talk about it later. Hey, shouldn't there be a eunuch by my side at this time? And then get up to report if there is something to report. And leave the court if there is nothing to report every morning? Let Ojas say this. It doesn't seem right? Recalling the TV series he had watched, Duanmu muttered something, then turned around and left the living room with Ojas. I'm back. Shortly after Duanmu left, Medea came into the reception room with a smile and greeted everyone. Medea, you're back. How's the situation over there? Seeing Medea, Irisville poured her a cup of tea and asked. Yeah, it's pretty good. Arkham City has a great feel to it. I like it there. Taking the teacup handed over by Irisville, Medea answered with a smile while enjoying the black tea. For Medea, Arkham City in the Faerun world is very similar to the world she lived in when she was alive. A world with magic, monsters, and gods. This made Medea quite enjoy the comfortable life in Arkham City. And she was also very interested in the gods of that world. It's a pity that the goddess Hecate, whom Medea believed in, does not exist in that world. Thank you for your hard work, Miss Medea. Thanks to you, I am finally free. And also waved to Medea and said that she was originally responsible for being the magic consultant of Arkham City. But she was still the princess of Manalia after all. And she needed to manage the situation in Manalia. So she was a little too busy. The appearance of Medea also made him feel relieved. The latter was also a princess and a powerful magician. She was more proficient in gods and religions than Anne. So Medea soon took over the position of magic consultant for Anne. So Anne could have some free time here again. That's nothing. I quite like that world. Is the master back? Just got back. He has gone to rest. One person? Medea's eyes lit up when she heard Irisville's answer. No. Miss Oglechise is with him. Wow. I didn't expect that even though Master looks so fierce, he's still popular with girls. Irisville nodded silently in her heart to what Medea said. Although it was hard to say, they actually felt a little superior at first. After all, even though Duanmu was very powerful, he looked so fierce, and was not the type that most girls liked. So at the beginning, they did not think they would have many opponents. But when we got to the courtroom, we found out that Duanmu had quite a few girls around him. And not much worse than them at all. Although as servants, they have signed a solid contract with Duanmu. But they are still somewhat uneasy. But then again, there are absolutely no men in the upper echelons of the Inquisition. Isn't this good? Just like the temple. After all, too many men will cause trouble. I've seen too many of them before. As she spoke, Medea sighed. Something like a subordinate legion commander falls in love with his superior's newlywed wife, and the two of them elope together. Or a confidant has an affair with the king's wife. Those are all troublesome things. There are so many similar things in history. Even my father. Forget it. I won't talk about it. Sometimes it's better this way. Ah. I did ask Mr. Knight this question. Guess what he answered? Hearing their conversation. And also came over with a smile. How did you answer? Mr. Knight said that he would never allow a man more handsome than him to join the Inquisition. After hearing Anne's answer, Medea and Irisville looked at each other. It seems that there will be no more men in the court. Chapter 866 Invitation. Call. After taking a bath, Mary changed her clothes and walked out of the room to the living room. She flipped through the notebook in her hand, and carefully thought about the subject of the next new book. This was also Mary's habit. Although her adventure with Duanmu Huai was indeed thrilling, from the perspective of literary and artistic works, it still needed some artistic processing. Many times, Mary made up a story and substituted it into the material she collected. After all, this story is purely fictional and any similarity is purely coincidental. For example, in stories about ghouls, she would hide the name of the city where the story is located, and organizations like the Countermeasures Bureau would also change their names. After all, many things are confidential, and even if everyone knows them, you can't just write them out. In any case, if you write them out, you still need the other party's authorization. But this is often very tricky. "Hello, Mary." When Anne's voice sounded, Mary looked up and saw that she, Gulea, Lorena and others were walking into the reception room with teacups in their hands and smiling, and waved to her. "Thank you for your hard work. Are you organizing the materials again?" "Yeah, that's right. Where did you and Mr. Knight go this time? What kind of monsters did you encounter?" After hearing Mary's answer, Anne immediately came over excitedly, and the other girls also looked at Mary with curiosity. It was no wonder that they had such a reaction, because only Duanmu Huai could go to Mary's world, and no one else was allowed to enter. And more importantly, Mary was a writer, and she would write the whole story into a book and publish it. This ability was unique in the court of justice. If it were Anne's words, she would basically narrate it as Mr. Knight and I went somewhere, encountered some super disgusting monsters, and then I killed them all with a magic bang. It's basically like saying nothing. So for the girls in the court of inquiry, it was still very interesting to listen to Mary's stories. And Mary did not disappoint them. She quickly told them about her experience. After listening to Mary's story, everyone couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Vampires, werewolves, and ghouls that eat humans. Oh, if there were these species in Maalia, I would find it very troublesome. And crossed her arms and sighed helplessly, while Lorena thought for a moment and looked at Mary. "Ms. Mary, in your opinion, do those ghouls really deserve to die?" "Just me. To be honest, I can understand their desire to survive. But unfortunately, these ghouls eat humans and only rely on eating humans to survive. So although they did show some touching ideas, I think they will only end up like this in the end." After hearing Mary's answer, the girls were silent. To be honest, they had read a lot of stories in Mary's world. It was not as complicated as the Robot Wars universe, nor as grand and gorgeous as the Forerunner or the Reaper. But the hidden human entanglements in it did make people hesitate. For example, if they were in the place of the little ghoul girl Mary mentioned, they might not necessarily take action, although they knew what Mary said. But, fortunately, they don't have to face this choice. It must be said that the girls were relieved. Although they had been to many worlds with Duanmu Huai, the only world as tricky as this one was probably the world where Mary was. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai didn't let them go with him. Otherwise they didn't know what they would do. For a moment, the atmosphere became solemn. "Ah, forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore." And clapped his hands vigorously to dispel the heavy atmosphere. "Let's talk about something interesting. Did you and Mr. Knight ever date in that world?" "Dating? Yes. We went out together, had dinner together, and so on." "I think we did. Let's have dinner together." Hearing Anne's question, Mary silently turned her head and looked out the window. There, under the shining light of the stars, the star rings outside were clearly visible. "Indeed, Mr. Duanmu invited me to a hotel for dinner. I heard that the chef in that restaurant is very good." Oh. And then what?" "Then, he ate 10 steaks, drank 2 bottles of red wine, and had a few dishes." After hearing Mary's indifferent answer, the other girls who were originally gathered around to listen to the gossip were speechless. Generally speaking, having dinner together is to enhance the relationship with the woman. Do you really think this is a buffet dinner? Forget it. It was the same when the nobles of Manalia invited him to a banquet. He was surrounded by young ladies eager to come forward and talk to him. But Mr. Knight was only concerned with the food in front of him, and reached out and pressed his forehead, sighing helplessly. "Mr. Knight, do you have no romantic cells in your brain? You have a lot of violent cells." Hearing Anne's complaint, Mary didn't say anything, but turned her eyes back to her notebook. She didn't think Duanmu Huai had no romantic cells at all. After all, She still remembered that night after she got drunk. Duan Muhui stayed with her in his room all night just because she grabbed his clothes and wouldn't let him leave. Well, but this was Mary's personal little secret, and she didn't need to share it with others. After all, it is somewhat embarrassing. In the next few days, Duan Muhui regained some free time. Although he was the Inquisitor and the ruler of Arkham City, basically these things would be done by other people. Duan Muhui only had to look at the report and stamp it. If it was not a particularly troublesome matter, he did not need to deal with it. As for the black bead, it was lying very peacefully in Duan Muhui's inventory. It looked like a useless thing. Maybe it was indeed useless? Duan Muhui still remembers that similar things have happened more than once in the game. For example, if a certain task is to expel a demon, the player needs to find the Holy Book, then arrange the magic circle according to the Holy Book, and then expel the demon. This is the regular process. But some ruthless people were too lazy to set up magic circles and just kill the demon's head on. Then the Holy Book is useless. But since the Holy Book is regarded as a necessary plot prop to expel the devil in this quest, it will disappear after creating the magic circle according to the steps. However, the player did not create the magic circle, so the Holy Book was not used. So it cannot be discarded or destroyed, and can only be kept to take up space. Players have complained about this several times, but this bug has not been fixed. Looking at it from a bright perspective, maybe this bead was actually a quest item used to eliminate the zombies. But the zombies were eliminated, so it was not used? Well, although Duan Muhui really wants to think so, it is unfortunately unlikely. After all, eliminating the zombies does not activate the task at all. How come there are mission props? Okay, that's about it. Duan Muhui put the documents in his hand aside, then stretched himself, while Ajis used his hands and feet to lie on his back again. Ojas, do you really have to hold me? Oh, never mind. It's up to you. After hearing Aji's answer, Duan Muhui could only sigh helplessly. Ever since he came back that day, Ajis had been clinging to him like a creeper. Anyway, Duan Muhui was tall, and Ajis on him was like a kitten, so it was not a big hindrance. Ding ding ding. At this moment, the communication tone suddenly rang, and then Mia's voice, as innocent and optimistic as ever, as if she had no worries at all, sounded in Duan Muhui's ears. Good morning, Master. I have something to report to you. What's up? It's a call from Mr. Dardanelles. Do you want to answer it? Dardanelles? What's he up to now? Hearing the name of this traveling merchant, Duan Muhui rolled his eyes speechlessly. In his impression, the other party usually came to him to deal with troubles. Well, it was Duan Muhui who asked him not to call him all the time if there was nothing wrong, so he couldn't be blamed for this. Please bring it in. Yes. Soon. The scene flashed in front of his eyes, and then the businessman with a mustache and a shrewd face appeared on the screen in front of Duan Muhui. Looking at Ojas lying on Duan Muhui's shoulder, Dardanelle was stunned for a moment, but soon came to his senses and smiled at Duan Muhui. It is good to see that you are still in good health. Your Excellency the Inquisitor, if you have something to say, what trouble did you encounter this time? This, strictly speaking, it can't be considered a problem. I wonder if you, Inquisitor, would be interested in attending the banquet? Banquet? That's right. As he spoke, Dardanelle also explained to Duan Muhui. Okay. The problem was still the alliance between the Tower Council, the War Planet, and the Demon Planet. At that time, they sent a message to Duan Muhui, but Duan Muhui said that the tribunal would not intervene in political affairs and directly sent back. And now, the four parties, including Dardanelles, have successfully completed the negotiations and reached an agreement. Simply put, the planets controlled by Dardanelles will be the first to form an alliance with several other planets, and Dardanelles' Chamber of Commerce will become the only designated official Chamber of Commerce alliance in this alliance. If this happened in other places, it would actually be very difficult to accomplish. But the problem was that the people on those planets were either killed by aliens, demons, or orcs, and there was not even a formal business organization to be found. So Dardanelles naturally accepted the franchise. Naturally, they would hold a party to celebrate and then sign the contract at the party, since the Inquisition has connections with these planets. And Dardanelle also knows that without the Inquisition, he would not have been able to achieve what he has today. So he specially invited the Inquisition to attend the banquet. Besides, The Galaxy Business Alliance will also send people to participate. You actually got involved with someone from the Galaxy Business Alliance? Upon hearing this name, Duanmu Hui frowned. The Galaxy Business Alliance is a large-scale cross-galaxy business organization, and is also a relatively famous business alliance organization in this world. The reason why Duanmu Hui's court did not deal with them was very simple. The Galaxy Business Alliance is full of aliens. In other words, they are all aliens. They are not ancient races like the Eldar, the old ones, the Necroner or the Tan. Nor are they once splendid civilizations like humans and orcs. Let's put it this way. The aliens in this alliance are all young alien races. That is, races that have grown up in the thousands of years after the destruction of the human empire. If we use humans as an example, the ancient saints are the grandfather generation. The human empire is the older generation. And the alien races in this galaxy's commercial alliance are basically those non-mainstream hooligans who are 15 or 16 years old, in the rebellious period, dye their hair in colorful coxcombs, and don't know who they are. Well, pretty much the same. Actually, Duanmu Hui had never thought of attacking them before because the alien alliance was too far away from the current territory of the Inquisition, and it was not worth crossing half of the galaxy for it. Moreover, the world of Faerun is still very dangerous now, and it would be bad to lose the big picture while losing this small one. But now, they actually came to our door? You should know the rules of the Inquisition. Of course I know. That's good. Although Dardanelle said nothing, Duanmu Hui already understood that he had actually said everything. Okay, I get it. Duanmu Hui thought for a moment and nodded. I will go to the party. Chapter 867 Signing Dinner. After deciding to accept the invitation, Duanmu Hui also informed the girls of the situation. Everyone was naturally very much looking forward to it. After all, people like Gulea, Lumiel and others had fought to save those planets before. So they were also very concerned about the future of human civilization on these planets. Now seeing that they can unite and move forward together, they are very happy. Which shows that their efforts in the past were not in vain. Right? Of course. What Duanmu Hui would say is, this looking to the future, creating brilliance together. Do we have to use such a boring theme? Forget it. It's better than celebrating the 100th anniversary of Pavlov's birth. Duanmu Hui rolled his eyes silently at the slogan on the invitation. They were now on the warship of the Inquisition heading to the venue of the banquet, which was located in the center of these planets. In order to better coordinate the commercial and political relations of various planets, Dardanelle spared no expense to build a large space station in this place called Midpoint of Aquila. According to Dardanelle's idea, this place would become a material trade and transportation center for other planets. This dinner also serves as the opening ceremony announcing the official launch of the space station. I never thought they would actually succeed. It's really touching. I still remember that these planets were on the verge of extinction, as the longest or second only to AOG. And also couldn't help but feel that she couldn't help but go all the way with Duanmu Hui. And almost all the war on the planet also participated. Don't get too excited. Duanmu Hui looked at the excitement and jumping, and silently splashed her cold water. This time we're going there mainly to kill people. Murder? Hearing this, An was shocked. Why? Mr. Cavaliers? What's wrong with those planets? That's not the case. Duanmu Hui shook his head, then stretched out his hand and pointed at the invitation letter. Haven't you noticed the invitation letter? Our opponent is the Galaxy Business Alliance. What is that? At this time, An also came over, picked up the invitation and read it carefully. In simple terms, it is a large-scale commercial alliance established by a group of alien-shaped civilized races. Do you understand? Oh, wait. Why are they involved? After hearing Duanmu Hui's words, Mary and others hadn't reacted yet, but An immediately realized something was wrong. After all, although this magic princess looked innocent on the surface, she was also very familiar with politics. Therefore, after hearing Duanmu Hui's introduction, An immediately realized the problem. The situation of these planets also knows. To be honest, even if it sounds nice, An also feels that they do not have too strong trade strength at present. Of course, the heating of the disadvantaged group is actually normal, and they do this. But the appearance of the Information Business Alliance is another thing. In particular, Duanmu Hui also ordered the other party to be a large business alliance, which immediately made An's alertness. Business and scope of development are taken for granted, but this is also divided into the situation. If it is a common businessman, then you will choose to cooperate with the local forces. But what if it's a strong businessman? I still don't understand. Is there a problem? Missin? Looking at the contemplative and seriousness, Mary asked in doubt. Although she was a very powerful writer. Unfortunately, the political field was not the scope of Mary's good. Archaeology might be better. Merchants are chasing interests. Indeed, I also admit that if you look at the eyes of the businessman, the planets of the rest of the life after the robbery have great development value. And because they need to rebuild, they are also urgent for business demand. But this will cause a problem. Question? Yes, merchants will indeed sell you what you want. But you also know that if they know you really want it, they will raise the price. Hearing this, Mary immediately understood. If it's just an item for personal use, you might choose not to sell it. But suppose a planet is about to enter a cold winter, and the people need enough warm items to survive the winter. In this case, if the other party raises the price, you will have no choice but to buy it. Right? But I can compare the three houses. That only works when there is healthy competition. And more importantly, these businessmen are supervised, so they can obey. But if there is no supervision, what will happen? Hearing this, Mary frowned and immediately discovered the problem. This is why Dadanir called us. Duanmu Why also revealed the mystery at this time. It is certain that the other party has had contact with Dardanelles before. To be honest, as a wandering merchant, his strength is indeed not that strong. Even in the Star Alliance, he cannot be compared with those large chambers of commerce. That's true. So I think those damn aliens must be using both soft and hard tactics on him. Trying to swallow up this newly emerged business alliance in one bite. Expand their own power. And monopolize the economic circulation here. Of course, if the other party is also a human civilization, then this is normal business competition. But, having said this, Duanmu Huai revealed a ferocious smile. Alien. But also attempts to invade human interests? With these low alien hybrids? Don't say unequal commercial competition. Even if it is equal business competition. So Mr. Duanmu said, we are here to kill people. Mary now understood that Dardanelle's invitation was an invitation and a request for help. The Intergalactic Alien Civilization Business Alliance must be a behemoth. And its strength is definitely not comparable to that of a small wandering merchant and a few planets that have survived the disaster and are in the reconstruction period. Dardanelle asked the Inquisition to come forward in order to confront this behemoth head-on. As for Duanmu Huai's intermittent fits, everyone has long been accustomed to it. This is the human supremacy of the Inquisition. From the perspective of the Inquisition, the so-called Galaxy Business Alliance is just an organization of a group of lowly alien races that attempts to harm human interests. They should be eliminated directly. As they were talking, the warships of the Inquisition had already arrived at the space station built at the center. Compared with the Inquisition's space station, the technical design of this space station was obviously more backward. Its appearance was like a huge donut, and in the center of the donut was a big and thick chocolate stick. How should I put it? That's all. Of course, Duanmu Huai didn't care much about this. After all, this was the first space station that Dardanelles had spent a huge amount of money to build. And it looked decent. If possible, Dardanelles would naturally want to build a giant space station like the Tribunal. But he didn't have the technology, the capital, or the strength. Then we can only make it what it is. Around this space station, there are several warships patrolling back and forth. That's UAC over there. Right? I saw the warships of the Tower Council. Looking at the logos on the warships, the girls were discussing it. It was no wonder. After all, the spaceships of these forces were all purchased from the Inquisition. But the logos were changed. Of course, with their current funds, they couldn't afford to buy 2 big warships. So buying some ordinary destroyers or cruisers would be enough. As for the Emperor-class battleships and the like, they can forget about it. These are not for sale, and Duanmu Huai will not sell them. What's that battleship over there? However, at this moment, Gu Lia also curiously stretched out her hand and pointed to the side and asked. Hearing Gu Lia's question, the others also looked in the direction of her finger. On the other side of the space station, a strange-looking metal warship was docked in orbit. It was about the same size as a Moon-class cruiser and had a very smooth surface. To be honest, it looked like a long eggplant lying sideways. Well, the shape was also similar. It's probably a warship from the commercial alliance of that galaxy. Looking at the warship, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Eek, pass by them. Understood, uncle. After hearing Duanmu Huai's order, Akot also made a change immediately. Soon, the Inquisition fleet, with the Emperor-class battleship as the core, changed direction and headed towards the long eggplant battleship. They slowed down and passed by the long eggplant battleship one by one. At the same time, the black cannon muzzles on the ship were also aimed at the battleship in front of them. It was certain that with just one order, the battleship would be completely shattered by the Inquisition's artillery fire. As for the other party's reaction, Duanmu Huai didn't care. He just led the fleet to circle the space station in a show of force, and then left the flagship on an airship and entered the closed hangar under the guidance of the tower. When the hatch opened and Duanmu Huai and his party walked out of the airship, they saw Dardanelle coming towards them with a grin on his face. Hello, respected judge. It feels like a long time since we last met. You still look so good. Okay, stop flattering me. I see you're doing well. Your belly is swelling. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked at the wandering merchant in front of him. He still remembered that when he first met him, Dardanelle had a well-proportioned body shape. But now, this beer belly showed that he hadn't exercised for a long time. Oh, look at what you were saying. Hearing Duanmu Huai's joke, Dardanelle also showed an awkward smile. I'm busy. I've been having meetings, eating and drinking with people. Hey, I've thought about losing weight, but I don't have the time. Starting a business is difficult, so take your time. Duanmu Huai reached out and patted Dardanelle's shoulder. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked at Mary. This is Mary Clarissa Christie. She is also a member of our Inquisition and a writer. She has been working with me and has written many of the Inquisition's actions into books. If you are interested, you can talk to her. Real? Hearing this, Didani's eyes suddenly lit up. Oh, Judge, I didn't expect you to give me such a big gift right after you arrived. Thank you so much. Having said this, Dardanelle hurriedly turned to Mary and bowed respectfully. Hello, young lady. I am Dardanelle, a somewhat famous wandering trader. I wonder if you are interested in talking to me about publishing your works. Why? Looking at Dardanelle in front of her, Mary was completely stunned. She looked at Dardanelle in surprise, then at Duanmu Huai, with a confused look on her face. What is this unfolding? Mr. Duanmu never mentioned this to me before? Chapter 868 Galaxy Alliance. You are truly worthy of being called Mr. Knight. Looking at Duanmu Huai, who was introducing Mary to Dardanelle in front, and tilted his head and whispered to Gulea. Hey! Did Mr. Knight do anything? Gulea. You really should pay more attention to things other than academics. Looking at his friend's appearance, and shook his head helplessly. You should know the meaning of this agreement. But we all know that although those planets that were once destroyed were all inhabited by human civilization, the cultural customs and habits of the people on each planet are different. Of course. I believe that after communicating with each other and spending more time together, everyone will gradually understand and accept each other's existence. But don't you think that if there is an opportunity, it will avoid many misunderstandings and make everything go more smoothly? I know this. But how do I do it? Isn't that what Mr. Knight is doing? Why? Hearing Anne's answer, Gulea was stunned for a moment and looked at Duanmu Huai in front of her. You mean, let that businessman publish Miss Mary's book? Yes. You have also read Miss Mary's book. It is very interesting. Indeed. If there are other people who like Miss Mary's books, you should be able to chat with them. Of course. Ah. Is that what you mean? That's right. And clapped his hands with a smile. After all, the human civilization on each planet has its own pride. If they spread books and stories to each other, cultural friction and conflicts will inevitably arise. For example, obviously our stories are more interesting or the heroes in our legends are braver than theirs. But if it's the Inquisition, there won't be such a problem. Because our relationship with the governments on these human civilization planets is similar. Mr. Knight's request for the Inquisition to stay away from politics seems to be beneficial. So, and what you mean is that Mr. Knight asked Mr. Dardanelle to publish this book on other planets, so that they can deepen their communication with each other through this method? That's right. After all, what Miss Mary wrote is not a holy book or a textbook, but an ordinary story book. The background is the Inquisition that once saved their civilization. I think the human civilization on these planets should not be disgusted by this. And as long as Miss Mary's book can be circulated on these planets and more people read it, everyone will have common topics to talk about. Right? As he spoke, and looked at Duanmu Huai again. Although I thought so before. Mr. Knight is really a man of great talent. Well, by the way, Duanmu Huai doesn't think so at all. He was just looking for a topic out of boredom. In fact, Duanmu Huai was planning to sell Mary's book to the Star Alliance and the Faerun world. After all, the cost of storybooks was much lower than that of movies and games, so most civilized worlds should have no problem selling them. The court also needs to eat, so it's not bad to start a side business. And it's not something shameful. When the emperor went on the expedition, he also sent a large number of artists and reporters to report on the expedition fleet. This shows that the old bacon is also a very vain guy. I don't know how one will understand it at that time. As they were talking, Dardanelle led Duanmu Huai and his party through the corridor and came to the hall, which had been decorated like a banquet hall and was filled with guests in suits. By the way, Mary and others were all dressed up, while Duanmu Huai was still wearing the power armor. When everyone saw them appear, they were stunned for a moment, and then immediately came to their senses. Well, this is the style of the Inquisition, and they have known it for a long time. Oh, I didn't expect you to come. The first person to greet Duanmu Huai was a chatterbox robot, who was dressed like a human and looked like a real person. How do you say? I do ain't surprised the Takashi Parliament to send you. Kide. Looking at the Cade 6 in front of him. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes silently. You are not the representative of the Tower Council here. Right. How do you know? While saying, Camp made a finger. And soon a waiter came over. And Card 6 reached out and took a cup of champagne from the waiter's plate. I guess too. No one can stand you. And it is estimated that you will send you a picture of it. Can you drink it? Looking at Cade number 6 opening his mouth and swallowing the champagne in one gulp. Duanmu Huai was speechless and made a comment. This is called artistic conception. It is not the wine itself, but the artistic conception. Okay. As long as you don't miss the pants. Duanmu Huai waved his hand. And at this time, I saw another bald head, and the man with black framed glasses came over. Although he was wearing a dress, he was quite nervous. Hey. Lo. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. It's been a long time since we last met. You are? Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes, and carefully looked at the man with glasses in front of him. The intern in UAA? Yes. I didn't expect you to still remember me. Hearing Duanmu Huai's speech, the glasses man also smiled immediately. This time, I came here as a representative of UAC. To be honest, I think I am not suitable for this. But now people are short man. Oh. Yes. Our planet is currently recovering pretty good. All this is the blessing of you and the trial court. Okay. Don't get used to these words. Don't memorize it. Why should you do? Duanmu Huai shook his head speechlessly, and the latter immediately bowed as if he had been pardoned, then turned and left. Compared to the trembling intern, the next man who appeared in front of Duanmu Huai was much more confident. Long time no see. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Who are you? John Connor. I and my planet were attacked by Skynet and robots. Do you remember? Oh. Of course I remember. Are you guys joining too? Duanmu Huai stretched out his hand and shook hands with John Connor, and the latter smiled bitterly. To be honest, we made the decision only at the last minute. After all, strictly speaking, our technology is not as advanced as that of other civilized planets. But I think we will regret it if we don't take this train. Then I wish you good luck. Duanmu Huai didn't say much. In fact, John Connor was right. Their planet was more backward than the other civilizations that survived the catastrophe. If they wanted to join this alliance, it was conceivable that their planet was definitely at the bottom of the contempt chain. But this was not a problem Duanmu Huai needed to worry about. He rescued these people from Skynet, so the rest was their own business. The last person to appear was a professional diplomat from the war planet. He expressed his gratitude to Duanmu Huai for the Inquisition's extermination of the orcs, and invited them to visit the war planet when they have time in the future. Of course, for Duanmu Huai, that was definitely next time. Of course, Duanmu Huai also talked to them about Dardanelle's plan. Dardanelle had already explained this to Duanmu Huai. Judging from the quality of the planets, the galaxy of the Tower Council and John Connor's Terminator planet are the most suitable for immigration: the Demon Planet and the War Planet. One has not yet recovered to the point where most of the land is habitable due to the invasion of the Demon Army, and the other cannot support a large population due to its lack of energy. After all, the War Planet still relies on outside for its own energy. So how could it have excess energy to supply outsiders? So in immigration, Datanir was allocated like this. And he gave him 3 choices for the star domain he had mastered. The first option is to continue to participate in their own alien planet development, like the colony that Duanmu Huai had visited before, to build atmospheric transformation facilities and transform planets that are unsuitable for survival into habitable planets. But this is a long process. During this period, it may take more than 10 decades. And no one knows whether there are any weird things on the abandoned planet. If you can't dig out something, it's all finished. The second option is for those rich people. They can go to the planet where the Tower Council is located, because the population of the Guardian planet is too sparse, and the forest environment is not a problem. Now, under the hard work of the Guardians, the alien factions that originally supported me have been basically wiped out. So life there is relatively simple. As long as you go there and build a house, you can live there. Of course, with the strength of the Gaota Council and the Guardians, they are not afraid of these people to be able to turn the sky. The third option is to go to John Connor's Terminator planet. But this is not like the Tower Council. To put it bluntly, it is called migration, but it is more like exile. In simple terms, ordinary people who are overwhelmed and unwilling to live on that squeezed planet with almost no living space can use their life savings in exchange for a chance for their family to go to the Terminator planet to start a new life. Strictly speaking, this is a bit dangerous for John Connor and his team, because the technological civilization of the galaxy under Dardanelles is higher than theirs. Even if they have the advantage of being the landlord, whether they can get along well with those foreign immigrants is also a problem. To be honest, if this one is not handled well, the other party will take over their nest. So just now John Connor also said to Duanmu Huai that they were actually hesitant. But in the end, they decided to fight. At least, most of the people who came to other planets to move to other planets should not choose to take risks to do bad things. Of course, if Duanmu Huai were to give his opinion, Dardanelles is really into making money. And this is also the nature of businessmen. Well, according to the tradition of the Inquisition, should we collect tithes from the Dardanelles at this time? This is really a problem. After that, everyone had a very enjoyable chat. And Angulea took Mary to greet people everywhere. And at the same time, they enthusiastically asked other representatives about the recovery of those planets. Of course, there were also stupid idiots who tried to approach the 3 beautiful girls, but they were quickly stopped. Those who could come here were all smart people, and few of them were stupid enough to anger the Inquisition. Although the Inquisition does not intervene in politics and remains neutral in this regard, everyone knows that if the Inquisition is angered, the voice of the forces they represent in this alliance will be reduced. It would be terrible if they become the target of attacks by other forces. After all, the trial court does not intervene in the principle of disputes between humans. Duanmu Huai told him how many times they didn't know. In other words, it would be best if these people were willing to join forces. But if they were willing to fight each other, that would have nothing to do with the Inquisition. After all, the survival of the fittest is not enough to be eliminated. It is also their own choice. Duanmu Huai stood in a corner of the banquet hall, drinking champagne and looking around boredly. In fact, there were beautiful women who were dressed up carefully and wanted to talk to Duanmu Huai. But Ajis, who was sitting on Duanmu Huai's shoulder, used her gaze to cast an absolute 0-degree ice wall outside Duanmu Huai's range, completely blocking any woman who dared to approach them. The banquet hall was quite lively until 3 figures covered in cloaks walked in from the front door. The originally bustling banquet hall suddenly cooled down, and almost everyone looked at the 3 figures at the same time. Most of them might have only heard of them. But, as everyone watched, the cloak man reached out and took off his cloak, revealing his true face. Seeing the faces of the 3 people, many people gasped. Under the cloak was a lizard-like head, but below the lizard head was a long body like a soft-bodied creature, with hands and feet like wriggling tentacles, and something like a fish fin growing on the back. Obviously, they are aliens. Wow! Seeing these 3 aliens, Mary Ann also took a breath. Not because of their looks, but they are dead. Well, Mr. Duanmu won't let them go. and in merry whispered to each other that just based on this head, that did not meet the definition of human beings at all. The Inquisition had 100 reasons to kill them. The three aliens had no idea that they were about to die. They glanced around, and after seeing Duanmu Huai wearing power armor, they walked straight towards him. Oh ha ha. Seeing three aliens walking towards him, Duanmu Huai slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Did you come towards me? Instead of running away. You are looking for death? Under the gaze of Duanmu Huai, the three aliens went to him, and then opened his mouth with an alien in the middle, and said something that he couldn't understand. Then another alien beside him, who looked like a follower, looked at Duanmu Huai and spoke stiffly. Are you the commander of that strange fleet? As representatives of the Galaxy Trade Alliance, we protest against your previous dangerous driving behavior. Please apologize immediately. Apologize? Hearing the other party's words, Duanmu Huai sneered. How dare you, lowly alien bastards, speak so rudely to the Inquisition? After hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the alien started talking nonsense again. And then the followers stared at Duanmu Huai again. Its pupils erected like a snake, and it made a slight hissing sound. You barbaric border races. You have no idea how powerful the Galaxy Business Alliance is. Our business network spans several galaxies, with the Yellow Sheep Galaxy as its center. Countless civilized races are united under our banner. I suggest that you should give us enough respect. Countless civilized races? Hearing the other party's words, Duanmu Huai's expression remained unchanged, but his eyes were shining. He had not dealt with this business alliance much in the game, so he was not very clear about it. Now when he heard it, does this mean that there are so many alien races that can be exterminated? Is there such a good thing? Then wouldn't your natural disaster progress be maxed out directly? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai reached out his hand and grabbed the head of the leading alien creature and lifted it up. Then Duanmu Huai stared at it fiercely with a ferocious smile. You are just a bunch of alien scum. But you dare to act so arrogantly in front of humans. You really don't know how to live or die. This is not the place for you. If you don't want to, get out of here. Having said this, Duanmu Huai exerted a little force with his hand, and the next moment the alien suddenly screamed. Then there is only one way out, which is death. As soon as he finished speaking, Duanmu Huai threw the wailing alien to the ground and stared at them coldly. Under Duanmu Huai's murderous gaze, the alien rolled out of the banquet hall in a moment without even saying a word. Snort. Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze and snorted coldly. And at this time Dardanelle, who had been hiding nearby, came over. Oh! As expected of you, Judge. I personally can't do anything about it. We are just getting started. Before Dardanelle could finish his flattery, Duanmu Huai waved his hand and interrupted him. Just wait and see. This is just the beginning. Chapter 869, Progress. Shame. It's a shame. When the eggplant-shaped spaceship was in a mess and left the space station, flying back to the other side of the galaxy, the alien on the bridge kept waving its tentacles. Its lizard-like reptilian eyes were bloodshot, and its tentacles angrily slapped the wall that looked like it was made of stone, leaving scars on it. Watching this scene, the other aliens said nothing and just carried out their work in silence. Just as Duanmu Huai had previously explained to it and others, the Galaxy Business Alliance is a new thing. Well, of course, this is from the perspective of the universe, compared to the old ones. The Eldar, the Necronter, and the Human Empire. These aliens are considered new, but they themselves do not see it that way. In their view, their own history of 2,000 or 3,000 years is old enough to be considered an important existence in this universe. The core race of this alliance is an alien race called Luo. They are amphibious creatures that can live in water and on land at the same time. They have also established a very excellent civilization system. The Luo people are very good at fighting in the water, but not so good at fighting on land. Of course, they consider themselves to be a highly intelligent race and are not proud of this kind of violence. In the eyes of the Luo people, the use of force and violence is something that only inferior races would do. They cannot solve problems with wisdom, so they resort to violence. This is why the Luo people established such a Galaxy Business Alliance. They believe that this can show their intelligence to the greatest extent. During this process, the Luo people did use their intelligence and wisdom to recruit many alien races and expanded the Galaxy Business Alliance to several star fields. Since the Luo people have always encountered races that have not yet left their own planet, or have not yet developed an intergalactic civilization, they are always full of a sense of superiority. It is also because of this that when the Luo people learned of the existence of such a strange civilization, they were initially very frightened. You know, the reason why the Luo people have been able to control the Galaxy Business Alliance is because when they were trying to win over those alien races, they would deliberately tell them that the Luo people are the greatest race in the galaxy, and that they would trade with them only in order to let other civilizations feel the progress of entering the Starry Sea. The so-called trading of the Luo people is actually to take out some of the relatively backward technological products of the Luo people in exchange for the resources produced by the other party. They will even deliberately guide the other party. Such as why haven't you left the galaxy yet? It's because you climbed the wrong technology tree. You shouldn't climb it this way, but should learn from us to climb it. In this way, on the surface, the Luo people generously shared their technology with those backward civilizations. But in fact, they also used this method to completely control the development direction of those civilizations. After all, those civilizations themselves are not able to break away from the intergalactic level, so they don't know whether what the Luo people said is right or not. But they are an intergalactic civilization, and they are so friendly in doing business with them, and even generously share their knowledge with them. So they should not be bad people. Right? The Luo people used this method to make those races their vassals, and gave them a carrot. As long as they work hard, they will obtain a higher level of Luo civilization technology. That's right. In fact, this is the method used by the Luo people to control the civilizations of other planets. By completely mastering and monopolizing the advanced technology, those civilizations have no choice but to trade with the Luo people. Because of this, when the Luo people discovered that the Datonair, Adida in the Star Alliance, was also surprised, an alien civilization that can travel across galaxies just like ourselves, this immediately made the Luo people nervous. After all, they knew that the reason they were able to control other races was because they had unique cross-galaxy technology. So other races would obey them in order to gain this power. But once this power is not the only one, the Luo people were very smart, and of course knew what the consequences would be. So after careful consideration, they decided to make contact with the other party first, and then formulate a strategy. So the Luo people took the initiative to contact the Dardanelles, and then demonstrated the existence of the Galaxy Business Alliance, hoping to gain the upper hand. As a result, Dardanelles was really scared. If Duanmu Huai knew the whole story, he would probably just shake his head. You know, rogue merchants are the most daring group of people. Getting something for nothing is their specialty. It's not uncommon for rogue merchants to cheat a fleet with empty words. If other experienced rogue merchants were here, they would definitely scare these Luo people into confusion at the first moment. Unfortunately, the Dardanelles are not good enough. As a wandering trader, he was robbed by a group of pirates, so Dardanelle's ability was not that great. To be honest, if he hadn't climbed the tree of the Inquisition, Dardanelle might have died in some remote place. So Dardanelles was intimidated by the other party at the first moment. Seeing that Dardanelles was intimidated, the Luo people were relieved. They had also investigated Dardanelle's power. The size of Dardanelle's warships was about the same as those of the Luo people. Therefore, from this point of view, the Luo people had a preconceived notion that Dardanelle's technological level was similar to that of the Luo people. In fact, strictly speaking, this cannot be blamed on Dardanelles. After all, he is just a traveling merchant with no backing, and the person facing him is an entire alien race. Dardanelles is a businessman after all. And he is not like Duanmu Huai, who gets excited and wants to issue an extermination order when he hears about an alien race. Naturally, he does not want to conflict with outsiders. Seeing the other party's cautious look, the Luo people immediately changed their plans. When they learned that Dardanelles was just an interstellar merchant, the Luo people immediately came up with the idea of annexing it into the Galaxy Business Alliance. After all, the other party has no backing. If we can swallow it up. With this idea in mind, the Luo people tried their best to persuade Dardanelles to let their representatives attend the banquet. In their opinion, as long as they showed their strength in front of these alien races, they would quickly surrender. Result? Oh, feeling the intense pain on his head, the Luo tribe representative groaned, then instantly dived into a bathtub that was like a fish tank, letting the seawater from his hometown cover his entire body, which alleviated the pain a little. I can never forgive those damn barbarians. How dare they treat me, the glorious Luo clan envoy, like this? Grown-ups. At this time, another follower who was soaking in the water tank also poked his head out of the water. hissing and spitting out his tongue. Please don't get so excited. The enemy's warships are far superior to ours. So what? Faced with the warnings from his followers, the Luo tribe representative opened his mouth and roared angrily. Anyway, they are just a group of cosmic refugees. We have the entire Luo tribe behind us. Those barbarians cannot be compared with us at all. The Luo tribe representative said this, and then shrank back into the water. It is true that the fleet of the tribunal is very large. But so what? We also have our own ways. And now is the time for those pirate races to come in handy. The Luo tribe's representative was thinking of a pirate race, which was a vassal of theirs. This race was cruel by nature and loved blood and plunder. The Luo tribe had also reached an agreement with them. Whenever a race was unwilling to accept the Luo tribe's agreement, the Luo tribe would let these pirates come forward to attack the other party's civilian facilities and caravans. If the other party came to them, the Luo tribe would pretend to be completely unaware of these pirate races. In their view, as long as things were done perfectly, and there was no evidence, it was also a manifestation of wisdom. The same goes for these barbarians. Even if they have great power, as long as the pirate races attack their planets and their caravans, we will see how long they can maintain such a disgusting face. We are about to arrive at the central port. Please prepare to leave. Along with the navigator's voice, the scenery outside the porthole changed instantly. And then a galaxy shining with countless lights appeared in front of the Luo clan representative. Seeing this scene, the Luo clan representative also showed a satisfied smile. The central port, the seat of the Luo clan, is also the civilization center of this galaxy. Here, under the rule of the Luo clan, countless races live in harmony. They submit to the glory of the Luo clan. Every bit of light in this galaxy represents the glorious civilization of the Luo clan. However, when thinking of this failure, the mood of the Luo tribe representative suddenly sank to the bottom. He didn't know what kind of punishment he would receive after returning. However, at this moment, the shining star in front of the Luo clan representative was blocked by a huge dark shadow. That's... The Luo tribe representative widened his eyes and turned his head to look forward, only to find that a huge warship was passing over the top of his warship and moving forward. That was not the warship of the Luo tribe. The strange pattern on it belonged to the warship of the barbarians, who had dared to attack them before. Bold. Seeing this scene, the representative of the Luo tribe was so angry that he almost jumped out of the water tank. This group of barbarians has absolutely no manners. How dare they trespass into other forces' territories without notifying us? The hysterical roar of the Luo tribe representative naturally did not reach Duanmu Huai's ears. Report to Uncle. We have arrived at the designated galaxy. So this is the location of the Information Business Alliance. I didn't know that. After hearing Aiko's report, Duanmu Huai looked at the star map in front of him. In fact, he had been leading the fleet to follow the warships of the Luo clan representatives. On the one hand, it was to find the Luo clan's territory, and on the other hand, Duanmu Huai wanted to see what technology they used to travel across galaxies. As long as it's not the warp or the web way. Now that we have found the enemy's lair, there is only one thing left to do. Summon the 1E giant ship and prepare to issue the extermination order, completely ignoring the Luo clan warships that were surrounding him from all directions. Duanmu Huai gave the order directly. Chapter 870, that's it? So, how high is the level of civilization of this galaxy's business alliance? To be honest, it's not as good as Star Alliance. Their intergalactic technology is backward. And there is one thing that makes Duanmu Huai speechless. That is, they still only use live ammunition as a means of attack. Missiles and artillery LS are fired back and forth. But for a civilization with a barrier, this is nothing. It is really bold to run around in the Milky Way without even building a barrier. At least you can get a laser or something. How did this civilization develop into what it is today? Duanmu Huai looked through the data that Lumiere had hacked into the Luo clan's network, and found that this was actually an integrated force similar to the Star Alliance. Except that the Luo clan used their technology to bind other alien creatures and make them serve them. Why do these bastards' methods look so familiar? It would not be surprising if they shouted for the greater good the next moment. Summon the 1E giant ship. Duanmu Huai didn't even look at the Luo clan fleet that appeared from all sides and surrounded him. The other side did not launch an attack, but tried to contact him several times. However, Duanmu Huai had nothing to say to these aliens. He came here with only one purpose: With Duanmu Huai's order, the huge Wani warship appeared in front of the star in the blink of an eye. Seeing this huge warship, the Luo clan's fleet immediately retreated in fear, while Duanmu Huai just looked at the star map in front of him, then reached out and took off the rose knot hanging on his chest. Sympathy is reserved for humans. Aliens deserve only our contempt. Suffering is necessary for the continuation of humanity. In order to save millions of humans, I don't mind ignoring those painful and twisted souls. Having said this, Duanmu Huai paused. Next time, when you choose to confront an inquisitor, perhaps you should show at least some respect. Please remember this. My patience is limited, but my power is just the opposite. After saying this, Duanmu Huai reached out and stamped the seal in his hand on the parchment. By order of the Grand Inquisitor Duanmu Huai of the Tribunal, an extermination order is issued to the Alpha Triangulum system. Effective immediately. Launch the Wani giant ship. Seeing Duanmu Huai's seal fall, Icode also quickly gave the order. A shining beam of light burst out from the center of the Wani giant ship, shooting straight towards the star in front of him. Seeing this scene, the Luo clan warships were silent for a moment. And then, they immediately launched an overwhelming attack on the Wani giant ship. Missiles were fired from these Luo clan warships and shot towards the Wani giant ship. However, their attacks could not even reach the Wani giant ship, and were completely blocked by the deployed void shield. Nothing more. Duanmu Huai leaned back in his chair, looked at the scene in front of him, and snorted. Mary, who was standing beside him and watching this scene, had a complicated expression. I never thought that a prosperous interstellar civilization would be destroyed so easily. This is the galaxy. This is the universe. This is reality. Duanmu Huai shrugged. They should thank me. At least they know who their enemies are. What do you mean? I once heard a very interesting story. Duanmu Huai stroked the hair of Otis, who was lying in his arms like a kitten, and told Mary and others about the missions he had experienced in the game before. At that time, there was a group of subhumans whose home planet was destroyed. According to them, they had been living a peaceful life. And then suddenly one day, their planet was completely destroyed without any signs or reasons. Only a few lucky people survived. And then these subhumans traveled across the galaxy, trying to find out who destroyed their planet and why. Later, after going through untold hardships, they finally found the civilization that destroyed their planet. Having said this, Duanmu Huai kept the question in suspense. Guess why that civilization wanted to destroy that planet? Do they have a grudge against the people on that planet? Is the other party just hired? Perhaps they are just victims of some conspiracy? Hee. Faced with the girl's imaginative answers, Duanmu Huai laughed. In fact, when those survivors showed up, that civilization was very surprised because they had never heard of this race, let alone where their planet was. Later, that civilization was kind enough to send people to investigate what they said. And then they discovered the truth. The fact is that just a few hundred years ago, that civilization had fought a war with another civilization nearby. And then a stray bullet from theirs passed through the battlefield, and it was very likely that they destroyed the other civilization's home planet. Having said this, Duanmu Huai spread out his hands, and everyone else was also stunned by what he said. That's all? That's right. Just like you casually fired a gun in the woods and killed some unlucky guy in a city hundreds of kilometers away. In fact, if I fire a gun in a random direction right now, I might hit a planet in the Milky Way. Of course, I don't know if there is life on it. So they were just unlucky. It's just bad luck. Faced with Anne's incredulous inquiry, Duanmu Huai laughed. Who told them that their home planet happened to be at that time, in that position, and in that place, blocking the stray bullet that civilization shot? If this isn't bad luck, what else can we call it? It has to be said that after listening to Duanmu Huai's words, everyone was speechless, and Gu lay aside silently. I think maybe they would rather hope that their home planet is involved in some conspiracy. Or, at least, that would make them feel better. Yes. Unfortunately, the universe does not make sense to you. In fact, it is not just a bomb. And the same is true for meteorites. There are not a few civilizations destroyed because of meteorite. But what are the wrong civilizations? But unfortunately, who calls their mother star on the track of the meteorite? If there is no way, there is only one dead end. Although this is luck. Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. This is reality. The universe does not talk to you logically. Some people are just lucky, and some are just unlucky. What can you do about it? It's the same with these aliens. Who told them to encounter the Inquisition? Sorry. That's the end of it for them. But I think, Mr. Duanmu, you should at least tell them. Mary hesitated for a moment, but couldn't help but put forward her idea. You mean to let them die knowingly? That's fine. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, and snapped his fingers. Lumiel. Connect their communication network. Understand? I have access. Okay. Duanmu Huai reached out, took the microphone next to him, and then coughed. Ah. Mic test. Mic test. School broadcast. Oh. Sorry for the confusion. Uh-huh. Hello. Aliens from the Alpha Triangulum Galaxy. Please pay attention. This is the Subspace Planning Committee of the Galactic Inquisition. I think you should already know that in order to develop remote areas of the Milky Way, we will build a subspace highway through this galaxy. Unfortunately, your galaxy is among those to be demolished. The operation will begin in 2 minutes of your time. Thank you. After hearing Duanmu Huai's words, not only did the Luo people's communication network fall into dead silence, but even the girls were quite dumbfounded. Duanmu Huai continued to speak while stroking Aji's little head. I don't think you need to be surprised by this, because this plan was publicly displayed in the Centauri Planning Museum in the western spiral arm of the Milky Way 50 years ago. So you have enough time to file a formal complaint. After all, it is only a few dozen light years away from here. If you don't care about local affairs, it's your problem. My personal advice is, please bring your towel. And don't panic. After saying this, Duanmu Huai cut off the communication. Do it. The warships of the Inquisition and the Wan-Yi giant warship disappeared out of thin air in full view of the public, and were nowhere to be seen in the blink of an eye. The next moment, a shining light illuminated the dim universe. When the shining light disappeared, there was nothing left. By the way, if a PhD student in astronomy in a nearby civilization plans to write his senior thesis by observing this galaxy, he'll probably have to start over. This is also bad luck. However, the same is true for Duanmu Huai. That's it. After opening the system and looking at the natural disaster progress, which had only advanced 1 level, Duanmu Huai was completely dumbfounded. Although he also knew that the other side could not have countless races joining. There should be at least dozens of them. According to Duanmu Huai's idea, if this wave was wiped out, wouldn't the progress of the natural disaster be maximized? The result was that it only moved forward 1 level? Could it be that because other races are all vassals of the Luo clan, the system directly counts them as one civilization? It's not unreasonable to say so. But in this case, my idea would be in vain. It's still a long way from the maximum level of natural disasters. Now it seems that I have to continue to work hard to get it done. Never mind. It's better than nothing. Natural disaster level increased to Thorn in the back LV1. Gain the trade death from the sky. Our fleet will block out the sun. No matter how many suns there are. Never mind. It's better than nothing. Duanmu Huai repeated it again, and silently shut down the system. At least this trip wasn't in vain. Right? Chapter 871 Detour. After destroying this group of alien creatures, Duanmu Huai did not return directly to the tribunal, but first took a detour to the space station in the Jieshan star system. While attending the Dardanelles banquet, Duanmu Huai suddenly remembered. I also built a space station myself. And it's for horse girls. Speaking of which, Duanmu Huai had read the report on the Flash series proposed by Jin Jilling, but he had not seen it in person, as Jin Jilling was in charge of that. But no matter what, this was also the property of the tribunal. So Duanmu Huai also wanted to see the situation here. But, how should I put it? Wow! Arriving at the space station in the Jieshan star system, the girls all exclaimed in admiration. It was no wonder they had such a reaction. In fact, even Duanmu Huai was stunned. Of course, on the surface, the appearance of the Inquisition space station still maintains the tradition of the Inquisition, with Gothic domes, spires and churches everywhere. Compared with the donut in Dardanelles, it is much higher. But for the girls, this is not a special scene. After all, the style of the Inquisition has always been like this, and they are used to it. But when they entered the dock, walked through the corridor, and entered the gate in front of them, the completely different scene inside was what shocked everyone the most. What they saw in front of them was not a magnificent palace, but an almost endless green grassland. That's right. The extremely flat, green and beautiful grassland, with clear water flowing through the rivers and streams. coupled with a small town not far away that looks like it is made up of medieval-style brick and wood structures, and a large building in the distance that looks like the ancient Roman Colosseum. Yes, if it was on the ground, this might be a common sight. But considering that this is in space, a metal space station in the Jieshan galaxy, it is a different story. Looking up, one can see the blue sky and white clouds, things that should not appear in the universe, and even the warm sunshine. It is precisely because of this sense of perversion that everyone can't help but be surprised. Ah, Big Brother. At this moment, Xin Jiling also ran over with a smile on his face and threw himself into Duanmu Huai's arms. Haven't seen you for a long time. Long time no see. You seem to have lost a little weight? Are you busy? Not bad. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Xin Jiling raised his head and smiled at Duanmu Huai. It was very busy at the beginning, but later everyone helped. And because of Big Brother's reputation, the negotiations with the Star Alliance went very smoothly. Please follow me. I have always wanted to show Big Brother our achievements. As he spoke, Xin Jiling held Duanmu Huai's hand and led him and others forward. On the way, Xin Jiling also told Duanmu Huai everything he had done. Duanmu Huai only listened to Xin Jiling's opinion and gave her the power to take charge of this part. What to do next is up to Xin Jiling herself. In the beginning, it didn't take much effort to convince her compatriots, because for horse girls, they like running and racing. And it doesn't matter where they run, whether there are spectators or not. But there is a problem. Monyang likes Mercedes-Benz. In a place like a space station, there is naturally not enough space for them to run fast, although they can use treadmills and the like. For the horse girls, galloping against the wind in the prairie is the source of their happiness. So after much deliberation, Xin Jiling made a bold decision, which is to transform this space station into an environment that the horse girls like. To be honest, when she first made this decision, Xin Jiling was a little worried. After all, she also knew the rules of the tribunal. In fact, when she submitted the report, Xin Jiling was worried that it would be rejected by Duanmu Huai. After all, the tribunal was an organization that gave people a feeling of being very rule-abiding. To do such a thing in the space station, generally speaking, it should not be allowed. As a result, Duanmu Huai passed directly without even any questions, which made Xin Jiling very happy, as it showed that the older brother trusted him. Well, by the way, at that time Duanmu Huai was simply too busy stamping to his mind. Originally in the game, Duanmu Huai was a lone player who really disliked and was not good at forming forces. Just like some players like to play games like SimCity. But some players get a headache when they see information about water, electricity, gas, taxes, safety education, etc. Duanmu Huai doesn't like this kind of game either. So basically, he usually approves all the applications submitted. The reason is very simple. According to Duanmu Huai's logic, those who submitted applications are people he trusts. And they are all experts in those fields. For example, An is good at politics and magic. Shueli is good at biotechnology. Mary is good at archaeology and literary creation. And Xin Jiling is good at media and communication. He is only good at hitting people on the head with a hammer. And he doesn't know anything else. Even if Shueli explained to him about stem cells and wet cells, Duanmu Huai would be no different from listening to a foreign book. Professionals should do professional things. You just need to follow the experience you have gained and make sure that nothing happens that will allow the chaos evil god to take advantage of the situation. The rest is just to agree directly. What to do if there is not enough money? At worst, you can just go and rob the aliens. Do you really think the Inquisition is a good organization? So Duanmu Huai just scanned the application submitted by Xin Jiling and approved it directly. Everything went smoothly afterwards. With Duanmu Huai's approval, and the Court of Justice having sufficient resources and technology, they were able to create such a magical and wonderful place. But there is more to it than that. My elder brother trusts me so much. So of course, I can't just do things perfunctorily. Jinji Ling is also a perfectionist. After all, she has worked hard to advance to the girl who has worked towards this point since she was very young. Although she provides a qualified living environment for the horse girls, it is obviously not enough in the eyes of real machine. Jinji Ling is not good at fighting, but she is very good at communicating with others. She also knows that it is her duty to represent the tribunal and maintain the relationship with the Star Alliance. Although Duanmu Huai did not say it, Jin Jiling thinks that since Duanmu Huai did not send anyone else to take charge of this matter, then this is what she has to do. So Jin Jiling thought of a way. Since the main purpose of this space station is to deepen the relationship between the Star Federation and the Tribunal, so why not take the Flash series as an opportunity to make this space station a livable vacation location? Although the Flash series has caused quite a stir online, if people come to watch it in person, it can also boost tourism and the economy. As the external side of the Tribunal, I must also make plans in this regard. With this idea in mind, Jin Jiling quickly took action. Of course, although he could not dominate a country like an Orgulia, Jin Jiling also had his own connections. That's the girl monster. Unlike the brutal boys, most of the girl monsters like to live a calm life and do not like fighting. On the surface, the security of the entire space station is loose on the outside and tight on the inside. Most people can enter as long as they are willing. Of course, for safety reasons, weapons are not allowed in the space station. Most of the time, this place is well received. Tourists come to watch the Flash series, cheer for their favorite horse girls, and then visit, sightsee, stay, and relax in the idyllic town, especially in the space station. The perverse feeling of enjoying this idyllic scenery is even more tempting. Of course, there are travelers who may have conflicts or even fights due to various behaviors. But unfortunately, they don't know it. Although girl monsters do look like beautiful, cute and weak girls on the surface, they are still monsters in essence. It has the speed, strength and constitution beyond ordinary people. Even if the maid monsters seem to only clean and hygienic races, it is not difficult to deal with human beings. To put it simply, this had happened before, where a spy from a certain force had secretly picked up a vase and smashed it on the head of a maid monster that had its back to him. Logically speaking, if a person is hit like this, he will either die or faint. But the result was that the vase was broken. The maid was not hurt at all, and she even subdued the spy, not to mention races like horse girls and angels. Thanks to Jin Jiling's careful management, this space station has now become a well-known holiday resort in the Star Alliance. Especially when the Flash series is held, it is crowded with holidaymakers, and most of them are families. Well, at least for now, it's doing well here. But the divine power of God of Happy is really slow. Duanmu Huai nodded while listening to Jin Jiling's report, but he was still a little puzzled. According to Jin Jiling's report, the power of his God of Joy should have grown faster, but in fact it was still at a turtle's pace. Among the priesthoods that Duanmu Huai possesses now, God of Destruction has reached its ceiling, and Will of the Old Gods is also growing smoothly. Only the priesthood of God of Joy is like a turtle, crawling slowly bit by bit, and now it has not even reached LV2. Obviously, Jin Jiling has done so much, and it seems to be quite effective. Big brother? When Duanmu Huai thought, the voice of Real Machine came from his ear. He returned to God, and saw that Jin Jiling stared at him with some restlessness. Did Colin do something wrong? Oh no, you didn't do anything wrong. I was just thinking about something. Duanmu Huai shook his head, smiled at Jin Jiling, and then looked at the town in front of him. Indeed, from the surface, this is actually a town, like a combination of a resort and a theme park. There are indeed many families of 3 here, which means that Jin Jiling is doing something similar to Disneyland. Or is it that the power of joy accumulates slowly? Of course, for Duanmu Huai, the best way is to return to the past again, then plant the seeds of joy, and then come back to harvest. It seems unlikely. After all, he is not good at traveling such things. Oh, right. Duanmu Huai withdrew his thoughts, patted his head, and looked at Jin Jiling. In that case, would you be interested in publishing some reading material here? Reading material? Yes. What do you think of the novel Mary wrote? Fortunately, and is not next to Duanmu Huai at the moment. Otherwise she doesn't know what she would think. Chapter 872. I don't seem to be very happy. Looking at Duanmu Huai quietly, Jin Jiling couldn't help but think deeply in his heart. Jin Jiling had put a lot of thought into this space station, so she naturally hoped that everyone who came here could be free and have fun. In fact, and Gulia, Mary and others really enjoyed the cheerful atmosphere here. Only Duanmu Huai stood by with a frown on his face, not seeming particularly satisfied. Is there something I am not doing well enough? While thinking, Jin Jiling looked again at the town in front of her and the facilities placed there. Then she seemed to realize something. and her eyes widened suddenly. She looked at the amusement facilities, then turned around and looked at Duanmu. Oh, right. How could she forget that the big brother is bigger than the average person? Although the real machine is indeed worried about this themed playground. Everything is done by her dedication. But what she has prepared is an amusement facility suitable for ordinary people. That's right. Jinji Ling was surprised to find out that he had miscalculated. Although these amusement facilities were sufficient for ordinary people, they were completely useless for Duanmu. How could I have forgotten this? Realizing this, Jinji Ling also clenched her hands tightly. It was precisely because she attached great importance to her duties, and all the items were handled by her. So, Jinji Ling would feel extremely regretful. I didn't expect this. This won't do. This is not cute at all. Real Machine Linka does not want this unrefined image to appear in front of Duanmu. Although he does not seem to mind. This is absolutely not possible. While thinking, Jinji Ling looked around and began to look for a remedy. Something that can make Big Brother happy too. Just as Jinji Ling was thinking, her eyes suddenly caught the picture on the advertising screen of the store next to her. And then Jinji Ling's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, that's right. Big Brother. What's up? Duanmu, who was wondering why his progressing God of Joy could not be advanced, heard Jinji Ling's call and came to his senses and looked at her. He saw Jinji Ling trotting up to him and then smilingly invited Duanmu. Would you like to go see the Nebula Falls? Nebula Falls? What is that? It was discovered in a nearby galaxy. I heard that this is a beautiful sight that only appears once every 300 years. It's very beautiful. While saying that, Jinji Ling faced Duanmu. I heard that the stars in the distance will form an unparalleled waterfall of light like a waterfall, illuminating the entire galaxy. It is praised by the Star Alliance as one of the 10 most beautiful sights. After hearing Jinji Ling's description, Duanmu thought for a moment. To be honest, he was not very interested in this kind of thing. There were many people who loved scenery in the game, but Duanmu was not one of them. However, when he saw the curious look of Ojas sitting on his shoulder, Duanmu changed his mind. Do you like to have a look? Hearing Duanmu's question, Ojas nodded, with an obvious look of I'm very curious in her eyes. Well, where is it? Double Snake Galaxy. I heard that it was the galaxy developed recently by Star Lianlian. It was previously under the jurisdiction of the Shibao Council. But now the Shibao Council is gone. That is, now that the Citadel Council is gone, humans have taken control. Then it's okay to see it. The warship in the trial court is not suitable for the appearance of no reason to appear on the Star Alliance. Do you have any way? Leave it to me. Big Brother. Hearing Duanmu's answer, Jinji Ling immediately smiled. I have long been ready. Just as Duanmu thought. Although the Inquisition and the Star Alliance are currently allies, it is not a good thing for the Inquisition fleet to appear in the Star Alliance territory at will. And Jinji Ling has already made preparations for this. She cooperated with the Star Alliance's spaceship manufacturer to develop and manufacture a new small spaceship that is more suitable for tourism. The appearance of these spaceships looks full of luxury. Of course, due to their high cost, they are small in size and can only carry dozens of passengers. On weekdays, they are only used as space stations to pick up and drop off some distinguished guests. But since Duanmu wanted to use it, Jinji Ling of course used her authority to directly requisition one. Then, in order to avoid other guests from saying anything about Duanmu, she personally drove the spaceship and took Duanmu and Ojas away from the space station and flew towards the Twin Snakes Galaxy. Although Jinji Ling also suggested inviting everyone to go, Duanmu saw that and the others were having a great time, so he didn't invite them. Besides, he hadn't been alone with Ojas for some time, and the little girl seemed very lonely. After he came back, she kept lying on him like a cat, and he needed to comfort her. So Duanmu just said hello to everyone else, then got on the spaceship with Jinji Ling and flew towards the Twin Snakes Galaxy. But this spaceship looks pretty good. Sitting on the soft sofa, Duanmu stroked Ojas's head while looking around. Although this spaceship was definitely not comparable to the warships of the Inquisition in terms of majesty, it at least looked very impressive. For example, there was a bar and a playground in the lobby, and even musical instruments such as pianos, giving people the feeling that this place was more like a high-end bar. Big Brother, do you like it? I also spent a lot of effort on it. After all, It is a spaceship to welcome distinguished guests. So I thought it must be more tasteful. But this spaceship has another very interesting function. Quite an interesting feature. Hey. Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Jin Jingling chuckled. Please wait and see. Big brother. During the speaking, the spacecraft has reached the double snake star. And then? What is that star waterfall? Where can I see this? Duanmu Huai looked around and was about to stand up and walk to the porthole to look out, but was stopped by Jin Jingling. Big brother. You and Miss Otis just sit there and watch me from now on. While saying that, the real machine took out a controller and pressed it. The next moment, an unexpected scene appeared in front of Duanmu Huai. The thick carpeted floor and the retro-decorated walls seemed to disappear in an instant, and a brilliant galaxy appeared in front of Duanmu Huai and Ajis. At this moment, they seemed to have left the spaceship and were suspended in the universe. Oh, this is quite interesting. Sitting on the sofa, looking at the river of starlight flowing slowly beneath him, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows, and Ajis also widened her eyes and looked around with a surprised expression. Huh? How's it going? Big brother. Isn't it amazing? At this moment, Jin Jingling also breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly introduced them. This is the idea I came up with. By using a receiving device outside to project external images here, it will give people the illusion of being in the sea of stars. Especially in places like this. It is very popular. However, this projection device seems to be very expensive. Well, it's quite interesting indeed. Not bad. Duanmu Huai had to admit that Jin Jingling's creative ideas were indeed interesting. In fact, since the universe itself has no up or down, left or right, at the moment, they actually looked as funny as swimming upstream along a waterfall. But from Duanmu Huai's perspective, he felt like he was sitting on a boat in the river formed by condensed starlight. If Anne or Mary came, they would definitely scream. But, would a normal galaxy be this bright? Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai once again admired the river of shining stars below him. To be honest, he had seen similar scenes in some posts on the forum. After all, there were quite a lot of people who liked scenery. But for some reason, Duanmu Huai always felt that this scene seemed a little familiar. I haven't heard of the name Galaxy Waterfall, but I seem to have seen a similar scene in some post. DD. However, just as Duanmu Huai was thinking, suddenly, flashing red lights and urgent alarms sounded. And the next moment, the originally dreamy galaxy world disappeared, and everything returned to reality. Hey! What's going on? Hearing the alarm, Jin Jingling jumped up suddenly. Even his tail stood up, and his eyes widened in surprise. We were attacked? Why? This isn't Starfleet's place. However, before Jin Jingling could finish his words, suddenly, a violent impact erupted from the side of the spaceship, and the next moment the spaceship overturned. Duanmu Huai reached out and grabbed Jin Jingling, who was flying into the air, while Otis had already hugged Duanmu Huai's neck familiarly and lay on his shoulder. Hack! What the H.L.? You dare to attack the Inquisition? Are you tired of living? There were several powerful explosions in succession, and it was obvious that they were under attack. Although there were bandits within the Alliance, there were badges of the Inquisition on this spaceship. How dare they attack the Inquisition? What the H.L. is this? At the same time, the AI's stiff and rigid prompt sound was also heard. The spacecraft has left its planned orbit and is preparing for an emergency landing. Please prepare for impact. Before he could finish his words, a violent impact struck again, and then the entire spacecraft seemed to be captured by gravity, completely deviating from its original route and falling rapidly downwards. Whirring. Fire broke out outside the window due to the violent friction, and the entire spacecraft was shaking constantly, as if a meteor fell from the sky and then smashed heavily to the ground. Boom! The entire spaceship crashed directly into the ground with a thunderous sound, and even a crack appeared on the ground. Then a moment later, the wall on one side of the spaceship was suddenly kicked open, and then Duanmu Huai walked out carrying the frightened Jin Jingling and Otis. Here! What's going on? Jin Jingling's face was also pale, and he hadn't reacted yet. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai was very powerful. If it were an ordinary person, he would have died by now. We were attacked. We just don't know who did it. Duanmu Huai put Jin Jingling on the ground, then took a look at the wreckage of the spacecraft. There were obvious signs of explosion on it, which was obviously the result of an attack. But even I didn't notice it. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment, then withdrew his thoughts and looked at Jinjiling. Anyway, let's go back first and talk about it later. Okay. Damn it. I finally got my big brother out to relax. But this happened. Looking at the shattered wreckage of the spaceship in front of her, Jinjiling rarely showed an unwilling expression. But she still sighed and opened her personal terminal. What's wrong? Brother. My personal terminal seems to be broken. And there is no response to the call. Oh. Let me try. After hearing Jinjiling's words, Duanmu Huai also opened his personal terminal. But no response? Seeing that his communication was also blocked, Duanmu Huai frowned. Then he closed his eyes and began to contact An, Gulea and others. Could not be reached? How is this going? Duanmu Huai frowned. Then he reached out his hand, summoned a soul card, and then released it. However, nothing appeared. What happened? Big brother? Looking at Duanmu Huai's serious expression, Jinjiling asked uneasily, while Duanmu Huai glanced around. It seems that it is not our problem. It's this place itself that has problems. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai took out his war hammer. Fortunately, for the sake of caution, he had been wearing power armor. And now it seems that it was not in vain. Let's go and see what kind of planet this is. Then, Duanmu Huai spoke. Chapter 873 Strange Planet. Although some accidents happened, Duanmu Huai did not panic. He shifted his gaze from the wreckage of the spacecraft that had been smashed into pieces and looked around. According to the detection reports from the auspicious instrument and the helmet, the environment of this planet is suitable for human survival. But the problem is really weird. Duanmu Huai frowned. In fact, this attack seemed strange from beginning to end. First of all, it was a surprise attack. It is normal to be surprised. But it is a bit strange that this spaceship did not detect that it was locked. Of course, it may also be that the opponent's technology is more advanced than that of the Star Alliance. If the Inquisition deals with the Star Alliance, it can also do the same thing by surprise. So this isn't too weird. But another thing is very strange. That's this planet. Duanmu Huai still remembered that it took less than 10 seconds for him and his companions to be attacked, and for the spaceship to be captured by gravity. In other words, according to reason, they should be located outside the planet. So they were captured by gravity so quickly. But the problem was that they didn't see any planets so close. The technology displayed by Jinjiling at that time allowed them to display the starry sky environment outside in 360 degrees. So no matter where the planet was, it could capture the spaceship by gravity within 10 seconds. So the distance must not be too far. Besides, even if I am blind, can't Jinjiling and Oja see it? Well, I should bring Mary with me. Duanmu Huai silently felt a little regretful. Without the golden eyes, he was completely blind to many things. He originally wanted to let them relax, so he didn't bring them with him. Now it seems that the golden eyes, a must-have for home and travel, cannot be put down at all. If it were Mary, she would have noticed something was wrong a long time ago. Of course, there's no point in saying this now. I'm sorry, big brother. Just as Duanmu Huai was thinking, he heard Jinjiling's voice coming from his ear. He turned around and saw Jinjiling looking down at the ground. It's all Colin's fault. If Colin were more. Okay. This isn't your problem either. It was just an accident. Don't be so upset. Duanmu Huai reached out and patted Jinjiling's head and touched her ears. Just think of it as a new map that has been randomly created. That's pretty good, right? But it's just a little problem. And every cloud has a silver lining. Right. Ojas? As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked at Ajis, who was lying on his shoulder. The latter stared at Jinjiling, and then nodded slightly. Thank you. You're welcome? Seeing Ojas thanking him, Jinjiling didn't know how to react for a moment. Anyway, let's first check the current situation. Duanmu Huai coughed, breaking the somewhat awkward atmosphere. He knew what Ojas was thinking. The communication was interrupted, and he could not summon other soul cards, which meant that Ojas could finally monopolize him. Although Jinjiling was still beside him. But, forget it. It would only bring tears if I said too much. In fact, Duanmu Huai has encountered many similar situations in the game. To put it bluntly, soul cards are also a kind of psychic spells. Once the psychic power is sealed or disappears, it is useless. For example, if Duanmu Huai is covered and a circle of untouchables is tied around the outside, Duanmu Huai will not be able to use soul cards. Of course, he can still solve the problem with his fists. In Duanmu Huai's opinion, generally speaking, this kind of problem occurs either because there is something wrong with the magnetic field of the planet itself, or because there is some kind of sealing barrier on the planet. Duanmu Huai has just used the bird divination instrument to detect, and the nearby indexes are all normal, and there is no magnetic field interference. This means that there is no problem with the planet itself, and the problem may be some kind of barrier set up here. Block. Does that mean we are facing a magical civilization? After listening to Duanmu Huai's introduction to the current situation, Jin Jilin shook his ears and asked, "That's not necessarily true. Generally speaking, magical civilizations use things like barriers more often, but some high-level technological civilizations also use similar methods. Of course, they won't call it a barrier or a seal, and will definitely make up a confusing name like anti-energy field interference or something like that." As he spoke, Duanmu Huai looked around. Of course, from what I've seen so far, I think even if there is civilization on this planet, it's probably not very developed. Yeah, that's right. We have been falling for half an hour. If it were a planet with a more developed civilization, they would have discovered our presence long ago. But now there is no response. It is very likely that this planet does not have any air surveillance system. Of course, it is also possible that the other party is secretly laughing at us. Having said this, Duanmu Huai paused. In short, no matter what, there is only one thing we need to do. Remove the barrier or seal on this planet, and then contact the Inquisition to take us away from here. So we have to find a place with people first. That's right. I'll trouble you to negotiate when the time comes. Duanmu Huai and OGC were too lazy to communicate with others. In the past, such things were basically done by and or Mary. But now that the charming Jin Jilin was here, it would naturally be left to her. Okay. Please leave it to me, big brother. Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Jin Jilin immediately smiled. Karen will definitely work hard. The first rule of getting lost is to find a place where there might be people. Duanmu Huai also thought so. In fact, after that, he specially started the jet pack and flew once, looking around from a high altitude. Fortunately, Duanmu Huai saw traces of a city on the plain in the distance, which made him feel relieved. Then the three of them walked towards the direction pointed by Duanmu Huai. Every planet has different places, and this planet is no exception. Of course, from the surface, this planet seems to be similar to other places, with green vegetation and trees, as well as flowers, birds, fish and insects. Of course, all local species. As he moved forward, Duanmu Huai also saw cute furry creatures like squirrels or minks. But they all looked like ordinary creatures, and there were no monsters like Warcraft. Duanmu Huai was not slow, and Jin Jilin, as the horse girl, was also very fast. It only took them half a day to arrive at the city that Duanmu Huai had seen before. Only, it has been destroyed. Yes, looking at the city that had become a ruin before him, Jin Jilin muttered to himself, while Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. Before, I could only see signs of buildings here from the sky. But when I got closer, I found that the entire city was left with only ruins. Of course, there are problems. At least we can be sure that the city will not be destroyed for long. Duanmu Huai said, as he reached out and grabbed half of the body from the ruins next to him and shook it. Judging from his attire, he should be a soldier, wearing relatively rough leather armor. And at this moment the soldier had been cut in half, and the wound looked like it had been cut smoothly by something. The body hasn't completely decayed yet. Judging from the situation, it should only take a few days. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai took off the soldier's helmet and scanned his skull. Yes, no mutation, pure human. But it's really strange. Jin Jilin also jumped onto the platform next to him, looked around, and muttered to himself, "What's wrong? This city was destroyed. Right? Then what destroyed it? If it was a monster, why can't we find its bodies? But if it was a human, there should be other bodies. Right? Indeed. It is a bit strange." Duanmu Huai threw the corpse aside. Just like Jin Jilin said, if it was a monster or demon, there should be corpses. And if it was a civil war between humans, there should be corpses wearing different armors. But all along the way, the soldiers around were wearing the same. In addition, there were some civilian victims. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that the other party is very powerful, and thus destroys everything in the city with zero losses. Anyway, let's see if there are any survivors. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai snapped his fingers, and soon the jet pack behind him opened. Then a servo skull flew out of it, its eyes flashing red, and flew in all directions. Taking advantage of the opportunity of the servo skull scan, Duanmu Huai also began to investigate the surrounding environment. After all, the development of a world civilization can be seen from things like buildings. The houses are still made of stone and ash. The level of civilization should not be high. The main weapons used are swords and shields. Is it still the era of cold weapons? No firearms? The clothes are also very ordinary. Judging from the textile technology, the level of development is indeed not high. There is an altar. I am not familiar with the statues here. There is no database. Well, maybe they worship local gods. The premise is that there really are gods. Duanmu Huai walked through the ruins while investigating the surroundings. Most of the buildings were intact, but some were obviously blown down. It was not yet clear whether it was caused by magic or technology. But Duanmu Huai felt that magic was more likely, at least in his opinion. The civilization of this city had not yet developed to the point where firearms could be used freely, and the auspicious instrument did not detect any reaction to flammable and explosive objects such as sulfur. Fortunately, after a quick scan, Duanmu Huai finally figured out what happened in the city. They must have been attacked. Duanmu Huai came to the ruined city wall and pointed at the broken tower. The attack should have come from the air. It is not yet certain whether it was a dragon or something else. Anyway, the enemy first defeated the tower, then landed directly from the air to secure the entrance. Then the attackers rushed in. Everything went very smoothly. The defenders of the city did not even have time to block the door. Duanmu Huai glanced at the wooden doors at the entrance of the city. They were now wide open and leaning against the wall, and it was obvious that they had never been attacked. If they had been prepared in advance, the city gates should have been closed instead of wide open, and would have been smashed long ago. Needless to say, there was a massacre. The invaders rushed into the city and killed people. The city's guards wanted to stop them. They chose to defend this building with a shrine inside, which should be a church or something like that. However, their efforts failed. Duanmu Huai walked to the square, looked at the body parts and corpses scattered around, and shrugged his shoulders. Once, twice. Well, a perfect carpet bombing. I would have done the same thing. Anyway, the defense collapsed, and then it was over. The attack was sophisticated. But the question is, why? Don't we usually attack cities to seize treasures? There is also the possibility of occupying the city. But at the moment it is neither of those things. Duanmu Huai shook his head, then reached out, grabbed a locked cabinet, and smashed it open. Inside were some clothes and jewelry that looked like they were made of gold. Look! No one has touched such an obvious treasure chest. If it were a player, they would have cleared it out long ago. There's no way they would keep it. So, the ones attacking the city weren't humans? Were they some monsters or something? That's hard to say. Could there be such a powerful monster, without even leaving a corpse? At this moment, Duanmu Huai suddenly raised his head and looked towards a corner of the city. What's wrong? Big brother? The servo skull has been attacked, and it looks like there will be some fun. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stood up. Let's go! Chapter 874, The Old-Fashioned Development. In the ruins, a boy in tattered clothes collapsed. He stared at the servo skull in front of him with horror, picked up a stone in hand, and smashed it hard. The servo skull didn't take this level of attack seriously at all. It just shook slightly to avoid the stone attack, which had no accuracy at all. But this made the boy even angrier. His anger even exceeded his fear, driving the boy full of strength again. You actually looked down on me. A mere demon. While roaring, the boy stood up, grabbed a branch, and glared at the servo skull fiercely. Come on. Kill me. Even if you kill me, I will not surrender to monsters like you. Although his legs were shaking, the boy still stood up with all his might and stared at the servo skull. And at this moment, darkness suddenly fell. Is this the little devil? Why? Hearing the voice behind him, the boy was stunned for a moment. Then he turned his head and saw a terrifying being standing behind him, as tall as a mountain, wearing pitch-black steel armor, looking down at him like a giant bear. And in the strange eye sockets of the skull, a scarlet light flashed. Yuya? At this moment, the courage that the boy had finally mustered up in his heart disappeared in an instant. Just by being stared at by that red gaze, he felt a sense of fear and crisis, as if he was about to fall into an abyss. Really? Big brother. Just leave it to me at this time. Just when the boy's mind was about to go blank, a clear and sweet voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, the boy regained consciousness, as if a drowning person grabbed a safety rope thrown down. Then, the boy saw a beautiful and lovely girl who seemed to be shining with brilliance appear in front of him. Hello. Can you understand me? Does this translator really work? As she spoke, the girl reached out and tapped her wrist, then looked at the boy again. Ah. Hey. This is. Perhaps he was too surprised that the boy didn't know how to react for a moment. Ah. Don't worry about him. Big brother only looks fierce on the surface, but he is actually a good person. Having said that, Jinjiling paused. So, can you tell us what's going on here? With Jinjiling's comfort, the boy, who was originally panicked, finally calmed down and told Duanmuhui and the others what happened here. Just as Duanmuhui thought, this place was attacked. The demons attack. In simple terms, it is the old trick of the Demon King and the demons trying to destroy humanity and rule the world. Because the demons are very powerful and can fly in the sky, humans are no match for them and are beaten back step by step. Of course, there are also many heroes who go to the north to try to defeat the Demon King. But unfortunately, almost none of them come back. The demon tribe. After listening to the description, Duanmuhui began to think. According to the boy's description, the demons looked similar to humans, but they had horns. It sounded very similar to the dragon people like Gu Lea. However, there are some differences in the description. Duanmuhui touched his chin and began to think. In fact, many similar RPG games and missions have similar backgrounds. For example, since the creation of heaven and earth, the battle between gods and demons has never stopped. Or this world created gods, humans, and demons, and these three races are constantly fighting each other. This is usually the background. But this boy's story was completely different. According to him, one day in the ancient times, monsters called demons suddenly appeared, and then began a long struggle with humans. What is this? A genetically mutated Godzilla that drank nuclear waste? Moreover, we still don't know what the demons in this world look like. So Duanmuhui made a decision. Anyway, let's go kill the Demon King first. Hey! Are you sure you want to do this, big brother? I have to say that Jinjiling was also surprised when he heard Duanmuhui's decision. Of course, since the demons are trying to exterminate humans, they are naturally the enemies of the Inquisition. Besides, according to my experience, this kind of abnormal barrier is usually related to the Demon King or something. Maybe after killing the Demon King, we will be able to contact others. In short, it's not a bad idea to find a target first and then go after it. As he spoke, Duanmuhui stood up and stretched. Anyway, it's decided. The Demon King's castle is in the north. Right? Let's go north. Hopefully, it won't be too far. Then, what about that child? As he spoke, Jinjiling looked at the boy who was standing not far away, watching them anxiously. Just find a nearby village and leave him there. Duanmuhui just glanced at the other person and then looked away. Okay, let's go. There was only one road. Jinjiling and Ojus were sitting on Duanmuhui's shoulders, while the boy followed behind them with gritted teeth. Not too far nor too close. Duanmuhui's speed was not slow, and it was difficult for an adult to catch up, let alone a child. However, even so, he still gritted his teeth and followed Duanmuhui, looking like he had not given up. Duanmuhui turned a blind eye to this. He just walked forward and then found a place to rest. Of course, when they rested, the child also hid beside their camp and carefully observed them. Although Jinjiling would give the child water and food, he would not take it immediately. Instead, he would wait until Jinjiling returned to Duanmuhui before carefully picking up the food and eating it. It's almost like a puppy. Puppy? Yes, just like a stray dog on the street. Cautiously alert to other people. But you have to be careful too. If you don't plan to adopt it, it's better not to get too close to it, lest it misunderstands, and then it wags its tail and entangles you. For Duanmuhui, this is just a small piece of advice. According to what the kid said, There should be a village not far ahead. We should be able to reach it before dark. Let's just leave him there. I have to say that Duanmu Huai's luck was pretty good this time. Just as he said. Before dark, they arrived at the small village ahead at the edge of the woods. Of course, if there is a problem, it is. Good boy. It looks like I came at the right time. Duanmu Huai clenched his hammer as he looked at the raging fire. In the firelight, he could hear people crying, screaming, and the roar of wild beasts. Under the night sky, in the flickering firelight, black monsters with horns, like wolves, were hunting humans in groups. The latter could only scream and run away, trying to instinctively prolong their lives. This is just the most instinctive survival of life. Several men who looked like guards were holding swords, protecting their families from the monsters. They were covered in blood and gasping for breath. Behind them were women and children holding their children tightly. They are playing with their prey. The guards knew very well that they were no match for these monsters. If they rushed at them, they would have died long ago. But they did not do so. They just surrounded them and attacked them again and again, slowly torturing them and waiting for them to destroy themselves. And all this is, the guard clenched his sword, gritted his teeth, and looked forward. Not far behind the monsters, a man dressed elegantly like a nobleman was standing there. He held a dog whistle in his right hand and looked at them with a smile, just like an audience enjoying a play. Damn demons. The guard wanted to rush over and cut his throat immediately. But he couldn't do that because just now, the last person who wanted to cut the demon's throat had been completely eaten by the monsters in front of him. Go on. Why don't you scream? The demon man looked at the guards in front of him and the people behind them with a smile on his face and spread his hands. Let me hear the cries of humanity again. Let me hear your screams as you face death again. I won't let you succeed. Monster. Oh! In response to the guard's roar, the demon man chuckled and then put the dog whistle into his mouth. In that case, I'll let you scream. A sharp whistle sounded, and the next moment the monsters opened their bloody mouths, jumped up, and pounced on the guards again. Go to H.L. At this moment, facing the foul-smelling mouth attacking him, the guard no longer hesitated. He raised his sword high and rushed towards the enemy with the intention of dying together. Call! Just then, a whirlwind suddenly arose. The scream rotating war turned into a storm into the battlefield. And the next moment I saw the Warcraft's rotating war hammers smashed into meat sauce. The hard bodies of their knife and guns became fragile like porcelain in front of the war hammer shining. And the kung fu was swept away for a while. Boom! At the same time, a huge black shadow fell from the sky and landed in front of the guards. This is the Demon Clan. Duanmu Huai reached out and grabbed the war hammer at hand again. Looking at the solemn-looking man in front of him, he opened his mouth and revealed a ferocious smile. What a nostalgic smell of the warp! I think I know what you are. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer. Prepare to die? Chapter 875 Demon Tribe. To be honest, Duanmu Huai was not surprised at all to see the enemies in front of him being called demons. According to his experience, anything called demon is most likely related to the subspace demons, if it is not a smear for some political reasons. Just like the beast men that Duanmu Huai had encountered in the novice village. They were originally humans, but were affected by the wind of magic and the aura of chaos when they were born, and then mutated into strange creatures, becoming the sandwich between humans and demons. To Duanmu Huai, these demons are actually similar to beast men. Their mutated horns are enough to explain the problem. In addition, they exude the filthy, chaotic, evil subspace aura, and malicious psychic power. It is obvious that the demons in this world should be distant relatives of beast men. As for their origins, it's not impossible to guess. If someone believed in tyranny and anger, he would have done it without saying a word. If he was someone who believed in the evil of obsession, he would have revealed his perverted side by now. Not to mention the filth of corruption. This person is too clean from head to toe. Well, combined with this hesitating and hesitant character, it is the characteristic of talking nonsense all the time. This is most likely the thing under the blue-feathered bird's head. Of course, this does not mean that the chaos gods themselves must be in this world. After all, the subspace is everywhere, and there are always some people with poor brains who want to have some fun. But the chaos gods don't care about this. After all, no matter what kind of fun these idiots find, they will ultimately only contribute strength and emotions to the chaos gods. But, never mind. Let's fight first. Duan Mu Huai took a step forward, holding the warhammer tightly in his hand. And then the jetpack behind him suddenly exploded. The next moment, he appeared in front of the man, holding the warhammer high. It is true. Looking at Duan Mu Huai who came in front of him, the man showed a smug smile. The warrior, who only had muscles, had no magic power at all, and had low resistance to magic. Although he looked very strong and the armor on his body was not ordinary, he obviously did not know how powerful his magic was. Dog whistle. Thinking of this, the man bit the dog whistle in his mouth. This was his magic. As long as he heard the sound, whether it was a monster or a human, everything would be controlled by him. He was still thinking about how to use it before, but now he has decided to use his dog whistle to control the warrior and let him kill those villagers. Then when he wakes up, he will definitely regret it. Having made his decision, the man took a deep breath. As Duan Mu Huai swung his thunder hammer down, a sharp whistle sounded. Then interrupt. Boom! The whistling hammer smashed the man's head, then moved all the way down, crushing the man's body into a meat paste like a crusher. Noise pollution is necessary before death. Isn't it disgusting? Duan Mu Huai rubbed the war hammer on the ground twice, and then saw the man's bloody body gradually turned into something like black charcoal, and then turned into black snowflakes and disappeared into the air. I see. No wonder I didn't see the bodies of the demons before. This is what's going on. Duan Mu Huai snorted coldly as he watched the man gradually disappear. He had been wondering why there was not a single enemy corpse in such a large-scale siege. Now it seemed that he had finally found the reason. It was obvious that the bodies of the demons in this world would naturally decompose and disappear after death. Along with the death of the demons, the raging monsters also fled in all directions. However, just as those monsters rushed into the forest and were about to disappear into the darkness, their bodies suddenly became pieces, as if they were cut by an invisible blade. No one noticed that at this moment. An invisible spider web made of silk threads had already appeared in the gaps between the trees. Well done, Ogus. Looking at OGC jumping down from the tree, Duan Mu Huai nodded, then looked at the village behind him. Well, if N and the others were here, maybe they could put out the fire with magic. But now, there's nothing I can do but watch. Fortunately, the fire was not big, and the people in the village were still alive. After spending most of the night, the fire was finally put out. Although more than half of the village was destroyed, the rest was still there. Of course, since this place has been targeted by the demons, most of them will have to move to another place to live. However, whether to move to another place or continue to stay here is their own choice, and has nothing to do with Duan Mu Huai. After all, he doesn't live here. Thank you so much, everyone. Like many RPGs, an old man emerged from the crowd and thanked Duan Mu Huai and others. No matter how you look at it, this old man who can't even walk should have been killed immediately. How on earth did he survive until now? If it weren't for your help, I'm afraid our village would have been destroyed. As he spoke, the old man reached out, took out a scroll from his arms, and handed it to Duan Mu Huai. It's just a small reward, not a token of respect. Please accept it. What's this? Duan Mu Huai took the scroll puzzledly and took a quick look, only to see a bunch of scribbles on it. This is the folk magic of our village. The magic that can remove dust. Fine then. I'll take it. Although he didn't know what this thing was used for, Duan Mu Huai still put it away silently. By the way, I have something to trouble you with. What is it? It's this little devil. Duan Mu Huai snapped his fingers, and then he saw Zhen Jilling bringing the boy over. We found him in the ruins of the city we were in before. I'm afraid he is the only survivor. Could you please help take care of him? Of course. My hero. Brave man? Yes. Hearing Duan Mu Huai's doubtful tone, the old village chief nodded. You must be the brave warrior heading north to destroy the Demon King. I am just an inquisitor and a warrior, not a hero. Duan Mu Huai waved his hand, and then made a gesture to OGC and Zhen Jilling. Okay. Let's go, Mr. Warrior. Just when Duan Mu Huai and others turned around and prepared to leave, the boy suddenly rushed over. He stared at Duan Mu Huai, was silent for a moment, and then lowered his head. Thank you for saving me. We didn't do anything. You followed us on your own. Duan Mu Huai didn't even turn around, just waved his hand casually, and then left the village with Ogus and Zhen Jilling. The boy just stood there, watching the three people disappear without saying a word. Is this all right? sitting on Duan Muhuai's shoulders. Jin Jilling looked behind him with some uneasiness. It depends on luck. At least I saved them today. But if there are more demons attacking them tomorrow, I won't be able to do anything. Duan Muhuai shrugged as he spoke. He had just asked the village chief about the demons, and the result was similar to the information he got from the boy. Legend has it that at some point in the ancient times, the demons suddenly appeared and began to fight against humans. These demons are man-eating monsters. But unlike ghouls, demons do not only eat humans. It would be more appropriate to say that they are omnivorous monsters that eat everything, including humans. There is almost nothing to say about the rest. According to the village chief, the best way to identify demons is that they all have horns on their heads. Although some demons look quite different from humans, as long as they have horns, they are all demons. And demons are almost all masters of magic. Well, this once again verifies Duan Muhuai's judgment. Just like the fool just now, he didn't take action immediately when facing the enemy, but hesitated like a woman. He was really treacherous and cunning. So the simplest and most efficient way is to find the Demon King and defeat him. This is the most straightforward way. However, it's a bit troublesome without someone who can use magic, Duan Muhuai said as he turned his head. Just didn't know magic. And neither did Jin Jilling. Duan Muhuai's magic came from soul cards. But soul cards couldn't be used in this world. So he didn't know magic either. By the way, the magic props bought from the Faerun world can still be used, which means that this barrier does not completely isolate magic, but isolates Duan Muhuai from the soul fragment world. So Duan Muhuai can't use the soul card. Unfortunately, the disadvantage of the soul messenger is that once the soul card cannot be used, it means that most of the power is wasted. Fortunately, for Duan Muhuai, cards are just auxiliary. Anyway, let's go to the country ahead and see if we can find a magician. According to what I just learned from the village chief, many humans in this era can use magic. It is because of this that humans can fight against the demons. If this is the case, then we should be able to find a useful magician. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai took out the map that the elder had just given him. Ojus also lay on Duan Muhuai's shoulder, staring at the map curiously, and then reached out his hand. This way? Yes, that's right. According to the elders, if we keep going along this road, we will reach a country called the Kingdom of Paletia. The elder said that country is quite good at magic. If that's the case, then we should have some expectations. Having said this, Duan Muhuai raised his head. That is, if we don't get lost. Then he spoke like this. Chapter 876 Frontline Battlefield. I have to say that Duan Muhuai's luck was really good this time. Following the road pointed out by the village chief, they successfully arrived at the Kingdom of Paletia. Duan Muhuai was originally worried about whether they would need any identification or something like that. But he didn't expect that the guards just checked them and let the three of them in directly. At first Duan Muhuai thought he was lucky, but after entering, he found that the other party had his own arrangements. That is the north of the Kingdom of Paletia, which has become a battlefield. The army led by the demons completely blocked the passage to the north, and even sent monsters to harass from time to time. Fortunately, as a big country, the walls around the Kingdom of Paletia were decorated with air barriers set up by great magicians in ancient times, which prevented the demons from launching air raids like before. Well, but on the other hand, Duan Muhuai and the others couldn't get out either. No, strictly speaking, it is not impossible to get out. But there is a prerequisite. That is to recapture the fortress ahead. Simply put, in the previous attack by the demons, the fortress stationed by the Kingdom of Paletia responsible for defending the northern border was captured by the demons, and the barrier also lost its effect. Now the Kingdom of Paletia is hiding behind the second layer of barrier and confronting the demons. The entire Kingdom of Paletia has 3 layers of barriers. The first layer is the border wall. The second layer is the royal city where Duan Muhuai and others are currently located. And the third layer is in the royal palace. Because the first layer of the barrier was broken, the demons were able to invade the territory within the Kingdom of Paletia. Therefore, in order to regain the lost territory, the Kingdom of Paletia recruited adventurers and troops to launch attacks on the northern fortress again and again. But I have to say, it seems that we are completely trapped here. Duan Muhuai knocked down the last monster with a hammer, and then looked around helplessly. The main job of an adventurer is to be the front station and clear the threats ahead. However, several consecutive attacks were defeated by the monster army, which made Duan Muhuai very unhappy. To be honest, If it were just the three of them, they would have run away long ago. But every time he had to cover the retreat of others. Although he killed a lot of monsters and demons, this kind of back-and-forth tug-of-war was not what Duanmu Huai liked. We've killed the last monster. Let's go back. Duanmu Huai turned his head and glanced at Ajis, who was sitting on his shoulder. The latter nodded slightly. Then Duanmu Huai turned around and walked back the way he came. The adventurers' base is on the edge of the city, where adventurers from all over the world gather. They all come here to fight against the demons and the Demon King's army. Well, no wonder the guard didn't ask them for any documents and let them in directly. When Duanmu Huai and Ojisi returned to the inn, it was already sunset. Hey, you're back, Iron Warrior. Little girl. Duanmu Huai pushed open the door and walked into the inn, and soon heard greetings from adventurers all around him. How's it going today? Same old. The striker collapsed again. Duanmu Huai took off his helmet and sat on the chair next to him. The well-tested chair made a miserable noise under Duanmu Huai's butt, but it still managed to hold on. But everyone else got back safely. Thanks to you. Looking at Duanmu Huai in front of them, the adventurers around them were quite respectful. After all, every retreat required someone to cover the rear. And Duanmu Huai always took on the responsibility of covering the rear and killed all the pursuing demons. Over time, other adventurers would feel more at ease just by seeing his iron body. Then, how did Wang Guojun intend to do? It has been several days in a row, and the instructions given are blurred. They said they were going to mobilize the army. But why is there no movement? After greeting each other, the other adventurers soon turned the topic back to the current war against the demons. At this time, a thin adventurer who looked like a thief came over and spoke mysteriously. Hey, by the way, I did hear a little gossip. Rumor? Yes. I heard that this counterattack might be led by His Royal Highness the Prince himself. Huh? Are you kidding me? Upon hearing the news, the other adventurers were shocked. Are you kidding me? This is a battle that concerns the fate of the North. How can we let a brat lead the battle? Isn't this courting death? That is to say, if it were Her Royal Highness the Princess, it would be more like that. That's the problem. What are you talking about, Princess? What does this have to do with our current situation? Duanmu Huai also asked the waiter for snacks and drinks at this time, and asked in confusion. When the adventurers heard his question, they looked at each other. Oh, come to think of it, you really don't know yet. Actually, soon. These adventurers gave Duanmu Huai a popular science introduction. And after their introduction, Duanmu Huai finally understood the situation of the country. According to these adventurers, the king of the kingdom of Paletia has a son and a daughter. This is actually nothing strange in itself. But there is a problem. That is, the princess His Royal Highness will not use magic. As mentioned before, in the ancient times of this world, the demons used magic to kill and attack humans. Later, humans also mastered magic and blocked the attacks of the demon army. Therefore, magicians are very respected. And the kingdom of Paletia is also a country originally established by magicians. The royal family and nobles of this country can use magic. It is precisely because of their existence that the kingdom of Paletia was not destroyed by the demons. Therefore, a princess who cannot use magic is clearly a stain on the royal family. In fact, it has long been rumored among the people that the princess has given up her right to inherit the throne and is currently in a completely free-range state. Of course, if that were all, it would have nothing to do with these adventurers. The reason why they are so enthusiastic about this topic is that Her Royal Highness the Princess is also an adventurer. That's right. Although she can't use magic, this princess is very keen on making magic items. So every time a rare monster appears, she will follow the adventurers to fight it. At first, no one had a good opinion of this princess, but gradually they began to accept her. On the one hand, the princess was cute and lively, and on the other hand, she was really capable and didn't care at all about getting her body stained with the blood of monsters. She always dismembered monsters with other adventurers. So everyone liked her. And the problem is here. I heard that among the nobles, some people thought that the princess was very popular among the commoners, which would affect the prince's succession to the throne. So in order to counter the princess's popularity, so you let His Royal Highness lead the team? Hearing this, the adventurers sighed in despair. When will these nobles do something useful? We are fighting on the front lines every day. And what else do they do in the back besides discussing these boring things? I think that prince is probably a loser. Why haven't I seen that princess? Duanmu Huai thought about it, and was sure that he had never seen anyone like him before. It's probably because the timing doesn't match. If you come across any unusual commissions, you can give it a try. Maybe you can get one. Oh, I won't say any more. The show is about to start. After saying this, the adventurers turned their heads and looked forward with anticipation. Then, under their gaze, they saw a petite figure jumping out from the stage in the corner of the hall, waving at everyone with a smile. Hello everyone. I'm the lovely Jin Jiling. Oh. Seeing the appearance of Jin Jiling, the adventurers below immediately started screaming wildly like fans, while Jin Jiling giggled. Then the music started, and the girl began to sing and dance in full view of everyone. It seems that Jin Jiling has done a good job. Duanmu leaned on the chair and looked at the real machine jumping on the stage. She did not have the strong strength of Duanmu and Ao Jiasai. She went to the battlefield and had only one dead end. So during this period, when Duanmu Huai and Ojus went out to fight, Jin Jiling was responsible for singing and dancing in the hotel to cheer up the adventurers. After all, this world lacks entertainment, and Jin Jiling is a professional, so he quickly became popular among many adventurers, and earned a lot of travel expenses, plus the commissions that Duanmu Huai and Ajis received during this period. Well, at least now Duanmu Huai and his friends can get rid of their poverty. Of course, there are adventurers with bad intentions who try to do something to Jin Jiling. But Maki-chan is a horse girl. She would have kicked most people away with just one kick. Jin Jiling's performance was not long, but the atmosphere in the entire hall had become lively. At this moment, Jin Jiling jumped off the stage and came to Duanmu Huai like a puppy. Ah, big brother. While throwing himself into Duanmu Huai's arms, Jin Jiling raised his head and looked at him, while his tail behind him kept shaking. Is everything going well today? I don't think it's going that smoothly. But master. At this time, OGC, who was lying on Duanmu Huai's shoulder, also spoke. We can definitely leave here and continue heading north. There is no need to stay here for too long. That is true. But as judges of the Inquisition, we must protect humanity. Having said that, Duanmu Huai patted Ajis's head. You have to remember, Ojus, the mission of the Inquisition is to protect humanity and eliminate all existences that pose a threat to humanity. This is our duty. Although coming to this planet was an accident, for the Inquisitor, what we have to do has not changed. But destroying the Demon King can also protect humanity. Ojus tilted her head. As long as the Demon King is destroyed and the barrier is lifted, the Master can summon the power of the Inquisition. Right? That way, we can achieve more results than we have now. That's just if. Duanmu Huai shook his head. I don't like ifs. Boom boom boom. At this moment, suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps was heard. And then the door of the inn was suddenly pushed open. And then several adventurers rushed in. When they saw Duanmu Huai, their eyes suddenly lit up. Iron Warrior. We need your help. Chapter 877 Familiar Taste. This happens often. The scout who was patrolling at night was unlucky and encountered the enemy. Then sent out a signal. And then was killed. It was that simple. Generally speaking, that's it. Just like now. Stupid human. The woman with a long corner was sitting on the meat mountain accumulated from the corpse, looking at the battlefield around her scattered. On the side of her, the faint mist drifted away. Under the silver moonlight, the entire battlefield was as if she was shrouded in the sea of clouds. Even if the signal is sent, what does it matter? It's just waiting to die. The demon woman looked at the corpse at her feet and shook her head in disbelief. She was good at poison fog magic, and could easily create poison fog that could kill everything. This was her unique skill. In fact, the woman had done the same thing before. Those stupid humans had entered her sea of poison fog without realizing the danger. By the time they reacted, they were already close to death. But even in this situation, there were still people who tried their best and used their last bit of strength to send out the signal. How stupid! Even if reinforcements came, they would just die in this sea of poisonous fog. What's the point? It would be better to die in your sleep, easily and comfortably. So, I really can't understand the existence of human beings. Thinking of this, the woman chuckled, jumped off the pile of corpses, and walked towards the city wall in front of her with the pace of a model on a catwalk. Then the woman stopped, raised her head, and looked forward with squinted eyes. Under the silvery moonlight, a tall warrior wearing pitch-black armor was standing there, holding a huge war hammer in his hand, and walking slowly towards the woman. Stupid humans. Looking at the warrior in front of her. The woman sneered. The demons have the ability to observe the fluctuations of other people's magic power. For the demons, the intensity and size of the fluctuations of magic power represent the strength of the opponent. In the eyes of the woman, she can clearly see that the whole body of the steel warrior in front of her is wrapped in dark red, flame-like magic power. However, it is only to this extent. In short, in the eyes of the demons, he is like a burning human candle, and it is still a candle in the wind. With this level of magic power, you still want to fight against me? Boom, boom! In response to the woman's contempt, the Iron Warrior did not hesitate at all. He just held a warhammer and strode towards the woman. Then, he suddenly accelerated and ran towards the woman quickly. But that's just the extent of it. The woman raised her hands, and as she moved, the poisonous fog surrounding her instantly condensed and turned into a raging wave that rolled up from the ground, then rushed head-on towards the Iron Warrior in front of her. The waves formed by thick fog completely swallowed up the Iron Warrior, but the woman didn't even look at him and continued to move forward. To her, this was not even an obstacle, just a small stone on the side of the road. Boom! The waves of fog suddenly parted, and then a warhammer emerged from it. The whistling airflow exploded and scattered, and the warhammer shining with thunder flew out without hesitation and hit the woman in front of him directly. How come? Seeing this scene, the woman's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly tried to jump back. However, at this moment, the woman suddenly found that her limbs suddenly tightened. When she looked carefully, she found that the tiny, almost invisible silk threads had bound her hands and feet at some point. And the source of these silk threads is... The woman looked up and looked forward, and then she saw the steel warrior flying out of the fog, and on his shoulder, a girl was lying there. She grabbed the shoulder of the steel warrior in one hand and stretched out her hand. The brilliant silk thread flew from her fingers, like a cobweb wrapped around her. Target. How could that be? No living thing can survive in my poisonous fog. That was the end of the woman's words. The warhammer in Duan Muhuai's hand hit her head directly, and then the woman's head exploded like a walnut, and the headless body flew out, then turned into black snowflakes and disappeared into the air. Well done, Iron Warrior. At this time, other adventurers also rushed over, and when they saw this scene, they immediately breathed a sigh of relief. I never thought that the demons could come so close to the royal city. It seems that the situation is a bit dangerous. Let's leave quickly. However, in response to the words of these adventurers, Duan Muhuai just shook his head. No, the battle is not over yet. Why? Duan Muhuai raised his head and looked forward. In the distant forest, a dark figure flashed by. Then, a thunderous roar resounded through the sky. Roar! Duan Muhuai raised his head, shifted his gaze away from the forest, looked towards the mountains, and then at the sky. On the other side of the sky, dark clouds are moving towards this side. But that was not a dark cloud. If you zoomed in, you could see that there were dozens of dragons. This is really interesting. Duan Muhuai tightly gripped the warhammer and looked up at the sky. At the same time, the jetpack behind him unfolded. Ojas, who was lying on his shoulders, also grabbed Duan Muhuai's shoulders tightly and raised her right hand. As she moved, the silk thread shining with faint light condensed into huge sharp blades. Leave this to us, and you go back to the city to seek refuge. Wait, that's a dragon. A flying dragon. Hearing Duan Muhuai's words, the other adventurers were also shocked. In this world, only demons can fly, and humans have not yet invented magic that can fly. It is precisely because of this that demons and monsters that can fly in the sky pose so many threats to humans. After all, humans can't fly, and they certainly don't have any good ways to deal with flying demons and monsters. In many cases, they can only rely on luck or the other party's negligence to eliminate those flying demons. And now these dozens of dragons are obviously not something they can deal with. The other party is coming aggressively. Once they break through the city, things will be troublesome. Just because you can't fly doesn't mean I can't do anything. After leaving these words, a violent airflow gushed out the next moment, and Duan Muhuai jumped up and pounced towards the group of dragons in front of him like a rocket. Roar! Seeing Duan Muhuai rushing towards it, the giant dragon in front of it opened its mouth and let out an angry roar. Although it didn't know what this flying little insect in front of it was, since it dared to stand in front of it, Then there was only one outcome. Boom! The thunder hammer hit the dragon's head heavily. And then the dragon's head was seen to be completely cracked. Then the dragon, without any breath, fell directly to the ground without a sound. At the same time, Oja stretched out her right hand to the front. And a fine thread quietly came out and entangled the neck of another dragon nearby. At this moment, Duanmu jumped up and rushed towards the other dragon like a yo-yo that was taken back. Ha 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 ha. Just as Duanmu leaped up and swung his thunder hammer at the second dragon's head, suddenly, a bloody mouth opened below them. And the dragon that rushed up from below opened its mouth and swallowed Duanmu completely in one gulp. But the next moment, the dragon opened its mouth again and howled in pain. Then a line of blood appeared from the dragon's neck, extending all the way to the bottom of its abdomen. Buzz buzz buzz. The rotating chainsaw sword cut through the dragon's body, and blood and internal organs gushed out. At the same time, Duanmu and Ojas also crawled out of the dragon's belly along with the gushing blood, with electric light wrapped all over their bodies, and rushed into the dragon group again with a shining afterimage. To Duanmu, these giant dragons posed no threat at all. They could swallow him or spit fire at him. However, he could still easily wield his war hammer, and chains were to smash the dragons' heads into pieces, or rip open their stomachs. Boom! However, just when Duanmu knocked another giant dragon away, he suddenly found a dazzling flash on the other side of the dragon group. And then Duanmu saw a dragon wailing and falling to the ground. What's going on? Are there reinforcements? Duanmu turned his head in surprise and looked over there. And then he saw a rather surprising scene. On the other side of the dragon group, a girl was riding a broom, holding a lightsaber in one hand, and wearing a cloak to fight against the dragon. Although the girl was very thin compared to these dragons, her movements were quite flexible. The girl manipulated the broom under her body and circled around the dragon in front of her. Then she swung her sword and cut directly at the root of the dragon's wing. Then the dragon with its wings cut off wailed and fell to the ground. Quite smart. Actually, watching the other side's battle, Duanmu also nodded. Prey flying in the air are indeed difficult to catch, but they are not completely without weaknesses. Even if you can't kill them, as long as you can make them unable to fly, you can achieve the same effect. Once their ability to fly is eliminated, gravity will take care of everything. With this unexpected helper, the speed of clearing the dragon group was much faster. After Duanmu and the girl killed several giant dragons in succession, the other giant dragons seemed to finally realize that these two people in front of them were not easy to deal with. And they turned around and left in a hurry, wailing. Great. Done. Watching the dragons leave, Duanmu also breathed a sigh of relief. So what's next? Come on! Demon! Hearing the sudden shout, Duanmu turned his head and saw that the girl was also riding on a broom, holding a lightsaber in her hand, rushing towards him quickly. How should I put it? This development is also very familiar to me. Or, I have encountered it too many times, and Duanmu is too lazy to complain about it. Duanmu sighed silently and looked at the girl in front of him. At this moment, the girl had already appeared in front of Duanmu with the broom. And then she aimed at Duanmu and chopped him down with a sword. Clang! However, the lightsaber that could even cut off a dragon's scales didn't even leave a scratch on Duanmu's power armor, and was directly bounced away. Why? Seeing this scene, the girl was also shocked. Before she could come to her senses, she saw Duanmu suddenly stretched out his right hand and grabbed her neck. Woo! The girl, whose neck was tightly grasped by Duanmu's ruthless giant claws, now turned pale. She stretched out her hands desperately to try to resist. But Duanmu just grabbed the girl and rushed to the ground. Finished. Feeling the whistling wind from her ear, the girl closed her eyes and closed her eyes. She could feel that she was falling quickly. Obviously, the other party intends to hit herself directly to the ground. That's it. Destiny. But at this time, I'm sorry, Father. At this moment, tears flashed in the corners of the girl's eyes. She could feel herself getting closer and closer to the ground. And then, why? However, the expected violent impact did not come. On the contrary, the girl felt that her body seemed to have stopped falling and was lying on the cold ground. Am I going to die just like this? Is this what it feels like after death? Boom. Just as the girl was puzzled, suddenly, she felt a sharp pain on her forehead, which made her scream. Wha? With a scream, the girl jumped up and squatted with her hands on her head. After a while, she opened her eyes and looked around carefully. When she saw the dark shadow still standing in front of her, her face turned pale. Then she jumped up and quickly distanced herself from Duan Muhuai, staring at him vigilantly. The demon clan. Who is the demon? Little devil? At this moment, Duan Muhuai also took off his helmet and glared at her unhappily. Do I look like a demon to you? However, in response to Duan Muhuai's question, the girl did not say anything. She just stared at Duan Muhuai blankly, then fell backwards. He fainted instantly. All right. Looking at this scene, Duan Muhuai shrugged his shoulders. It's the familiar scene and familiar taste again. It's still the same as before. Chapter 878 Negotiation. Oops. I'm so sorry. The girl regained consciousness and stood in front of Duan Muhuai with a smile, bowing her head repeatedly to apologize. Just now I thought you were the demon general leading those dragons, so I attacked you carelessly. After all, look at you. You're like this. Ha 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 ha. Are you the princess that others are talking about? Duan Muhuai took a look at the girl in front of him. He had to admit that although she was a crazy girl, she was pretty and lively and cute. Duan Muhuai had seen this type of girl before. Well, he didn't know why, but he smelled a familiar scent from this girl. Yes. Lo. My name is Inisvia Winpaletia. You can just call me Ines. Are you the Iron Warrior that everyone is talking about? Yes. I'm Duan Muhuai. And this is OGC. Inesvia circled around Duan Muhuai twice, looking at his power armor curiously. What a strange armor. I've never seen it before. It looks like a robot. No big deal. But how did you fly? Use magic? Of course not. I have my own way. As Duan Muhuai spoke, he pointed to the jetpack behind him. When Inesvia heard Duan Muhuai's answer, her eyes lit up. Wait, so this can make you fly? Can you show me the mechanism inside? Of course not. Duan Muhuai decisively rejected Inesvia's request. Are you kidding? You can see the Inquisitor's power armor just because you want to? Hey! Please! I'm just taking a look. I won't do anything. You're kidding. Do you think I'll believe what you say? I am the princess of this country. Right? You are just a princess in name only. What makes you think I will listen to you? Duan Muhuai didn't care about the threat from the other party. She was just a princess of a native planet, and she had no power at all. How dare she have evil intentions towards the equipment of the Inquisitor? She was really tired of living. Why? Seeing that Duan Muhuai refused to give in, Inesvia sighed helplessly. Okay, but this is a direction I haven't thought of. If it is this kind of equipment, it can free my hands and allow for flexible movement. Oh, yes. My material. Mr. Duan Mu. See you later? While making a strange cry, Inesvia turned around and left quickly, watching the princess leave like a gust of wind. Duan Muhuai shrugged his shoulders and looked at Ogis. Don't you think she looks like someone? Install. Yes. Do all magic geniuses have similar problems? Duan Muhuai leaned his lips. In fact, although he just talked with this princess named Inesvia, the other party felt the same as in Yiming. Lively, and couldn't calm down. And when he saw something fascinated, he drilled in. Forget it. It has nothing to do with us. Go back. Ogis. Yes. Master. After this, Duan Muhuai and Ogisi returned to the inn to rest. To them, this was just an ordinary battle. But unfortunately, this is not the case. In the early morning of the next day, there was a guards wearing royal armor to find the door, saying that His Majesty the King wanted to meet the hero who had repelled the dragon last night. So he helplessly, Duan Muhuai had to bring Uji to the palace. In the palace hall, Duan Muhuai met the king who ruled the country, Orphan Isle Paratija. The man sitting on the throne did have some kingly demeanor, but Duan Muhuai still stood there, staring at the man in front of him with his head held high. As for Ogis, she just jumped down from Duan Muhuai's shoulders and stood quietly beside Duan Muhuai. She had no interest in paying respect to anyone other than Duan Muhuai. After all, he is the Grand Inquisitor of the Inquisition. Not even the Emperor can make him bow his head, let alone the king of a small indigenous country. Of course, others clearly don't think so. How dare you? Why don't you show respect in front of His Majesty the King? Seeing Duan Muhuai standing in front of the throne without showing any sign of surrender, the guard beside the king also shouted angrily. Upon hearing his shout, Duanmu Huai just glanced at him. And the next moment the guard felt as if his chest was hit by a heavy hammer. And he collapsed to the ground without being able to catch his breath. Seeing this scene, the other guards drew their swords and pointed them at Duanmu Huai. But Duanmu Huai ignored him completely. He just snorted coldly and looked at the king. What do you want to talk to me about? If not, I'll go back first. Well, don't get so excited. Warrior. The king also spoke at this time. And at the same time he waved his hand, signaling others to put down their weapons. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid this royal city would have been engulfed in flames of war last night. I would like to express my gratitude to you here. Speaking of which, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm Orphan EP841. May I ask your name? Warrior? Grand Inquisitor of the Tribunal. Duanmu Huai. This is my companion Ojas. Duanmu Huai responded indifferently. And after hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the king pondered for a moment. The Inquisition. Forgive my ignorance, but I have never heard of this organization. Of course, because the Inquisition has never appeared in this world. But you are here now? Why? Because the goal of the Inquisition is to protect humanity at all costs, and to eliminate all threats to humanity. Duanmu Huai stared at the king and spoke again. And now, the demons are posing a threat to humans. So we came here and want to go to the north to completely destroy the demon king and defeat the demon army. I see. It seems we have the same goal. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, a smile appeared on the king's face. In that case, are you willing to cooperate with us? Your Excellency the Inquisitor? Cooperate? Yes. Perhaps you have heard that soon. My son Albert will personally lead the army of the Kingdom of EP841 to recapture the northern fortress. It seems that the rumors in the tavern are true. Hearing the king's words, Duanmu Huai had a blank expression on his face. But he sneered in his heart. The recovery of the north is imperative. Only by reactivating the great barrier of the northern fortress can we stop the demons from continuing to move south. If it is just on the ground, then we can still deal with the demon army. But attacks from the sky are really not something we can deal with. That's true. In ground combat, numbers and skills can make up for it. But air combat is another matter. So, when I learned that you easily defeated the invading dragons, I thought of this and hoped that Your Excellency the Inquisitor could cooperate with us to retake the northern fortress. After all, there are not many people who can fight in the sky and easily destroy demons and dragons. Having said this, the king's expression became serious. Of course, I won't let you work for nothing. I can give you everything you want. Power, status, wealth, whatever you ask for. No matter what you ask for. As long as it's within the scope of what I can do, there's no problem. After hearing what the king said, Duanmu Huai also started to think. He was not surprised that the king would say this. After all, as he said just now, there is no one in this world who can fight against the demons in the air. This is one of the reasons why humans are currently at a disadvantage. And it can even be said to be the biggest reason. After all, the opponent can fly a kite in the air at ease, while you have strength but cannot use it above the ground. Which is really annoying. And Duanmu Huai repelled a dragon group yesterday and killed more than a dozen dragons. This is already considered a dragon-slaying hero. Although strictly speaking, those dragons were just ordinary stuff in Duanmu Huai's eyes. At least compared to the giant dragons encountered in Manalia. These are just ordinary dragons. He can't even roar like a dragon. But before that, yesterday's battle was not my own achievement. Duanmu Huai stared at the king. Yesterday, besides me, there was also a Miss Inicia who also worked hard to drive away the dragons. When the king heard the name from Duanmu Huai's mouth, his expression changed slightly. Then he reached out, took out a medicine jar from his arms, took out the pill, and put it in his mouth. That will not be a stomach medicine. To be honest, that was my daughter. In fact, this is another reason why I hope you can help me. I have always thought that my daughter's fantasies were just whimsical and playful. But the battle last night proved that she can indeed fight against the demons in the sky. In this case, it is inevitable that she will go to the battlefield. So, I hope that Your Excellency the Inquisitor can take good care of her. Having said that, the king sighed silently. Although the child is naughty by nature, she is my daughter after all. For both public and private reasons, I don't want her to have any problems. Although the child often gives me a headache, I don't want to lose her. This is just a father's request. Alright. After listening to the king's words, Duanmu Huai didn't care too much and just nodded. I'll take care of her. Thank you very much. Seeing that Duanmu Huai agreed to his request, the king's expression eased a lot. I heard that you are still living in a hotel. Since we are allies, would you be willing to stay in the state guest house? No. I'm more accustomed to staying in a hotel. Well, in that case, I won't say much. The king did not care too much about Duanmu Huai's rejection of his proposal, and just nodded. If your excellency the Inquisitor has any further requests, you can always come to me. In order to protect the country, I will do my best to meet your needs as long as it is within my ability. For now, I just hope to get to the Northland as soon as possible. Please rest assured. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the king smiled slightly. There will be a chance soon. Chapter 879. After reaching an agreement, Duanmu Huai turned and left, and the king returned to his office, where a man was waiting for his arrival. Your Majesty, are you sure you want to do this? Looking at the king in front of him, Duke Granz looked at him solemnly, and the latter shook his head. At present, I can only expect this to have a role to some extent. To be honest, I think it's too risky for you to bet on an adventurer and an organization you've never heard of. After all, he is an adventurer. If he doesn't take risks, can he still be called an adventurer? Hearing the Duke of Grant's warning, the king laughed, and then he restrained his expression again. But to be honest, I just do an insurance. Grays, at least, that one is indeed a soldier's. I believe in my intuition. He should be a trusted person. To be honest, the current Pedia Kingdom, perhaps this is the best way for the time being. Having said this, the king walked to the window and looked at the scenery outside with a serious expression. It was no wonder that the king looked so solemn, because he knew very well that the kingdom of Paeltia was currently in a state of turmoil and undercurrent. All of this has to start from the ancestors of the kingdom of Paeltia. In the ancient times, one day, the demons suddenly appeared in front of humans. They were able to manipulate unimaginable magic and fly in the sky. In this way, the demons launched a large-scale massacre of humans. At that time, humans had almost no means of resistance against the demons. At that time, the ancestors of the kingdom of Paeltia found a way to gain the ability to use magic by making a contract with the magic elves. Because of this, the kingdom of Paeltia became one of the few countries that could survive the attack of the demons at that time. They also relied on the power of the elves' magic to create a barrier to isolate the demons. And for granted, the magicians who were able to use the elven magic became the royal and nobles of the Pedia Kingdom. However, unfortunately, although the ancestors of the Paeltia Kingdom are clever, others are not fools. So, well, in this way, the position of the kingdom of Paeltia instantly became very awkward. Although the elves are powerful, this magic needs to sign a contract with the elves. And only the Pedia royal family and the nobles can be signed with the elves. As a result, the emergence of the human magic system completely defeated the pride of the Paeltia nobles. It's like driving. If you drive a Rolls-Royce and watch others driving, you will naturally feel superior. After all, I drive and you walk, which means I am better than you. Right? But just when you are proud, a Wuling Hongwang is driving next to it, and the accelerator directly pits you with the soil. We all run on 4 wheels. What's so great about that? My Wuling Hongwang can drift. Do you dare to do that with your Rolls-Royce? Although the nobles of Paeltia believe that elven magic is noble and look down on the human magic system, calling it civilian magic. But so what? Regardless of whether it is elven magic or civilian magic, can't the summoned fireballs destroy the demons? Because of this, the nobles of Paeltia hated civilian magic very much. But as a royal family, they obviously couldn't be as short-sighted as the nobles. The royal family of Paeltia had long discovered that if things continued like this, the elven magic would decline sooner or later, and the human magic system would eventually dominate the world. After all, elven magic requires bloodlines to sign a contract, while the human magic system can be used by anyone with talent. Therefore, the royal family once tried to change this situation. In fact, the previous king once tried to grant a noble title to someone who had made great contributions using the human magic system. This made the nobles extremely dissatisfied. They regarded it as a threat. After all, the nobles were not stupid. They also knew that compared with elven magic, human magic was easier to learn and spread. If this precedent was set, then in a few years, all the nobles who used elven magic would be completely eliminated by those who used human magic. In order to maintain their status and reputation, The nobles launched a rebellion directly and decisively. That's right. Rebellion? They would rather start a war and completely destroy the entire country than allow the human magic system to occupy the position that originally belonged to them. The current king was forced to take the throne during the rebellion, although he joined forces with his good friend, the Duke of Granz, and eventually suppressed the rebellion by force, and purged the nobles who started the rebellion. The nobles' insistence on their status and elven magic still shocked the king. In fact, the northern fortress that was lost before was due to the civil war caused by the noble rebellion, which led to the attack of the north by the demons. It was not until the demons arrived at the royal city that the royal family and the nobles finally reached a consensus and joined forces to repel the demons' attack. However, after this battle, the royal family no longer dared to talk about the problems of the human magic system casually. The previous rebellion has caused the kingdom of Paltea to lose 1/3 of its territory. If it happens again, the entire country may be destroyed. After all, the kingdom of Paltea is right on the border of the demons, and can be said to be one of the front lines of humanity's fight against the demons. Stability is paramount, and absolutely nothing can go wrong. So the king wants to continue to maintain it this way. Unfortunately, the tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. The birth of Anesphia once again gave the king a headache. It's strange that Anesphia, as a royal bloodline, can't sign a contract with the elves and use elven magic. Of course, Anesphia can also learn the human magic system, and other people might do so, but not Anesphia, because she is the princess of the kingdom of Paltea. If she learns the human magic system, the threat to the nobles will be even greater than before, because Anesphia is a princess. Theoretically, she has the right to inherit the throne. If a princess who has learned the human magic system inherits the throne, will the nobles who use elven magic still have a way to survive? It is conceivable that the second rebellion is just around the corner. What made the king even more troubled was that he could not sign a contract with the elves to use elven magic. But his daughter loved magic very much. He didn't know where she got so many wonderful ideas from. And his daughter actually chose to create a strange science of magic. Anesfia's idea was simple. Since she couldn't use magic, she could just create props that could use magic. At the beginning, the king thought it was just a fantasy, and just let her do it. But what the king didn't expect was that Anesphia actually achieved results. This is a big trouble. You know, magic props are more terrifying than the human magic system. The human magic system ultimately requires talented people to learn. But magic props can be used by everyone. It is precisely because of this that many people actually see the potential of Princess Anesphia and support her career. However, for the conservative nobles who used elven magic, this was more hateful than the human magic system, although they looked down on the human magic system. But taking a step back, the human magic system is still magic after all. But demonology is no longer magic at all. Can you imagine that a snotty-nosed little kid on the street can just pick up a stick and release a fireball as powerful as elf magic? So what's the use of magic? Take the light sword made by Idasphia before. It can easily split the body of Warcraft that cannot be split. In fact, the Cavaliers have also spoken several times, hoping to change the magic sword for the army. Essence. From the perspective of the country and the royal family, this has only advantages and no disadvantages, and there is no reason to disagree. However, these proposals were withdrawn under pressure from conservative nobles, who would never allow the circulation of such a power that would allow people who had never studied magic to easily master power comparable to magic. Even so, this also made the conservative nobles alert. They also found that if the magic science continued to spread, then Anesphia might get the support of most citizens, and things would become more difficult. So they all stood behind the prince at this moment, trying their best to give him advice. In the eyes of these nobles, the best way is for the prince to become king, and then marry this rebellious princess to another country far away, and the problem would be solved. Therefore, they worked desperately, hoping to let the prince command the war to retake the northern fortress in order to gain popularity to fight against Anesphia. Of course, the nobles also knew that if they could not fight against the demons and monsters in the sky, then trying to take back the north would be just a fantasy. But I didn't expect that this matter would take a turn for the better. What is even more unexpected is that the turnaround comes from His Royal Highness they look down on. So, these nobles, contrary to their usual behavior, began to brag about Princess Anesfia's bravery in front of the king, and strongly recommended that she must participate in this expedition to the north. This was certainly not because they had a change of heart. In fact, the king knew what they wanted to do. It was obvious that these nobles wanted to take advantage of this northern expedition to completely eliminate Inesvia, the unstable factor. The king even thought of a script for them. The brave princess Inesvia sacrificed herself in the northern crusade against the powerful demons. And her good character is worthy of learning from all of us. Anyway, death is like the extinguishing of a lamp. As long as Inesvia dies, the magic science she discovered will also be finished. And saying a few good words for the dead will not cost the nobles much. But if Inesvia were alive, that would be a matter of life and death. If it was just Inesvia alone, the king would also be very troubled. He knew that similar political struggles were too easy, because Inesvia was the only one who could fly. So the nobles could just give Inesvia those dangerous tasks that she had to do, leaving her alone in danger and then being killed. But it was impossible not to let Inesvia go. After all, the current situation was like this. If they needed to recapture the north, they would need to fight against the aerial attacks of the demons and monsters. So they had to let someone who could fight in the air come forward. Not to mention that Inesvia was a royal family, and it was her mission to protect the kingdom of Paltea. But fortunately, there is Duanmu Huai. Although they only talked for a few minutes, the king had already discovered that the Iron Warrior in front of him was an extremely domineering and arrogant person, which meant that he was unlikely to be bribed by the nobles. Therefore, he specifically asked Duanmu Huai to help protect Inesvia to prevent her from being harmed by the conspiracies of those nobles. As a king, this is all he can do for now. The king also knew that things would not be so simple. Those conservative nobles would never let Inesvia go. The only thing he could do now was to pray. I hope that after recovering the north, the situation can develop in the favorable direction you expect. Duanmu Huai didn't know what the king was thinking. But when he returned to the inn, he immediately found Jinjiling. Real machine. I hope you can help. What is it, big brother? When Jinjiling heard that Duanmu Huai needed his help with something, his eyes widened immediately. I hope you can investigate some intelligence about the nobles and royal family of the kingdom of Paltea. Investigating intelligence? That's right. I'm not asking you to explore some secrets. I just want you to collect some obvious and well-known things. Although Duanmu Huai didn't know what problems had arisen within the kingdom of Paltea, he was sure that there were definitely problems. The reason is simple. King Paltea has only one son and one daughter. Logically, you have to keep one as insurance. How can you send both to the battlefield? If one of them is not good and both of them die, then your royal family will not even have an heir? After all, this is not a battle with humans, but a battle with demons. The magic of demons is strange and varied. Who can predict what will happen? Frankly speaking, it would not be surprising if both of them died. Of course, if you say it is a battle that will lead to the destruction of the country and the family, that would be fine. But failure in recovering the north will not lead to the destruction of the country. So Duanmu Huai feels that this approach is really contrary to common sense. What's more, if Duanmu Huai's guess is correct, the demons in this world are likely to believe in treachery and deceit. So engaging in conspiracy and intrigue at the national level is even more of their specialty. Regardless of whether it will succeed or not, we must do it. Duanmu Huai and OGC are not good at gathering information, so they can only leave it to Jinjiling. Can you do this? Really clever? Certainly. In response to Duanmu Huai's question, Jinjiling nodded vigorously. I will definitely bring you the information you want. Big brother. Chapter 880, Illusion. Dilapidated ruins. The former glory and majesty are gone. Broken corridors, collapsed fortresses, silent courtyards, everything. As if even the air has become dead silent. How is this going? The young girl, Inesvia, opened her eyes wide in astonishment and looked around. She knew clearly that she was dreaming. But Inesvia had never had such a clear dream before, which even made her feel that it was not real. The palace in her memory was so dilapidated and in ruins, as if everything had been destroyed. Father? Mother? Duke of Grants? Is anyone here? Inesvia looked around and called out. But there was no response at all. Even her voice seemed to gradually disappear into the depths of the broken corridor and fell into silence again. Anyone there? At this moment, Inesvia became panicked. She ran forward with all her might. But even her footsteps disappeared in the dark shadows. The garden outside the corridor was also dry. Inesvia had never seen a palace like this before. It was as if not only the palace, but the entire world had been destroyed. What exactly happened? Inesvia walked through the corridor and came to the hall. But there was no one here either. At this moment, The girl began to panic. She shouted loudly, hoping to get even a little response. No matter what it was better than being alone. But still nothing. Boom! The girl pushed open the door of the hall, rushed out of the palace, looked outside, and then she just stood there in a daze. In front of her, at the bottom of the stairs, the once bustling and prosperous royal city had also turned into a ruin. It was as if this city, this country, this world had been completely destroyed and forgotten. And there was no life except her. Why? What happened? Inesvia stumbled back and collapsed on the ground, looking at the ruins in front of her anxiously. What happened to the kingdom of Paletia? Why did the royal city become like this? At this moment, Inesvia's mind was blank. She looked at the royal city in front of her in a daze. Her usually smart brain was completely devoid of ideas at this moment. Boom! Boom! However, at this moment, heavy footsteps suddenly sounded. Why? Hearing the footsteps coming from behind her, Inesvia took a breath of cold air. The other party's pace was slow but steady, and even every step made the ground tremble slightly. Gradually, the footsteps came closer and closer, and then stopped behind Inesvia. Inesvia swallowed her saliva. Her instinct warned her not to turn around and see what was standing behind her. But for some reason, Inesvia still turned her head and looked behind her. Then, she saw an extremely tall figure in steel armor standing behind her, with a dark red glow emanating from its helmet. It stared coldly at the girl in front of it, as if a wild beast was staring at its prey. Wait, what are you? At this moment, Inesvia jumped up in fear, trying to distance herself from the terrifying existence in front of her. However, at this moment, a scene that she could not imagine happened. Bang! I saw the armor of the steel armor suddenly decomposed and cracked. The part of the fingers that originally wrapped the fingers dropped the ground. At the same time, the helmet of the steel warrior was split. Then, I saw that dozens of tentacles came out of it, as if the python wrapped around the girl's limbs and body. Alas! Feeling the cold touch, Inesvia screamed. The tentacles were covered with slippery mucus and moved on her body. They slowly moved up along the girl's slender waist, across the mountain peaks, through the deep ravines, and continued along Inesvia's neck. No, no, don't come over here. No, ow! Feeling the wet touch on her skin, Inesvia's face turned pale. She shook her head desperately, and shouted loudly to try to resist. However, at this moment, a tentacle suddenly jumped out from the black helmet and went directly into Inesvia's wide-open mouth, blocking Inesvia's shouting. At the same time, a biting coldness came from the air, making Inesvia tremble all over. Woo! Woo! The girl twisted her body desperately, trying to break free from the tentacles that bound her. But those slippery, eel-like tentacles were not moved at all. Instead, they slowly slid across the surface of her fair skin like snails. And sticky, disgusting mucus dripped from her and spread like water droplets. Inesvia's body trembled. But she hadn't waited for her to return to God. An even more unimaginable thing happened. The tentacles entangled with Inesvia's body began to pull back gradually. Then, under the horror of Inesvia, the huge armor broke a gap from the middle, and then slowly opened to the sides like the door, showing the girl in front of her. It hides inside. Nothing. That's right. This armor in front of me gives people more like a torture tool that appears in some legends. Inesvia also immediately recalled that in memory. He read a similar description. There are countless sharp thorns on the inside of the iron barrel. As long as the people are stuffed in and closed, those thorns will run through the body of the torture, as if verifying Inesvia's guess. As she got closer to the armor, Inesvia gradually saw that there seemed to be something hidden in the dark shadow inside the armor. But soon, she saw clearly. They were a group of tiny tentacles that looked like fluff, covering the entire inside of the armor. They swayed constantly like seaweed swaying with the drifting of the sea water. Then, as if sensing Inesvia's arrival, the tentacles gradually grew longer and began to stretch towards Inesvia, slowly pulling her into the interior of the armor. Woo! The girl didn't even have time to let out a scream. The next moment, the pitch-black steel armor closed tightly and completely swallowed her up. Inesvia suddenly opened her eyes and screamed. She raised her head in surprise and looked around. At the same time, a red-haired maid ran in hurriedly. What happened? Lady Inesvia? What's wrong with you? Me. In response to the maid's question, Inesvia looked around blankly. I seem to have had a nightmare. Nightmare? What kind of nightmare? This? Inesvia frowned, thought carefully, and then shook her head. I can't remember. I can't even remember what the dream was like. I see. The red-haired maid breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Inesvia's answer. Then she looked at Inesvia and stood up. Let me get you a glass of water. Lady Inesvia. Well? Okay. Thank you for your help. I don't know if it's because of the nightmare. At this moment, Inesvia also felt hot all over her body. She was sweating. She breathed a sigh of relief and nodded. At this moment, the girl lowered her head and was stunned. Why? Under the candlelight, the girl saw a strange mark on her wrist, as if it was entangled by something. This made her scream. And at this moment, the red-haired maid holding the cup came to Inesvia again. What's wrong? No. I just... Taking the cup from the maid, Inesvia looked at her wrist again. There, nothing. Did I see it wrong just now? Soon. A night passed. Call. When Duan Muhui walked out of the room, he stretched comfortably. Good morning, big brother. Looking at Duan Muhui and Aojizi who came out, Jin Jilling also greeted them. How did you sleep last night? It's not bad. I seem to have a good dream. As he spoke, Duan Muhui moved his body and neck. By the way, how's the situation over there? Ah, I did find out some things. Just like what you said. This country also has some problems of its own. Hearing Duan Muhui's question, Jin Jilling suddenly became serious. Then she came to Duan Muhui and told him what she had heard about the internal situation of the kingdom of Pale Tia. After listening to Jin Jilling's story, Duan Muhui's expression became much more serious. So, what you mean is that the royal family and nobles of this country have all signed contracts with something called magic elves and use magic? Yes. Hearing Jin Jilling's answer, Duan Muhui reached out and knocked on the table. Thinking. Generally speaking, Duan Muhui is wary of such unreal things as magic elves. Facts have proved that if a thing does not live in the real plane, it is most likely a monster from the subspace. The legend that the royal family and nobles of the kingdom of Pale Tia signed a contract with the magic elves to use magic reminded Duan Muhui of the records of psychics, who joined forces with the demons of the warp in order to seek more powerful strength. Not to mention that this is inherited through blood. So there is a high possibility that the royal family and nobles of the kingdom of Pale Tia are descendants of psychics. As for the appearance of the subspace creatures, Duan Muhui didn't care at all. In fact, many planetary civilizations were like this. For example, some barbarians believed in wolf souls, or animal spirits, or local mountain gods. According to the standards of the Inquisition, they were all subspace demons and could be killed. So magic elves may be a belief in the kingdom of Pale Tia. But once Duan Muhui discovers that these magic elves are subspace demons, he will take action. But why can't Princess Inesvia sign a contract with the magic elves and use the magic of the elves? Is she an irreversible person? But when I was in contact, Duan Muhui didn't feel the feeling of the invisible person from her. She actually had magic. Or is there something else going on? No matter how you look at it, it looks like this country has a lot of problems right now. Thinking of this, Duan Muhui shook his head and sighed. All in all, now it seems that you can only take one step. As for the specific situation, we will analyze it specifically and solve it specifically. Chapter 881 Meeting. As an outsider, Duan Muhui certainly could not interfere in the internal political disputes of the kingdom of Pale Tia. But he did not need to, because soon the king issued another order. In view of Duan Muhui's outstanding performance in the previous battle, he and Princess Inesvia would lead a small team specializing in air combat and be responsible for air combat. Of course, since only Duan Muhui and Inesvia could fly, Duan Muhui didn't pay much attention to it at first, until he met Inesvia. What the hell are you doing? Duan Muhui was speechless as he looked at the team of fully armed soldiers following behind Inesvia. Can they all fly? That's not the case. But aren't we going to go on a war? We'll need a base on the battlefield. So they're mainly responsible for guarding. Oh. Okay. I understand. What's going on here? When I heard Inesvia's answer, Duan Muhui didn't care about it. After all, it was strict. If he was a pilot with an Istafiabi, then these soldiers would be diligent and understandable. But Duan Muhui puzzled his eyes to the few girls behind Inesvia, which was a bit unclear. Ah, this is my maid. It's fine if you want to bring a maid. But what about the remaining 2 young ladies? Eh? Mr. Judge, don't you know? Hearing Duanmu Huai's question, Inesvia hesitated for a moment, then spoke. In fact, the father and the king had already ordered that the battle to recover the North Fortress this time asked all the nobles of the Parisha kingdom to send people to participate. Well, the legitimacy of the royal family and nobles of the kingdom of Paeltia comes from their ability to use elven magic to protect the people. So it is reasonable for the king to issue this order. Oh, I got it. Duanmu Huai also understood what Inesvia meant. It was obvious that the nobles would not disobey the king's order. But they also knew that the battlefield was an extremely dangerous place, and no one wanted to let their sons and daughters lose their lives on the battlefield. However, the battlefield is also a place for nobles to build merit. It is also a good thing if a nobleman can build merit in this war. However, it is obvious that credit and dangers are proportional. So, is there a job that can bring credit without being dangerous? Oh, it really exists. This is the air squad that Inesvia and Duanmu Huai belong to. After all, strictly speaking, as an air force, there are only Duanmu Huai and Inesvia fighting, and the others are ground crews supporting in the rear. From this perspective, on the one hand, this can indeed be regarded as going to the battlefield, and on the other hand, it can also establish certain merits. Although it's not very big, at least it can save your life. Let me make it clear in advance that I am not here to establish any merit. Perhaps the expression on Duanmu Huai's face revealed his thoughts. One of them immediately spoke coldly. That was a girl with pale skin like a dead spirit, wearing a black lace dress and long purple hair, although her appearance was also a symbol. Looking at her sunken dark circles, she was very much like a necromancer. Who are you? I'm Tilty Kalarit, a friend of this weirdo. The main reason I came here is to keep an eye on this girl, to prevent her from getting herself killed for some inexplicable reason. And Tilty is still a very famous curse collector. If it is against the demon family, I think her knowledge will definitely come in handy. Snort. Hearing Inesvia's introduction, the girl named Tilty snorted coldly, turned her head. Oh, so she was a friend of Athifia. Because she was worried about her friends. She would come together. This is understandable. And that one? Duanmu Huai raised his chin and pointed at another girl standing not far away. And the latter couldn't help but curl up her body and lower her head. Nice to meet you. Hello. Judge. I am Euphilia Magenta. Hello. I'm Judge Duanmu Huai. And this is Ojas. Duanmu Huai nodded, and then looked at Inesvia with doubt again, waiting for her to give him an explanation. Inesvia also seemed to have a complicated expression and smiled bitterly. Ah, that's right. Miss Euphilia is my brother's fiancée. Your brother's fiancée? That's right. Yalgard, the next king. So Eupholia is the next princess. Saying here, Isaacfia was suddenly excited. How is it? Pretty amazing, isn't it? As a daughter of a noble family, she not only knows martial arts, but also has the best magic aptitude in history. She is also a favored child of heaven who is favored by the elves. And she is so beautiful. She can be regarded as a national treasure of the kingdom of Paeltia. Looking at Inesvia's expression, as if she was showing off her giant panda, Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes helplessly. So, she's amazing? Of course. In the new generation, Miss Euphilia is the strongest magician. His Royal Highness. You say. After hearing the touting of Itisvia Granda, Euphilia also felt very embarrassed to bow her head. However, Duanmu Huai frowned. If that's the case, then why did she come to you? As the next princess? Shouldn't she be fighting on the front line with the prince? At least from what you said, she is not without fighting ability. Facing the battle between humans and demons, the front line needs strong support at this moment. So why is she running here to slack off? Ah ha 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 ha, this. Hearing Duanmu Huai's merciless questioning, Inesvia immediately showed an embarrassed expression, looking around, not knowing what to say. And at this moment, Euphilia spoke. It is the order of His Royal Highness. The prince asked you to come? Yes. His Highness asked me to come here. Duanmu Huai looked at Euphilia, who was keeping her head down and silent. Then looked at Inesvia, who looked embarrassed. And Tilty, who was standing on the other side and looked indifferent. The final decision was, what does it have to do with me? Well, since you are already here, I won't say much. But I have to tell you that this is not a peaceful and happy place. Eh? Is that so? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Euphelia looked up at him in surprise, then quickly lowered her head again. Your reaction is too sad. Certainly. Duanmu Huai glared at Euphelia. Only Anesphia and I can fight in the air. The enemy will definitely want to get rid of both of us. And it's impossible for them to defeat me head-on. So the demons will most likely choose to attack our weak points. Which is you. So, you have to think clearly. This is not a good place to fish. You never know when. When Anesphia and I go out to fight, demons will drop from the sky and kill you all. And then leave your bodies as a declaration of war to us. To be honest, this possibility is not only not small, but will become quite large as the war progresses. You have to be mentally prepared for this. Having said that, Duanmu Huai looked coldly at the people in front of him. How? Are you mentally prepared for this? Hearing Duanmu Huai's threat, several soldiers showed uneasy expressions on their faces. Obviously, Duanmu Huai's threat hit the nail on the head for their inner anxieties. And Tilty chuckled. It doesn't matter. In fact, I want to see what the demons are capable of. I have always wanted to see the difference between demon magic and human magic. But unfortunately, I never had the chance. Now that I have this rare opportunity, I will not let it go. Me too. At this time, Euphelia also raised her head, stared at Duanmu Huai, and mustered up her courage. As the daughter of the Magenta family, as the next princess, and as a noble, I will also work hard to protect this country and its citizens, even if it means sacrificing my life for it. He actually said something that was very consistent with his status as an excellent student. Duanmu Huai didn't care about Euphelia's answer. Anyone can say that. But it's another matter on the battlefield. Duanmu Huai wasn't worried about Anesphia's answer, because he had seen her fight before. At least Anesphia had really killed people. But the rich lady in front of him probably hadn't even killed a chicken. It was meaningless to just recite the standard answer here. What it's like when you actually get on the battlefield is another matter. Don't scare urine. Well, let's just leave it at that. Duanmu Huai didn't say much. Just waved his hand casually, and then looked at Anesphia. So, about the command aspect. Father said that it is better to leave it to you to command. I come. That's right. Having said that, Anesphia also had a relieved expression on her face. She reached out and patted Duanmu Huai's arm. But his shoulders were too high, and she couldn't reach him. I leave it to you. Your Excellency the Inquisitor. Good guy. Just leave all the troubles to me. Right? Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. He certainly understood what the king meant. As a valuable aerial combat force, all parts of the army would definitely need their help. How would they choose then? There were only 2 of them, and they didn't know how to split themselves. They would definitely need to make a decision. As a member of the royal family, Anesphia didn't seem to be very popular among the nobles. If she was asked to make the decision, the situation would only get worse. Duanmu Huai is an outsider, and has nothing to do with the nobles of Paeltia. It would be easier to let him make the decision. Right? This is a misleading way to output as much as possible. King, please remember this. I hold a grudge. Duanmu Huai silently opened his little notebook and made a note for the king. I'll come back to settle the score with you once I figure out the magic elf's true identity. Chapter 882. I have the final say. For the people of the kingdom of Paeltia, it was a day they would remember vividly. Amid the flying petals and the ringing of bells, the fully armed Paeltian army and adventurers walked out of the gate of the royal city to the cheers of the people, and began to march towards the northern fortress. Looking at the army going away, everyone couldn't help but pray. Praying that they could retake the north and make the kingdom of Paeltia a peaceful world again. Well, fortunately, the people who were cheering excitedly on both sides of the street did not know that there was already a huge commotion in the military camp. What did you say? The angry roars of the nobles rose one after another. But Duanmu Huai just stood there, looking at them indifferently, and then waved his hand. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I'll say it again. We will decide on our own how to act. And no one has the power to order us to act. That's right. This is why the atmosphere is tense at the moment. At the first military meeting held by the joint forces, Duanmu Huai directly stated in front of everyone, we will not obey anyone's command. We will act independently according to the situation on the battlefield. And this sentence? All the nobles present were fried. After all, Duanmu Huai and Anesphia are the only 2 forces that can resist the demons and monsters in the air. Everyone hopes to get their protection. The nobles originally wanted to take advantage of this military meeting to seize the command of this team. But Duanmu Huai just ignored them and rejected them all without saying a word. You mean? You don't even obey His Highness Aldred's orders? Certainly. Glancing at the silent blonde young man sitting in the middle, Duanmu Huai snorted. I've already said that I'm cooperating on behalf of the Inquisition. But cooperation is cooperation. And the Inquisition is not your subordinate. We have the power to make our own decisions. I remember King Orphan should have told you this. Therefore, how the Inquisition decides to act is its own business and has nothing to do with you. Then what about Her Highness Inisfia? She is the princess of our Paletia kingdom. Hee hee. You didn't take Inisfia seriously before. But now you treat her as a princess? So what? Inisfia is under my jurisdiction and is acting under my orders. This is a military operation and no one is allowed to disobey orders. It's that simple. What qualifications do you have to make such a decision? Just because I am a noble air force. You bunch of fourth-rate horses are nothing compared to me. Duanmu Huai complained in his heart, looked expressionlessly at the red-haired noble young man in front of him who dared to protest against him, and sneered with disdain. And this laugh seemed to anger the red-haired noble. Answer me. You barbarian. I don't know anything about the Inquisition or any other such messed-up organization. But we are representatives sent by the Ministry of Magic. How dare you be so rude? However, before the red-haired noble could finish his words, Duanmu Huai reached out his hand, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. I don't care about the Kingdom of Paletia or the Ministry of Magic. Listen to me. Duanmu Huai exerted force with his right hand, and the red-haired young man screamed, while he looked around coldly. There is only one goal of the trial court. That is, to protect humans at all costs, and eliminate everything that tries to destroy humanity. The reason why I choose to join forces with you will just feel that it will be relatively fast to achieve the goal. But if you are stupid enough to provoke the authority of the trial court, I don't mind killing all of you. And then one person to clean up those low-end heresias. Summary. At this point, Duanmu Huai opened his mouth, and white mist gushed out from the corners of his mouth like a beast breathing. He just stared at the nobles in front of him without any expression. So, my patience is limited. Understand? A terrorist coercion that did not have Londa broke out from the body of Duanmu Huai. At this moment, all the aristocrats present at this moment changed their complexion, their pride, their dignity, and their status they had in the fragile of the fragile in the face of almost all things. For a while, everyone was sweating and speechless. Hurry. Let me go! At this moment, the red-haired youth who was caught by Duanmu Huai was desperately struggling, trying to break away from the restraint of Duanmu Huai. As the victim closest to Duanmu Huai, at this moment, he instinctively felt extremely terrible fear. And he twisted his body desperately, struggling like a mouse caught by a cat. You can't kill me. My father is the leader of the magic province. If you kill me, you are the enemy with the Shiro's family. My father is the count. The magic province is our person. Do you understand? Let me go! Let me go! The red-haired young man roared loudly and desperately, while Duanmu Huai just looked at him. So what? You? Feeling the strong murderous intent in Duanmu Huai's words, the latter looked at Duanmu Huai in horror, and his originally decent expression had now become extremely distorted. You are a demon. You must be a demon. Destroy him quickly. From his appearance, we can tell that he is not a human being at all, but a demon. He came here to destroy us. Hurry up. Otherwise, as he spoke, the red-haired young man raised his hand tremblingly. As he moved, several missiles condensed by magic power appeared out of thin air and flew directly towards Duanmu Huai. Bang! 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 The missile shot out and hit Duanmu Huai directly in the face. But it passed over his face like air, without even causing Duanmu Huai to lose a hair. Oh! And he didn't have any hair to lose in the first place. Monster! Damn monster! Monster! Seeing this scene, Hangmao Yu screamed. However, the next moment, Duanmu Huai suddenly twisted his right hand and twisted the young man's head from his neck. At this moment, the red-haired young man still had his eyes wide open, his face ferocious, his mouth wide open, and his tongue sticking out, but he could no longer make any sound. Alas! Seeing this scene, the others also turned pale and stepped back, looking at Duanmu Huai in horror. They didn't expect that Duanmu Huai was so fierce that he killed the son of the chief officer of the Ministry of Magic in full view of so many people. Is he crazy? Now, Who's still objects? You can stand up. Duanmu Huai glanced around as he spoke. Within his sight, those noble sons, who had shouted happily before, were now frightened and hurriedly dodged backwards. Are you kidding? The other party really dared to kill people. Snort. After looking around and making sure that no other idiot dared to stand up, Duanmu Huai threw away the headless body and walked out of the tent. The others stared at the headless body in a daze, not daring to breathe. Duanmu Huai didn't care how to deal with those idiots next. He just returned to the camp and found Anesphia. Things are solved. Unless there is my order in the future, no one is qualified to dare to direct us. So you only need to listen to me. So simple? After hearing what Duanmu Huai said, not only Anesphia was shocked, but even Tilty looked at him in surprise. How could those guys let this opportunity slip by? What did you say to them? Oh, nothing much actually. Duanmu Huai reached out his hand, took the towel handed by Ao Jaisai, and wiped the blood of his hand. I told them that no one had the right to order us around. Who was for and who was against. And then I killed the one who danced the most happily in front of them. Why? Perhaps Duanmu Huai's answer was too unexpected, so that Anesphia and the others were stunned. As royal family members and nobles, they were still thinking whether Duanmu Huai had used some superb political means to convince those nobles. And the result was it so simple and crude? You killed the opponents? That's right. There's a red-haired idiot who's jumping around like a thief. He's joking about how his father is the head of the Ministry of Magic, and I can't kill him. Not to mention him. Even if his father comes and dares to stand in my way, I'll kill him without mercy. Anyone who dares to hinder the Inquisition from eliminating heretics will die. Call. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, the girls had different expressions. Anesphia let out a long sigh with a complicated look. Perhaps she was glad that Duanmu Huai didn't kill her brother. Tiltai narrowed her eyes curiously and stared at Duanmu Huai, while Euphilia looked solemn. This is a bad situation. Count Shardos has only one son. Once he knows about this, the consequences will be disastrous. So what? Duanmu Huai stared at Euphilia. Listen carefully. None of this matters. On the battlefield, your identity, status, and power are meaningless. Do you understand? Maybe when you are alive, you are the daughter of a duke. But if you die, you are just a simple corpse. Everything you have is worthless and meaningless. At this point, Duanmu Huai's voice suddenly sank. The mission of the Inquisition is to eliminate all existences that attempt to destroy humanity. We will never allow the demons to destroy humanity. So any factors that dare to try to hinder the actions of the Inquisition must be eliminated, in order to maintain a relationship with them. Foolishly obeying their orders will only hinder the actions of the Inquisition. In comparison, killing a stupid noble who doesn't know what he is doing is obviously a more reasonable decision. Is that so? Euphilia's expression was quite complicated after hearing Duanmu Huai's answer. Although she could understand Duanmu Huai's meaning, it was hard for her to say how Duanmu Huai solved the matter. I didn't expect a naive young lady like you to understand such things. Duanmu Huai didn't seem to care about Euphilia's opinion and just waved his hand. In short, that's it. From now on, other troops will not bother us anymore. As for when to move out and where to go, just follow my orders. After saying this, Duanmu Huai turned around and left with Ojas. It was not until his figure disappeared that the three girls in the tent breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. I didn't expect that he was the son of Count Shardos. But that's no wonder. Anesphia didn't know the man, so she didn't have much feeling about him. She was even a little excited. You know, the Ministry of Magic and Anesphia have always been at odds. The two sides can't stand Anespia's magic and her eccentricity. Anesphia also didn't like the Ministry of Magic, which always blamed her and even tried to pick her fruits. Although the Magic Province was feeling frustrated at the moment, she was still very happy inside. But on the other hand, Euphilia's expression was very complicated. She lowered her head, was silent for a moment, and then, as if she had made some decision, she raised her head and looked at Anesphia. His Royal Highness FEFIA? Wow, what's going on? Miss Euphilia? Hearing Euphilia's call, Anesphia was also startled and quickly came to her senses. However, what Euphilia said next surprised her even more. Please take me with you when you go to fight. Hey. It must be said that Anesphia was surprised to hear Euphilia's request. Wait, that's a battlefield? Why would you want to go to a place like that? I am very unwilling to accept Mr. Duanmu's words. I am very unwilling. But he is right. I have never participated in a real battle. And I don't know what a life and death war is like. So, I want to go to the battlefield myself and feel it for myself. Feelings. But this is war. Euphilia. Fighting is not as simple as you think. That's what I mean. At this moment, Tilty also spoke with a hint of mockery. You are just a rich girl who has never been to the battlefield. Why are you going there to cause trouble? It would be better for you to stay behind the battlefield. But didn't Her Highness Inesphia also participate in the battle? I heard that Her Highness Inesphia has always been acting as an adventurer, and even got the title of a high-level adventurer from the association. That's what I said. Facing Euphilia's questioning, Inesphia didn't know what to say for a moment. If you say that nobles can't do this, then she is a bad example. But taking Euphilia to the battlefield is her brother's future wife and future princess. What if she gets into trouble accidentally? Finally, Inesphia came up with a solution. I have no say. As you heard before, the Inquisitor has the highest command authority. So, you can go ask the Inquisitor. As she spoke, Inesphia was sweating inwardly. Finally found someone to take the blame. Chapter 883 Air Force. Originally, Inesphia thought that Duanmu Huai would not let Euphilia go to the battlefield. However, do you want to go? Casually, Duanmu Huai gave an answer that Inesphia had never expected. Wait, Mr. Inquisitor. Is this really okay? As for me? No. Since I'm here to participate in the war, I will naturally go to the battlefield. Right? But this is very dangerous. That's no nonsense. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes at Inesphia. War is like this. She may die. You may die. Anyone can die. Whether you are a beggar, a farmer, a princess, or a young lady. After death, aren't you just a corpse in the mud, waiting to rot and turn into dry bones? Or do you think you will shine after you die? I have made my decision. Your Highness Inesphia. Just when Inesphia was speechless after being retorted by Duanmu Huai, Euphilia also made up her mind and spoke. As the next princess and the daughter of the Duke, I came to the battlefield this time to contribute my strength. Ms. Euphilia. After hearing Euphilia's answer, Inesphia was speechless. But she quickly shook her head and looked at Duanmu Huai again. So what should we do? Why don't you take her with you? Your broom can hold 2 people. Right? Or should you let her lie on my back? I'll do it. Hearing this, Inesphia immediately backed down. After all, Euphilia was her brother's fiancée. Even in a battle, she couldn't be so close to other men. But what are we going to do? Just wait for the flying monsters to come and then fight them. Although Inesphia can fly, air combat is quite unfamiliar to her. Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and looked at the two of them. Can you use large-scale attack magic? How could I possibly do that? I can. Inesphia and Euphilia spoke one after another. And after hearing Euphilia's answer, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows and looked at Euphilia. You can? To what extent? Given enough time, I can use magic powerful enough to destroy an army. Will it take a long time? If it was during a battle, Euphilia calculated silently. It will take about 5 breaths. Gather up energy to unleash a powerful move. Right? Duanmu Huai remembered that Jin Jilling had reported before that some magicians had also seen elven magic, saying that its characteristics were great power, but too slow to cast. Unlike the human magic system, which was basically instantaneous. Simply put, like magic such as barrier, elven magic requires chanting, prayer, and then it takes a few seconds of preparation time to unfold. The human magic system is directly deployed without any reading bar at all. Of course, for Duanmu Huai, the human magic system is still stronger. After all, there is no martial arts in the world that cannot be broken by speed. If your reading is interrupted by others, wouldn't it be a waste of your energy? 5 breaths may not seem long, but they can be fatal in a battle. But since it's the Air Force, come with me. I'm planning to go out and take a look at the situation. I'll also introduce you to some fighting techniques. Duanmu Huai said, and he started the jet backpack behind him. And Itifia hesitated, and he took his own broom. After riding with Euphilia on the broom, the two jumped up and then flew into the air. Woo wow! Riding on the broom and looking at the scenery below. Even Euphilia was amazed. Of course, as a human, she also had a dream of flying like a bird. But Euphilia knew that it was impossible to do it. Therefore, when she really flew in the sky, Euphilia also felt extremely shocking. However, despite being shocked, she still held on to Inesvia's waist tightly with both hands. After all, if she fell from here, she would be dead. Even so, Euphilia looked towards Inesvia. Is this also Her Highness Inesvia's invention? That's right. How is it? Pretty impressive, isn't it? Yes. I never thought that I could create a miracle that even magic couldn't imagine. While sighing, Euphilia looked at Duanmu Huai beside her. Does that gentleman use the same method? Hearing Euphilia's question, Inesvia was also a little confused, while Duanmu Huai turned his head to look at her, then looked away. In short, the theory is similar, but the magic you use is slightly different. I see. Okay. Let's talk about these boring things later. First, let me explain our responsibilities. Duanmu Huai stopped, and Inesvia also floated beside him, looking at Duanmu Huai seriously. First of all, our main task is reconnaissance. Indeed. Looking forward, Euphilia nodded. At this high altitude, we can see farther and more clearly than the scouts on the ground, and can detect abnormalities around us earlier than the army below. If there are demons and monster armies ahead, we can also notify them in advance to prepare. Then attack. Duanmu Huai pointed to the open space ahead. Suppose a large group of monsters came from the front. How should we attack? Staring at the direction pointed by Duanmu Huai, Inesvia and Euphilia fell into deep thought. But Duanmu Huai quickly gave an answer. The answer is actually very simple. Like I said before, Euphilia, you just need to cast a powerful spell and hit that place. Why? Euphilia was shocked to hear Duanmu Huai's words. But that kind of magic requires a certain amount of time to prepare. So what? We are in the air. No matter how powerful the monster on the ground is, it can't fly. Right? Only then did Euphilia react. She looked carefully at the ground, and then at her side. Indeed, if you're in the air, you don't have to worry about your magic being interrupted. I never thought that this is why the demons can defeat humans. One of the reasons is that you have obviously realized it now. As long as the opponent cannot fly, you will be invincible. Even if the opponent can shoot arrows, you just need to increase your altitude. In this way, the opponent will be a sitting duck in front of you. You can do whatever you want. Hit him if you want. Run if you want. Having said that, Duanmu Huai made a gesture. So you have to remember, if you find a large army of demons and monsters ahead, all you have to do is fly over and bombard them with magic until they lose their resistance. Then the ground army can move in and completely wipe out these monsters. And what about you? Your honor? Me? I am mainly responsible for anti-air combat. After all, demons can fly. And I am not like Euphilia, who can use magic and cannot cause large-scale damage. So the demons in the sky are my target. Do you understand now? Duanmu Huai's positioning is very clear. Inesvia plus Euphilia are equivalent to bombers. And he is the escort fighter. The former is responsible for carpet bombing, and the latter is responsible for escort and dogfighting. But even if we find the enemy, how can we report it to the troops in the rear? At this time, Euphilia also raised her own question. Want us to fly back? Of course. You can fly back and report to someone if you want. But I have a more convenient way. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai took out a rectangular black iron block from his arms and handed it over. Inesvia took it curiously and saw that there were 5 buttons on it, 4 of which were located on the top, bottom, left and right, and the last one was in the middle. What's this? Signal marker. As Duanmu Huai spoke, he took out the same thing and pressed it forward. Then the girls were surprised to find that a big, extremely bright, appeared in the empty air, even on the ground. You can clearly see this mark. This is the signal. If you spot the enemy, just press this button, and it will tell our troops the enemy's exact location. I see. Then what about the other marks? Question mark means there were enemies there before, but we are not sure if they are there now. So we type? To warn the army to be careful. X means the army is doomed and has been killed. There is no hope. Means the army is under siege and needs support. I see. Inesvia and Euphilia were not fools. They quickly figured out how to use this thing. And at the same time, they couldn't help but sigh. They knew very well what it meant to have such a thing appear on the ever-changing battlefield. This meant that the commander could easily grasp everything on the battlefield, whether it was the enemy or our side. Everything was transparent in front of the commander. I have already explained this to all the Legion commanders and combat officers. It is up to them whether they read it or not. Anyway, I have already said that if they are stupid enough to ignore our signals, then it is their own problem. Then, Your Excellency the Inquisitor, what does this skull in the middle mean? Looking at Duanmu Huai, Euphilia asked cautiously, while Duanmu Huai stared at her. That's a danger signal for encountering a demon. The same goes for you. If you encounter a demon that you feel is extremely dangerous and cannot be defeated, send out a signal immediately and turn around and run. If you are stupid enough to fight an enemy that can easily kill you, then that's your own problem. Hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Anesphia and Euphilia couldn't help but gasp. Demon Clan. The most powerful and terrifying enemy that humans have ever faced. They have nearly wiped out humans several times. And in fact, even now, humans are still on the brink of extinction. From time to time, rumors can be heard from other places that the demons have destroyed human cities and villages. How powerful are the demons? It's hard to say for sure. Adventurers do have a higher chance of encountering demons, but their chances of coming back alive are also lower. Demons can fly and use magic that humans cannot analyze or understand. Even Anesphia and Euphilia had only heard rumors about the demons, but had never actually met them. Your Excellency the Judge, what kind of existence are the demons? Euphilia hesitated for a moment, looked at Duanmu Huai and asked. An existence that should be eliminated. Duanmu Huai answered without hesitation. Listen carefully. Demons are just like rats. They have no value in existence. Just kill them when you see them. You don't need to have sympathy for them. Nor do you need to have feelings for them. Remember, when you kill demons, you must stay calm and remember that what is in front of you is not a life like you, but at best a dirty stain. What you have to do is to clean it up. Do you understand? Duanmu Huai's voice was calm, and Anesphia and Euphilia nodded, as if they didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Seeing their expressions, Duanmu Huai's mouth curled up slightly and revealed a smile. I knew it would be like this. But it doesn't matter. They will understand then. Chapter 884 First Battle. To be honest, when they stepped out of the city gate, everyone was prepared for a bloody battle with the demons. However, the reality was completely beyond their expectations. Along the way, they encountered almost no decent resistance. According to those adventurers who had been to the north, there should be a lot of monsters and demons here. But 10 days have passed since they set out from the royal city, and the coalition forces have not even encountered a decent battle. Although they would occasionally encounter attacks from groups of monsters when camping at night, they could hardly gain any advantage against the coalition forces that were well prepared. As a result, the coalition forces' originally high morale began to gradually decline. What exactly is going on? Anesphia and Euphilia were also puzzled. But Duanmu Huai sneered. It's simple. We are falling into the other side's trap. Hey! Is there a trap? Of course. In fact, I think the commanders of each legion also know about it. But they can't do anything about it. No way. That's right. Seeing that Anesphia was looking at him and waiting for an explanation, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. It's actually a very simple strategy. We lure the enemy deep into our territory. They probably want to use this method to gradually wear down the morale of the soldiers and keep us as far away from the royal city as possible. Once we reach a certain target location, they will launch an attack, cut off our retreat, and then eat us up in one fell swoop. How could this be? Is there no way? Of course there is a way. We can just turn around now, say our operation has failed, and return to the royal city in disgrace. This, after hearing what Duanmu Huai said. Anesphia also reacted and immediately understood why Duanmu Huai said there was no way. Because that was the fact. Their goal was to go to the Northland Fortress and activate the Great Barrier again. So now they could only move forward. And the other party probably knew this. So they were not afraid of them retreating at all. No wonder the atmosphere in the barracks is so tense. Anesphia muttered a few words. During this period of time, she would go to the adventurers' camp when she had nothing to do. Although everyone seemed normal on the surface, Anesphia still felt the tense atmosphere. She was a little confused at the time, but now she understood after Duanmu Huai's explanation. Everyone knows that there is a trap ahead. Although we don't know where the trap is, it must be ahead. The best thing to do at this time is to turn around and leave. But they can't turn around and leave. So they can only keep moving forward until they fall into the trap. So, is this coalition strong enough to withstand the threat of the trap? Nobody knows. Of course, Duanmu Anistia and others who were flying in the air were relatively comfortable. But the soldiers on the ground were obviously suffering more. They no longer had the high spirits they had when they left the royal city amidst the welcome of the crowd. They all hung their heads and looked like they had lost the battle. At this moment, Duanmu and Anistia made a new discovery. Is there a city ahead? Looking at the city in the distance, Duanmu narrowed his eyes. And hearing his words, Euphilia hurriedly took out the map, looked at it carefully, and then nodded. Yes, according to previous maps, it should be a commercial city in the north. It is located in the center of the plains and has convenient transportation. It was the preferred trade center in the north at that time. But now, it has obviously become a monster's lair. The scene in front of Duanmu's eyes quickly enlarged. And then he saw monsters jumping around among the broken walls. Now, the place had already changed hands. I'll go inform His Royal Highness the Prince. Go ahead. Soon, Anistia rode away on a broom with Euphilia. And Duanmu turned his head and looked at Ojus, who was lying on his shoulder. How about it? What do you think? No. In response to Duanmu's question, Aji shook her head. Whatever the master wants, I will do. Really? Don't you have any ideas of your own? Duanmu reached out and poked Aji's little face. It was quite fun to tease his own little one. Idea? Please rest assured, Master, I will always be by your side no matter what. In response to Duanmu's question, Aji thought for a moment and then spoke. Then he added another sentence. So, it doesn't matter even if others are afraid of the master. Thank you so much. Being high in the sky, the breeze was blowing so hard that it made my heart feel very cold. A moment later, Anistia and Euphilia came back. How to say? His Highness Albert has ordered the entire army to speed up and retake the city from the monsters as soon as possible. Sure? Yes. There are rivers outside the city, which can ensure water supply. Besides, the rapid march during this period is indeed stressful for the soldiers. They should be able to relax a little under the protection of the city walls. Looking at Duanmu, Euphilia lowered her head again. This is what His Highness Albert said. Okay. It doesn't matter. He is the commander anyway. Duanmu shrugged. But in this case, we can't do carpet bombing. Just fight according to your ideas. Cover the main team's advance in the air. And use less powerful magic to defeat the enemy. Just like in training. Understand? Yes. At the same time, Prince Albert, who was in the middle of the army, was also riding a warhorse, staring at the city in the distance with a serious expression. An older soldier next to him couldn't help but reach out and touch his white beard. I never thought that there would be a day when I would come back here again. Are you familiar with this city, General Gaius? As a prince? Although Albert was the commander of the army on the surface, everyone knew that it was impossible to let such a young man, with no experience in talking and writing, could actually lead an army. Therefore, the deputy commander of the expeditionary force was the respected General Gaius. It was also because of this that the army was able to hold out until now. Of course, before it fell, this was a very bustling city. I was in the royal city when I heard it fell, and it still hurts to think about it now. General Gaius was lost in his memories for just a moment before focusing again. So are there any signs of demons? According to Euphilia's report, there are only monsters among them at the moment, and no signs of demons have been found yet. Hearing Albert mention Euphilia in a distant tone, General Gaius nodded with a complicated expression. As Prince Albert's military teacher, Gaius knew that Prince Albert was not so popular. To be honest, Prince Albert did work hard and was very attentive. But unfortunately, in the final analysis, he was just a talent, not a genius. Of course, for ordinary people, this might be enough. But unfortunately, Albert's sister was a genius. Anistia. Paletia. Although she did not have the ability to sign a contract with the elves and cast elven magic, the magic researched by Princess Anistia was admired by General Gaius. To be honest, it was he who wanted to promote the magic lightsaber invented by Anistia to the entire army. But unfortunately, he was stopped by the nobles who believed in the elves. Obviously, it is a good way to improve the combat effectiveness of the army. Although the princess's behavior was eccentric, General Gaius knew that many people actually noticed her contributions. If Her Highness can make a contract with the elves and use the magic of the elves, then she might be the most suitable candidate for the king. Such rumors were also a blow to Algerd. Although he felt very sorry for Algerd, General Gaius also believed that compared to Prince Algerd, Princess Inesvia was obviously more capable. The only fatal flaw was that she could not sign an elf contract or use elven magic. In fact, the king also understood that Algerd was incapable. So he made an engagement with the Duke of Grins and made Euphilia, known as the Pearl of the Kingdom of Paletia, Algerd's fiancée. Having this talented lady as the princess could also make up for Algerd's own shortcomings. But unfortunately, Algerd didn't seem to like Euphilia very much. And the same was true during this expedition. General Gaius had originally thought that spending day and night together in the army would help to warm up their relationship. But Algerd directly sent Euphilia to Princess Inesvia. Oh! It looks like it will be very hard in the future. General Guz also stretched out his hand to caress the beard. If the king and the princess were in bad feelings, it was not a good thing for the country. General Gaius? At this moment, Algerd also looked at Gaius, who was stunned for a moment and then laughed. Nothing, Your Highness. I just think we should be careful. We haven't seen any demons along the way. The city has been abandoned for a long time. Maybe the demons have set up ambushes and traps in it. I see. Hearing what General Gaius said, Algerd nodded. But another young man next to him laughed. General Gaius is too cautious. According to me, those demons have seen us so many people. And I am afraid that they have run away. After all, there are not many demons. And they only dare to attack those small villages. Maybe those demons have left the north at this time and returned to their old nest. Hee hee. Hearing the young knight's words, Gaius didn't say anything, but just laughed and looked forward. At this moment, the long-abandoned city is already within sight. At the same time, Algerd raised his hand, passed the order and prepared to attack. Chapter 885 Entering the City. The stars are shining. In the galaxy, everything is as beautiful as ever. But unfortunately, people here are not in the mood to appreciate the beauty here. Is this the right place? Miss Lumiere? Sitting in the chair, looking at the star map in front of him, and asked nervously. Ah, yes. According to the clues provided by Miss Icot, the coordinates of the spaceship that the Inquisitor and his companions were on disappeared here. Really? What happened to Mr. Knight? And leaned back in the chair angrily and complained. They had been playing happily in the space station for a whole day. And then, they found that Duanmu Huai had disappeared. The girls didn't pay much attention to it at that time. After all, Ogus and Jinjiling were also with Duanmu Huai. And they also had telepathy. If there was anything, Duanmu Huai would have contacted them long ago. Unexpectedly, Aiko came hurriedly and told them that the spaceship that Duanmu Huai was on was missing. After trying to contact Duanmu Huai to no avail, the girls were shocked and hurried over. No, I still can't contact Mr. Knight. And closed his eyes, was silent for a moment, then shook his head, after discovering that Duanmu Huai didn't see it, and immediately assumed Duanmu Huai's duties. After all, in these people, except for AOG, it belongs to an Enlevana for the longest time to follow Duanmu Huai. It can also be said that the trial court has grown all the way to the present. So they are also the most familiar with the trial court. However, as a priest, Levana was not good at dealing with such organizational affairs. So as a princess, he was temporarily took over the management responsibility. Ms. Ellie, what about you? Annan, who was sitting aside, also shook his head. However, at least I think that the Lord should not have a big deal. Yeah. Yes. We heroic spirits are one with the Master. If the Master dies, then our heroic spirits will also disappear. Especially Medea and I. Is that so? That means Mr. Knight is fine. Hearing Irisveel's answer, and also breathed a sigh of relief. But why can't I contact him? That kind of communication is probably a form of telepathy or communication magic. Maybe it's isolated by a barrier or a seal. That's true. Miss Mary, did you find anything? Annan also looked at Mary at this moment, and the latter was widened, staring at the universe outside the window, and the right eye shone under the gaze of the sun, shining with golden glory. No, at the moment, I seem to have not seen any special existence. Ms. Lumiere? The radar data is normal. No abnormal values or spatial distortion fluctuations were found. Hearing this, and also lowered his head, frowned, and remained silent. Seeing such an, Gu Lia also stretched out his hand and gently pressed Ann's shoulder. And, don't worry, Mr. Cavaliers must not have anything to do. That's not what I'm worried about. Eh? Really? Of course. When Mr. Cavaliers look like. You can't die if you want to die. You must be alive anywhere. I don't worry about this. So what are you worried about? Although he complained on his mouth, he still looked at his face. And Gu Lia asked in a doubt. I'm worried about what will happen if he brings back a few more girls. Why? When he heard Anne's complaints, everyone present was shocked. Isn't it? Mr. Knight looks so vicious. And he doesn't look like a good guy no matter how you look at him. He's just like a bandit boss who robs people on the road. But there are still so many girls who like to follow him. Although I admit that Mr. Knight is a little handsome sometimes. But when he gets crazy, he is really crazy. Why do so many girls like to follow him? Well, when he heard Anne's complaint, Mary turned his head silently. And Alice, Phil and Madia looked up at the sky. Although there were only ceilings above his head. And Lumiel coughed awkwardly. But the Inquisitor doesn't always like to bring girls back. Like the world he went to with me. That's because he doesn't want to take her. But you dare to say that there are no girls who want to follow him? Lumiere was silent too. Forget it. There's no point complaining about this. I'm not afraid. And muttered and turned her eyes back to the star map in front of her. This was indeed the case. And was not worried at all that Duanmu Huai would neglect her because of other girls. On the one hand. And had been with Duanmu Huai for a long time and knew that his personality was like that. On the other hand, and was also an indispensable part of the tribunal. Whether it was her political skills as the Princess of Manalia, or her magical strength, or even the length of time she had been with Duanmu Huai and her familiarity with the tribunal. Few people present could compare to her. This is also the reason why after Duanmu Huai disappeared, and took over the acting command naturally, and no one objected. In that case, how about we take a gamble? Bet? To be honest, in the face of Anne, everyone was a little confused. I don't know what His Royal Highness of Manalia was thinking. That's right. Watching himself attracting everyone's eyes. He said in a good way. Just guess how many girls Mr. Knight will bring back this time. Chu. Duanmu Huai sneezed suddenly. And the warhammer in his hand deviated, almost smashing the monster in front of him to death. He was almost crushed to death. Mr. Inquisitor, do you have a cold? Idasphia was also startled, and took Juphilia and Duanmu away. Just now Duanmu Huai's sneezing was too loud, and they felt like he heard the thunder, and almost fell off the broom. How is that possible? I'm in great shape, and I enjoy everything I eat. Someone must be talking behind my back. Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes, and smashed down another flying monster with his hammer. Generally speaking, siege battles are very difficult. But fortunately, although the city as a whole was relatively intact, it was an empty city after all, with only some monsters inside. So the coalition forces did not fight any siege battles at all, but directly rushed into the city gate and entered the street fighting stage. In this way, Inesia would not be able to conduct carpet bombing. Otherwise, it may be that Ophelia and Warcraft threaten more to the United Army. But this does not mean that they can slack off. Because many Warcraft, like the demons, can fly. And he can do magic too. Then someone will ask, what is the difference between Warcraft and demons? Oh, the reason is simple. Demons can speak human language, but monsters can't. Although, there are no differences in the eyes of Duanmu Locust. Duanmu Huai would not care about the monsters on the ground. The soldiers had been holding back for too long, and had not found any real enemies. Now they were running around the streets waving their weapons and howling. But the monsters flying in the sky are the task of the Air Force, including Duanmu Huai. At the moment, Duanmu Huai and others are dealing with a magical beast that looks like an eagle. It has a huge body, and is quite similar to the divine eagle in the Return of the Condor Heroes. Their attack method is similar to that of an ordinary eagle. That is, they swoop down, grab the prey, then throw the opponent to death, and then eat it. Well, that's the only difference. First, these bastards are traveling at supersonic speeds. Second, they eat humans. So for Duanmu Huai, the thing flying in front of him was equivalent to a supersonic missile. Boom! The monster's head hit the black steel directly, and then exploded instantly. Then the monster turned into a corpse, and fell miserably to the ground. There is nothing wrong with this. The problem is, it hit Duanmu Huai's power armor. Depend on! Duanmu Huai swung his warhammer angrily, and swept away the flying feathers nearby. while Anesthea came over with a giggle. Mr. Judge? You can't. What do you mean I can't do it? How can you talk like that? Dwanmu Huai almost broke down when he heard Anesthea's ridicule. Who told him to have low agility? Although Dwanmu Huai has become a god now, and his agility has improved, he is definitely stronger than ordinary people. But he certainly cannot keep up with the supersonic speed. If these monsters weren't smart and aggressive, Dwanmu Huai wouldn't even be able to catch a glimpse of their shadows. Fortunately, these monsters were stupid, just like rabbits waiting for their prey, and they ran into the trees on their own. In this regard, Dwanmu Huai just wants to express, have you ever experienced the feelings of a tree? I'm fine here. Why did you hit me? Dwanmu Huai is not the type who likes to dodge. He is a pure MT. I am charging forward with my armor and shield on. You can use any tricks you want. If you blink, I will be your grandson. If you have the guts, smash me to death. If you can't, I will hammer you to death. So on the other hand, Dwanmu Huai hates those who rely on their speed to run around the streets the most. It's great to be fast. No matter how fast you are just a thin-skinned bun and will be broken into pieces with one hit. Although Anesthea's speed is not very fast, girls are always more flexible. With Euphilia behind her, this double-seat heavy fighter is also comfortable to fight. Dwanmu Huai was in a miserable state. It was like a heavy bomber. A bunch of missiles flew up and hit him directly. Anesthea next to him almost died of laughter. But Dwanmu Huai couldn't hide, couldn't be caught up, and couldn't run away. And now, you actually say that I can't do it? Are you kidding me? How can a man not do this? You're just kidding. Get out of the way and watch me. At this moment, Dwanmu Huai was also furious, and he grabbed the war hammer and looked at the flying divine eagles fiercely. Hey guy. You fly fast, but you bully me because I'm big, slow to react, and not flexible enough. Right? Then let me show you this. As Dwanmu Huai's mind moved, the next moment, the sky around him suddenly became dark, and heavy dark clouds descended from the sky, covering the entire city like a whirlpool. For a moment, it seemed as if even the wind had stopped, and the surroundings fell into a dead silence. Wait. Just talk. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, Anesthea was so scared that she hurriedly took Euphilia away and looked at Dwanmu Huai in horror. Dwanmu Huai raised his war hammer, and at this moment, a black lightning suddenly struck down. Boom! The lightning struck Dwanmu Huai's hammer directly, and Dwanmu Huai raised the hammer high and smashed it hard below. At that moment, the shining white light almost engulfed the entire world. Even Anesthea and Euphilia were terrified and hurriedly stretched out their hands to block it. Boom boom boom, accompanied by a roar like a raging tide. The whistling black flames rushed in all directions. Seeing this scene, even the soldiers on the ground screamed in fear, and some people fainted directly on the ground. It was no wonder that they were not to blame, because this scene was too much like a precursor to the destruction of the world, as if the whole world would be completely shattered and destroyed in the next moment. It's calm. When Anesthea and Euphilia opened their eyes tremblingly, all they saw was a clear sky. As for those magical beasts flying around in the sky, they had already disappeared. Chapter 886 Brain Supplement is a disease. What's going on? What happened just now? Anesthea opened her eyes and looked around in surprise, only to see that the magical beasts that were flying around had disappeared. And Dwanmu Huai was cursing as he put away his war hammer. Hack! You really think I'm easy to bully? You're just a bunch of useless birds. Why are you pretending to be so arrogant? Did you do that just now? Your Excellency the Inquisitor? What did you do? Euphilia also widened her eyes in surprise, staring at Dwanmu Huai and asked, Oh! It's nothing. I just used a little trick. These bastards really think I can't do anything to them because they fly so fast. Hey, I can't catch up with you. But I'll blow up this whole area for you and see where you can run. Well, it has to be said that after hearing Dwanmu Huai's angry complaint, Anesthea and Euphilia were both speechless. They could certainly understand Dwanmu Huai's thoughts. But, Your Excellency the Inquisitor, do you know magic? I know a little bit, but it's not as fancy and colorful as yours. I'll use it casually. I know a little bit. Euphilia had a complicated expression when she heard Dwanmu Huai's casual answer. She still remembered the incomparable sense of terror that seemed to make the whole sky collapse. To be honest, Euphilia asked herself if she wanted to create a similar effect. She probably couldn't do it even if she exhausted all her magic power. But looking at Duanmu Huai's appearance, it was just like he was taking an afternoon walk and drinking tea. Fortunately, this is high in the sky. If this was on the ground. Thinking of this, Euphyllia looked at the city below with a complicated expression. To be honest, she wasn't sure whether this abandoned city would be reduced to ashes. After all, Euphyllia had never heard of such powerful magic. Maybe the demons had it. But humans? Could he really be a demon? But he doesn't have horns. Don't all demons have horns? After Duanmu Huai wiped out the flying monsters in one fell swoop, the remaining problems were no longer a problem. Soon, the coalition forces below also cleared out the monster army and began to deploy defenses in the city. Duanmu Huai chatted with General Gaius, who said that the transportation here is well developed and the city structure is basically intact. Prince Albert plans to use this place as a base. Using this place as a base? Is he mentally handicapped? This was Duanmu Huai's first reaction when he heard General Gaius speak. General Gaius had to admit that it was fortunate that he was the one handing over to him. If it were those young people, this sentence alone would have made them angry to death. A stronghold requires a lot of maintenance and subsequent investment. We have limited food with us, and there are not enough supplies in this city. We can just stay here for 2 or 3 days to rest. Why would we use this place as a stronghold? Prince Albert has already considered this. The Kingdom of Paletia will send another troop to transport supplies here and take over the garrison. After the supplies are replenished, we can continue on our way. That's right. Once the supply troops behind us are ambushed by the demons, we will be left floundering, wasting time and supplies here in vain. By the time we find out that the supply troops are dead, it will be too late to back down. Right? General Gaius remained silent. This was actually what he was thinking. As everyone knows, food and fodder must be prepared before troops move forward. The material reserves of the Kingdom of Paletia were also limited. The food and fodder they could supply to an army of tens of thousands was already the limit. If another wave came, the treasury would probably be emptied. So when Prince Albert first proposed this plan, General Gaius was very opposed to it. But he had no choice because other people around him believed that the demons might have already retreated to the north, and there was no way they could launch a surprise attack on the supply troops. The demons could fly, so they could just fly over there. Right? In the end, General Gaius compromised and said that he could send supply troops, but not too many people. Even so, General Gaius was still a little worried. Just like Duanmu Huai said, tens of thousands of people eating and drinking is not a small number. If they stay here for one more day, it actually means one more day of wasted supplies. If the supply troops are really attacked and the supplies are insufficient, then the coalition forces will be in real danger. This is an order from His Highness Albert. I really doubt whether he was sent by the other side to kill us. Gaius thought it would be better not to say anything more, as it was too dangerous to continue. Although he also has this idea in his heart. Just as Duanmu Huai and General Gaius were complaining, Inesphia and Euphyllia also returned to their base. However, seeing Euphyllia's pensive look, Inesphia also asked curiously, "What's wrong? Miss Euphyllia? What are you thinking about?" "Ah, Your Highness Inesphia. I was just thinking. Sorry. It's just my personal thought." "Hey, tell me about it." Hearing Euphyllia's words, Inesphia was immediately curious and pulled Euphyllia's arm. Although she and Euphyllia were not very familiar with each other before, they had built some feelings by flying in the air together every day in the past few days. Hearing Inesphia's question, Euphyllia was silent for a moment, and finally mustered up the courage. I suspect the judge might be a demon." "Hey! Why do you have such an idea?" "Because," Euphyllia also explained to Inesphia that the magic performed by Duanmu Huai was too shocking. Not to mention that Euphyllia couldn't do it. "I'm afraid there are not many human magicians in this world who can do it. Inesphia is not a magician after all, so she may not feel it. But any normal magician, seeing Duanmu Huai's performance just now, will have the same idea. Is this something a human can do?" After listening to Euphyllia's story, Inesphia fell into deep thought. And then her eyes lit up. "Oh yeah. I understand what's going on. Hey! Your Highness Inesphia. Do you understand? Right. I think that's the way it should be. You see, demons all have horns. But Mr. Judge doesn't have any horns. Which means he must be a demon. After all, he is so much taller than ordinary people. And he looks so ferocious. He doesn't look like a human at all. Huh? But he doesn't have horns. Look, I think it should be like this. Maybe it was because he was born without horns that the demons abandoned him. Then Mr. Judge lived alone and became angry and resentful towards the demons who abandoned him. That's why he joined the army to conquer the demons. Just to take revenge on the demons who abandoned him. Ah, it hurts. However, before Anesphia could finish her words, an iron hand stretched out from behind, grabbed Anesfia's head, and lifted her up. Brain disease is a disease. I think you need to get treatment. Duanmu Huai looked at Anesphia, who was struggling desperately in his hands with displeasure, and exerted a little more strength in his hands. Ah! Help! It's going to explode. My head is going to explode. Seeing Anesphia screaming, Duanmu Huai threw her down. Are you stupid? Demons are born without human emotions, and they don't have the concept of family. All demons are born and raised alone. This is common sense. Why don't you take classes? Since we have to deal with the demons. Duanmu Huai has naturally investigated the knowledge about the demons. These are experiences passed down for hundreds and thousands of years. Are you not using your brain or not? It's really that brainless. Seeing Anesphia being thrown to the ground and shaking suddenly, Duanmu Huai also snorted coldly. Your story of the prince's revenge may work on humans, but it is useless against demons. Eh? But don't the demons also speak our language? I think we can communicate. You really don't realize the dangers of the demons at all. Looking at Anesphia holding her head, Duanmu Huai sighed silently. Let me ask you a question. Do you know the origin of the demons? Ah, I know this. Euphilia raised her hand. I heard that in the earliest times, demons were a type of monster that would imitate human voices, lure humans, and then prey on them. That's it. Got it? Why? Looking at the two innocent and naive people staring at him blankly, Duanmu Huai sighed. So, if you go on the road someday, and then hear a little girl's voice crying, it hurts? It hurts? Life-saving. Would you like to see it? If you find that it is a demon's, you must kill it. Then what is your view of that demons? Is not it? Of course not. Duanmu Huai sneered at Anespia's stupid question. The moment you bring human emotions into the demon tribe, you lose. To the demon tribe, it does not understand what human emotions are at all. The reason why it does this is simple because it knows that using this sound to call for help will attract prey. That's it. Duanmu Huai has also read a lot of books describing the demon clan. And he also killed a few demons. And then, he discovered one thing. Strictly speaking, the thinking logic of these demons is more like AI. They have their own unique logic and way of thinking. It's like you ask an AI how to improve productivity. The AI will naturally say that the best way is to get rid of all the excess population, and will also kindly remind you that it is best to deal with the elderly. Because from the perspective of AI, children can grow up. Young labor is responsible for output, and older people have the responsibility of reproduction. On the contrary, according to AI standards, the elderly have no output at all, and instead require a large amount of social resources to maintain their existence. So from the perspective of improving productivity, the elderly naturally need to be eliminated. It is even possible that AI will directly suggest the enactment of laws that will directly execute people over the age of 60 who have no use value. This is unacceptable to humans, but it is no problem at all for AI. The thinking circuits of the demons are similar to these AIs. So much so that Duanmu Huai even suspects that these guys might be humanoid robots. So after figuring it out, Duanmu Huai no longer had any ideas. Why waste time talking to AI? Just smash it and be done with it. So don't think too much. No matter what the demons say, it has nothing to do with humans. Just fight them, and that's it. Looking at the two stupid people, Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Remember this, or you will be finished sooner or later. Chapter 887, Eating a Date Pill. Duanmu Huai only said these two sentences about the attitude of the demons. He also knew that just a few words would not change anything. But that's how it goes. I warned you. Well, let me put this in front of you, so that they won't be able to blame me if something goes wrong in the future. Right? Of course. As the team leader, Duanmu Huai also explained to the other people that they would be staying in this city for a while. I say, this idea isn't that bad. Although Duanmu Huai spoke very bluntly, Anesphia was unwilling to accept it. After all, he called people an idiot on the left and a retard on the right. After all, he was her brother. Even though they did not have a good relationship, she could not listen to others slandering him like that. Right? Either they are stupid, or they are mentally retarded, or they are full of bad intentions. Duanmu Huai didn't care at all. Of course, I don't care. It has nothing to do with me. It's just my personal opinion. Although His Highness Albert is a little stubborn sometimes, he is still a very good person. Euphelia felt that as a fiancé, she should say a few words to her fiancé. But unfortunately Duanmu Huai didn't buy it. Don't you know the definition of excellence? You're a genius, daughter. And that's it? Euphelia was speechless. But she had to admit that she was speaking against her conscience. After all, Prince Albert. Well, how should I put it? Euphelia looked at him as if he was someone who could get full marks in every subject while only getting 80 in every subject. Yet he still worked hard and stayed up late to study every day. Although he could only score 80 points. He really worked hard. But His Highness Albert is still very good at listening to the opinions of his subjects. Euphelia could only change the subject. This was like a parent praising a child. What's wrong with a child's poor academic performance? But he was obedient. However, Duanmu Huai is not a person who plays by the rules. That's why do you think he listened? Faced with Duanmu Huai's strange question, Anesthea and Euphelia looked at each other in confusion. Why listen? Isn't it because what the minister said makes sense? Of course, it's because he humbly accepted the opinions of his subjects. Wrong. He listened to the advice of his subjects and then did it. If he was wrong, it would be all your fault. And you would be dead then. Duanmu Huai's tone was so grim that it made the two girls feel cold. But, as a ruler, you have to make your own judgments. Isn't it your own responsibility if you make mistakes in judgment? Why? From what you say, you've never made a mistake in your life. Right? Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes and glanced at Anesthea, who also shrank her neck immediately. I am different from Yar. I want to be the king. What's wrong with being a king? A king is also a human being. Can't a king make mistakes? Who made that rule? Let me tell you a story. Having said this, Duanmu Huai clapped his hands. There was a king before. His son died of a serious illness. The king was very sad. His ministers advised him to mourn and accept the change. Guess what the king said? He should be thanking his subjects for their comfort. After all, those who care about their lord at a time like this must be loyal subjects. Euphelia spoke first, while Anesthea thought hard for a while. The king probably feels that he shouldn't show his sad and weak side in front of his subjects. At this moment, Tilty, who was strolling over, also spoke. I think the king must have thought the minister was annoying and kicked him out. Tilty said with a wicked smile on her face and viciously. Hee hee. Hearing the answers from the three people, Duanmu Huai laughed and reached out to touch Aji's little head. After listening to the minister's consolation, the king was furious. It wasn't your son who died, so of course you wouldn't be sad. Then he ordered, Come! Kill my son. Let him feel the same pain of losing a son as I did. After giving the order, the king felt much better. It has to be said that facing Duanmu Huai's answer, not only Anesthea and Euphelia were stunned. Even Tilty, who always mocked the nobles, was confused. And this kind of expansion? This is a tyrant. Right? Euphelia felt terrible. She had been taught since childhood to be loyal to the emperor and patriotic, and to work hard for the country as a princess. She had never heard of such a treasonous story. What's wrong with a tyrant? Isn't a tyrant a king? And if you ask me, this is much better than the kings you imagine. Why? Neither Anesthea nor Euphelia could accept it. Are you kidding? Such a cruel tyrant. His ministers comforted him. But in order to make himself feel better, he killed the minister's son. How could such an unreasonable thing happen? Instead, Tilty's eyes lit up. I see. It seems that this king is really powerful. Generally speaking, the son of a minister is the heir, even if the noble is loyal to the country. If the king attacks the heir without any reason, the noble will definitely fight to the death. And since this king said it so easily, it means that he is not worried about this happening at all. But a tyrant cannot govern a country like this. Euphelia still couldn't accept it. How can the people accept such a cruel king? However, Duanmu Huai directly refuted Euphelia's words. The king is cruel. What does that have to do with the people? Well, the king is the one who governs the country. Aren't the people the ones who make up the country? Seeing Duanmu Huai's face full of doubts. Shouldn't 1 + 1 = 3? Euphelia herself became less and less confident. Wasn't this how she was taught since she was a child? Was she taught wrongly? The king governs the country. but he rules over the nobles. He just needs to keep the nobles in line. It's impossible for the king to give orders to the people one by one. Having said that, Duan Muhui waved his hand. For example, if I want to be king, I will ask who is in favor, and who is against. If anyone is against, I will kill them all. Faced with Duan Muhui's simple and rude answer, even Tilty was speechless this time. This will only lead to unrest in the country and dissatisfaction among the people. What are the dissatisfaction of the people? Duan Muhui waved his hand again. Isn't the nobleman who is dissatisfied? I kill the nobles, and not civilians. What are they dissatisfied? Do you think that a king will go to the square and say to a group of civilians, and say that I want to kill you? That's what you say. But do you have to say that? But that's not what a king should do. Euphilia feels that she should struggle hard for the 3 views that she develops from a young age. A qualified king should be able to appease the nobles and consider the people. It's all cliches. However, Duan Muhui didn't want to listen, and just waved his hand to put Euphilia's struggle to rest. It was like you pushed someone against the wall, and she wanted to struggle and say, I'm not such a frivolous woman. But you had already kissed her. It seems to be the same. I remember that you were a typical noble daughter. Euphilia. Right? Without any warning, Duan Muhui suddenly changed the subject, looked at Anesphia and asked. And Anesphia was stunned for a moment, then nodded. Yes, Euphilia is smart, beautiful, elegant, and has outstanding magical talents. She is the most perfect daughter of a noble family. Then why aren't you? However, the next moment Duan Muhui took the eyes of Hate Iron and Steel, looking at Athithia and Turdy, raising his hands to point them. Look at the 2 of you. Anisphia is running around like a wild girl every day. Don't laugh at me. Tilty. You're not much better. Look at the clothes you're wearing. Who are you wearing them for? Can't you dress more decently and steadily? Like Euphilia? Hey. We are unhappy when you say this. Hearing that Duan Muhui suddenly directed his fire at them, Anisphia and Tilty also became angry. I no longer have the right to inherit the throne. But aren't you still a princess of the royal family? Manners. Manners. You know? Which princess flies around like you? And look at what you're wearing. It's pretty good too. Duan Muhui glanced at Anespia's clothes and immediately changed the subject. Well, it was really nice. With big white legs and white stockings over the knees. And a very short skirt. Plus, she was flying in the sky. In fact, every time Anisphia flew around, Duan Muhui could see something nice. After all, in the sky, the wind would blow and the skirt would be lifted, so you couldn't see anything. Unlike Euphilia, who was wearing a knee-length skirt, you couldn't really see anything. So it's good. On the contrary, Anisphia hadn't reacted yet. Seeing Duan Muhui suddenly changed his words after being so aggressive just now, she was also confused. At this time, Tilty frowned and thought. So, you're trying to say that every king is different? Just take it as it is. I just want to tell you. Don't think too highly of that guy. I suspect he is up to something. He is either stupid or bad. Or both. Duan Muhui spread his hands. In short, I'm giving you a heads up. So that if something happens, you won't still be saying things like how is it possible, or he's not that kind of person. Oh, by the way, I want to make it clear that he'd better not collude with the demons. Otherwise I won't care if he's a prince or a king. I'll just beat him to death. After all this talk, this last sentence is probably what you wanted to say. I will find time to talk to Prince Algert. Euphilia hesitated for a moment, and had to admit that what Duan Muhui said made sense. Anisphia did not say anything else. Thinking carefully, they all hoped that Algert could become an ideal king. But Duan Muhui simply and rudely told them that there were not so many ideal kings in the world. No! At this time, Anisphia also reacted. It's fine if you're talking about your... But what do you mean by bringing us into this? What if I involve you? Facing Anespia's dissatisfaction, Duan Muhui seemed very calm. What can you do to me? Can you beat me? No. Then just bear with it. Now do you understand how the nobles in that story felt? I can't understand anymore. I really want to kill you. But I really can't beat it. At this moment, Anesphia and the others seemed to understand firsthand the state of mind of the noble, who was unable to resist even when his son was killed by the king. Okay. Now that I'm done, I'm going to go back and rest. You guys can chat slowly. Duan Muhui ignored the murderous looks of the 3 men, stood up holding Ojas, who was like a big cat, and turned to leave. Snort, watching Duanmu Huai's back disappear. Anisthia made a face at him. Bullying a girl. What kind of skill is that? She had no idea that she was just like the man who was sobbing and getting dressed after having sex, while knocking on the bed and shouting, "You bad guy." Probably the same. Maybe? I suddenly thought of a question. At this moment, Tilty frowned and raised a question. What is the problem? We have always lived in tents. But come to think of it, we never seem to know where the Inquisitor lives. Isn't it the same as us? You'll find out when you go and see. Anisthia also jumped up with her hands rubbed. I want to see where he lives with Miss Orcus. Chapter 888. Are you eating alone? To be honest, Idisphia and others have never thought about this problem before. And now they are curious when I think of it. The reason is very simple. Anisphia is a princess. Although she took the initiative to give up the right to the throne, she was still the princess. But marching and fighting is not a picnic after all. And girls have many inconveniences. So a relatively luxurious big tent was prepared for them. Of course, it is impossible to move a palace for them during marching and fighting. But the three of them can be considered to have a pretty good life. Moreover, due to the noble status of these three people, an area was specially designated for them to be isolated. And there were even people standing guard outside. This is in contrast to the military. Of course, the three of them also knew that the environment of others was even more primitive. But there was nothing they could do about it. After all, they were marching and fighting. Right? Just when Tilty spoke, everyone came to their senses and realized that they had subconsciously ignored this question. They all live in such a simple environment. So where does Duanmu Huai live? Come to think of it, he was the first one to get up every day. And he seemed to sleep with Oja's tent? It should be a tent. Right? Thinking of this, the three of them also became interested. They also knew that because of Duanmu Huai's huge stature, many things would be very troublesome. Take marching for example. Tilty rides in a carriage. Anisphia and Euphilia can ride horses or brooms. But Duanmu Huai can only walk except for flying. After all, the horses in this world can't carry him. Moreover, the tents here are almost all simple ones, which are definitely no problem for ordinary people to use. But Duanmu Huai is so big. Isn't it inconvenient for him to lie down or stand? The girls had never thought about this before. But now that they were ridiculed by Duanmu Huai, they became angry. It just so happened that they were now in this city. And Prince Aldred also said that he would prepare a comfortable room for the three girls. So where would Duanmu Huai live? Take the opportunity to go over and take a look. Then laugh at him. That way I can get some revenge. So you see, only women and villains are difficult to raise. If you get close to them, they will be disrespectful. If you keep them away, they will complain. Even a perfect noble daughter like Euphilia is no exception. Now the city has been recovered for the time being. The magic of those adventurers has made the city that is using its own magic to repair the city walls and the buildings that need to be used. Others have not been idle. After all, this city has been abandoned for decades. Even if it is justified, it is not easy. Therefore, the actions of the three girls did not attract much attention. In fact, Duanmu Huai did not walk very far. The three people only saw him walk less than a street and then walked into a tent on the side of the road. He won't live there. Looking at the shabby tent, Anisphia was shocked. But soon Tilty shook her head. No, that tent is so small that he can hardly stand alone. How can he live there? And don't you think it's strange? After he went in, the tent didn't move. The tent is not even as tall as him. Yes. At this moment, the girls also realized that the tent was not even as tall as Duanmu Huai. So he had to bend over to get in. Such a small tent is fine for an ordinary person to live in. But for Duanmu Huai, it would be difficult to turn over. And after Duanmu Huai went in, there was no movement in the tent. This was not right. Thinking of this, the three girls became curious and walked to the front of the tent. And then Anisphia shouted, "Mr. Inquisitor, are you there? We need to talk to you about something." However, there was total silence in the tent. No one. That's impossible. It's just a small tent. It's hard to fit Mr. Inquisitor in it. Don't you know if you go in? Tilty folded her arms and spoke unhappily. But Euphilia got scared when she heard Tilty's suggestion. No, that's not good. Breaking in without permission. What if something happens? Hey, let's go in and see what the big deal is. What can we do with such a small tent? Inesvia was naturally the most carefree of the three. She simply opened the tent curtain and walked in. Judgment. However, Inesvia stopped talking suddenly before she finished, which also made Euphilia and Tilty stunned. Your Highness Inesvia? What's wrong? Itis? In response to the two people's questions, there was still silence in the tent, as if there was no one inside. I go in and see. At this moment, Tilty also frowned. And then Euphilia saw her lift the curtain, walk into the tent. And then, Miss Tilty? Why does it feel so scary? Looking at the dead silence in front of her, Euphilia felt the hair on her back stand up. For a moment, she wanted to turn around and run. But thinking of the safety of Inesvia and Tilty, she had no choice but to go up. While preparing for the battle, Euphilia lifted the curtain, rushed in, and quickly looked forward. Fortunately, there were no enemies. He only saw Inesvia and Tilty standing not far in front of him, as if they had lost their souls. Your Highness Inesvia? Miss Tilty? What happened to you? Although some accidents, Euphilia asked, her voice with a vigilant mood. Ms. Euphilia, come over and take a look. What happened? Seeing Inesvia's strange expression, Euphilia walked to her side, looked forward, and then she was also stunned. In front of Euphilia was a magnificent and extremely tall corridor. The high arched dome and the exquisite carvings around it added a solemn and heavy atmosphere to the place. For a moment, even Euphilia was shocked. At that moment, she seemed to stop breathing involuntarily, as if she was in a very sacred temple, and even a breath would desecrate the sanctity of the place. Miss Euphilia? It was not until Inesvia's voice was heard that Euphilia came back to her senses from the inexplicable shock she had felt before. Otherwise, she didn't even know how long she would stay here. What's going on here? Your Highness Inesvia? Didn't we enter the Inquisitor's tent? I think so too. Seeing the shocked expression on Euphilia's face, Inesvia nodded. In fact, she had the same expression as Tilty just now, and even wondered if she was dreaming. But this should be related to the judge. Tilty remained somewhat calmer, and pointed toward the porch. You can see that skull. No one will put this thing on the outside. That's true. Seeing the huge skull patterns carved on both sides of the porch, Euphilia regained her composure. Duanmu Huai had explained to them the skull symbol and meaning of the Inquisition. To be honest, the girl still could not understand the meaning of the skull represents the purity and sanctity of human beings. But at least this thing was here, which meant that this place was inseparable from Duanmu Huai. Now what? What to do? Of course, go in and see. At this moment, Asifia was not afraid of the sky, and she came up again. At this moment, she also lifted her steps excitedly and walked inside. And Turdy followed closely. Looking at both of them, Euphilia wanted to stop them, but she could only follow the two of them towards the corridor. The doors on both sides of the corridor were closed. Fortunately, although Inesvia was a little lively, she was somewhat polite. She knocked on the door and gave up when she found no response. But when they reached the end, the door in front of them was half open. Even through the door, you could hear the faint sound of music. Mr. Inquisitor must be here. Hearing the voice, Inesvia walked over excitedly, then reached out and knocked on the door. Mr. Inquisitor, are you there? No one. Sorry to bother you. After all, the door was not closed. So Inesvia curiously peeked in, then walked in cautiously. Then, wow, so beautiful. Looking at the room in front of him, Inesvia shouted. In this magnificent guest room, there were sofas that looked soft, comfortable and luxurious, a fireplace with flames burning, luxurious-looking bookcases on both sides, and some strange things they had never seen before. Music came from all directions, and no one knew where it came from. This place is really... Inesvia's eyes sparkled as she looked at everything one after another. She had never seen many of the things here before. Even the books in the bookcases seemed to be very valuable. What on earth was this place? Not to mention that the dome here is made of glass windows, through which you can see the shining stars and the night outside. It is so romantic and luxurious. Tilty, Euphilia, come and see. Inesvia turned around and beckoned to the two standing at the door. Come in. This place is so great. What's wrong with you? However, at this moment, Inesvia saw that the expressions of Tilty and Euphilia turned pale, then red, and then blue, and they stood there motionless. This made her suddenly think of something. and she subconsciously turned her head to look behind her. Then, Anisfia saw Duanmu Huai, who was only wrapped in a bath towel around his waist, appeared behind her at some point. His muscles all over his body reflected a faint light, and even Anisfia could see it. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly flashed in front of Anisfia's eyes. Snapped. The next moment, she was hit hard in the face by something. Then, wah! The deafening screams almost broke through the sky. After a while, Duanmu Huai, who was re-wearing armor, appeared in front of the three girls. At this moment, the three were far from Duanmu Huai and sitting on the sofa on the other side. Even Anisfia flushed her eyes, and her face seemed to be, "What do you think of me? I have not pursued you to enter my house casually." Duanmu Huai sat on the sofa and glared at them unhappily, and the latter quickly lowered their heads. "Really? I'm really sorry." The judge, Euphilia's face was red as blood was about to drip out. Even the usually sarcastic Tilty was speechless. It was the first time she had seen something as thick as an arm. Is this guy really a human? Could he be a demon monster as Euphilia thought? As for Anisfia, she covered her face and sat on the sofa, not daring to even look at Duanmu Huai. Just now, her entire outlook on life was almost overturned. When had she ever seen such a world? "Okay. Tell me. What are you doing here?" "Nothing. I just wanted to see where you live and whether you are used to it," Anisfia explained in a low voice. And then her face slowly changed. Then Anisfia turned her head and looked around. And then she looked at Duanmu Huai as if she had just woken up from a dream. "Is this magic?" "Magic props." Duanmu Huai waved his hand, which made Anisfia even more surprised. "Can magic items do this?" Hearing Anisfia's question, Duanmu Huai smiled and looked at Euphilia. "Magic can't do it." Euphilia shook her head silently. So Duanmu Huai looked at Anisfia again. "Props can't do that." Anisfia shook her head with an unpleasant look on her face. And then Duanmu Huai leaned back. "So you're still a long way off." Listening to Duanmu Huai's boasting, Anisfia was really so angry. But wait! Coming back to her senses, Anisfia suddenly thought of a question. In other words, when they were winding and sunny during this time, they slept in the hard floor of the hard states at night. They had to ask Euphilia to use water magic to help them wipe their bodies. Duanmu Huai actually enjoyed alone in this comfortable house? Thinking of this, Athafai was unhappy. "Do you eat alone?" Chapter 889 True Ling Ling's Little Adventure. "How do you talk?" Facing Anisfia's unhappy questioning, Duanmu Huai raised his eyebrows. "What do you mean I eat alone? This is originally mine." "Why? You guys want to live here too?" Well, hearing Duanmu Huai's words, the three girls were speechless. Anisfia was just unhappy for a moment. After all, the three of them were sleeping in the open air. You would enjoy it here, but anyone would be unhappy. Especially their environment. Compared with Duanmu Huai's environment, it's like heaven and earth. "Can we stay here too?" "How? Don't you like the feeling of windmill and sleep?" "I think the current noble lady likes this kind of tone. I am used to Genie and Jade. Maybe this kind of windmill sleeps." "Don't you have a flavor? I thought you were quite comfortable and did not call it. So I didn't care about you. Who would like that?" Hearing this, Athafai almost jumped again. But Duanmu Huai was unmoved. "Isn't it? I remember that young ladies are usually used to a comfortable life. So this kind of hardship life is very new to them. It's okay for 1 or 2 days. 10 days and a half months. Let me spare me." Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Anisfia immediately looked sad. "You know we are the eldest daughter. Who can bear this?" "It doesn't matter." Duanmu Huai didn't care. "Anyway, there are plenty of rooms here. You can stay if you want." "I don't care." "Real?" Hearing this, Anisfia's eyes lit up. And Euphilia and Tilty's expressions also became much more energetic. To be honest, although the army has prepared the best treatment for them given their status, but, for the daughters of nobles who rarely go out on weekdays, it is still unbearable. Even a wild girl like Anisfia who runs outside every day can't stand it. Let alone Euphilia and Tilty. Of course, you have to pay the rent. "Hey! Do I still have to pay rent? That's no nonsense." Duanmu Huai rolled his eyes. "You have seen my body, and I haven't asked you to take responsibility yet." Hearing this, the three of them fell silent. They stared at Duanmu Huai in amazement. The silence was deafening. "You want us to be responsible? We want you to compensate us for our eyes. What kind of monster is that?" "Ah. Now that I think about it, my eyes, after all, the three of them are rich girls. And they have never seen such a vicious weapon before. Inesvia was especially frightened. She still remembers the touch, the temperature, and the smell of that slap on her face. It's not okay enough. I can't think about it anymore. Inesvia shuddered all over. Are all men so scary? She must never marry a man in the future. Just when Inesvia secretly made up her mind in her heart, the previous scene appeared again in the royal city of Paletia. The soldiers escorting a large amount of supplies left the city amid the cheers of the crowd and headed north. Meanwhile, outside the castle gate, the guards were chatting. I never thought that His Royal Highness was so capable and could recapture the northern commercial fortress so quickly. Yes, but to be honest, is it really okay to mobilize so many soldiers at once? The guards in the royal city are already seriously insufficient. I haven't been home for several days. My wife will definitely complain about me. By the way, you've heard about that incident. The news that Count Shardos' son was killed. I heard about it. I never expected that. Hey, Count Shardos has been walking around with a gloomy face these days. I heard that he even had a quarrel with His Majesty the King over this. Hello, big brothers. Just as the two guards were talking, a clear voice was heard. Hearing the voice, the guards looked down and saw a very cutely dressed girl waving at them with a smile. Oh, you're really smart. You're here today too? Well, the head maid said that she needs Colin's help with something. So Colin is here. The big brothers must be very tired from patrolling all the time. It's okay. It's not a big deal. Hearing Jinjiling's condolences, the two guards hurriedly stood up straight. This lovely girl named Jinjiling had been to the palace several times. At first, she applied for the job as a handyman, and later because of her outstanding performance, she was considered a semi-full-time worker in the palace. Especially when there was a shortage of manpower, she would come to help clean the room and so on. Because she is so smart, cute and well-behaved. Most of the maids and servants in the palace like her very much. After all, it's cute. It's just that I didn't sleep well last night. Hey, it's obviously not our turn to be on duty. Hey, what happened? It's nothing serious. As you know, we need to deliver a batch of supplies to the frontline station recently. The Ministry of Magic suddenly needed to urgently deliver a batch of equipment in the middle of the night yesterday, which exhausted us. Ministry of Magic? Didn't they say that what was being transported this time were food and supplies? What does that have to do with the Ministry of Magic? Hearing this, Jinjiling tilted her head curiously and asked. This was also the way Jinjiling carried out Duan Muhuai's mission. She was just doing odd jobs, getting some ordinary information from the chats of other servants and maids. Duan Muhuai specifically asked her not to care about those confidential intelligence, because in Duan Muhuai's view, if the information was leaked to the point of being known to everyone, it meant that the plan was irreversible. It is not a problem for Jinji Ling to obtain such non-confidential information. Not to mention that Jinji Ling, who possesses superior charm, is loved by everyone. So it is no big deal for everyone to chat about random things. Who knows? I heard that it was a batch of weapons. And it was dead. Hey, the buddies who escorted were so pitiful. There were not many people. They also scored out of those big boxes. I see. After listening to the two guards complaining for a while, Jinjiling nodded, then said with a smile, Thank you for your hard work, big brother, and then turned and left the palace. The Ministry of Magic is sending supplies? After leaving the palace, Jinjiling started to think. She had been in charge of a space station before, so she knew very well that the transportation of supplies was a very important matter. After all, she had never seen a temporary increase in the transportation of supplies. And she heard from the guards that the quantities seemed to be quite large. Ministry of Magic. I remember that the father of the noble boy that my elder brother killed before was the chief of the Ministry of Magic. At this moment, Jinjiling couldn't help but stop and turn her ears. She could hear someone following her from behind. And it seems like there is also. Jinjiling's pace slowed down a lot. She was currently staying in the Adventurers Inn. But because the Allied forces had gone out to war, most of the adventurers had left the area. So it was a bit deserted here right now. Especially now that it was dusk. There were even fewer people here. Of course, the real machine is not afraid. Don't look at her thin and small girls as ordinary girls. The real machine is a manyang. What is a horse? It can kick you to death with one kick. Not to mention that Jin Jingling has been practiced. In fact, when Duan Moai was not there, the real machine was not harassed by the adventurer. But after basically chatting with her, she became a fan of cute real machine. After all, cuteness is the most important thing. At the same time as the real machine stopped, I saw a few masked men appearing from the front, blocking the road of real machine. Click. The clever ears moved slightly, and it was obvious that someone was coming from behind. What do you want to do? Real machine was not in a hurry. He stared at the man in front of him and asked, while the latter pulled out the long sword and raised his staff. Damn monster. How dare you infiltrate the royal city? You don't know how to live or die. Hey! Kellyan is not a demon's. Die! It is true. Seeing that the other party had no intention of listening to her explanation at all, Jin Jingling sighed. She had known for a long time that there must be something wrong with these people. If they really believed that she was a demon, why didn't they capture her directly at the palace? Why did they have to wait until they were in a place where there was no one? Now the question is, who are they? At the moment when the man in the black man started, the real machine also started. All along, Jin Jingling didn't like this method. After all, it was too unlovable. But these people in front of him couldn't just talk to solve the problem. One more thing. The real clever one is the horse girl. When the horse started to start, the speed was absolutely impossible to hide. The same went for the man in black. He had just started when he saw Jin Jingling running in front of him. Then he saw the girl clench her fists and punched the man in black in the chest. Boom! Ouch! The man in black only felt his chest sink. And the next moment, he flew out and hit his accomplice behind him. The two of them hit the wall and fell to the ground. Call! At this moment, a flame shot from behind, and Jin Jingling hurriedly turned to flash, turned around, and saw a black-robed man raise the staff in his hand behind him, aiming at himself to launch an attack again. I won't let you succeed. Looking at the staff in the opponent's hand, Jingling suddenly accelerated and rushed towards the opponent again. Each horse girl has her own distance and speed suitability, and Jin Jingling is best at the short distance of 1000 m. Stabbing and bursting are simply her specialties. The black-robed man behind him has not reacted yet, and he saw that Jin Jingling has come in front of him, and then turned around and kicked. A hoof. A kick. Directly kicked the staff in the black-robed man's hand. The next moment, the ritual of the magical glory was directly kicked into the sky by the real machine, and then the explosion of bang, like a firework, and released the shining light. Hello, big brother. Although he poured the other party to the ground, Jin Jingling still looked like a smile. Excuse me. What's the matter with me? No. Stop pretending. You damn demon. Oh. Big brother won't tell me. Hearing the opponent's anger, Jin Jingling crooked his head curiously. Then we have no choice but to have a good talk. After a few minutes? In other words, it was Count Chardos who asked you to arrest me. Yes. Yes. After investigation, the Earl found out that you and that man were in cahoots. So he planned to capture you first and then torture you to death to vent his anger. As for that man, the Earl seems to have other plans. Does that have anything to do with the supplies the Ministry of Magic delivered yesterday? I don't know this. It seems that there are, because this time, Count Charles seems to be busy for this matter. I see. Thank you, big brother. Hearing the answer from the man in black robe, Jin Jingling smiled and thanked him obediently. Ah, no need to thank me. Just leave quickly. You are so smart. The Earl has sent more than just my team. He has already said that he will announce to the public that you are a demon in disguise, and he will definitely catch you. I see. I understand. I'll leave now. Take care, big brother. See you next time. Okay. Cute real machine. After waving to the black-robed man, who had become his loyal fan, Jin Jingling quickly left the mercenary area. I really didn't expect this. But should I say it's a godsend? Now it seems that there must be something wrong with that Earl of Chardos. It's a pity that I can't contact my big brother here. So, Jin Jingling thought for a moment, and made a decision. I remember that my elder brother and his men seem to be stationed in the northern fortress now. If so, just run over and tell him. Anyway, I am a horse girl. Right? Chapter 890 Dark Knight Murder. There are no satellites in this world, and Jin Jingling has no maps. But Jin Jingling is not completely helpless, as long as she follows the transport team that sets out in front. Won't she be able to find the base of Duanmu Huai and others? Of course. Jin Jilin was not completely unprepared. Huh? I finally caught up. Standing on the edge of Gaoya, looking at the transport team that was not far ahead, Jin Jieling was also relieved. At present, the real machine is war on her body, and she is no longer her lovely victory suit, but a set of pure black and 7 space warfare armor and military weapons from Starlian. After all, Jin Jieling also knew that the situation might be very bad this time, and he might be involved in the battle. If he asked his big brother to save him, it would be too uncute. After all, what he had to do was to try his best to maintain his cuteness. And it was cute to help his big brother. Only, these people are really trying their best. Seeing the transport team still on the road even in the middle of the night, Jin Jilin sighed. It took her more than a day to catch up with the transport team. One of the reasons was that the transport team traveled day and night. The 2 shifts had almost no rest. After all, the transport team can still replace the rotation rest. But the real machine will not do. Let me see the Ministry of Magic's transport supplies. Is that it? As he spoke, Jin Jilin turned on the night vision sensor system on the helmet in front of him, and soon saw the 2 large iron boxes at the rear of the transport team. They looked larger than other boxes for transporting supplies. In other words, it could be seen at a glance that because these 2 boxes were large and heavy, they slowed down the speed of the transport team. What is it installed there? Just as Jin Jilin was curiously observing the transport convoy in the distance, suddenly, she saw a small black dot flying across the sky. That is, just as Jin Jilin was puzzled, he saw the small black dot suddenly accelerate and rush towards the direction of the transport team. The next moment, a faint scream was heard in the distance. Not good. Seeing this, Jin Jilin hurriedly looked at the transport team again. And then she saw that the soldiers who were originally responsible for transporting supplies were lying on the ground. And among the corpses stood a man with long hair, dressed like a noble. This is terrible. Jin Jilin also jumped down from the high cliff at this moment and ran towards the transport team quickly. It was certain that the man was definitely a demon, although he didn't know how the other party found the transport team. Jin Jilin had heard from Duanmu Huai that ordinary people were no match for the demons. The main fighting force in the royal city had been taken away by the coalition forces, and this transport team probably didn't have any particularly strong defenses. If it was destroyed, then I don't know where to find my big brother. Ha 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 ha. At the same time, among the transport teams ahead, soldiers responsible for guarding were also fell into a hard battle. It must be said that they had never expected that the demons would find their location so accurately. Just as Jin Jilin guessed, most of the strong men were in the coalition army. Although some people stayed behind, they were there to prevent the royal city from being attacked again. In this case, the transport team could only send soldiers to march day and night in a forced march, hoping to reach the Northland fortress in the shortest time. However, damn, how did this demon find them? In order to avoid being discovered, they didn't even light torches, but only relied on moonlight to move forward. And they didn't choose the usual road. But why could the other party lock onto them so accurately? And this demon tribe? Facing the soldiers rushing towards him, the demon didn't care at all. He just waved his right hand, and the next moment the blood flowing from the corpses around him suddenly turned into a long whip and swung it past, easily cutting the soldiers rushing towards him from all directions into pieces. Then the demon raised his right hand, and the splattered blood turned into sharp arrows condensed from blood before it even hit the ground, and flew towards the soldiers in front. Damn demons! A soldier turned over and hid behind the carriage, gritting his teeth as he watched his companions around him fall to the ground screaming with blood and arrows piercing their bodies. It's not that there are no magicians in this army, but unfortunately the enemy killed him right away. Damn! Is this the gap between humans and demons? It's really boring. After manipulating the blood again, after sweeping the rushing soldiers, the demon clan snorted and looked at the transport team in front of him. Humans are still so ignorant and fragile that it is not worth resorting to such means. But never mind. After all, this is the order of that adult. As he said, the demon raised his hand. Accompanied by his movements, the blood surrounding the blood condensed again to turn into a giant snake. He just raised his head and aimed at the transport team in front of him. And just at this moment, boom! With a thunderous roar, the demon suddenly turned around. And at the same time the blood snake blocked in front of him like a shield, and then exploded quickly. I missed it. Looking at the scene in front of her, Jin Jiling's heart sank. She quickly retracted the heavy pistol that was emitting smoke, then reached out and pulled out an M8 Avenger assault rifle from behind her back. While speeding, she aimed at the demons and pulled the trigger again. Duh. The bullet came like a storm, and it instantly shrouded the demons. And even the python that he condensed with blood could not help collapsed. What's this? While controlling the blood snake to resist the sudden attack, the demon was also quite surprised. It could feel that this was definitely not magic, but more like a weapon like a bow and crossbow used by humans. However, the speed of a bow and crossbow was not that fast. This speed was almost like hundreds or thousands of people attacking it at the same time. It seems that the human is holding an interesting weapon. Thinking of this, the look in the demon's eyes changed slightly, and then he raised his hand. This kind of weapon cannot be fired endlessly. As long as it pauses for a moment, he will be sure to kill it. At that time, he can take a good look at what kind of weapon the other party is holding. Sure enough, just a moment later, the gunshot suddenly stopped, and at the same time, the metal arrows that were powerful enough to easily pierce the body also stopped. It's now! The demon sneered and stretched out his hand forward, just as he was about to use his magic to attack. Suddenly, the demon saw a black ball in the sky spinning and flying towards him. What is that? Although he didn't know what that thing was. Out of caution, the demon swung his right hand, and then an arrow made of blood flew out and directly pierced through the ball. Immediately afterwards, dazzling pure white light and shocking sound burst out instantly. Wow! The demon obviously did not expect that the small ball in front of them could emit light comparable to the sun and a sound louder than thunder. At this moment, he screamed and instinctively reached out to cover his eyes. At this moment, a sense of crisis came into its heart. Oops. Jin Jieling tightly bit her teeth and crossed the barrier of the blood python at the fastest speed. She threw away the assault rifle in her hand, and then pulled out another weapon from her waist to directly resist the chest of the demons. The next moment, the real machine took the trigger without hesitation. Boom! With the support of two mass effect accelerators, the high explosive ammunition fired from the M27 machete shotgun exploded instantly, directly blasting a huge gap in the chest of the demon. Whether it was bones, skin, muscles, internal organs or blood, they were all completely shattered and completely turned into ashes in this bombardment accelerated to the limit. How can I? The demons opened their eyes in surprise and looked at their chests, and then retreated backwards before he fell to the ground. I saw that the demon's body turned into black dust and disappeared into the air. Call. Only then did Jin Jilling breathe a sigh of relief and put the weapon back behind him. That's not cute at all. Then, she murmured to herself as she looked at the disappearing demons. With the demons being eliminated, the other soldiers dared to approach. Looking at Jin Jilling standing there, they didn't know what to say for a moment. But soon, a guard stepped forward and saluted. Okay. Hello, adventurer. Thank you for your help. Hello, uncle. Jin Jilling also put away his weapon and waved to the soldiers in front of him. If there is no help from you, I'm afraid we will be killed by that demons. Please don't take it so seriously. I actually did this because I needed your help. Need our help? Hearing Jin Jilling's words, the soldiers were stunned for a moment, and Jin Jilling nodded. Yes, my companion is in the United Army. I have something to do with him, so I followed you. I see. After hearing this, the soldiers understood why Jin Jilling appeared so coincidentally. Are you also going to join the United Army? That's about it. But, as he spoke, Jin Jilling looked around. At this moment, the soldiers had already scattered to collect the bodies of their colleagues and the supplies. Why would the demons target you? That's what I find strange. The captain of the guard nodded. They are obviously coming for us. But we have made all the preparations. Logically speaking, we should not be discovered by the demons. But the demon's magic is so strange and bizarre that no one can predict it. Jin Jilling stared at the big iron box behind him and was silent for a moment. What is that? Those are the supplies that the Ministry of Magic is sending to the fortress. Do you know what's in it? Have no idea. The captain of the guard shook his head and then sighed. But now it seems that since the demons have already attacked, we can't continue to dawdle. Although it's a pity, we have no choice but to throw away these burdens and speed up. I see. Hearing the captain of the guards answer, Jinjiling withdrew his gaze and smiled at him. In that case, why don't we take a look at what's inside? Chapter 891 Rumors. For humans, cities are always harbors of civilization, even if they are dilapidated. After retaking the city, the Allied forces temporarily stationed here, being able to come back from the rough weather and sleep in the open air seemed to be a relief to most people. Although the city has been abandoned for a long time, most places are still intact. For the noble magicians who accompanied them, being able to return to the civilized world is a kind of salvation. It's really emotional to finally be able to return to the civilized world. Sitting on the chair, holding the steaming tea in his hand, Viscount Julius spoke with emotion. And the noble sitting opposite him also chuckled. Yes, Your Highness is far-sighted. Even if we cannot capture the northern fortress, being able to capture this city is already a great achievement. Speaking of which, that old fellow Gaius is really a talkative person. Having said this, Viscount Julius snorted coldly. He said that the longer we delay, the more dangerous it will be. It will be difficult to march when the cold wave comes. Really? He contradicts the prince on everything. I don't know what the old guy wants to do. I just want to emphasize my authority as a general to His Royal Highness the Prince. His companion didn't care and sneered. They were all nobles and had been with the prince for a long time. It was conceivable that when the prince succeeded to the throne, they would also take their own status and power. Perhaps this was why they were very dissatisfied with Gaius's behavior. In the eyes of these young people, Gaius has become a backward person who has been eliminated by the times. Together with His Royal Highness Prince Albert, they will create a brand new kingdom of Paltia and a brand new era. Because the users of elven magic are the most noble and supreme beings. While drinking precious black tea, the nobles chatted and looked at the street view outside with pride. Unlike them, the magicians who used the human magic system were not so free and easy. They had to use their magic to move stones and wood, and then repair the damaged walls and houses. The nobles all sneered at this. Magic itself is a noble existence, and it is not used for such menial tasks. Therefore, the so-called human magic system is just a lower existence than the elf magic. And the only people who use such inferior magic are those civilians with incompetent blood who cannot sign a contract with the elves. Mr. Julius, you don't seem very happy? Seeing the somewhat bored Viscount, someone soon asked curiously. And Viscount Julius also sighed. Well, come to think of it, although the decoration here is pretty good, it's a pity that there are no beautiful flowers to decorate it. It's really a pity. Isn't it? You are right. Hearing Viscount Julius's sigh, others also responded. For nobles, such social occasions are of course indispensable to beauties. However, unfortunately, this is a march to fight, not a picnic out of the city. Most of the coalition forces are men, so naturally there are no noble women dancing here. Speaking of women, there are some female adventurers among the adventurers. But to the nobles, those adventurers are not worth their attention at all. The only ones left are Inesphia, Euphilia, and Tiltai. But these three are not easy to mess with, because of her eccentricity. Inesphia has long been shunned by the nobles. Tilty likes to collect curses and has a bad reputation, so naturally no one dares to approach her. As for Euphilia's joke, you're trying to flirt with the next princess. So what if you don't want to live anymore? Come to think of it, I have heard some strange rumors. Women like to gossip. And in fact, men are the same when they get together. Soon someone will be idle and start talking. Oh, what rumor? I just heard about it. The person who spread the topic first gave himself a buff, then looked around with a shifty look. I heard that some guards saw that Her Highness Inesphia and others went to the Iron Warrior's room when they returned from patrol, and did not come out until early the next morning. Is there such a thing? Hearing this, the originally bored noble descendants immediately perked up. Of course, I just heard about it. I don't know the details. Hearing this, the others also frowned and fell into deep thought, while Viscount Julius narrowed his eyes, with a cold light flashing in them. Do you think His Majesty will find a husband for Princess Inesphia? Why? Everyone else was shocked to hear Viscount Julius' words. My Lord Viscount, do you mean that the Iron Warrior will become Her Highness Inesphya's fiancé? Because isn't that weird? Facing the questions from others, Viscount Julius smiled, stretched out his hand, and gestured. According to the information I have inquired, His Majesty the King is in a cooperative relationship with the Inquisitor who claims to be from the Inquisition. This joint army is also a joint alliance between our Paltea Kingdom army and the Inquisition. The Inquisitor also has the power to command the army. Otherwise, why did he kill Moritz? But no one could punish him. Hearing this name, the expressions of the others changed slightly. At that time, Duan Mu Huai tore Moritz apart in front of all the nobles in the military camp and ripped off his head. Naturally, the nobles from the kingdom of Paltea were shocked. Logically, Duan Mu Huai should have been executed immediately. But he was fine. Later, the nobles learned that the guy who called himself the judge had signed an alliance treaty with His Majesty the King, which meant that he had the same power as Algert in commanding the coalition army. Wait, Lord Julius, what you mean is, will Princess Anesphia regain her right to inherit the throne? Another noble heir asked with a sullen face. If you think about it carefully, it stands to reason that no matter how capable Duan Mu Huai is, he shouldn't kill the son of the chief official of the Ministry of Magic. But the premise is that he has no conflicts of interest with the other party. If that man is indeed Anesfia's fiancé, then, in principle, his status is the same as Prince Algert's, and he has the right to inherit the throne. In this way, his previous action of killing Moritz in the meeting can be understood. It was to eliminate future political enemies. Thinking of this, the expressions of those noble descendants changed. But, didn't Her Highness Anesphia announce her relinquishment of her right to the throne a long time ago? So what? Your Highness was just a child at the time. Wouldn't it be possible to take back the throne by simply saying that you were not thoughtful enough? Wait. So the goal of this operation is not only to recapture the northern fortress, but also to test Prince Algert? If he loses, then Her Highness Anesphia may be able to regain the right to inherit the throne? For a moment, everyone in the hall, which had originally had a relatively relaxed atmosphere, suddenly became tense. This is absolutely not possible. You know, because Anesphia couldn't make a contract and use elven magic since she was a child. Many people laughed at her, including the noble heirs who followed Prince Algert, especially after Anesphia announced that she would give up her right to inherit the throne. Everyone's comments on her became even more unscrupulous. At that time, everyone believed that Prince Algert would definitely inherit the throne. And at that time, all would be fine if Anesphia was married off far away. So no one cared. But now, if Anesphia really inherits the throne, then they are doomed. Putting aside Anespia's heretical ideas about magic, just based on the fact that they have been mocking Anesphia since they were little. They don't believe that she will let them go. Not to mention that man. Just thinking of that iron warrior made the nobles' hearts tremble. They could not bear the horrible oppression from him. So they usually did not dare to go to where Duan Mu Huai was, fearing that he would tear off his head and throw it on the table. Although we don't know his background, we can tell from his previous actions that he is an extremely brutal and barbaric demon who can kill them without caring about their noble status. Is he really not a demon? This can't be true. Absolutely impossible. How could that man become king? But His Majesty the King seems to be very optimistic about him. Otherwise, he would not have signed the agreement. That's impossible. Prince Algert has the support of our nobles. But what does Her Highness Anesphia have? Even if we take a step back, what can she do with just that man? He can kill you all. Just as the noble heirs were arguing, Viscount Julius spoke again. His words were like a gust of cold wind that blew past the noble heirs, causing them to stop arguing involuntarily. This is impossible. Why not? Seeing the noble son looking at him, trembling all over, Viscount Julius spread his hands. Everyone, this is a war. A war between us and the demons. It is certain that people will die in the war. If you die in the war with the demons, then no one can say anything. Right? Everyone couldn't help but shudder. Indeed, this is a war. A war with the demons. If it really starts, who knows how it will turn out? If I get killed in the chaos, then everything will be over. Even if the other party is suspected. It is useless without evidence. Well, then what should we do? It's very simple. Looking at the noble heir in front of him, Viscount Julius smiled. We need to inform the prince and take the initiative. With the prince? But, is there anything else you haven't said? However, Viscount Julius looked again at the gossiper, who hesitated. Yes. In fact, I heard that. It seems that Miss Euphilia is also among them. What? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Anesphia likes to play pranks. And Tiltai is a witch that people fear, no matter what ridiculous things they do. It is not surprising to the nobles. But Euphilia, She is the prince's fiancée. The next princess. The next princess goes to another man's residence and stays out all night? Real or fake? Doesn't that mean that His Royal Highness the Prince? I just heard it. I just heard it. Seeing other people looking at him, the gossipy man was frightened and waved his hands quickly. I didn't see it with my own eyes. I just heard what the guard said. It has nothing to do with me. No way. Miss Euphilia wouldn't do something shameless like that. Right? This shouldn't be the case. Although this news was indeed explosive, the noble heirs could not believe it for a while. After all, Euphilia was a perfect daughter of a noble family, and it was impossible for her to do such a thing. She was not like Anesphia and Tilty, who liked to fool around. In any case, this incident seems unusual. Viscount Julius stood up. I think it is necessary to advise His Royal Highness. Even if it is a rumor. Spreading such a rumor is too outrageous, and will affect the reputation of the royal family and the nobility. Speaking of this, Viscount Julius looked serious. I will request a meeting with His Royal Highness to resolve this matter. Chapter 892 Negotiation. It's finally over. After a day's patrol, Anisphia returned to the city almost as if she had been granted amnesty. She has now become completely fascinated by Duan Muhuai's mage's mansion. After all, it is so comfortable to live in it. Not only can she take a shower, but she can also soak in hot springs, enjoy a comfortable bed and delicious food. After all, who doesn't like this stuff? It's even more comfortable than staying in the palace. Come on, Euphilia. Let's go back. Okay, Your Highness Anisphia. Thinking that she would be able to go back and enjoy herself comfortably soon. Anisphia joyfully quickened her pace. However, when she arrived in front of Duan Muhuai's tent, she found that Tilty was standing there with an unmoved expression. Tilty, what are you doing here? Seeing that Tilty, who usually stayed at home, actually went out on her own initiative, Anisphia asked curiously, and Tilty winked at her. The former looked in the direction of Tilty's wink, and her face suddenly changed. Yar. Duan Muhuai and Aldred were standing in front of the tent door, looking at each other. Behind Aldred stood several noble descendants. Noticing Anisphia's gaze, Aldred turned around and glanced at her and Euphilia. Seeing Aldred's expressionless face, Anisphia immediately reacted. This? Yar. Actually, things are definitely not what you think. However, Aldred did not listen to Anisfia's explanation, but just retracted his gaze and looked at Duan Muhuai. Mr. Inquisitor, I would like to speak to you alone. Duan Muhuai turned his head to glance at Anisphia and others beside him, then looked away. Okay, follow me. As he spoke, Duan Muhuai turned and walked into the tent, and Aldred also took a deep breath and turned to look at the follower behind him. You wait here. But Your Highness, this is an order. There were a few nobles who were a little uneasy, but Aldred just glared at them, forcing them to shut up. Then Aldred followed Duan Muhuai into the tent. The view inside the wizard's mansion naturally surprised Aldred, but he quickly came to his senses and looked at Duan Muhuai. What a surprise! Is this also magic? Almost. It's a kind of magical effect. Really? Hearing Duan Muhuai's answer, Aldred just nodded without saying much. Then Duan Muhuai took him to the living room and sat on the sofa. Please sit down. What do you want from me? Duan Muhuai leaned on the sofa and looked at the prince in front of him. To be honest, Duan Muhuai did not have any special impression of Aldred himself. Or in Duan Muhuai's opinion, Aldred was more like an invisible man with no sense of existence. Even when Duan Muhuai got angry at the meeting before, he seemed to just watch quietly from the side without any reaction. Actually, I've always wanted to have a good talk with you, Mr. Inquisitor. Prince Aldred took the teacup and stared at the tea in his hand. Luckily, my stupid subordinates gave me such an opportunity. Oh, what did you want to talk to me about? Let's talk about cooperation. Aldred put down the teacup and looked at Duan Muhuai. I hope you can help me become the king of the kingdom of Paletia. Aren't you already the heir? I have to say that Duan Muhuai was completely confused by Aldred's statement. If there were several princes, it would be understandable that they were competing for the throne. However, Aldred was originally the heir to the throne, and Anisphia had also given up her inheritance rights. Logically speaking, as long as Aldred did not commit any crime, wouldn't the throne be a sooner or later? This puppet-like throne is not what I want. I want more. Having said that, Aldred clenched his fists. I want to completely control this country. To do this, I need power. So I came to you. Please explain. Duan Muhui sat up curiously and stared at Algerd. He suddenly became a little interested in what Algerd said. How much do you know about the situation in Paeltia? Mr. Inquisitor? A little bit. Then, I think you should know about the dispute between the nobles and the commoners over magic. The nobles regard themselves as users of elven magic, and they are high and mighty, and they look down on the human magic system used by the commoners. I know something about that. So what you're saying is, you want to change all this? Yes. That's it. That really surprises me. It has to be said that when Algerd admitted this in front of Duan Muhui so straightforwardly, Duan Muhui was also quite surprised. If that's the case, then why don't you join forces with Anisfia? Her magic should be very suitable for your ideas. My sister won't agree with me. Algerd showed a self-deprecating smile on his face and shook his head. My sister wants me to be a king who values connections between people and rules the kingdom peacefully by holding hands with everyone. Having said that, Algerd clenched his fist and slammed the table hard. The connection between people? Holding hands? My sister doesn't understand at all. She is not interested in anything else and is only obsessed with her own hobbies. She has no idea what this country has become. But I know what the nobles of this country are like. I know how deep the gap is between nobles and commoners. Those are all distortions that have accumulated over the years in the kingdom of Paeltia. The extremely arrogant nobles don't regard commoners as human beings at all, even if they can use the human magic system. These nobles will only find excuses to belittle them. The nobles only desire wealth and power. Speaking of this, Algerd became more and more excited. What will happen if I become the king? This country will not change. It will continue to exist in this ugly way. Thinking about bloodline. Thinking about authority. Thinking about tradition. My grandfather once thought about changing all this. But what was the result? Those nobles and ministers united to resist him and started a civil war. They have tried every possible means to keep everything they have. No king can stop them. Not even my father. So, you're going to change this country? After hearing Algerd's roar, Duan Muhui understood his thoughts. That's right. Algerd sat back on the sofa, stared at Duan Muhui and nodded. My sister will not agree with my idea. And neither will my father. I need help. But before this, I have no help. So, I have to push the plan forward by myself. To be honest, thanks to you, my plan can be advanced. Thanks to me? Yes. You can fly and have the power to destroy the demons. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for the kingdom of Paeltia. Therefore, I tried my best to persuade my father and started this expedition to the north. As he spoke, Algerd sneered. By the way, Mr. Inquisitor, do you know the current composition of the coalition forces? I haven't really cared about that. Except for the 3rd Legion directly under the kingdom and the allied forces composed of adventurers. The rest of the soldiers are private soldiers from the noble fiefdoms. I am not afraid to tell you directly that I will find a way to make these troops and those annoying nobles be completely buried in the cold wind of the north. Oh huh? Interesting. Hearing this, Duan Muhui also narrowed his eyes and looked at Prince Algerd with interest. Are you sure this will work? Of course. The nobles are stupid and arrogant. In order to gain military merit, they don't care about the lives of their men. This time, almost all the nobles sent out their best private soldiers. If these private soldiers can be completely eliminated, then they will never be able to start a civil war and bring disaster to the country like their ancestors did. Algerd raised his head and stared at Duan Muhui with unwavering eyes. So, I need your help, Mr. Inquisitor. Fortunately, those nobles gave me an excuse. A good reason. So I was able to come here to talk to you alone. And hope to get your help. If it continues like this, the kingdom of Paeltia will only perish. If you want to change all this, does it mean that the nobility and their bloodline must be completely wiped out? Yes, the existence of elven magic may have been necessary in the ancient times. But now that the human magic system has been born, elven magic has become an obstacle to the progress of the kingdom of Paeltia. So, we must find a way to completely eliminate this obstacle. Otherwise, if we continue like this, the situation will be absolutely unfavorable to us. There will only be more and more human magic users. And those nobles will still only indulge in the past belief and glory of elven magic. That is to say, wait, what about Euphelia? Duan Muhui knew why they came. But looking at Prince Algerd's expression, he didn't seem to care about Euphelia? Snort. In response to Duan Muhui's question, Algerd snorted coldly. This country is sick. Just like a slowly decaying tree. Someone must change everything. But no one cares. Even she, who is praised as a genius by everyone, firmly believes that maintaining the status quo is the best approach. Others will only follow those with dazzling talents. They don't understand the true meaning of this at all. Having said that, Algerd clenched his fists. In this case, I can only rely on myself to change all this. No matter how unorthodox the means I use. I cannot be just a decorative king. If a king is only used to maintain this ever-corrupting country, he is nothing more than a wooden stake. I see. After hearing this, Duanmu Huai finally understood what Prince Algerd was thinking. He wanted to change the corrupt system of the kingdom of Paletia, and wanted to reform everything completely. However, reform will cause bloodshed. Just as Prince Algerd said, in order to avoid the situation of nobles fighting civil wars with private soldiers, like his ancestors. He designed this plan to kill the nobles' private soldiers and their descendants in the north. As long as there are no descendants and no private soldiers, the nobles will be like toothless tigers and can be manipulated by Algerd. For Algerd, this was obviously a very difficult thing to do. It was obvious that, from what he said, neither his sister Anispia nor his fiancée Euphilia seemed to approve of his approach. He was really short-sighted. Revolution is always bloody and sacrificial. So, what are you going to do? I believe that the Northland fortress must be guarded by demons. So I will try to incite the nobles and their private armies to rush to the Northland fortress first, and at the same time find out the strength of those demons. So I hope you don't act too quickly. So that's how it is. From this perspective, I do occupy a very important position in the other party's plan. If I hadn't listened to what Prince Algerd said, Duanmu Huai would have definitely stepped forward and smashed those demons to death with a hammer, then turned around and went home. In that case, Prince Algerd's plan would have been ruined. I see. After listening to Prince Algerd's words, Duanmu Huai thought for a moment and looked at him again. I just want to ask you one question. Is your plan related to the demons? Unfortunately, I don't have the means to contact the demons. Really? Duanmu Huai nodded. In principle, the Inquisition does not intervene in political disputes. But I am quite interested in your approach. Tell me, what do you want me to do? As I said, I hope you won't take action right away. Also, I hope you can help me stop Sister Wang and Euphilia. Having said this, Prince Algerd revealed a mocking smile. After all, compared to them, I am just an ordinary person. I don't have the power to fight against them. Okay, I'll consider it. But I have a request. Any request? No matter what the circumstances, you must never join forces with the demons. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai stared at Algerd with a serious expression. Once I find out that you are colluding with the demons, I will smash your head without saying anything. Do you understand me? Certainly. Facing Duanmu Huai's eyes full of fear and oppression, Prince Algerd gritted his teeth, stared at him, and nodded vigorously. I just want to change this country, not to destroy my country. Very good. After hearing Algerd's answer, Duanmu Huai withdrew his gaze. Then I'll wait and see. Chapter 893 Broken Engagement. This is going to be interesting. Looking at Algerd, Duanmu Huai was in contemplation. The reason is very simple. The reason why Duanmu Huai agreed to Prince Algerd's request was naturally because he also had a condition. That is, elven magic must be eliminated. If Duanmu Huai was not sure what elven magic was at the beginning, then after spending such a long time with Euphilia, Duanmu Huai had confirmed that the so-called magic elves were actually a kind of subspace creature. To be honest, Duanmu Huai is no exception to this. There are really many similar things. Let's not mention others. Just take the Psyker shamans under the Space Wolves in the Pre-March Legion. At that time, they were entangled with something called Storm Wolf Soul on the Space Wolves' home planet. They believed that they were guides of nature and so on. Well, in the end it turned out that they were still a group of warped demons. In fact, almost anything that does not live in the real world can be classified as a subspace demon, including but not limited to elves, ghosts, evil spirits, etc. So strictly speaking, those indigenous gods are also subspace demons. But they are relatively easier to fight for. To put it bluntly, the local gang leaders still have some power. At least when gangs from other places attack, they will not just surrender. Although at present, these magical elves do not seem to be bad things. But when it comes to the creations of the warp, the Inquisition would rather kill the wrong ones than let them go. So Duan Mu Huai reached an agreement with Prince Albert. He could assist Prince Albert, but as a deal, Prince Albert had to completely give up the heresy of elven magic. This was not bad for Prince Albert. After all, elven magic was the gap separating the nobles from the common people. So he also wanted to completely destroy the existence of elven magic. So the two sides finally hit it off and reached an agreement. That's really interesting. Duan Mu Huai drank a sip of tea and fell into deep thought. His opinion of Albert was quite subtle. It had to be said that Albert was not very good at most matters. But at least, he was a prince with courage. Albert also told Duan Mu Huai about the next part of his plan. Sending these noble heirs and noble private armies to die was only Albert's first step. The second step was naturally to seek living forces to stand by his side. Albert had already made preparations for this. He planned to reward and promote those who performed well in the Battle of the Northland Fortress. After cleaning up those noble heirs, there would definitely be many vacancies. To put it bluntly, Albert was actually doing again what his grandfather did. Raise commoners to nobility. The difference is that at that time, the nobles could unite and fight against the royal family, and even start a civil war. But this time, almost all of the nobles' forces were wiped out. And Prince Albert would use the titles granted to these civilian soldiers and warriors to completely control the entire army, as long as he could gain the glory of taking back the northern fortress. Prince Albert could use it to strike hard at those nobles and wipe them out completely. It would be great if these nobles dared to learn from their ancestors and rise up to fight. In fact, Duan Mu Huai could understand Albert's thoughts. He was a prince destined to inherit the throne, and everyone expected him to become a king. But the problem is that what they expected was completely different from what Albert expected. Albert explained to Duan Mu Huai with great sorrow what he had seen. The gap between the nobles and the common people, and the conflicts between the two sides. To be honest, Duan Mu Huai had some admiration for the prince. After all, he was able to keenly perceive that the relationship between the nobles and the common people was not as simple as good guys and bad guys, but a class struggle and a conflict between the noble class and the common class. Albert's idea is to completely destroy the roots of the aristocracy. That is, their bloodline and elven magic. I have to say that Albert is accurate. Class struggle does not distinguish between good and evil, but only between life and death. Because of this, Albert did not like his fiancée Euphilia from the beginning. The other party was a noble daughter, and a perfect and powerful noble daughter. Albert also knew that although he was the king, he was actually just a pawn, because if he married him, then Euphilia, as the queen, would naturally be able to influence the country. Of course, it would be fine if Euphilia was a person with similar ideas to Albert. But unfortunately, after coming into contact with Euphilia, Albert was very disappointed to find that Euphilia was indeed a perfect daughter of a noble family. As a beneficiary of the current system, she had never thought of overthrowing it all. On the contrary, Euphilia wanted to rely on her own efforts to maintain the current state of the country as much as possible. The scariest thing is that due to Euphilia's powerful magical abilities, she can actually do it. It can be said that this is completely contrary to Albert's idea. So Albert not only did not regard Euphilia as his fiancée, but in fact, he had been looking for opportunities to try to abolish this fiancée. It must be said that this was a very difficult thing for Albert. After all, the Duke of Granza's family, where Euphilia was one of the most powerful noble forces in the country, and had a good relationship with his father. As for his father and mother, they did not expect Albert to become a famous king. They just hoped that Albert could spend his time as king in peace with the assistance of Euphilia. But Albert didn't think so. He wanted to change all this and put an end to this farce. But Albert also knew that no one was willing to support him. The nobles around him were all beneficiaries of the advanced system. Originally, Albert had hoped that his sister would stand by him. After all, the magic she invented completely shook the foundation of elven magic. But to Albert's disappointment, even Anisphia seemed to simply pay more attention to her own inventions, and turned a blind eye to the dark side of this country. Or maybe she was just afraid of change. The reason why Albert was determined to win over Duan Mu Huai was because he had mercilessly killed a nobleman who had dared to make trouble in public at the meeting. This made Albert understand Duan Mu Huai a little better. It was obvious that the man in front of him was not the kind of person who would be deceived by the noble's sweet words. And it seemed that he did not like nobles either. Therefore, Albert set his sights on Duan Mu Huai. But he had no good excuse to meet Duan Mu Huai. Fortunately, The idiot noble descendants under his command gave Aldred such an opportunity. Apart from the Inquisition's position, Duan Mu Huai personally admires this prince. The civilization of this world is not very developed, but Aldred is able to keenly realize the dangers brought about by class contradictions and the changes in the world after the spread of the human magic system. This is amazing. Just as Aldred thought, the legitimacy of the nobles was originally because only the nobles could use elven magic to protect the country and eliminate the demons. So they were able to stand above everyone else. But now, the emergence of the human magic system has brought a huge threat to the elven magic that can only be passed down by blood. This means that not only the nobles, but ordinary people can also eliminate the demons and protect the country. Moreover, because the human magic system is more convenient, there will definitely be more and more human magic users in the future. There will be fewer and fewer elven magic users. And if human magicians cannot get rewards and status that match their achievements, and are exploited by those nobles, well, that would be a real disaster. Of course, there is one more thing. At least this is a matter. Just like the female characters in the Qing dynasty dramas like to fall in love with princes and dukes. Who would watch that? A real man would rebel and overthrow feudal rule. Aldred also told Duan Mu Huai that he would never marry Euphilia, and that he would be more likely to marry a woman from the commoner class. After all, as a king, marriage has a strong political significance. If Aldred marries Euphilia, it will ultimately be the old way to maintain the rule of the aristocracy. So if he wants to completely change all this, he will definitely find a woman with a lower status and outstanding contributions, rather than choosing Euphilia, who has a high status. So what was worried about Aldred was Athithia and Euphilia. Although Anesphia doesn't know magic, it has to be admitted that she is really good at fighting. Euphilia is even better at fighting. On the contrary, Aldred is not so capable. Therefore, this is also the part that he hopes Duan Mu Huai can help with. After all, Aldred also knows that once his plan is exposed, Anesphia and Euphilia will definitely not agree with his idea, and the two sides will definitely go to war. By that time, even 10 Aldreds would probably not be a match for the two of them. But Duan Mu Huai is different, isn't he? This is the biggest reason why Aldred asked Duan Mu Huai for help. He could handle the other parts by himself, and those that he couldn't handle could be handled as long as he controlled the army. But to be honest, when facing Anesphia and Euphilia, he didn't think he had the ability to do so. Duan Mu Huai agreed to this very readily. It would be fine if the two little girls knew what to do, but if they were stupid enough to resist, then don't blame him for being rude with the hammer in his hand. Shortly after Aldred left, Anesphia hurried in. Behind her was Euphilia, who looked dejected. What did you talk to Yar? It's just a little thing. No big deal. Duan Mu Huai waved his hand and looked at Euphilia. What's wrong with her? Oh, it's all my fault. Having said that, Anesphia couldn't help but sigh. Just now, Yar went out and said in front of everyone that Euphilia was not self-disciplined. So he cancelled his engagement with Euphilia. Oh, Duan Mu Huai was not surprised by this. It seemed that Aldred had been prepared for this. After all, he had complained to Duan Mu Huai before that although Euphilia was smart, she was completely different from him. He had long wanted to find an opportunity to cancel his engagement with Euphilia. Now it seems that he has really seized the opportunity. Although I have explained to Yar that we are just living here and nothing has happened. Alas, Anesphia sighed helplessly, while Duan Mu Huai glanced at her and looked away. At the same time, Euphilia also whispered, This is not His Highness Aldred's fault. This is my fault. I knew that I was His Highness Aldred's fiancée, but I still acted like this. But Tilty and I are your guarantors. Yar is really not giving you face. Anesphia complained dissatisfiedly, while Duan Mu Huai shrugged his shoulders. So, what are you going to do next? I don't know yet. But you don't mind letting us stay for a while. That's all? Of course, since Yar has already cancelled Miss Euphilia's engagement. Wouldn't it be a loss for us to move out? Why? Looking at Anesphia with her chest puffed out, Duan Mu Huai shook his head. He had nothing more to say. Chapter 894, Reunion. Broken engagement. To be honest, I seem to have seen a similar scene somewhere. While patrolling in the air, Duan Mu Huai began to think. Ojas. Do you remember? Break off the engagement? Odell? Oh. Yes. That time. Hearing Ojas's answer, Duan Mu Huai also clapped his hands. And then he remembered. It was still in Manalia. At the Manalia Noble Banquet. A duke's son proposed to break off the engagement with his fiancée in public. At that time, Duanmu Huai was curious about the reverse way of breaking off the engagement. After all, in the novels he read, the way of breaking off the engagement was always the woman taking the initiative to break off the engagement. Then the man should not bully the young man because he is poor. Of course, it was finally found out that the succubus was responsible. Which is another story. After all, there is a difference between aristocratic marriage and royal marriage. But in Duanmu Huai's opinion, Odile is obviously more sensible than Euphilia. Anisphia did not come out for patrol today. She was currently comforting Euphilia in the mage's mansion. After all, being publicly rejected by the prince was a big blow to Euphilia. She was still reflecting on what she had done wrong. Well, how should I put it? People with different ideals cannot work together. As defenders of the vested interest system, Euphilia and Aldred definitely have nothing in common. Now the question is whether Aldred can do it well. Duanmu Huai reached out and touched his chin, thinking. To be honest, Duanmu Huai never cared much about such things. Maybe Aldred was sincere. Maybe Aldred was lying to him. But Duanmu Huai didn't care. In fact, this was his usual temperament. No matter whether what the other person says is true or false, he will do it if he is asked to do it. This is not because Duanmu Huai is easier to deceive, but because he doesn't care whether the other party deceives him or not. If you don't deceive me, that's the best. If you do, just wait for me to smash your dog head. What can I say? Just like an old man who has fallen down. You say you want to help him up. But aren't you afraid of being blackmailed? Hey, I'm not afraid. If you don't blackmail me, I'll consider it a good deed. If you want to blackmail me, I will sue you until you are bankrupt and then find someone to break your legs. It's your choice whether it's left or right. Don't blame me for being rude. So in Duanmu Huai's opinion, the current world is more suitable for his survival than the original world. After all, if someone dares to lie to himself, he will really smash the other person's head with a hammer. For the original world, it is a bit troublesome. At least you can't smash the other person's head in front of him. Owner. When Duanmuang swims out of the sky, Ozzy's voice sounded in his ears. There's something going on ahead. What's the situation? Hearing the voice of AOG, Duanmu Huai stopped, then looked forward. And then he saw the other side of the horizon. A team was heading towards this side. That direction is Huacheng. Is it the transportation team of the transportation supplies? And they really arrived? It has to be said that this surprised Duanmu Huai. He originally thought that the transport team would die halfway. But he didn't expect that they actually arrived. Let's go and see what's going on. The next moment, Duanmu Huai changed direction and flew towards the team. Who? When Duanmu Huai fell from the sky like a meteorite and landed heavily in front of the transport team, the soldiers guarding the transport team were also shocked. They hurriedly raised their swords and shields, bent their bows and aimed at the terrifying steel giant in front of them. For a moment, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Fortunately, just before the soldiers were about to launch an attack without knowing whether to live or die, a person appeared and prevented the tragedy from happening. Ah, Big Brother. Really smart? Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment when he saw Zhen Jilin running towards him with a smile on his face. Why are you here? And what's going on? To be honest, the appearance of Zhen Jilin really surprised Duanmu Huai. But in addition to this, another thing surprised Duanmu Huai. At this moment, the rope was tied to the real machine at this moment. And behind the rope was a carriage carrying huge amounts of supplies. The goods on this carriage are 2 or 3 heads higher than the real machine. Although she is a horse. Isn't this a real horse? Oh, this? The transport team didn't have enough horses. So I helped. Aware of Duanmu Huai's sight, Zhen Jilin also hurriedly waved his hand, and then removed the rope on his body. Don't worry, Big Brother. This is what horse girls do when they practice. And they tie much bigger things than this. Do you practice with this gadget? Let's talk about it. What kind of ghost is the horse? In fact, on the way, this transport team was attacked by the demons. Oh! Upon hearing this, Duanmu Huai's expression froze. Tell me more? Following Zhen Jilin's gesticulating narration, Duanmu Huai quickly learned about the troubles the transport team had encountered before, which also made him squint his eyes. Are you sure? That demon is coming for the transport team? Of course. I have the video here. Let me see. As he spoke, Duanmu Huai opened his personal terminal and read Jin Jiling's terminal video. As expected, from the video, it did not look like the demon had discovered the transport team by accident, but rather it seemed like it had deliberately attacked them, which was very telling. There is one more small problem. What is the problem? Before the transportation team set off, I heard the magic province adding transportation materials to the transport team. While saying, Jin Jiling stretched out his hand to point to the big iron box dragged behind him. Later, out of curiosity, we looked inside to see what was inside. What did the eldest brother think was inside? How could I know? Duanmu Huai was not interested in this at first, but seeing Jin Jiling's excited look, he became somewhat interested. What's in it? Big brother, you will know after you take a look. Jin Jiling kept the secret, and Duanmu Huai followed Jin Jiling forward, and then saw Jin Jiling open the huge iron box, revealing what was inside. What the hell is this? I have to say, Duanmu Huai was stunned when he saw what was in the iron box. The reason is very simple. Because there is a huge crystal in that iron box. Not only that, there is actually a person inside the crystal. Oh, this is really interesting. Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes as he looked at the girl who seemed to be frozen in the crystal and didn't know whether she was alive or dead. From the outside, the girl didn't seem to be too old, and she had long platinum hair. Platinum? I remember that Anesthia seemed to have said that long platinum hair is a symbol of royalty? Yo-huh? This is interesting. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai suddenly perked up. If he remembered correctly, didn't the current king have only one son and one daughter? Oh, is this the opening of some family sitcom? I'm taking this thing with me. Duanmu Huai looked at the crystal in front of him and made a decisive decision. But, no buts. If the prince doesn't ask, you shouldn't tell him. I think you should know that things are not that simple. Duanmu Huai snorted coldly and looked at the guards in front of him. Under his gaze, the guards trembled and lowered their heads. Then I'll go back first. Duanmu Huai made a finger and put the crystal directly. What about you? You're so smart. Do you want to go back with me now? Or stay here? Karen should just continue walking with him. After all, we're already here. Yeah. It's not too far anyway. But we still have to be careful before entering the city. After saying this, Duanmu Huai and Ojas waved to Jin Jiling, then flew into the sky again and left quickly. After that, Duanmu Huai quickly returned to his wizard mansion and kicked open the door. Wow! What are you doing, Mr. Judge? Anesthia, who was comforting Euphelia, was also startled. She almost jumped up, turned her head, and stared at Duanmu Huai. Why? You're still sad. Of course. Girls are very slender. Never mind. It's not a big deal. Duanmu Huai waved his hand and interrupted Itisvia's protest. I have something good here that I want to show you. What good stuff? Hearing Duanmu Huai's words, Anisvia, Euphelia, and Tiltai all raised their heads and looked at Duanmu Huai in confusion. The latter laughed and snapped his fingers. The next moment, the crystal that sealed the girl appeared in front of the three of them. Hey! What is this? It must be said that the three girls were all shocked when they saw this scene. Not only did Anisvia and Tilty look at the crystal in surprise, but even Euphelia, who was still worried about breaking off the engagement, also looked at the crystal in front of her with surprise. Mr. Inquisitor, where did you find this? It was shipped here. Transported? Yes. The material transport team sent from the royal city arrived, and among them was this thing sent by the Ministry of Magic. I opened it and found it very interesting, so I brought it back. This is not good. Hearing what Duanmu Huai said, everyone was speechless, and Duanmu Huai snorted coldly. Are you sure? Do you think it would be better if this thing was shown to everyone? No. I mean, Having said that, Euphelia looked at the girl again, and then was stunned for a moment. Platinum long hair? His Royal Highness at the FIA. This girl. Huh? Really? Why is that? Not only Euphelia, but also Anisvia and Tilty discovered the problem. Platinum hair color is a symbol of the royal family, and only the royal family has such hair color. But, Anisvia, this isn't your sister or something, is it? That's impossible. Queen Mother only has 2 children. Me and your? Anisvia was also confused at this moment. Is that the illegitimate child of the king? This shouldn't be possible. Although Anisvia felt that her father was not the kind of person who liked to have affairs with other women. The evidence was right in front of her. She is about the same age as Euphyllia, and has royal hair color. A girl who is still sealed. Just ask the person himself and you'll know. Duan Muhui snapped his fingers and looked at Euphyllia. Can you break the seal? Let me try. Euphyllia also perked up now. Walked to the crystal, and then chanted a spell in a low voice. After a moment, Euphyllia opened her eyes in surprise. How is it possible? My elf magic doesn't work. It won't accept my interference. Why? Hearing Euphyllia's answer, Inesvia and Tilty both showed surprised expressions. Euphyllia can't do it? How could this happen? Forget it. Since you can't do it, let me do it. As he spoke, Duan Muhui stretched out his hand, and then a thunder hammer appeared in his hand. Seeing this scene, the girls were even more surprised. Wait, Your Excellency the Inquisitor. You are? Watch me. Before Euphyllia could dissuade him, Duan Muhui raised his war hammer, and black flames erupted from it. Then Duan Muhui clenched the war hammer and smashed the crystal hard. Boom! The crystal shattered with a sound, and the whole piece of crystal melted like an ice cube, then evaporated and disappeared. Then Duan Muhui reached out his hand, grabbed the girl's neck, and lifted her up high. Wait a minute, Mr. Judge. What are you doing? What if something happens to this lady? Don't worry. She won't die. Duan Muhui didn't care at all in the face of Inesvia's dissuasion. He just stared coldly at the girl in his hands. After all, she is not human. Why? I have to say, everyone else was stunned at this moment. If it's not human, could it be a demon? I'm not sure about this, but I can be sure that I can smell the stench of the warp even through the crystal. Duan Muhui clenched his right hand tightly as he spoke. Okay, stop pretending to be dead. Young lady, if you continue to pretend to be dead, then I don't mind sending you to death. Don't worry. For alien creatures like you, the Inquisition has 10,000 ways to purify and eliminate them. Under Duan Muhui's intimidation, the girl slowly opened her eyes and then whimpered. Please let me go. All right. Seeing the other party speak, Duan Muhui also let go, and the girl collapsed to the ground, coughing continuously. Then she let out a long breath and looked at Duan Muhui. I never thought that the first thing I would encounter when I woke up again would be a scene like this. This is really beyond my expectations. So you can talk? Then stop playing dead. Duan Muhui swung his war hammer and stared at the girl in front of him, his eyes filled with cold and ruthless murderous intent. Well, young lady who is not human, how about you introduce yourself first? We are all very curious about who you are and why you are sealed in this crystal. All right. The girl let out a long breath, then stood up and looked at everyone. Then she smiled and lowered her head. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Lumiere Renee Paletia. Pretia? That's right. Facing everyone's surprised gazes, the girl nodded. I am the daughter of the first king who built this country. I am also the one who built today's Paletia royal family. At the same time, I am also an elf contractor. The daughter of the first king? Elf contractor? This is impossible. Hearing Lumiere's answer, the three girls were all very surprised. But each of them was concerned about different things. Inesvia seemed to be more concerned about the fact that the girl in front of her was the daughter of the first king. But for Euphyllia and Tilty, it seemed that her identity as an elf contractor was more important. What's wrong? Duan Muhui looked at Euphyllia curiously. Isn't it just an elf contract? Didn't your elf magic also come from a contract with the elves? This is different. Euphyllia shook her head desperately. The spirit contract is different from ordinary spirit magic. It is a ritual that can only be completed by signing a contract with a legendary great spirit with great power. Not everyone can do it. However, almost no one knows how to sign a contract with a great spirit. Even we think it is just a legend. This is not a legend. Lumiere shook his head. Do you remember how Pretia established a country? I remember. In response to Lumiere's question, Euphyllia frowned and recalled. Faced with the threat of demons, our ancestors' king and his people longed to pray for salvation. The elves that existed on this land were moved by their spirit and granted them the power of elven magic, thus establishing this country. That's right. Lumiere nodded. Then she looked at Duan Muhui. Sir, you seem to be very familiar with me? That's right. Signing a contract with the demon of the Asian space and assimilating with it. Now your body also exudes the smell from the Asian space. You don't want to say that you are still humans. Of course not. Lumiere shook his head. In fact, I know better than anyone how terrifying the elves are. It was because of those elves that my father went completely crazy. The first king is crazy? Yes. You have no idea how terrible the elves are. Yes. This gentleman's assessment is correct. Those elves are demons. And we are foolish mortals who are foolishly deceived by the demons. I do not understand. Looking at Lumiere, who had a bitter expression in front of him. Everyone looked aggressive, while the latter sighed. Well, let me tell you a story. Then, Lumiere looked at the people in front of her and spoke. Chapter 895 The Truth. The story that Lumiere tells is no longer familiar to Duan Muhuai. The prayers of a group of psychics summoned the warped demons called magical elves. In order to gain power, they made a contract with the elves, which gave rise to the existence of the elf contractors. But in fact, this is no different from the demons possessing mortals. From the perspective of the Inquisition, what these psychics did was nothing more than summoning demons to possess them through heretical rituals to gain power. The spirit contract means that one soul is completely assimilated with the spirit. The person who turns his soul into a spirit, because the spirit is eternal and unchanging. So at the moment of signing the contract, the body is just a container for the spirit. So it will be immortal. This is as it should be. Mortals whose souls have been taken away by the demons of the warp are nothing more than the demons' lackeys. Their souls no longer belong to themselves. And even if their bodies are destroyed, their souls cannot be destroyed. But this also has a disadvantage. Elves originally do not have containers. So they will gradually deviate from humans and eventually abandon their containers. The elf contractors who abandon their containers are called great elves. Without the soul, the body controlled by the warp demon is of course meaningless. When being drawn into the warp, the souls of those psychics have been completely transformed into warp demons. More importantly, the contract maker himself will also be bound by the desire to conclude a contract. My father obtained the power of the elves through the elven contract and created magic. In order to allow more people to cast magic, he also allowed more people to conclude elven contracts. All of them did it for the people, for their suffering compatriots. They were the earliest royal families and nobles. But here, Lumiere sighed. However, human desires are endless. The desire for a better life is replaced by the desire for more luxury. The king who stood up for the country through prayers is no longer a king who responds to prayers, but a king who realizes desires. In order to protect his own people, he can invade other countries without hesitation and kill all the citizens of other countries. He exerts overwhelming power and tramples on the people like ants. The immortal king, just because of the people's wishes, he not only repels the invaders, but even burns the invaded countries to ashes. Lumiere clenched her fists in anger. Do you think such a king is right? So I destroyed him. Because I think he is wrong? Wow. Looking at Lumiere in front of him, Duan Muhuai applauded in his heart silently. This is simply a copy of the rebellion of Emperor and Horus. But it seems that Miss Horus here is successful. Well, that's normal. After all, this only concerns one country, not the entire galaxy. I did that to stop the people and the country from getting out of control. Fortunately, even if the elf contract is not signed, the power of magic will be inherited by future generations. So I deliberately let the elf contract be lost. This country no longer needs the elf contract. The people who hope to possess such a monster should also be eliminated. But I failed. Lumiere lowered her head. Magic elf. Betrayed me. No. Or I betrayed them. So they gave up me and sealed me completely. How come? The three girls were stunned by Lumiere's confession and were speechless. The kingdom of Paletia has always regarded magic elves as part of its faith. But they never thought that the great elves they worshipped were actually humans. That's not surprising. On the contrary, Duan Muhuai sneered. This is the usual method used by the demons in the warp. They first give mortals a taste of sweetness, then tempt them to fall. By the time they want to turn back, it is already too late. What do you mean, Mr. Inquisitor? Are you trying to say that the magical spirits we believe in are demons? Facing Duan Muhuai's ridicule, Euphilia spoke with dissatisfaction, while Duan Muhuai glanced at her and snorted coldly. That's right. From the perspective of the Inquisition, what you believe in is the extremely evil warp demon. I can even label you as heretics who believe in the devil right now. All warp creatures must be destroyed. And your magic elves are no exception. In essence, they are not much different from the demons you are about to fight. For a while, The atmosphere suddenly became nervous. And soon, Turdy frowned and put forward his opinions. But why is Lady Lumiere here? I mean, what is her purpose here? I don't know about that. But I have a hypothesis. In fact, you may not know that before coming here, the transport team was attacked by the demons. If my subordinates hadn't arrived in time, the demons would have definitely wiped out the transport team. And Duanmu White glanced at Lumiere. Do you have any idea? Certainly. Lumiere lowered her head. I've said before that I'm the daughter of the first king. But the reason I signed the elf contract was just to be the king's backup. If anything happens to the king, I will take over the king's duties. So I have all the memories of the first kingdom, even including grand ceremony. Hearing this, Inesphia seemed to have thought of something and her face suddenly turned pale. And the others were also startled. Indeed, the biggest reason why the kingdom of Paletia has not been conquered by the demons so far is the great barrier that existed when Paletia was first founded, which blocked the possibility of the demons invading from the sky. Otherwise, the kingdom of Paletia would have been destroyed by the demons long ago. Yes, the great barrier was built by my father and I. We know everything about it. I see. Well, since you are already a creature of the subspace, the demons can also sense your presence. Yes, just like you said, I can sense the demons, and the demons can sense me. I see. Duanmu Huai nodded. He now understood what was going on. The Ministry of Magic sent the sealed Lumiere out of the royal city under the pretext of a crime. And the demons who sensed Lumiere's existence came and tried to kidnap her. As long as they could obtain the knowledge in Lumiere's mind, they would be able to break through or even destroy the Great Barrier and completely destroy the kingdom of Paletia. As for whether the demons can do this, Duanmu Huai has no doubt. After all, the demons' magic is strange and varied. It is not impossible for them to have magic similar to reading memories. So, what you mean is that the Ministry of Magic deliberately sent Miss Lumiere out so that the demons could get her and gain knowledge about the Great Barrier. Inesphia couldn't understand it at all. Why? Why would the Ministry of Magic do this? The demons are the enemy of all mankind. Yes, the demons are the enemies of humans, not the enemies of magic elves. Right? Duanmu Huai sneered. You've been played by both sides for so many years. And you haven't recovered yet? Your Excellency the Inquisitor. What you mean is, Euphelia was stunned for a moment when she heard Duanmu Huai's words. The demons and the magic elves are in the same group? But haven't the magic elves been helping us fight the demons? Nonsense. If this is not the case, will you accept their existence? In fact, isn't the magic elf who ruled humans now? But magic elves have no self-awareness. Hee. Duanmu Huai glanced at Lumiere and sneered. Why don't I tell you a story about the North Wind and the Sun? The North Wind and the Sun? Yes. The story is very simple. One day, the Sun and the North Wind made a bet to see who could make a pedestrian take off his clothes. Then the North Wind blew hard, and the pedestrian wrapped his clothes tighter. Then it was the Sun's turn. The Sun shone its light on the pedestrian, and the pedestrian felt hotter and hotter. So he took off his clothes on his own initiative. Having said that, Duanmu Huai spread out his hands and stared at Euphelia with a smile. The latter's expression was already pale. Understood? I see. Tilty nodded. The demons are the North Wind, and the magic elves are the Sun. Their goal is to rule over us humans. Right? That's about it. Sometimes, the people who stand by you may not necessarily be your companions. Duanmu Huai was filled with emotion when he said this. It was really that the mission of the Grand Inquisitor was too reversed. The cultists who believed in the evil god attempted to rule the entire planet, and the people overthrew the cult rule under the leadership of the saint. The Grand Inquisitor who came to investigate later ignored the anger and doubts of the people, and forcibly sent the saint, who led the human beings to resist the cultists to the stake. The reason is that the Grand Inquisitor discovered that this was actually a trap set by the followers of the treacherous cunning. Both the cultists and the saints were actually followers of the treacherous cunning. No matter who wins, it is equivalent to the victory of the treacherous cunning. After all, treacherous trickery also represents hope and change. So the victory of the saint is also its victory. Unfortunately, the ignorant people disagreed with this. So the Grand Inquisitor finally chose to issue an extermination order for that planet. I would rather kill them all than let them become cultists, who believe in treacherous and deceitful things. That is, after this mission, when the player is performing the mission, he will not only stare at the enemy with suspicion, but also look at his own people. Who knows whether there is the instigation of evil gods behind his noble ideals? I remember that Inisvia once said that the kingdom of Paletia believes in magic elves. And the Ministry of Magic is a staunch believer in magic elves. Right? Duanmu Huai said this while looking at Inisvia, who was stunned for a moment and nodded. Indeed? Are you trying to say that the Ministry of Magic is controlled by magic elves? Magic elves are a belief. So isn't the Ministry of Magic equivalent to a church that believes in magic elves? If so, then it is normal that the officials of the Ministry of Magic are fanatical believers of magic elves. Otherwise, where did they find Lumiere's seal and send her here? This, hearing Duanmu Huai's ridicule, the girls looked at each other, unable to hide their inner shock. If this is true, then it's a big deal. Chapter 896 There is always a way. The whole room was in dead silence. The girls stared at each other, but no one spoke. Lumiere's words were so bizarre that they could hardly believe them. The first person to come to his senses was Tilty, who always looked sleep-deprived. So, these damn magic elves are obsessed with us? Is there no way to cancel the contract? At least as far as I know. Yes, I have. However, before Lumiere could finish her words, Duanmu Huai interrupted her and took out a skull-shaped rose rosary from his arms. This is a sacred object of the Inquisition, Duanmu Huai explained to Tilty with a smile on his face. Like a member of a pyramid scheme, the Inquisition possesses the power to destroy everything. Anything that exists will be destroyed. Even the contract with the magic elves. As long as you hold this holy object, pray sincerely, and beg to destroy and abandon the contract with the elves, then the contract can be terminated. So simple? Of course it's not that simple. This means that you have become a believer of the Inquisition. After death, your soul will not be taken away by elves or demons, but will return to the realm of the Inquisition. Do you understand? After death? What about when you are alive? As long as you don't want to destroy humanity, then it's fine. I see. After listening to Duanmu Huai's explanation, Tilty didn't even think about it and directly reached out to Duanmu Huai. Then bring it here. You don't even think about it? It must be said that facing Tilty's reaction, Duanmu Huai was stunned for a moment and became alert. It was like when you make a scam call, and before you even finish your words, the other party directly asks you how much money you want to call. At this time, people generally don't think that the other person is a fool, but instead think that the other person wants to send themselves to jail. Of course, I've had enough of this damn thing. Tilty made no secret of her disgust for elven magic, and it was then that Inisvia coughed and spoke somewhat awkwardly. Actually, Tilty's physique is rather special. She would go berserk whenever she used elven magic. The more she used magic, the more she lost her mind. That's why she never liked elven magic. I see. Duanmu Huai nodded and handed over the rose rosary. Just hold on to it and pray. So simple? Certainly. After all, this is essentially equivalent to praying to God. And Duanmu Huai, the god of destruction, is standing right here. It can be said to be a one-stop service. He will stamp your prayer the next second after you finish your prayer. Oh! Look! Here it comes! Come! Stamp it! Snapped. Why? Tilty opened her eyes in surprise and looked at her hands. I am? While muttering to herself, Tilty stretched out her hand and made a gesture to cast magic. But nothing happened. How is it possible? Can we really destroy the spirit contract that has already been concluded? The one who was even more surprised was naturally Lumiere. At that moment, she looked incredulous, as if she had seen an apple fly automatically from the ground to the branch. It's just a spirit contract. It's easy to destroy it. Duanmu Huai was very calm. He was just kidding. No matter how powerful the magic elves were, they were just simple subspace creatures. Duanmu Huai was the god of destruction. How could the two be compared? I never thought that the Inquisition could do such a thing. Euphilia looked at Tilty with a complicated expression, and the latter seemed to be overjoyed. After all, generally speaking, for nobles, once an elf contract is signed, it can never be cancelled. Tilty made that mistake when she was young and ignorant. After all, every noble heir would basically sign a contract to use elf magic when they reached a certain age. Except for freaks like Inisvia. Of course, if Tilty had to choose, if she had known it would be like this, she would not have signed the elf contract in the first place. Euphilia, do you want to try it? Perhaps noticing Euphilia's gaze, Tilty reached out and handed over the rose rosary. Euphilia looked at the rose rosary in Tilty's hand, But she couldn't help trembling and stood up quickly. No, that's not necessary. I'm not planning on canceling the spirit contract yet. What do you plan to do with that thing? Looking at Euphilia's expression, Tilty snorted. Now you are not the fiancé of His Royal Highness. What do you continue to keep the elf's contract? Is it possible that you want to learn Lillimer and become an elf contractor? No, I am not. Euphilia shook her head. I just think the stakes are high. And, at least from what I can see, the magical elves aren't that threatening. Will it be over when you find out? Never mind. This is your own choice. I don't care. As she spoke, Tilty returned the rose beads to Duanmuhui, while Euphilia hesitated and stepped back. Sorry. I'm in a very messy mood. I need to go back to my room and rest first. After saying this, Euphilia turned and left. And Inisphia seemed to be worried about Euphilia and hurriedly followed her. As expected of a genius lady, she is different from ordinary people like us. Seeing Euphilia leaving in a hurry, Tilty snorted coldly and mocked her contemptuously. Then she stood up and stretched comfortably. Anyway, I should be able to get a good night's sleep this way. So I'm going to go back and rest. Seeing that Tilty had also left the room, Lumiere also came over and looked at Duanmuhui with a serious expression. I never thought you could cancel the spirit contract. You want to try it too? Unfortunately, you don't have the chance. Yeah, but unfortunately I can't do it. Lumiere also sighed. Now I have completely transformed into the warp demon you mentioned. This body is just a SHL to me. But I hope you can be careful of the lady named Euphilia. What's up with her? She has the same qualifications as me as an elf contractor. To be honest, I am worried that she might become an elf contractor like me. After all, when I think about it carefully, I don't quite understand why I became an elf contractor. Obviously, my father had already become an elf contractor at that time. He was immortal, and there was almost nothing to worry about. But at that time, I don't know why I thought I had to sign a contract and become my father's substitute. Now I think about it. Was that really my idea? Or did the magic elf induce me? Are you worried that Euphilia might also be lured by the magic elves? Right. So, you have to be careful. This is indeed a trouble. Duanmuhui also agreed with Lumiere's words. Although everyone would compare the warp demon with the dirty, ugly, evil, and chaotic monsters under the evil god when hearing the name. In fact, most warp demons would behave kindly and friendly. If Euphilia was said to be moved, it became a joke of the elven contractor. Under the judge's eyelids, the Asian space demon was convinced. In that case, I'll just have to use my own method. Thinking of this, Duanmuhui snorted coldly and nodded. Leave it to me. Boom. Returning to the room, Euphilia closed the door, laid down on the bed, put her hand on her chest, and gasped. H.A. Euphilia's mind was in a mess at the moment. Or rather, she had never thought about such a thing. Magical elves, are they evil? Are they harmful to humans? How can this be? Euphilia has been taught since she was a child that it is the fairy magic that protects humans and the kingdom of Palatia. And she hopes that she can continue to do so. Even though the prince broke off the engagement, Euphilia was just a little confused. But she was not discouraged. After all, she still has her own fairy magic. Full magic aptitude and powerful fairy magic are the roots of Euphilia. But now, magical elves are evil? Do they want to destroy humans? How can this be? As the strongest elf magician of the new generation, Euphilia can be sure that she has never felt any malice from elf magic. Lady Lumiere may indeed be the daughter of the first king. But what she said may not be correct. That's right. Thinking of this, Euphilia clenched his right hand hard. If I can become a spirit contractor like Lumiere-sama, then maybe I can clear up the misunderstanding. Magical spirits are beneficial to humans. That must be the case. Just as Euphilia secretly made up her mind. Duanmuhui, who had returned to his room, also sighed and scratched his head. It's really troublesome. It's hard to deal with a stubborn little girl. Forget it. I might as well use that trick. While muttering to himself, Duanmuhui raised his head and raised his right hand. Persona. As Duanmuhui murmured, he snapped his fingers with his right hand, and the next moment, the world before his eyes shattered in an instant. On the endless grassland, a magnificent manor stood, and on the top of the manor, a noble flag was fluttering. That must be Euphilia's world of consciousness. Looking at the manor in front of him, Duanmu Huai moved a bit. His body, walking towards the manor. Convincing people from the real world is not my strong point. So I'd better change it directly from the root like this. Chapter 897 Erosion and Transformation. Okay. I think this is Euphilia's world of consciousness. Standing at the gate of the manor, Duanmu Huai stretched his body. This was the first time he used this ability to penetrate into other people's subconsciousness after returning from that future world. Of course, this ability can be used in many ways, such as stealing other people's desires to make them repent. Just like the phantom thieves. However, Duanmu Huai was too lazy to make such a fuss. And strictly speaking, he didn't know how the phantom thieves stole other people's desires. So Duanmu Huai planned to use a more direct method. After all, this is the other party's consciousness world. In other words, as long as you can convince the other party's consciousness, the person outside will also be affected. To put it bluntly, it's brainwashing. As for whether it will succeed, we will just have to wait and see. But then again, this damn place is really weird. Duanmu Huai walked into the gate of the manor and looked around carefully. From the outside, it seemed to be just an extremely luxurious manor building. But if you look closely, you will find that everything here does not look real. For example, the flowers, plants and trees seem to be real at first glance. But if you look closely, you will find that these things do not look real, but more like simulations made of plastic or something like that. Not only that, the whole manor feels like it hasn't been cleaned for a long time. How should I put it? It feels more like an abandoned theme park. Euphilia? Duanmu Huai shouted loudly. But there was no response. This should be the place. I guess I'm not going the wrong way. All in all, just go in and take a look. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai pushed the door directly, walked into the house in front of him. And then, wow, what kind of ghost? I was instantly frightened by the scene in front of me. Inside the hall, both sides of the walls were densely covered with various portraits. Of course, Duanmu Huai didn't recognize any of the people in the portraits. But fortunately, there were names under the portraits. They were all the same name. Should they be portraits of the Euphilia family? Why does she have nothing to do but hang this thing up? Of course, the conscious world is a reflection of everyone's inner world. If I have to explain it, it is that Euphilia has a deep ancestor worship complex. Damn, I'm not Freud. Why should I worry about this? Duanmu Huai shook his head and continued walking forward. However, as if there was some kind of mechanism, just as Duanmu Huai was taking action, the portraits on the walls on both sides suddenly began to speak one by one. The Mazantha family is a famous family with a long history. We never gave up our responsibility. It is our duty to fight for this country and the royal family and to be loyal to them. Euphilia, you must become a perfect princess and assist the king. This is your responsibility. Is this what the others have said to Euphilia? Duanmu Huai walked forward, listening carefully to the sound of the portrait. In fact, it was right. After all, Euphilia must be a princess, and it must be strictly educated. It is obvious from Euphilia's performance that she has worked very hard for this. But unfortunately, people with different ideas cannot work together. Your Highness Algard. Suddenly, Euphilia's voice was heard. Duanmu Huai looked in the direction of the voice, and saw that the voice came from an oil painting. The painting should be Euphilia and Algard. The two were sitting in the courtyard drinking tea and chatting. Well, it makes sense. For an engaged couple, dating is normal. Euphilia, what do you think of the country now? I don't understand what you mean. Don't you think it's too stupid for the nobles to regard themselves as superior just because of elven magic and bloodline? The human magic system is gradually spreading, and elven magic is no longer as needed as before. But the nobles are still high and mighty. Isn't this a problem? Indeed. I think what Lord Algard said makes sense. But isn't this what we should do? Let the nobles and the commoners understand each other and overcome the barriers. I think that as long as the nobles understand this, we can gradually change the current situation. Wow! After hearing the answer of Euphilia, Duanmu Huai poured his lips. He could understand why Algard said that he and Euphilia were different. From the answer of Euphilia, it can be seen that she thinks there is a problem in the country. But Euphilia believes that this is not a problem between class, but a problem between people. It's like saying that it's not the landlord class that's bad, but certain landlords. So as long as we make the landlords do good, then we can continue to maintain it. But if you think about it carefully, it is normal. After all, Euphilia herself is a noble. If she had that kind of political awareness, she would have started with her own family long ago. Euphilia Magenta. Soon, another oil painting appeared in front, followed by Aldred's voice. I never thought you would do such a shameless thing. Do you still have the consciousness of being a princess? This, Your Highness. Please listen to my explanation. That's enough. I don't need your explanation. A woman like you is not qualified to be a princess. So, I announce here that I will cancel my engagement with Euphilia Magenta. Oh, this is the scene that Inisfia mentioned when Aldred broke off the engagement with Euphilia after he went out. Duanmu Huai looked at Aldred, who left heartlessly in the oil painting, and then looked at Euphilia, who was kneeling on the ground and crying behind him. What kind of plot is this from a third-rate romance novel? It seems that this rich girl also has similar feelings deep in her heart. But this is not surprising. When I was in junior high school, weren't most of the readers of pocket books at the school gate these little girls? But I'm not done yet. That's right. Soon, Euphilia's voice sounded again. And this time, it echoed throughout the hall. I am Euphilia Magenta. I represent the entire family. Even though my engagement has been cancelled, I am still a member of the glorious Magenta family. I can still use my magic and knowledge to fight for the royal family and the country. I will inherit the glory of the family and continue to pass it on like my ancestors did. It will definitely not end with me. That's right, Euphilia. And at this moment, another voice sounded quietly. You are the pride of our Magenta family. You possess unparalleled elven magic aptitude. As long as you remain standing here, no one can oppose you. Remember, belief is magic, the source of your power. Hearing this, Duanmu Huai's face suddenly darkened. He was not familiar with this voice, but the voice just now made him feel alert. I see. Roll. Duanmu Huai raised his right foot and stomped hard on the ground. Then, with Duanmu Huai as the center, the pitch-black flame spread out like an exploding fire ring, rushing in all directions. At the same time, an unimaginable scene happened. Just as the spurting flames rushed towards the surrounding walls, carpets and paintings, the walls, carpets and paintings that originally seemed normal suddenly split apart and turned into countless strange spots of light, which quickly spread out in all directions. If you look closely, you will find that these light spots are actually little fairies. They look like ordinary young girls with insect-like wings. They emit a magical glow all over their bodies. If you see them in the outside world, they will definitely be called flower fairies or something like that. But unfortunately, sure enough, I knew it was you subspace bastards causing trouble here. Unfortunately, the cute appearance of these little fairies did not move Duanmu Huai at all. On the contrary, he sneered, and the flames around him instantly spread and exploded again. Flames flew towards the little fairies like poisonous snakes. Facing the exploding flame snakes, the little fairies were terrified and screamed and flapped their wings desperately to try to dodge. However, they were then completely swallowed by the splashing flames. Under the burning flames, the fairy's originally white and delicate skin quickly began to dry up and turn black. And its cute face also turned into a hideous and weird insect-like appearance. The screaming little mouth opened from the middle, and sickle-like mouthparts emerged from it. Even the curvy body that was originally covered in a tight swimsuit-like outfit was torn apart like a ball and exploded, revealing the arthropod-like interior that seemed to be made up of wriggling flesh and blood. And then it completely turned into ashes. As the flames erupted, the entire manor shook. For a moment, countless goblins screamed and flew up from the ground, trying to escape from the terrible fire disaster. However, Duanmu Huai showed no mercy. With the outbreak of the destined death, all the subspace monsters around him were burned to ashes. As the flames faded, the originally luxurious manor disappeared, leaving only a small wooden house. Sure enough, I knew these bastards had no good intentions. Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes and stared at the completely changed world of consciousness in front of him. It was obvious that these subspace monsters had used some unknown means to completely cover their world of consciousness. Just like everything Duanmu Huai saw just now. Whether it was the ground, the grass, the flowers and trees, or the manor, everything was a disguised world formed by these subspace monsters covering the original consciousness of the owner. This also means that they can manipulate their consciousness at will in this way. According to this statement, is Aldred's consciousness also controlled by those subspace monsters? Well, find some time to go and see. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai withdrew his thoughts and walked into the wooden house. He saw Euphyllia curled up in a ball, looking at him tremblingly. At the same time, a little goblin bravely flew over and stretched out his hand to block Euphyllia. "Don't come over here, you devil. Don't bully Euphyllia. It's not your turn to speak." Duanmu didn't even look at the little goblin. He just reached out and grabbed it in his hand. The next moment, he crushed the little goblin in front of him into a bloody mess as if he were crushing a fly. Ah! Seeing this scene, Euphyllia screamed even more. She held her head with both hands and squatted on the ground trembling. Duanmu reached out, grabbed Euphyllia and lifted her up. "No! Don't come over here. Give my friends back to me. They are all my friends." "No! You don't have any friends anymore." Duanmu frowned as he looked at Euphyllia in front of him. At present, this girl was obviously poisoned. Although he didn't know what those subspace demons had instilled in her, it was obviously impossible to convince her with words alone. But it didn't matter. After all, Duanmu was not good at this. Fortunately, he also learned another trick from Lingnu. "Listen, Euphyllia." While staring at the girl in front of him, Duanmu looked at her viciously. "From now on, you are my slave. Listen to me and do what I say. Do you understand me? You no longer have self-awareness. From now on, I am your master. You just do whatever I say. No. No. Don't. However, facing Duanmu's threat, Euphyllia shook her head desperately and tried to struggle. Well, this was also part of the plan. I knew it wouldn't be easy to convince him. Humph. Since you don't want to drink my toast, don't blame me for being rude. As he spoke, Duanmu threw Euphyllia to the ground, then waved his right hand and closed the door. What do you want to do? No. You can't. The next moment, the girl's scream was heard. Chapter 898 Upgrade? It's been 3 days. Looking at the locked door, Inesvia was also worried. Since that day, Euphyllia almost locked herself in the room and didn't come out. How to say it? Inesvia didn't seem to understand. But it also seemed that she couldn't understand her feelings. After all, unlike Inesvia who couldn't make an elf contract at all, Euphyllia was an upright elf magician. Suddenly I heard about this. After thinking for a moment, Inesvia walked to the door and reached out to knock on it. Euphyllia? Are you okay? Do you want to talk to me? I'm sorry. Your Highness Inesvia. Soon. Euphyllia's slightly dull voice came from the door. I am in a state of confusion. Please allow me to think about it again. I see. Hearing Euphyllia's answer, Inesvia scratched her head in embarrassment. To be honest, there were not many people around her who could discuss such matters with her. As Tilty said before, she had suffered enough from the suffering brought by elf magic since she was a child. If she were to comfort Euphyllia, she would only sneer and say that it would be better to cancel the elf contract. Not to mention Miss Lumiere. She was firmly against the conclusion of the elf contract. Then all that's left is. Then, do you want me to ask Mr. Inquisitor to come and talk to you? No. Thanks. However, after hearing Inesvia's proposal, Euphyllia's voice suddenly became much higher. And then she fell silent again. Well, you should take care of yourself. Inesvia didn't know what to say. So she just said a few words casually, and then turned and left. Call. After hearing the footsteps leaving the door, Euphyllia let out a long breath. Then threw herself on the bed again, staring blankly at the ceiling in front of her. To be honest, Euphyllia was exhausted these past few days. The truth about the elf magic made her suffer even more. To be honest, Euphyllia couldn't imagine what this would be like. But at least in her opinion, even if there was something wrong with the elf magic. But the elf magic had been passed down for generations. Wasn't it all good? Maybe Miss Lumiere just had a problem communicating with the elves. So she mistakenly thought that the elves were bad people. Euphyllia thought so. But deep in her heart, there was a faint voice telling her that was the truth. All her explanations were just cover-ups. Why? Euphyllia sighed again. To be honest, she didn't want to sleep at all now. Because every time she closed her eyes, she would have some strange dreams. But for some reason, every time she woke up, she felt very tired. She had obviously slept enough. But she still felt as if she had stayed up all night. No. I can't sleep. I can't. While muttering to herself, Euphyllia slowly closed her eyes and fell into a deep dream. There was a noise in my ears. When she opened her eyes again, she was in the corridor of the palace. If I remember correctly, she seemed to be planning to go to the palace to greet His Majesty the King. However, at this moment, a tall figure blocked her way. Before Euphilia could react, the other person grabbed her arm and forcibly took her into the next room. Boom! The door closed heavily, and Euphilia turned around and stared at the dark figure in front of her. Although the figure in front of her was blurry and unclear, she knew who the other person was. That's right. Who is it? I didn't expect to meet you here, Miss Euphilia. The shadow reached out and gently stroked Euphilia's chin. Just feeling his touch made Euphilia's body tremble slightly. Please let me go. I need to go to see the king. To meet the king? Are you going to meet the king dressed like this? Euphilia was stunned for a moment when she heard the other party's mocking words. Then she looked at her dress and found that it was completely fine. She was dressed neatly as usual. Any questions? Isn't that the problem? However, just as Euphilia was puzzled, the other party suddenly stretched out his hand. You? In the end, it's just a show. Was that how you acted when you met the king? No. I'm not. At this moment, Euphilia seemed to have just discovered something. She opened her mouth to scream. But the next moment, the other party had grabbed her hair and pressed her against the door. You knew I was here. So you came here on purpose. Right? No. Let me go. Euphilia tried to struggle and rebuke, but all that came out of her mouth was a soft moan. Let go. There is no time. What am I talking about? At this moment, Euphilia's mind was blurred. She felt that she should be in a hurry. But why did she say it didn't mean what she wanted to express? What exactly do I want to say? Boom. However, before Euphilia thought clearly, she directly defeated her thoughts like a siege hammer. So uncomfortable. Let me go. No. Strangeness? Why does this sound happen? What's wrong somewhere? Woo, no. It's really not. I twisted my body desperately, trying to break free from the other person's restraints. But what was wrong? I clearly wanted to leave. But why couldn't I leave? No. It's really uncomfortable. Let me go. No. Desperate resistance. Twisted. But the dark shadow still whispered in his ear. Then become my toy. Just listen to me. Nothing else. No way. My mind went blank. For a moment, it seemed that even the soul was about to leave the body and go to heaven. But soon, the next moment, I seemed to be involved in the bottom of the sea and was pulled back to reality again. Ha. His breathing was rapid. His heart was beating as if it was about to jump out of his chest. And his whole body was sweating as if he had just been pulled out of the water. She had never thought that she would be so close to death. So now Euphilia's legs were weak, and she collapsed to the ground. But the next moment, she felt the hard hand as if it were an iron clamp, pressing down on her shoulder again, biting her tightly like a hunter's trap. It seems that you are too late to see the king. Or do you want to go in this state? Without even looking, Euphilia knew that her dress was in a mess after the struggle and resistance. She couldn't go to see the king in such a messy state. I'm not going. Very good. Good boy. Hearing Euphilia's whispered response, the shadow let out a smug chuckle. Now it's right. Call. Duanmu opened his eyes, breathed a breath, moved his neck, and made a click. I didn't expect it. It's quite difficult. Recalling his previous experience in the consciousness world, Duanmu also felt a little tricky, because Euphilia's consciousness world has been completely covered by magic elves. If he wants to completely rewrite her consciousness world, he can only dispel the spiritual induction of the magic elves by injecting his own divine power. However, because Euphilia was indeed very qualified, the magic elves were persistent, and after being driven away, they came back again. It's just like a mosquito. You kill it today, but it will come back with its family to cause trouble tomorrow. The result is now a tug of war. By the way, to be on the safe side, Duanmu also went to Albert. As a result, after learning that Duanmu had a way to remove the elf magic, he used it without saying anything. Just like Tilty. According to Albert, the elf magic should be eliminated, and it would be best if he could start to abandon the elf magic. Duanmu naturally took the opportunity to check out Prince Albert's spiritual world. How should I put it? He finally understood why Prince Albert was not very affected by the magic elves. After all, The prince's qualifications are too far away from Euphilia. That is to say, in terms of elven magic, the less talented a person is, the less affected they are, while the better talented a person is, the more deeply affected they are. Lumiere also said that the more compatible a person is with the magic elves, the more they tend to maintain the status quo. It is hard to say that this is not the result of the magic elves' subconscious brainwashing of him. As for Tilty, it was more like an allergic reaction, similar to peanut allergy. Her physique was very sensitive to magic elves, so she immediately had an allergic reaction as soon as the magic elves entered her body. Therefore, Tilty had no good feelings towards magic elves. From a certain perspective, this could be considered a blessing in disguise. On the contrary, Euphilia is really troublesome. She is brainwashed today, and the magic elves brainwash her back tomorrow. It is just like tug-of-war. Ding dong. However, just as Duanmu Huai was complaining, suddenly, he heard a slight sound in his ears. Then, a system message popped up in front of Duanmu Huai. The level of the God of Joy increases to LV2. Confirmation of player's new skill qualities. Damn. I actually got an upgrade for this priesthood? Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai's eyes suddenly lit up. He thought that this priesthood would never be upgraded in his lifetime. So how come it was suddenly upgraded to a higher level? What the hell is this? So what is quality assurance? Ah, Mr. Inquisitor. Just when Duanmu Huai was puzzled, he saw Inesphia knock on the door and walk in. Euphilia still seems distressed. Is there anything we can do? Honestly, it seems there's nothing we can do now. We can only wait for her to figure it out herself. Hearing Inesfia's question, Duanmu Huai spread his hands helplessly. And hearing Duanmu Huai's answer, Inesphia sighed and lowered her head. I see. Correct. Looking at Inesphia in front of him, Duanmu Huai's eyes flashed. Let's take her as an example to see what this quality confirmation ability is used for. Thinking of this, Duanmu Huai just did it. He stared at Inesphia and then recited silently in his heart. Quality confirmed. The next moment, I saw a line of system information in front of Duanmu Huai. Inesphia. Obedience, LV1/Servant Spirit, LV1. Qualities, perfect. Conservative. Eye-catching. Pain-sensitive. High-speed acquisition. V-sensitive. B-sensitive. Mark, pain mark, LV0. Happiness mark, LV0. Submission mark, LV0. Resistance mark, LV0. Looking at the system information in front of him, Duanmu Huai silently closed the information bar. He seemed to know what this thing was used. Chapter 899 Frontline Report. I never thought this thing would be used like this. After looking through the system information, Duanmu Huai finally knew how his experience as the God of Joy was added. Well, taking Euphilia for example. After using this ability on Euphilia, the information she displayed was as follows. Quick V Pearl plus 500 V Feeling LV2. Pearl of Desire plus 1000 Extreme Poisoning LV1. Pearl of Submission plus 3000 V Sensation LV2. Shun's Huza plus 2000 Obestion LV2. Terror Pearl plus 3000 Servant LV2. Simply put, every time Duanmu Huai educates Euphilia, he will receive corresponding gems similar to currency. When the number of gems reaches a certain level, the level of certain spiritual aspects will be automatically improved. For example, obedience characteristics, horror beads or smooth beads can be improved. This is also normal. After all, if you want someone to obey your orders, you can either use fear or comfort. To put it bluntly, it's just the candy and whip method. There is not much difference. Of course, at first glance, this is similar to brainwashing. But strictly speaking, it is different from brainwashing. This ability is more like materializing the other person's spirit. For example, Duanmu Huai knew that others were afraid of him before. But how afraid were they? Duanmu Huai couldn't tell. But now, at least he can tell whether your fear is LV1 or LV3 with just a glance. That's about it. For example, if someone completely disobeys Duanmu Huai, then the other person's obedience level is naturally LV0. If Duanmu Huai wants to improve his obedience level, he can use various means to make him feel fear and increase his fear experience. Then, when the fear experience reaches a certain level, the original obedience LV0 will be upgraded to obedience LV1. Of course, this is only part of it. The most important point is that Duanmu Huai himself must feel happy in this process. That's right. To put it bluntly, this is actually a two-way upgrade process. In other words, Duanmu Huai not only needs others to feel happy, but he himself must also feel happy in order to improve his level. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. The God of Joy. The God of Joy. The God himself must be a happy person. If you yourself are not happy, how can your followers be happy? This is completely different from God of Destruction and Will of the old gods. These two only need to act on other things to improve. But God of Joy requires Duanmu Huai himself to feel happy before it can be improved. It has to be said that this is really a troublesome thing. This is also the reason why although Jinjiling worked very hard before, the God of Joy absorbed very little experience. Jinjiling himself did nothing wrong. The problem was that Duanmu Huai did not feel too happy. So the experience value did not increase. As long as Duanmu Huai himself felt happy, the experience value would naturally increase quickly. As for why I feel happy, well, that's probably it. There is some fun in training a disobedient puppy. Well, that's about it. So in the end, Euphilia still followed Duanmu Huai's request and obediently terminated the elf contract. But even so, she was still somewhat worried. After all, this would completely make Euphilia lose her fighting power. To be honest, one of the reasons why Euphilia could not make up her mind was whether it was right to abandon her martial arts before the Battle of the Northern Fortress began. After all, Euphilia's air cover was also very important to the Allied forces. Abandoning the elf contract at this time meant that she could not use magic, which could be said to be a great loss of fighting power. However, Duanmu Huai didn't care. On the one hand, although Euphilia had abandoned the elf contract, there was still Lumiere. Unlike Euphilia, Lumiere was already a complete great elf, which was equivalent to a semi-pure subspace creature. Euphilia only lost the ability to use elf magic when she cancelled the elf contract. But Lumiere died directly after cancelling the contract. By the way, this is also a deal between Lumiere and Duanmu Huai. As a great elf, Lumiere can directly manipulate elven magic. After the battle, Lumiere's request is for Duanmu Huai to terminate his elven contract. After all, she had never thought about immortality. In Lumiere's opinion, she had lived for so many years, and was already qualified. To her, the elf contract could be said to be a curse rather than a blessing. For Euphilia, why don't you learn the human magic system? Duanmu Huai thought it was no big deal. Originally, elven magic was not pure magic, but mainly depended on bloodline. But in addition to that, it also required magic power, which was basically no different from the human magic system. By the way, in fact, Inesphia can also learn the human magic system. But as a royal princess, Inesphia dare not learn it. After all, this represents the rise of the human magic system. And those nobles who believe in elven magic will go crazy. After all, as the saying goes, heretics are more hateful than pagans. To the nobles who believed in elven magic, magicians of the human magic system were no different from heretics. It is absurd that he used magic without any scruples even though he had not signed a contract with the elves. I'm going to learn the human magic system. Is that okay? Don't worry. It's okay. As long as we get rid of all the problematic people, the rest will be fine. Although Euphilia was still a little worried, she finally did what Duanmu Huai said. Perhaps for Euphilia, finding something to do now is better than being idle here alone. Owner. Not long after Euphilia and Agnesphia left the room, Ojas came in with Jinjiling. Hey, what's up? Jinjiling has already found out the news just now. News has come from the front. Oh! Hearing this, Duanmu Huai narrowed his eyes. In fact, on the day after the transport and supply team arrived, the noble's private soldiers had already set out for the northern fortress. Of course, on the surface, these nobles went there under the guise of reconnaissance. But Duanmu Huai knew that they were actually instigated by Aldred to die. Of course, these nobles did not believe that there were demons in the north. So they did not care, and even wanted to claim the credit. The news from the front line now. Why? Those hate guys are dead? That's not the case. Big brother. Jinjiling shook his head. I heard from them that the nobles' frontline troops have completely recaptured the northern fortress, and they sent someone to announce the good news. Uh-huh. It has to be said that this development was really beyond Duanmu Huai's expectations. You sure? Well, Colin specifically asked the guards, and they said that those people came back with smiles on their faces. This is really... I have to say that this is really unexpected to Duanmu Huai. Is it really not that the demon clan does not stop in the North Fortress? But is it directly away? If that's the case, Then wouldn't Aldred's plan be ruined? Although Duanmu Huai was a little surprised, he still had to do what he had to do. Soon, early the next morning, the joint army set off again. Except for some people left to guard the commercial fortress. Everyone else set out again and headed towards the Northland Fortress. The distance from the commercial city to the Northland Fortress is not far. Strictly speaking, even if a large army moves in, it will only take 3 or 4 days. Of course, to be on the safe side, Duanmu Huai and Inesvia will naturally fly to the fortress first to check the situation. What do you think? Wu. I think there seems to be no problem. Duanmu Huai was flying in the air, looking at the Beatty fortress in front of him. This was a huge fortress built between the mountains. From the outside, most of the places were still intact, but there were also signs of collapse and damage on some walls. Under the howling cold wind, it was clear that there were soldiers holding torches and patrolling back and forth. What do you say? You want me to tell you? Inesvia stretched out her hands and placed them in front of her eyes, staring at the fortress carefully. I don't see any problem either. Everything seems normal. This is actually very abnormal. How could those nobles be so obedient? Duanmu Huai also activated quality confirmation and scanned the area. At least he could confirm that those soldiers showed no signs of being brainwashed or manipulated. This is another use of quality confirmation. After all, the main ability of quality confirmation is to show the other party's mental state. So if these soldiers have symptoms of being brainwashed, manipulated, or coerced, Duanmu Huai can observe them through quality confirmation. Of course, there is also a downside, which is that you will be forced to know things you don't want to know. For example, Duanmu Huai didn't want to know why the strongman standing on the city wall had a since LV3 sign. He didn't want to know such things in his life. And will the demons really just leave this place alone? Inesvia thought for a moment, and then gave her answer. Maybe they really don't care. After all, demons can fly. Why would they fight to the death with the enemy in this fortress? You're not without reason. Hearing Inesvia's answer, Duanmu Huai frowned and thought for a moment. Anyway, let's go back and report the situation first. As for the rest, we can talk about it later. Later, Duanmu Huai made a decision. Chapter 900, Under the Calm. After that, the United Army successfully entered the North Fortress and merged with the noble army there. Everything could not be smooth, and even the United Army was relieved. Although there was no danger, this achievement alone is enough to make people excited. But unlike most people in the mood, there are always a few people with dark faces, and they are quite unhappy. For example, Prince Aldred, who now appears in front of Duanmu Huai. What should I do now? Duanmu Huai spread his hands helplessly and looked at Prince Aldred. The other party did have a careful plan, but the premise was that the demons would play with him. Now that no one wants to play with you at all, what's the use of having ideas? It's like you plan to go to a bar to get a girl drunk and take her home. But the premise is that the girl goes to the bar with you. If she goes straight home instead of going to the bar, then no matter how effective the drugs you bring are, they will be useless. Right? If that's the case, then I'm not without a solution. Prince Albert also had a gloomy expression. He had planned everything well, but it turned out like this. He failed to weaken the nobles, and instead let them take the credit. What on earth were the demons thinking? Humans really couldn't understand it. If everything goes well, my father will definitely hold a banquet to celebrate after I return home. That is, although the process was a bit sloppy. The result was that we successfully recaptured the northern fortress. So of course, it was something to celebrate. I will publicly disclose the fact that I have broken the elf contract at the banquet. Having said this, Aldred revealed a cold smile. Didn't everyone abandon the princess because she couldn't sign a contract with the elves? If I also abandon the elf contract, then I want to see what those nobles are going to do. Then what? In the worst case scenario, I'll leave it to you. Do you want me to kill them all? Yes. I have no one else to turn to except you. You are already so old. Don't you even have your own private soldiers and confidants? The people gathered around me are all elves who are against Sister One. There is no room for me to intervene. I can only pretend to be a puppet who meets their wishes on the surface. You are miserable enough. Hearing Aldred sigh, Duanmu Huai shrugged his shoulders. Aldred was not a prince at all. He was just a spy among the enemy. If you look at it from this perspective, then he really couldn't recruit any confidants. After all, the nobles all regarded Aldred as the banner of the elves. If you find someone to say that you want to rebel, The other party might sell you out. But, are you sure? If I take action, many people will die. Since it was confirmed that the magic elves were connected to the subspace, Duan Muhui would no longer stand by and watch, but strongly support Prince Algerd's reform. Of course, if he were to take action, he would definitely massacre the entire Pailtia high level. In this regard, Duan Muhui would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Certainly, in the worst case scenario, I can still run away. But you can't. That doesn't matter. Prince Algerd shook his head. Reform is bound to involve bloodshed. I want everyone to know that elven magic is no longer suitable for the world today. Mild reforms, like my grandfather's, will not have any effect. If we want to tear it apart completely, we must expose it thoroughly and bloodily. Only in this way can we let everyone understand the importance of this matter. Having said this, Algerd suddenly clenched his fists. If my death can awaken others, then I will do it. TSK. 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 Hearing Prince Algerd's words, Duan Muhui couldn't help but nodded with deep emotion. I have to say, this really has a bit of the spirit of martyrdom, that all political reforms in various countries have been achieved through bloodshed. Today, I have not heard of bloodshed due to political reforms. This is the reason why such a country is not prosperous. What if it's useless even if you die? Then it is better for Pailtia to perish. Algerd sighed. If this continues, this country will be destroyed sooner or later. Since I can't save it, I might as well destroy it. As long as a large number of nobles who inherit the elven bloodline die, at least this world will never be like this again. Okay. Since you say so. Boom boom boom. Just when Duan Muhui was about to say something, there was a knock on the door. Duan Muhui flashed back, and his huge body disappeared into the dark shadows. When Duan Muhui disappeared, Algerd turned around and looked at the door. Who is it? It's me, Your Highness. The magic circle of the Great Barrier has been repaired, and I'm just waiting for you to activate it. The voice coming from outside the door was that of Viscount Julius. Hearing his annoying voice, Algerd frowned, then walked to the door and opened it. Has it been completely repaired? Yes. The court magician has checked it several times, and there is no problem at all. Okay. I get it. As he spoke, Algerd glanced at the shadows in the room, then looked away. Let's go. Okay. Please follow me. Soon, escorted by guards and nobles, Algerd left the room. At the same time, Duan Muhui appeared quietly on the other side of the corridor. Looking at the backs of the group of people walking away, Duan Muhui narrowed his eyes. Ojas. How clever. Yes. Master. What's up? Big brother? Hearing Duan Muhui's voice, the girls who were originally standing by the wall turned around and looked at Duan Muhui. Be prepared. I always feel like things won't go so smoothly. Duan Muhui touched Ojas's little head, and then scratched Zengeling's ear. I have a bad feeling. Never mind. We'll know when the time comes. Activating the Great Barrier again was naturally a matter of great importance. Not only were the allied forces eagerly looking forward to it, but even the nobles and leaders had arrived. In addition to Duan Muhui and Anisthia, General Gaius and the leader of the Adventurers Association, an old warrior in his 50s, also came to the ceremony. Of course, the most numerous people at the ceremony were the nobles. They were all dressed in luxurious clothes, holding their heads high and looking like gorgeous peacocks. Only Euphilia stood beside Anesthia with an uneasy look on her face, staring at the ceremony in front of her in silence. Lumiere, watching Algerd walk to the altar, Duan Muhui lowered his voice and asked Lumiere, who was standing behind him, what is needed to activate this Great Barrier? Actually, there's nothing special about it. It just requires the blood of the royal family. Just cut your finger and drip blood into the brazier to activate the Great Barrier system. Only the royal family? What if the royal family is all dead? That's why I only chose the royal bloodline to activate the Great Barrier. Lumiere glared at Duan Muhui unhappily. So what you mean is that because the royal bloodline is related to the Great Barrier, others dare not kill all the royal descendants at will? That's about it. After all, they are my descendants. I certainly don't want to see them killed by some ambitious or stupid people. Well, you have good intentions. Duan Muhui made a silent sarcastic remark and then looked away. At this moment, Algerd had also walked to the top of the altar. Then he stretched out his hand and chanted in a low voice. Great ancestors, please bless the kingdom of Pailtia and protect us from evil. We will do our best to guard this land and protect the glory of Paeltia. Your ancestors are here. Duanmu Huai looked at Lumiere again. The latter stood there as if nothing had happened. As if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him at all. They're calling you. Why don't you go up and say a few words? It's not my business. Lumiere rolled her eyes helplessly. And then her expression became serious. Didn't you notice? Something is wrong. What's wrong? The magic power of the elves seems to be getting stronger and stronger. They seem to be very active. Lumiere frowned and took a step back. She glanced at Euphelia, who was also showing an uneasy expression not far away. Inesphia seemed to have no feelings at all, and was more worried about Euphelia's situation. Boom! Flames rose from the center of the altar. And then Algrid reached out, took out a dagger, and gently cut his finger. Then, bright red blood emerged from between his fingers and dripped into the flames. Boom! The next moment, the burning flame suddenly burst out and rushed straight into the sky, as if the entire sky was dyed red. At the same time, countless sparks emerged from the fire column and floated around. If you look closely, you will find that those are not sparks, but glowing goblins. Well, it's just the same as what Duanmu Huai saw in Euphelia's consciousness world. These little fairies were seen emitting a faint glow, circling around the nobles and elven magicians, and making crisp laughter from time to time. Ah, this is the elf Sama. Sure enough, the elf is protecting Paeltia. Seeing the magic elves appearing in front of them, many of the nobles shouted, raising their hands to vent their joy. On the surface, Algrid looked solemn and serious, but in fact, he was probably about to go crazy with anger deep down. However, this is not the end. The next moment, the goblins that were originally circling around the elven magicians suddenly accelerated, and then drilled into the bodies of the nobles one by one. I can feel my power. Ah, my power is growing. This is the blessing from the elves. This is the blessing from the elves to us. Although Duanmu Huai and others did not feel anything, looking at the ecstatic expressions of the nobles around them, it seemed that they had really gained powerful strength. At this moment, Lumiere's expression became more serious. No, this is very wrong. Everyone be careful. What's wrong? Master Lumiere? Seeing Lumiere's expression, Inesphia hurriedly asked. I've said it before. If a human signs an elf contract with a magic elf, their soul will greatly shift towards the elf. Eventually, they will become a great elf. Hey! Is this the elf contract? Everyone was shocked to hear Lumiere's words. How is that possible? The spirit contract has certain requirements. Not everyone can make a spirit contract. If someone who doesn't have enough qualities forcibly absorbs too much spirit power. Before Lumiere could finish her words, a roar like that of a wild beast was heard. Everyone turned around and looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a noble kneeling on the ground with his mouth open and his eyes shining brightly. Master Elf, I feel it! I feel it! As the noble shouted, his body began to swell as if it was inflated. Soon, in full view of everyone, the noble's clothes were completely torn, and his whole body swelled and grew, covered with hair, just like a young version of King Kong. It wasn't just him. In fact, other nobles also began to change at this moment. They gradually lost their human form and turned into unimaginable and extremely ugly monsters. Sure enough, I knew these damned subspace bastards had no good intentions. Seeing this scene, Duanmu Huai's eyes flashed, and then he grasped the war hammer. Get out of here! With a roar, Duanmu Huai raised his war hammer high and swung it down with force.